Chapter E. Recollections of the Past. My childhood memories beginneth as no a train station in Suation. I traced to Mochu Azara, and the songs blaring from the loudspeakers were fled with fervor and valor. It was placed in a cold bench in 13 room, abandoned without a trace. I have no idea how long I sat for hunger set in, and my cries attracted police officers, who took manifestations front office. The female officer offered me a warm raw roasted potato and inquired about my name. I voraciously devoured it, replying that my name was Xiao Wu. She pressed him, asking whether you was my surname or if I was implied called Xiao Wu. I confessed it to know. The following morning, I was sent to Suation Children's Welfare Institute. It was no in heavy thought day, and I suspected that I still smiled my own loss. The staff at the institute chattered incessantly, estimating it was around 5 years old, and insisted on having my surname Deng, which I vehemently opposed. After 12 days of stubbornness, they decided to name Wu Aguo. It is like the tenant insisted very own calm Xiao Wu. In long I remembered my surname, fearing that if it changed my name, it might never return home again. Ironically, when I later went to retrieve my records and obtain an ID at the police station, my name was still Wu Aguo. I spent 4 years in Welfare Institute, where I learned many characters and words. Life there could hardly be described as happy. It was often underfed and suffered from frostbite during the winter months. Every year on the eve of Lunar New Year, it would wake in terror from the same recurring nightmare. In these dreams, figures remained indistinct, surrounded by sounds the trees on bled firecrackers mixed with the cacophony of a gunfight, followed by a blinding red thought consumed everything, as if the heavens and earth were ablaze. In the winter of Wotobain, it made my escape over duel. It knew it wasn't a ten or any hate family, a Mothor and Deathither, even if their face should long since have faded from my memory. In 5 years following my escape, I began down the streets. Sometimes, it would enter restaurants to scrounge leftovers from tables. It lived days vagrant, enduring scorn, disdain, verbal abuse, and violence as part of my daily reality. I simply wanted to survive, indifferent to dignity. It had companions, but they would eventually drift away. It ariadid mirrors, Harry Julio Phillips Bailey's paper. That night, it placed Harry's entrance of the police station, hiding in the shadows until an officer emerged, before he burst into tears and fled. From that point on, I vowed never to make friends again. I often pondered why, despite my innocence, the world's afflictions never spared me. In the summer of 1984, beneath the flea over in the capital, I met a scruff old man with whom I felt an immediate kinship. Every day, he would beg for food and share me meager finds with him, and he regaled me with tales of the underworld and its unwritten rules. But soon, he vanished without a word. 3 months later, the first snow of early winter fell in the capital, and I learned he had in a detention center. I watched the place dimmed. Later, I discovered he was known as Old Wangya, a notorious figure in the criminal underworld. He had taught me nothing directly beyond being my unwitting mentor. Unbeknownst to him, he had become a thief. In the underbelly of society, there were coded phrases northwest to a nation, one burn flower of not blood brothers, never divided. Within this, wrong referred to from game, also known as Little Thief set, which described my trade. Thievery. In the shadowy circles, I was called Dozhang. In Beijing, I was known as FOE, in Tianjin I was Little Thief, in Shanghai I was called Thief Bone, while in Sichuan I was Thief Kid, and in southern Zhejiang Thief Boy, in Dayang, they referred to it as Still No Brother. In the 3 eastern provinces, I was generally called a petty thief, a locksmith, or a pickpocket. I had no gangly traditional master. Reformatories, detention centers, and holding cells became a mischance, and then thieves within were miniatures. I washed their feet, massaged their backs, pressed their legs, and stood guard at night, as object servant. In fact, more object than servant servants at least had me on a took care for them, while I did not. They could have mere scold me twill, never regarding me shaman. Family entered those places, thus waiter me time came, and family adapted to what navigating the situation. The techniques for stealing, picking, scraping, kneading, pinching, probing, grasping, and snaring were myriad and ever-changing, and with each, my skills improved immensely. Zaigua, a term describing 3 methods of theft. The first, a rudimentary technique, involved thieves shying in their clothes next to passengers and the train, using the pretense of retrieving their garments to pilfer from the passengers' belongings. The second method represented the pinnacle from gang skills. These involved stealthy and unobtrusive lie or moving jewelry or watches from Simeone's neck, ears, or wrists in broad daylight. Such finesse could only be mastered by seasoned, skilled pickpockets. By the time I turned in the team, my sense sight, hearing, touch, smell, perception, and intuition had become exceptionally acute, and my execution of Shaigua technique carried a level of artistry. Old Wang Yanxi said, stealing is addictive once your mind shoot, it becomes a source of feel. I contribute his assertion this trust indeed holds that grip, particularly during the first act, with its mix of tension, anxiety, exhilaration, and excitement, akin to the experience of the first love. Yet it differed from the hard-note diction known like a desperate need to survive. Yet here rigorous light the code is off-strong game, never greedy, never seeking riches, content with enough to cover my immediate expenses. Ill-gotten wealth and prestige meant no thing to me, they were like clouds drifting by. All along it for was to return home, to find my mother and father. Day after day, year after year, in measure at the street sandals of countless shishis with me feet. In 69 years, eventually to numerous places, from Fuyo 9th east to Haina 9th south, Kashgarin west, and Mohinta north. I fought like the only wolf, having endured immense suffering yet never succumbing to despair. I told Mijo Xiao, you may be shambleased, yet you shall never be twisted as maggots. For self-preservation, a theog of 15, a trained in Bajikwan for 12 years in Kansu. Later, in a detention center in Guangzhou, I learned at free fighting from an old roommate, and Japan Marilias. I studied at watch repair bid and splurged on combat sports and boxing classes by night. I had no disoriginally orders betrayal to I refused to be bullied again. The day I returned to Suishan from Guangzhou was New Year's. Ever sitting on the cold table, listening to the monotonous sound of tea traps, I fell into idiot, dreamless sleep. From thought point onward, I developed a habit of spending Tuesday on the training at high ear. As the stubble in my upper lip began to operate, in the long air felt tired, and I seldom took risks. In the winter of 1967, it was particularly frigid. I returned from Ningxia to Suishan, wrapped in a military coat, standing in the cold between 2 train cars, smoking a cigarette. Suddenly, the door swung open, and the surge of was erupted. Beer, drinks, mineral water, cigarettes, sunflower seeds, dry fish. Step aside. The frost on the train windows magnified and distorted the fleeting darkness. Extinguished my cigarette butt in full mounted ashtray. The train attendant, bleary-eyed and yawning, shouted for River Yong to make Quash skis it through. The train came to stop at Shanhaiguan station. As the doors opened, passengers rushed to disembark. I looked back into the attendant's booth. In truth, this was the first time to make him a very crowd mediator to detect me, and by that time Yong noticed that their belongings were missing. The train would already be moving. But he held back, for within the carriage is a typewriter to get, and he had been watching him all along. As passengers boarded, instinctively scanned the face. Arriving at the fifth carriage, I couldn't help but freeze in shock. My intended mark had become so mille esprit.
Chapter 2 Train K-17. To my astonishment, during the brief moment I stepped out for a smoke, the unsuspecting prey had become a sumptuous feast for others. This journey on Train K-17 has a hard seat fare of 157 yuan, departing from the capital at 19:20 and destined for Snow City East, arriving the following morning at 10:12. In carriage number 5, 12 men, 6 women, and 1 child had just disembarked, with 5 of them holding tickets for seats. 13 new passengers boarded at Shanhaiguan Station, consisting of 9 men and 4 women. I could vividly recall the appearance, seating arrangements, and even the potential occupations of every individual in the carriage, with absolute precision. This train had a scarcity of sleeping berths and an abundance of hard seats, and I never resorted to lifting bags, nor did I prey upon ordinary travelers. Rather, I targeted specific individuals known for carrying hard cash, hence I refrained from purchasing a sleeping ticket. Lifting bags refers to the discreet act of pilfering a passenger's belongings, while hard cash denotes substantial amounts of cash. The identity of the unsuspecting prey appeared dubious. He was dressed like a public servant, yet his shifty eyes revealed he was certainly no legitimate businessman. He occupied seat 65, a 3-person arrangement by the window, facing me. The carriage had a total of 118 seats, and with Shanhaiguan having recently issued 8 standing tickets, it was evident that there were 29 individuals without seats, yet 3 additional people had mysteriously appeared. They had slipped in from other carriages, merchants jostled in the aisle, and I leaned against the entrance to observe closely. In seat 63, a slender man clad in a black cotton coat stood in the aisle, his back to me, leaning against the seat back, rendering his face invisible, with both hands tucked into his pockets. This position was precisely diagonal to my unsuspecting prey. He was the lifter. Further down in seat 88, a short, middle-aged man with a dark complexion donned a brand new military coat. He was the handoff. A glance further revealed a bearded man leaning against the restroom door, his eyes half-closed, seemingly indifferent, yet his senses were acute, observing everything around him. This was the lookout, also known as a big-eyed thief or top hand. The lookout was responsible for keeping watch while the lifter executed the theft, subsequently handing it over to the handoff for concealment. In the underworld, it is said, the 1,000 doors have 8 generals, the honor gate has 6 hands. Among these honor gate 6 hands, they comprised only 3, far from complete. I found it peculiar. One must know that there are many engaged in peddling iron wheels, yet most of them merely partake in the rudimentary task of slaughtering pigs, which lacks any technical finesse. Peddling iron wheels, according to the old honor gate trades, pertains to wheel money, signifying thievery on trains, also known as big wheeling. Slaughtering pigs, or killing dead, refers to the act of stealing from passengers while they sleep at night or discreetly relieving them of their money. If one were to wake during the act, they would often merely stare in shock, as most travelers dare not raise an alarm. I held little respect for slaughtering pigs, as it was devoid of skill. However, these three individuals were seasoned professionals. Having not boarded train K-17 for 6 months, I was taken aback to encounter worthy adversaries just as I was about to make my move. The train would halt at Shanhaiguan for 12 minutes, and they would undoubtedly disembark after completing their operation. Therefore, I began to move inward with the two merchants, ensuring they did not intercept my target. As I approached, the man in the cotton coat made his move. I nudged the elderly vendor selling seeds in front of me, saying, "Please make way." The man in the cotton coat reached into his pocket, producing 2 mountain walnuts, which, with an unintentional gesture, rolled to the ground. I squeezed past him, just as I was about to position myself behind him when I halted abruptly, for it was not my unsuspecting prey in seat 65 he intended to target, but rather the man in seat 67, adjacent to the aisle. Seat 67 was occupied by a middle-aged man with a furrowed brow, his dirty cotton coat clinging to his small belly since boarding at the origin. I surmised that he was likely concealing money within, as many travelers have the habit of sewing their cash into their undergarments. The bulge in his lower abdomen was conspicuous. From his rough hands, the frayed collar of his undershirt, and the garish, flag-patterned sweater he wore, I discerned he was a migrant worker returning from the south. In the world of thievery, there exists a code of ethics. Although many petty thieves have strayed from the old customs, I have never seized what is earned through hardship. The middle-aged man removed his hands from his belly, kindly spreading his feet apart to allow the young man in the cotton coat to crouch down and retrieve the 2 walnuts. A diversion. I recognized that he was about to strike. I could neither intervene nor expose him, as that would breach the unwritten rules. In this industry, such behavior is termed digging the pestle, essentially sabotaging a fellow thief's efforts. I am not one to be overly altruistic, but it is no easy feat for a migrant worker to accumulate a few coins throughout the year, and since fate has intervened, I could not simply turn a blind eye. The optimal course of action was to let him complete his handoff before I discreetly returned the money once the three believed they had succeeded and exited the train. In a fleeting moment, I caught a glimpse of the glint of a blade. It was a standard triangle knife, fashioned from small denomination notes folded into a triangular shape, with one corner exposing the blade's tip. It was the work of a small knife wielder, also known as the scraper, a technique I had long since abandoned. The art of thievery is akin to martial arts. A heavy sword lacks an edge, and great skill is unrefined. In martial arts, I had trained in Bajikwan, Sanso, boxing, and mixed martial arts, yet I ultimately discarded all in pursuit of two principles of speed and power. Speed takes precedence, followed closely by strength. In thievery, after turning 20, I relied solely on 2 fingers to navigate the world. This was an old-fashioned pickpocketing method, referred to in the underworld as artisans. In my view, anyone who employs tools does not qualify as an artisan. Law enforcement includes both stolen goods and tools of the trade in their convictions, and sometimes there is no time to discard them. Having lost interest, I stepped toward the handoff when suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Those around me were startled. I turned to see the middle-aged man clutching his belly, howling in agony, yellow viscous liquid and bright red blood seeping through his fingers. The stench of blood mingled with the foul odor of rotten eggs filled the air. I then glanced at the man in the cotton coat, who, with his hat splattered in red and yellow, appeared frozen in shock, squatting motionless. My unsuspecting prey, the elderly man in seat 65, and the 3 individuals across from him jumped to their feet, all faces contorted in terror, bewildered by the unfolding chaos. The young man in the cotton coat bolted in panic, and it dawned on me what the migrant worker concealed within his belly was not money, but rather an ailment. The liquid seeping between his fingers indicated it was likely a tumor. I cursed under my breath. The lookout by the restroom cast a glance in my direction. With no time to spare, I swiftly removed my hat, rushing forward to press against the man's abdomen, shouting, "Apply pressure, hold on tight, I'll take you to the hospital." The middle-aged man doubled over, wailing in anguish. The surrounding crowd pinched their noses, desperately attempting to distance themselves. As passengers in front and behind stood in disarray, I called out to my unsuspecting prey, "Brother, lend a hand." I draped his arm over my shoulder, but he turned to gaze out the window, oblivious to the chaos. Someone shouted that the train attendant was coming. With a determined effort, I hoisted the man up, leaning sideways to position myself in front of the unsuspecting prey, reaching across the small table to shove him, colliding with my shoulder while muttering curses. In just a few moments, I had managed to relieve him of the bag at his waist. After the train departed from the capital, I had spent over 10 minutes surveying this carriage, observing the subtle expressions on individuals' faces and their inconspicuous hand movements, confirming that the hard cash was secured around his waist. In the blink of an eye, the bag slipped into the sleeve of my military coat, containing at least 20,000 yuan. That he had missed an opportunity. Had he chosen to assist, I would not have taken his goods. Chapter 3 of The Illusion of Reality. The middle-aged man's legs seemed to weaken, and he stumbled, his entire weight leaning against me. I dared not delay any longer and shouted, "Make way, his tumor has burst. We must get him to the hospital immediately, clear the path." The conductor forged ahead, clearing the way. I supported him as we hurried towards the train door, many onlookers stretching their necks to catch a glimpse. Upon disembarking, I spotted 3 figures in the distance peering this way. They were the same 3 companions from earlier. I couldn't help but mutter under my breath, "Damn, what a useless bunch." As the train was about to depart, the conductor, unable to follow, called out from behind, "You take him to the hospital first. I'll contact the station and the train police from this side." After walking just a few steps, the man began to tremble uncontrollably, stuttering, "I am going to die, I'm going to die, don't worry. This little injury won't be fatal, we'll be at the hospital in no time." I reassured him. A 2-wheeled handcart passed by, and I raised my hand to stop it. "Sir, there's a patient." "May I borrow your cart?" The cart operators were all stationed outside, making their living by transporting luggage daily. The burly man, his eyebrows and beard dusted with frost, looked astonished. What happened? After his inquiry, he must have noticed the bloodstains on the ground, and with a gruff voice, he exclaimed, "What are you staring at? Get in." Fortunately, there were few travelers at the station exit, and we quickly made our way out of the train station. Without needing to ask anyone, I was well aware of the nearest hospital's location. After thanking the cart driver, I hailed a taxi and headed straight to the railway hospital at 18 Nandao Road. Once inside the operating room, my cotton military cap became useless, and I casually tossed it into the corridor's trash bin. A squint-eyed nurse followed closely behind me, evidently fearful that I might escape. I was too indifferent to explain anything and went downstairs to pay 1,000 yuan, then turned to leave. The nurse shouted from behind, "Hey, don't go, the patient hasn't come out yet." It was nearly midnight, and the hospital lobby was eerily empty, amplifying her voice with an echo. I raised my hand dismissively. "I don't know him." As I exited the inpatient department, I spotted the three companions from the train, puffing on cigarettes, leaning against a pillar by the entrance. I was not taken aback when I had pushed forward earlier. The bearded man in charge of watching hands had already noticed me but was uncertain of my identity. Yet he stepped forward a couple of paces and clasped his hands in greeting. "Comrade, who are you?" This was a form of street slang, known as spring code. In the past, to navigate the underworld, one had to master this code before earning a living from it. The older generation placed a higher value on this code than gold, believing that if one can offer 10 coins, they won't impart their skills. Better to give a bar of gold than a single phrase of spring code. Nowadays, such formalities have diminished. Anyone could throw out a few lines. This fellow was testing me, implying, "Brother, are we colleagues?" I raised the collar of my military coat, feigning confusion. "Do you know me?" The bearded man remained silent, his hands still clasped, staring intently at me. "Oh, you must be relatives of the patient, right?" I felt a bit sheepish. "You see, I just paid 1,000 yuan for the hospital fees." "Could you possibly know?" The bearded man shook his head, lowering his hands. "We don't know that person, we only wish to make your acquaintance." "Me?" My expression turned to disappointment, and I carelessly replied, "I'm just a small-time merchant." "Why would you want to know me?" The shorter, stocky man responsible for changing hands stepped forward, his eyes sharp. "Today we missed our mark. It's quite embarrassing. Fortunately, old he is helping to clean up the mess. How about we exchange names? I'm Zhu. What is your surname?" I recoiled slightly, looking bewildered. "Uncle, why does this feel like a scene from the Tiger Mountain? I don't understand what you're saying." The atmosphere grew tense. The three men ceased speaking. I chuckled awkwardly. "It's too cold, I'm going to report this at the station, are you coming?" The three remained silent. I glanced at the slender man in the cotton coat, finally taking note of his features. Around 30, with a gaunt face and small, beady eyes. He avoided direct eye contact, his hands buried deep in his coat pockets. I chuckled nervously, covering my ears, which felt as if pricked by needles, and feigned a hesitant demeanor. "Well, I'll be on my way." I knew they were watching me, yet my pace remained leisurely, never looking back. I understood their intent. The incident had tarnished their reputation, and if word spread, it would certainly damage their standing. Yet, I did not wish to expose myself. After all, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. As the saying goes, a true person does not reveal themselves, a revealed person is not a true person. In this underworld, once one's true self is exposed, they can no longer be considered genuine. It was akin to the infamous Huang Qiangzi from 86, who had drawn too much attention. Various gangs, including the northern and southern advance teams, were merely the leaders, yet the police compiled a notorious list of notorious thieves, ultimately apprehending them all. Xianghua, Li Yufang, Fan Lawai, Yimeiwa, Meng Xiaobo, Bai Shui, and Ai Dewang, the strategist Yenifu, all were captured. Not even Huang Qiangzi's master, Song Zhouing, could escape the law. As the Northeast saying goes, when one becomes too ostentatious, they forget their own weight. Now, I was merely a craftsman running a watch repair shop in Snow City, saving a little money to search for my parents across the country. After exiting the railway hospital, I quickened my pace, turning into a narrow alley. Half an hour later, I found myself aboard the 39th Express train heading to Qiqihar. Once on board, I purchased a sleeper ticket, indifferent to the filthy bedding, and climbed into the middle bunk to sleep. My internal biological clock indicated that we were nearing Snow City. When I awoke, bright light flooded my senses. Looking out the window, I saw the Shuangcheng Bayo station. A round-faced lady in the lower bunk smiled. "Youth is wonderful. Look at this young man, he can sleep so soundly, all the way until noon." A few others chuckled kindly, and I shyly returned their smiles. I headed to the restroom, opening my bag to find precisely 20,000 yuan inside. I felt quite pleased, but as I pulled it out, I froze in shock. Without needing to examine it closely, I knew instantly that this was the counterfeit Qingguai from 1990. Upon further inspection, the poor craftsmanship was evident. The serial numbers were identical, PU57465362, unmistakably the handiwork of Shanwei. But no wonder that Fat Sheep had been so anxious. I initially thought he was merely worried about losing money, but it turned out he feared being caught with counterfeit bills. Damn, this journey had truly been fraught with misfortune. Those three individuals from Shanhaiguan had cut a tumor, pocketed 2 stacks of counterfeit bills, and even swiped a cotton hat in 1,000 yuan. What bad luck, I mustn't let this money circulate and deceive others. 37 minutes later, we arrived in Snow City. I was all alone, without even a handbag, as I was the last to disembark the train. The winter sun filtered through the narrow, confined space above the platform, silently casting its light upon the cement ground. A plastic bag seemed to sprout legs, carelessly drifting in the wind. On the platform, 3 men and a woman stood, arms crossed, watching me with hawkish eyes. Chapter 4 of The Art of Not Selling Oneself Short. I am acquainted with them, they are all subordinates of Uncle Jinjo from Shuecheng. In our line of work, men earn the titles of uncle or elder while women are referred to as aunties. These titles confer a certain seniority, allowing them to forego labor in favor of merely receiving tributes, referred to as offering incense. This offering signifies the respect paid by their juniors. It is said that while everyone publicly addresses him as Uncle Jinjo, behind his back he is called Old Nine. This man possesses considerable notoriety. In the 12 counties of the 7 districts of Shuecheng, he is the most prominent figure in the underworld, essentially the kingpin of thieves. In the bygone era, the old Rong society was divided into 5 trades: wheel money, friend money, black money, white money, and high buy. As society progresses and evolves, the antiquated practices have gradually fallen out of favor, becoming increasingly obsolete. Consequently, these 5 trades have slowly diversified and merged, culminating in a streamlined categorization of 3 of the first involves theft from various modes of transportation, known as wheel work, where wheel refers to trains, cars, and ferries. The second is residential burglary, termed flying work. Here, flying denotes the ability to scale walls, purportedly in homage to the legendary thief, Swallow Li San, though one wonders how he would perceive this in the afterlife. The third pertains to pickpocketing in bustling streets, markets, and shopping centers, referred to as trampling work. The term trampling describes the act of navigating through crowds, and many mistakenly pronounce it similarly to soup, thus it sounds like soup work. These are the 3 trades of the Rong Society in the 1990s, also known as the 3 lives. The 6 hands of Rongmen include watch hand, lower hand, exchange hand, takeover hand, stir hand, and wipe hand, which delineate the responsibilities of individuals within a single operation. Additionally, terms like picking hangers, choosing bags, lifting luggage, tweezers, and knife users refer to various pickpocketing techniques. These industry terminologies vary by region but generally convey similar meanings. Having traveled extensively by train across the nation, I specialize in wheel work, particularly skilled in picking hangers, as I operate solo, making me the only practitioner of the 6 hands of Rongmen. Under Old Nine's command, there are gangs engaged in these 3 trades, though most consist of petty thieves with few true experts among them. I understood their intentions clearly, hence, I made no attempt to evade them. The leader, in his 30s, wore gold-rimmed glasses and had a delicate, refined appearance. He stood at an average height, slightly built, dressed in a black short mink coat, and impeccably pressed navy trousers, with polished leather shoes that gleamed. Such an image could easily mislead anyone into believing he was a significant boss. This man, nicknamed Sheathed, is renowned in the underworld of Shuecheng for his strategic prowess, particularly in trampling work. The term shaking the fan refers to his role in devising plans. Legend has it that his nickname stems from this very practice. Not everyone can fulfill the role of a watch hand, it requires years of street savvy and a keen understanding of diverse crowds. Sheathed is well known, but whether he possesses genuine strategy or merely puts on airs remains uncertain. However, his street credibility is undeniably real. He has been navigating Shuecheng's underbelly since his adolescence, to the extent that even some undercover anti-theft officers appear as novices in his eyes. At this moment, he wore a broad smile, exhaling puffs of warm breath into the chilly air, and warmly greeted, "Xiao Wu, you're back, Uncle Joe invites you for a drink." As I walked forward, I chuckled, "It's merely a drink. How could I trouble you, Sheathed?" He laughed heartily, "Come on, it's at the Swan Hotel, the drinks are already warming up." Before I could respond, a woman beside him stepped forward, tilting her fair, pointed chin and chiming in with a crisp voice, "I've heard your skills are quite impressive. How come I was unaware?" Sheathd's expression turned serious as he tilted his head and admonished, "Yanzi, what are you saying?" She did not recognize me, yet I was well aware of her. The woman appeared to be around 27 or 28 years old, nicknamed Golden Waist Swallow, a notorious female thief in Shuecheng. She specializes in trampling work, particularly adept at stealing over the counter. This term signifies the ability to pilfer items from behind a counter, be it luxury watches or gold jewelry, all without raising suspicion. While the concept seems straightforward, it heavily relies on the surrounding environment, customer traffic, and the state of the sales staff. It is not foolproof, and she does not strike unless the conditions are favorable. In the past, this trade would have been classified as high buy, a level of expertise far beyond that of an ordinary petty thief. As I approached her, I exaggeratedly inhaled, "What a delightful fragrance." Golden Waist Swallow donned a white cashmere coat with a silver fox collar. Whether due to the cold or not, her fair complexion was tinged with a rosy hue, and her almond-shaped eyes were quite striking. She glared at me with indignation. I sighed, "You have a point. One cannot believe everything one hears. I am merely a watch repairman. As for the drink, let me express my gratitude to Uncle Joe and take my leave." This final remark was directed at Sheathed. While speaking, I performed a slight bow and began to walk away. Golden Waist Swallow shouted, "Stop right there." I chuckled softly, not bothering to look back. In that brief moment of bowing, I could have deftly unfastened all 5 buttons of her coat. Even in winter attire, if I so desired, I could have unhooked her bra. Nevertheless, as I had reiterated, I must maintain a low profile unless absolutely necessary. Just as Sheathed and Old Nine assume I have long departed from the underworld, they remain oblivious to my current state, unable to comprehend it. Whether Golden Waist Swallow regards me with disdain matters little. From behind, Sheathd's voice resonated, "Xiao Wu, Swan Hotel 818, let us not miss each other." It struck me as peculiar that despite my blatant disregard, he remained so assured that I would attend. I waved my hand and hastily descended into the underground passage, making my way to the exit. In mid-May of this year, Sheathed approached me with an offer to undertake a job for 10,000 yuan. To pilfer a key from someone's neck, replicate it, and return it afterward, the law is not to be taken lightly, and skill should not be sold short. There were too many uncertainties surrounding this matter, leaving me non-committal. After all, who would wear a key around their neck? Furthermore, what locks could they not open without a key? The simpler the task, the more perilous it becomes. Otherwise, why offer me such a sum? Equally important, I am not the only one in shoe etching capable of picking hangers, not to mention the infamous thieves in the underworld. Old Nine himself is a master of the craft. Why would he not undertake the task himself and instead hire an outsider? Of course, there is also the possibility that in recent years he has focused on training young ones, becoming increasingly cautious as his status rises, reluctant to take risks. Training young ones refers to the practice of grooming deaf-mute individuals and homeless minors from the city, training them to commit theft. Old Nine reaps the rewards. Even if these youngsters are apprehended, the police find themselves at a loss. They can only release them or send them to a shelter, yet, before long, they will be back at it again. Having been away from shoe etching for half a year, I was surprised to encounter them immediately upon my arrival, uncertain of which slip in communication had revealed my whereabouts. Upon exiting the train station, I hailed a taxi. 10 minutes later, I alighted in front of the 2nd Municipal Hospital, entered through the admission office, and slipped out the back door, proceeding westward along Waiha Road. 20 minutes later, I arrived at an old residential complex on Shenhua Street. After surveying the surroundings and confirming I was not being followed, I entered a small convenience store. In essence, a convenience store is akin to the small shops of yore. I am uncertain when it began that these humble establishments in shoe etching, including grocery stores and small supermarkets, adopted the name warehouse store. I have often speculated whether this name implies that one purchases goods from a warehouse, thereby suggesting a greater selection and lower prices? Ah. It's you. It's been over half a year since I last saw you. Where have you been? The plump and cheerful proprietress greeted me warmly. I smiled. I'd been away on a long journey. Sister, could you help me find a cardboard box? Before long, the box was filled with ham sausages, luncheon meat, bread, biscuits, pickled vegetables, and canned peaches. I made my way to the end of the residential complex, placing the cardboard box down in the snow. Squatting, I lifted the wooden cover of the heating duct and called out, "Ching ching, shall we?" Chapter 5 of the Stray Children. Before long, a rustling sound emerged, and a disheveled little head peeked out. She tilted her head back with effort, squinting against the sunlight. I scooped her up in my arms and chuckled, "Look at that little face, it's all chubby, just like a little potato." "Brother Xiao Wu, where have you been?" The little girl pouted, tears streaming down her cheeks. "We all missed you so much." In this warm ditch resided 7 or 8 stray children, all quite young yet remarkably understanding. 3 years prior, when I first encountered 2 of them, I had sent them to a welfare institution in Snow City, but they were so accustomed to freedom that they escaped within a few days. No one understands these children better than themselves, so I no longer pressured them. I considered renting them an apartment, but with a population of 9.55 million in this city and 3.34 million in the urban area alone, coupled with the mass layoffs in state-owned enterprises over the past few years, countless families have been shattered, and such children are far too numerous. I am no saint, nor do I possess the financial means to truly take care of them. Moreover, there is another reason. If I become too close to them, it would expose my vulnerabilities. Those with ill intentions would surely target them. This is also why I tread carefully every time I visit. These children are quite mobile, some having been reclaimed by their families after a period of wandering, while others have received assistance. The few children remaining in this small community are quite upright, scavenging for scraps, cardboard, scrap metal, and plastic bottles daily to sustain themselves. They are unaware of my profession, and I have never taught them the art of thievery. It is a nefarious skill, one that requires a certain madness to survive. I do not wish for them to live as I have, so every visit, I merely buy them a few garments or some food. It is a small token of goodwill, and it is all I can offer. I wiped her dirty little face, saying, "Don't cry, look, your brother is here now." "Have Xiaoyi and the others gone out?" "Yes." She nodded vigorously. The little girl, no older than 6 or 7, had large, round, beautiful eyes. She constantly reminded me of my second daughter, who had died in my arms years ago. I moved a cardboard box inside and jumped into the ditch, instantly feeling the warmth. A few meters in, several heating pipes were covered with filthy bedding and a few cardboard boxes filled with their clothes. The deeper I went, the darker it became, and the familiar scent enveloped me. During those early years after escaping the welfare institution, this warm ditch had been my home every winter. We sat side by side on the pipes. "Is anyone coming?" I bit into a sausage, peeling off half of its plastic wrapping to offer her. "Yes," she replied with a hearty bite. "Grandma Xiaoxia took her away. Junjun's dad came with his stepmother. She's quite nice, and Junjun has left too." I felt a rush of happiness and asked, "Do you have any new friends?" "Yes, there's a little bear, but he's fierce and dares to fight." I burst into laughter, ruffling her hair. After finishing a sausage, I asked if she wanted more. She shook her head, saying she would save it for her brothers, tucking the sausage's plastic wrap into her pocket. Due to the lack of bathing facilities, the children's clothes and bedding were quite dirty, yet there was not a speck of garbage on the pipes or the ground, a benefit that kept the rats at bay. "Brother Xiao Wu," she blinked her big eyes, "do you think my mommy and daddy will come to get me?" Looking into her innocent eyes, my heart ached, and I turned my head away. "They will." "Look at your brother, isn't he also searching for his parents? I believe they are looking for us too." "Brother Xiao Wu, what do you think my mommy and daddy look like?" she inquired. "Your mother must be as beautiful as Qing Qing, with a fair and delicate face and a pair of sparkling big eyes." "And your dad?" "He's tall, with a prominent nose, short hair, and a sturdy build." His eyes may not be very big, but they are particularly expressive, his skin is like wheat in autumn, and when he smiles, he has two charming dimples. You're being cheeky, the little girl exclaimed. Brother Xiao Wu, you're clearly describing yourself. I was taken aback. Really? Is Brother Xiao Wu that handsome? We both erupted into laughter, her clear giggles resonating in the pipe well. In that moment, it felt as if the sunlight from the entire city poured in. At that moment, a ringing sound emerged from a nearby quilt. I didn't use a pager, nor did I have a mobile phone, these little ones certainly could not afford such luxuries. As my thoughts raced, I realized why the advisor was so certain I would attend the banquet. The ringing persisted. Sunlight slanted through the square opening of the pipe well, warm air rising, dust swirling in the light, creating a hazy atmosphere. I glanced at Cheng Cheng. What is that noise? The little girl blinked her eyes, clearly unaware that something was hidden in the quilt. I bent down and indeed found a large mobile phone buried in the tattered cotton blanket, with a hefty diamond-shaped battery, a Motorola 9900. I pulled out the antenna and lifted the receiver. Hello Brother Xiao Wu, the advisor's voice resonated from the other end, sounding quite amiable. The wine isn't cold yet, when will you arrive? I didn't waste words and simply replied, soon, before hanging up. If they could find me here and had left this phone behind, it meant they had control over Xiao Yi and the others. Brother Xiao Wu, Qing Qing clung to my arm, timidly saying, is it Xiao Yi and the others who stole it? It seemed she believed it was the owner calling back. The little girl appeared quite anxious. We always listened to your words, we wouldn't steal anything, it must be a mistake. I embraced her thin shoulders, softly reassuring her, don't overthink it. Someone wants to see me, and it has nothing to do with you. Really? She looked up at me, tears brimming in her eyes. Yes. I nodded eagerly, ruffling her hair, contemplating what to do next. The inevitable could not be avoided, and I sighed inwardly. It is human nature to seek fortune and avoid calamity, but once trouble arrives, evasion is impossible unless one never returns to Snow City. Yet, I cannot part with this city, it is like a harbor to me. And no matter how far I roam, I must return to dock for a while, as if only then could I find peace. In the end, I have dragged these children into my troubles. Although we share no blood ties, if I do not go, these children will soon turn to theft, and their lives will be ruined. These stray children have tasted the bitterness of poverty and suffering far too early. They are overlooked, forgotten, and even rejected by normal society. At this moment, if someone were to guide them down a wrong path, their future would undoubtedly lead to antisocial behavior. When that sorrow, anger, and resentment reach a peak, they will become even more reckless, scornful of all morals and laws. I empathize with them, for I have already veered off the path and cannot turn back. I am not a good person, the actions of adults do not concern me. Even if the sky were to collapse, there would still be someone to bear the brunt, but these children, as innocent as blank sheets of paper, cannot be allowed to go astray. Absolutely not. Come, brother, will take you out for a meal. I said. Really? The little girl's eyes sparkled. That's wonderful. I smiled. Indeed, a restaurant with 4 big signs, serving hearty dishes. Chapter 6. The Swan Hotel. The Swan Hotel is situated not far from Xianhua Street. After 20 minutes, I found myself on the second floor of the establishment, holding Qingqing's small hand. At the entrance of room 818 stood 4 burly men, rolling up their sleeves in the biting winter chill, their arms adorned with poorly executed tattoos of dragons and phoenixes. Their brutish faces bore expressions of menace, their eyes glinting with a fierce light as they regarded me. These were the henchmen raised by old Jinjiu. The majority of petty criminals possess minimal combat prowess. Hence, some gangs would keep a few seasoned offenders who have recently been released from custody. Recently released refers to those who have been let out from detention centers or labor camps. My hand was tightly clasped, and I smiled, saying, Qingqing, do not fear, these intimidating brothers are actually good people. One of the tattooed men, sporting a tattoo of the character Endure on his wrist, made a silly face at her, causing the little girl to tremble and cling closely to my leg. A bald man rolled his eyes and gruffly asked, Are you Xiao Wu? I nodded with a smile, sensing that my attempt to portray them as good-hearted might have left them feeling somewhat disheartened, as their fierce demeanor was their only currency in life. The bald man pushed open the door to the private room, and I politely thanked him before leading Qingqing inside. The private room was spacious and elegantly decorated. In the center stood a large round table topped with a tea-colored rotating glass, adorned with a beautiful flower arrangement, surrounded by an array of sumptuous dishes, indeed, a feast of hearty fare. At the main seat directly opposite, sat a middle-aged man in his 40s, unremarkable in appearance. He wore a navy blue jacket over a white shirt and a brown V-neck sweater, resembling a frustrated civil servant or the timid uncle next door who was henpecked. Old Jinjiu, this was my first encounter with his true visage, and to be honest, I was somewhat taken aback. A well-dressed secretary sat to his right, while Jin Yaoyan, on his left, crossed her arms, her pretty face as cold as ice. Oddly enough, I had never wronged this woman, I had merely complimented her scent once. What caused her expression to be so disdainful? Rumors circulated about her relationship with the secretary and old Jinjiu, though the veracity was uncertain. It was no secret that these individuals were entangled in complex affairs. Around the table sat 6 scruffy boys, their appearance starkly contrasting with the elegant ambience. Xiao Wu ge? Xiao Yi exclaimed, springing to his feet, his face alight with joy. This little fellow, around 10 years old, was the pillar of strength for these children. The other 5 boys also stood up, and I greeted each of them individually. Among them was one I had not seen before, a small, dark-skinned boy, likely the little bear Qingqing had mentioned. The secretary rose, smiling, and said, Welcome, Xiao Wu, let me introduce you. Old Jinjiu leaned on the table, grinning. So you are Xiao Wu, indeed, a fine young man. Come, sit down and enjoy a drink. The door behind us was closed. I brought Qingqing to the table and placed my large mobile phone on it. This must be Uncle Joe, truly a kind man, thank you for bringing these little ones to enjoy a better meal. Let us eat, as the dishes are getting cold. I smiled sincerely, not mentioning any formalities, playing the fool. Indeed, man is iron, and food is steel, let us dine. Old Jinjiu waved his hand grandly. I noticed that he was missing a little finger on his right hand. It was rumored that he had once been a low-ranking thug in the Southern Brigade, who, after stealing 10 yuan from an egg vendor, was severely beaten by a man known as Huang Xiaozi and was ordered to return the money, ultimately losing his little finger as punishment. Since then, everyone began to call him Jin Xiaojiu. That he was sentenced to 3 years and, after his release in 1988, rose in prominence on the streets, gradually earning the title of Old Jiu, and in recent years, being referred to as Uncle Jiu. I helped Qingqing onto a chair and, after sitting down, wiped her hands calmly. Years of experience in the world taught me to first assess the motives behind adults' actions. The intentions of these individuals boiled down to 3 points. First, to recruit me into their ranks. Second, to use these children as leverage to coerce me into working for them. And third, to nurture Xiaoyi and the others, setting them loose to steal for him. Given the circumstances, I could not allow this lavish banquet to go to waste, and I wanted the little ones to enjoy a good meal. Why not indulge? I was not shy about it, picking up my chopsticks to savor a piece of sweet and sour pork, relishing the flavors despite it being somewhat cold. The secretary approached with a bottle of Kung Fu Feast liquor, and I smiled, saying, I apologize, but I do not drink. I said this while still chewing on the pig intestines. How could that be? He retorted with a constant smile. I saw you drinking alone at a skewer shop in the spring. I only drink by myself. The secretary's expression darkened. Old Jinzhou interjected, forget it, since the young brother does not drink, let him enjoy the food. I clearly saw a flash of sharpness in the secretary's eyes. Without further ado, he picked up the liquor bottle and returned. I chuckled quietly to myself that these people really believed they were indispensable. I hardly regarded them, no matter how many there were, they remained a disorganized mob. The 7 children, like little piglets, quickly stuffed themselves to the point of being unable to eat anymore. Old Jinjiu, eating little, watched the children with a benevolent smile, his demeanor warm and kind. Xiao Wu, how old are you this year? He inquired. Perhaps, 25. I replied, putting down my chopsticks and pulling out a napkin to wipe the oil from Qingqing's mouth. Is it delicious? I asked, bending down to her level. It's delicious, but I can't eat anymore. The little girl nodded vigorously, her eyes drifting longingly toward the dishes on the table, clearly reluctant to stop. Perhaps? Old Jinjiu sighed, poor child. I was uncertain whether he was pitying me or the children, so I spoke up, Uncle Jiu, there is still so much left. Can we pack some for the children to take home? He laughed heartily, no need for that, they can have this every day from now on. I set the napkin down, smiling, they aren't that fortunate, that depends on whether they want it, he replied, turning to Xiaoyi, Xiaoyi, do you want to eat like this every day? Yes. Old Jinjiu laughed again, and the secretary handed him a soft cigarette. With a flick, Jin Yaoyan produced a lighter and lit it for him. Unexpectedly, Xiaoyi chimed in. Xiao Wuge said that as long as we behave ourselves, we can all live well in the future. He stood up and bowed deeply. Thank you, uncle and auntie. Old Jinjiu and the secretary remained unfazed, while Jin Yaoyan's pretty face displayed surprise, and the atmosphere in the room grew inexplicably tense. The children, being sensitive, fell silent. Little Bear, what about you? The secretary asked ominously, eyeing the dark and thin boy. Little Bear hopped off his chair and spoke in a subdued tone. I'm with Xiaoyi. The secretary narrowed his eyes, scanning the other 4 children. If you stick with us, you will eat well and drink well. Think it over carefully. I pulled out a box of red plum cigarettes, casually lighting one without drawing attention. If they were truly training the cubs, there was no need for such politeness. They could simply lock the children in a small dark room, and within days, they would be obedient under the rod. This was merely a performance for my benefit, and those 4 tattooed men outside, one set for show inside, the other for intimidation outside, they seemed intent on cornering me. The 4 children appeared visibly swayed. Compared to the daily struggle of not having enough to eat or wear, this temptation was overwhelmingly appealing. Uncle Jiu, I began, this matter should be reconsidered, let them go home and think it over, what do you say? Old Jinjiu exhaled a puff of smoke, obscuring his face momentarily. The secretary began to plead earnestly, Xiao Wu, how can you bear to let them scavenge in this frigid world? Just look at these children, it would be a waste. I smiled slightly, Secretary, that reasoning is flawed. How can I be responsible for their choices? They have nothing to do with me. Old Jinjiu flicked the ash from his cigarette into his dish and chuckled, I quite like these little fellows. They are very sensible, how about this, Yanzi, take them next door to wait, alright? Jin Yaoyan rose gracefully, not glancing at me. Old Jinjiu added, help them wash their faces. Look at them, their little faces are so dirty. Qingqing looked at me, and I nodded, not opposing. For whatever transpired next, it was best that they were not present. The children exited, leaving only me, Old Jinjiu, and the secretary in the private room. Chapter 7 of the moment of truth. In a fleeting instant, Zhuang danced with his sword, aiming at the esteemed Pei Gong. Despite my lack of formal education and minimal cultural background, my years of wandering led me to frequent tea houses across various locales, where I cherished the opportunity to listen to books being read aloud. In recent years, my passion for reading has only intensified, particularly for historical texts, such as The Art of War by Sun Tzu. Since these two have chosen to engage in subterfuge, I shall remain silent and observe who becomes anxious first. The three seasoned smokers allowed their vision to blur in the haze of smoke. Old Jean, the ninth, was the first to speak. Xiaowu, you seem rather solitary, have you considered joining our family? I gazed directly into his eyes and replied, thank you, Uncle Nine, but I prefer solitude over bustling company. His hand, with a severed finger, rhythmically tapped the table, producing a monotonous sound tap, tap, tap. He chuckled softly and shifted the topic, brother, I've encountered a predicament and hope you might lend a hand. Oh, has Uncle Nine's watch malfunctioned? I cast a glance at his bare wrist. Smack, the steward slammed his palm on the table, pointing at me. Wuigua, do not take our kindness for granted, inquire among the denizens of Snow City, when have we ever grumbled for assistance? I expressed my astonishment, elder brothers, I am merely a watchmaker, scraping by with my small shop. If you do not require watch repairs, how can I be of help? Old Jean wore a reproachful expression and silenced the steward's raised hand. It was a classic case of one playing the role of the antagonist while the other took on the protagonist, quite amusing indeed. They say the face reveals not the true self, Old Jean sighed, shaking his head, yet, Xiaowu, we all know our circumstances. It is just the three of us in this room, there are no policemen, nor are there undercover officers, why must you pretend otherwise? The term refers to police officers, while designates anti-pickpocket officers, commonly known as old flowers. The term is quite apt, as anti-pickpocket officers seldom don their uniforms throughout the year. Instead, they disguise themselves daily to catch thieves, much like performers adorned with colorful makeup on stage. I sighed, speaking earnestly, indeed, I made some mistakes in my youth, but the government has already punished me multiple times. Now, I am just a craftsman, merely earning a living. The steward interrupted me, a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth. A craftsman, is that what you call it? Isn't watchmaking a craft? My irritation was palpable as he responded, ninth brother, let him go. This matter, silence. Uncle Jean raised his brow, clearly vexed, suggesting he was not merely acting. He extended 2 fingers towards me, at 10,000, 20,000, how does that sound? I turned the glass dial, presenting the Motorola 9900 before him, then stood up. Uncle Nine, I have said all I needed to say. Perhaps you should seek counsel elsewhere. With that, I turned to leave. After taking a couple of steps, I looked back and smiled. Oh, and I must express my gratitude for your generous hospitality. The two men wore expressions as cold as ice. Before I reached the door, it swung open, revealing an elderly man with grizzled hair. Catmaster, I found it somewhat amusing. Did he think to sway me with the bond of master and disciple? Known as Old Cat in the underworld, he had been a notorious thief for over 20 years, earning the title of master in the trade. In the summer of 1985, we shared a cell in Jiamuxi's detention center. I had heard he had ventured south in recent years, though I was uncertain when he had returned. Xiaowu, he hunched his back, his aged eyes still sparkling with spirit, it's been 12 years since we last met. You've grown into a fine young man, while I have aged, surely you still recognize me? I beamed, you flatter me, it was your teachings that imparted to me the art of the flying blade. Excellent. Old Jean exclaimed, beaming as he approached. Xiaowu, Catmaster is my teacher's elder brother, which makes us family. I was disinclined to entertain such trivialities, interrupting, Uncle Nine, I never formally became his disciple. He paused, momentarily taken aback. Catmaster, I directed my gaze at the old man. If memory serves, I once knelt in supplication, yet you refused to accept me. Indeed, you learned the flying blade from me, but that was earned through washing your dishes and tending to my feet each night, was it not? Catmaster's face flushed with embarrassment as he opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. I had no desire to formally become a disciple, despite the customs of the old Rome sect dictating that one must call their master father after apprenticeship, sharing half of any recovered funds. While the father is alive, one must pay their respects daily, bowing and kneeling thrice. Should the father pass, one must don mourning attire and perform the rites of a filial son. I was willing to endure all of that. In my youth, I desired to be a son, yet no one would take me in. These individuals were inherently suspicious, their hearts laden with malice, unwilling to trust anyone easily. They treated me as a mere servant, summoning me at will. When in a foul mood, they would kick or strike me without hesitation. Throughout my teenage years, I endured countless beatings. Eventually, I abandoned that hope entirely. I would never again bow my knee. My words flowed like honey, and my hands and feet were industrious, which is how I acquired those skills. This was also why I had numerous teachers but never a true master. The steward approached, coldly stating, once a teacher, always a father. My demeanor cooled in response. If that were the case, I would have far too many cheap fathers. Are you denying it? I tilted my head, locking eyes with him, enunciating each word. I dare to acknowledge it. Who would dare oppose me? How dare you? Are you so arrogant after receiving our kindness? He raised his hand, striking towards my face, yet old Jean did not intervene, and Catmaster remained motionless, bent over. I found it curious. Was this what they referred to as fanning the flames? Why such a volatile temper? I felt the wind from his impending blow against my left cheek and swiftly wedged my fingers into the gap of his hand. With a slight exertion, the steward shrieked as if slaughtering a pig. Suddenly, 4 thugs burst into the room. Attack! Old Jean bellowed, retreating alongside Catmaster. The 4 assailants swung their fists. I gripped the steward's hand with my right, while my left transformed into a fist, striking the foremost bald man, who crumpled to the ground without uttering a sound. The other 3 were momentarily stunned. Bang! Simultaneously, my second punch connected with another youth's jaw, knocking him unconscious. I then yanked the steward, using him as a shield against an incoming punch. That blow sent blood gushing from his nose. In the blink of an eye, I unleashed another 2 punches, and 2 more men fell. In less than 20 seconds, all 4 lay sprawled on the floor, the room falling silent. The steward's hair was disheveled, one hand clutching his bloodied nose while his legs weakened. Squatting before me, I still held onto his hand, maintaining my position, and calmly stated, "Uncle Nine, I have made it clear I am merely a watchmaker. No one can compel me to do anything." Catmaster murmured, "The moment of truth, that's the moment of truth of the old Buddha from Xi'an." I cast him a sidelong glance. "Catmaster, your eyes remain as sharp as ever." I could clearly see a flicker of fear in his gaze. Old Jean, though down, was not defeated, glaring at me with malice. "Release the steward, let us discuss this matter properly." "Very well." I readily agreed, loosening my grip. I in the world of the underworld, to thrive long-term, one must possess not only ruthlessness but also the wisdom to know when to withdraw. Leaving a sliver of goodwill ensures future encounters remain amicable. I did not fully understand them, but the steward's demeanor today was evidently inconsistent with the rumors. Even if he played the role of the antagonist, he surely harbored ulterior motives. The steward struggled to rise, his hand trembling incessantly, the area around his thumb resembling a crimson imprint left by a fiery claw. An alarming sight. Having nothing more to say, I clasped my hands together and declared, "Farewell." In the corridor, Jean Yao Yan emerged with the children from the adjacent room, maintaining her usual icy demeanor. I noticed the little ones had washed their faces clean and smiled. "Thank you." She huffed in response, her hand resting on Qingqing's shoulder. I made no further advances, the children likely sensed the tension, remaining still. I awaited old Jin's emergence. If he dared to threaten me using the children now, he certainly would not have made it this far. Sure enough, his voice came from behind. "Yan Zi, see our guest out." Jean Yao Yan appeared somewhat surprised but did not inquire further. After withdrawing her hand from Qingqing's shoulder, she gestured for us to proceed. She escorted us to the staircase. Qingqing said, "Thank you, sister." She ignored the remark, turning to leave. I shrugged my shoulders, playfully mimicking a show-off gesture towards her retreating figure. The children erupted into laughter. Chapter 8, The Snow City Welfare Institution. Upon exiting the Swan Hotel, I guided them into a narrow alley blanketed with snow. After a few turns, we finally halted at a distance from the hotel. Xiaoyi, Xiaoxiong, Qingqing, Xiaoshi too, I called each name, and they all turned to me, looking somewhat bewildered, likely perplexed by my serious demeanor. "Those individuals from earlier will undoubtedly continue to pursue you. I have two proposals. One is to leave Snow City, and the other is to go to the Children's Welfare Institute. You may choose for yourselves." I aimed to keep my words simple. Elaborating further would only confuse them. Xiaoyi responded, "Xiao Wuge, do not worry, we won't associate with them. We've encountered many such people, they either want us to beg or steal." "Clever," I praised, adjusting his woolen hat and inquiring, "Who brought you to the hotel?" "An old man with white hair, who has frequently bought us food during this time. Today, he found us and said you had returned to Snow City, drinking with friends at the hotel, and asked us to go over." I understood. It seemed that old cat was assisting Jean Laojiu in searching for the homeless children. During their conversation, he had inadvertently revealed the connection between me and them. That large mobile phone must have been placed there by him as well. This task was not arduous. Qingqing had slipped it inside when she visited the public restroom. Gazing at the innocent faces before me, I softly asked, "Now you must make a choice, option 1 or option 2? Qingqing grasped Xiaoyi's sleeve, and the other children turned their eyes towards him. "Xiao Wuge, we will follow your lead," Xiaoyi declared. I nodded appreciatively. "If you are to listen to me, then we shall go to the Welfare Institute. You are still young and require proper education. Without knowledge, the future will be challenging." In truth, they could decipher my meaning, yet after I finished speaking, each of them wore a sorrowful expression. Especially Xiaoyi and Xiaoshi too. I had previously taken them in, but they had run away within a few days. We hailed a taxi and hurried to the Snow City Children's Welfare Institute located in Xiangfang. This institution has been in operation for 21 years, primarily taking in abandoned infants sent for medical care by law enforcement agencies. The facility comprises over 200 beds, with more than 90 of the children suffering from intellectual or physical disabilities. Accompanied by 7 children, I pushed open the rusted iron gate, its creaking sound causing Qingqing to cover her little ears. The courtyard was expansive, devoid of any solid pavement. In winter, it was covered in snow, while in summer, it was plagued by dust. There were 3 rows of single-story buildings, all constructed 21 years ago. The wooden door of the cafeteria swung open, and a plump middle-aged woman hollered, "Who is it?" I slightly bowed. "Mama Zhang, it's me, Xiao Wu." The children at the Welfare Institute all referred to the caregivers as Mama. I had grown accustomed to it. "Oh, you little rascal," Mama Zhang exclaimed with a loud voice, bustling over to embrace me, her eyes slightly reddened. "You haven't been back in almost a year, have you?" Director Chen emerged from his office, appearing as he always had, his few strands of white hair blowing in the cold wind. Mama Zhang led the children to see the dormitory. In the office, Director Chen fiddled with the heater while inquiring about my life with a stream of chatter. I engaged with him and pulled out 1,000 yuan. "Xiao Wu, thank you," he said, gripping my hand tightly. "You never come empty-handed. Don tea leave, we're having pork stew with vermicelli tonight." "No, I haven't even reached home yet." I thought to myself, chuckling inwardly. As for the pork stew, the meager amount of meat within was harder to obtain than fishing. "Still haven't found them?" he asked. I shook my head and diverted the conversation. "Director, these children have been outside for a while, they will surely find it difficult to adjust at first." "Don't worry," he reassured, patting his chest. "Not many are as daring as you, willing to climb over such high walls." We both chuckled. As I was leaving, numerous children rushed out to bid me farewell. "Xiao Wugu, when will you come to visit us again?" Qingqing clung to my leg, tears beginning to stream down her cheeks. I knelt down to wipe her face. Don't cry, your face will become unappealing. Be good. I will be good, I will. Whoa. I hugged her tightly and patted the heads of a few other children, finally turning to Xiaoyi. Take good care of your younger siblings and remember what I said, alright? The little one, with tearful eyes, nodded vigorously but could not utter a word. I extended my hand. Clap. Just like before, we exchanged a high five. I departed, leaving behind a chorus of sniffles. The night had deepened, and snow began to fall. My home is located on North 14th Street in the Daowai district, nearly over 200 meters from the banks of the Songhua River. Precision Watch Repair Shop. This is my abode and my shop. After 5 years of wind and rain, the sign has become dilapidated. I brushed the snow off my shoulders and stomped my feet before retrieving my keys to unlock the door. Having been away for half a year, the room was filled with a musty odor. I reached out to turn on the lights. A strand of hair floated lazily to the ground from the corner of the counter. It was one I had left behind when I departed. This is an old 6-story residential building with communal heating. Since it faces the street, the first-floor residents have converted their windows into doors. The room I rented is small, costing 200 yuan per month. It consists of 2 bedrooms without a living room, and the back balcony has been enclosed and converted into a kitchen. The bathroom is cramped, and sitting down can result in hitting the wall. There is hardly any space to bathe. The street outside slopes slightly towards the northeast. Upon entering, you find my workspace. On the right side against the wall are 2 single leather sofas, with an old wooden coffee table in between. The wall above the coffee table still displays a calendar stuck on May 1997. I took it down to flip to November and hung it back up. Upon closer inspection, the female star in the calendar is clad in a bikini, tilting her head back with pride, one hand on her hip and the other clutching her neck, seemingly afflicted with cervical spondylosis. On the left side are 2 second-hand aluminum counters that divide the room into 2, filled with various watch components and button batteries, while the walls are adorned with an array of vintage mechanical clocks. Within the counter lies a workbench covered with glass, a lamp, a watch opener, a blow dryer, tweezers, all tools meticulously arranged. I cannot determine my astrological sign. When I become disheveled, I am too lazy to pick up a fallen oil bottle, yet when I tidy up, it's as if I have obsessive-compulsive disorder. Everything must be immaculate and orderly. As I moved further inside, I found the bedroom, which contained an old double wooden bed from the 1980s. There is no television, and the windowsill and cabinet are piled high with books. I changed into a fresh set of clothes and stored the 2 stacks of jingguai in the closet S compartment. I went to the balcony to boil a packet of instant noodles, and after eating, I began mopping the floor, wiping down both the counter and workbench. Exhausted, I stripped off my clothes and climbed into bed, tossing and turning. I found it strange. What kind of key could have kept Jinzhou uncle on my tail for 6 months? Why was he so insistent on finding me? 20,000 yuan is not an insignificant amount, yet in comparison to the difficulty of this endeavor, it is considerable. I hadn't heard that old Buddha had a grudge against old Cat. What was the old fellow afraid of? My advisor also seemed odd. Today's performance was entirely out of character for him, and Ji Laojiu's anger appeared far from feigned. Was it a lack of cooperation, or had a rift developed between the two? I was unsure when I fell asleep again, but I had the same dream. A blaze of crimson engulfed me, the sharp sounds echoing incessantly, followed by a roaring inferno. Upon awakening, the day had brightly dawned, and I was drenched in sweat, lost in thought for quite a while. The snow outside had ceased. After washing up, I went to a small shop on the street for some tofu pudding and spiced pancakes. Just as I finished brewing tea upon returning to my shop, the door swung open. Chapter 9 Uncle Zhang, a scruffy middle-aged man, entered, ushering in a significant chill due to the absence of a cotton curtain. Uncle Zhang? I rose to my feet. Zhang Yangjiu, commonly referred to as Big Uncle Zhang, was a patrol officer from the nearby police station. In my youth, he had apprehended me on multiple occasions, and in recent years, he had become a frequent visitor, occasionally dropping by to give me a stern talking to. Back from your trip last night? He asked, plopping down onto the sofa with a casual demeanor. I retrieved a cigarette. He cast a glance at it, still smoking. Hongmei, I see. I chuckled. You ought to know me by now. How much can I earn from this small business? I can't afford to indulge in dawa every day. True to form, he derided me before accepting my offer to light his cigarette. Where did you go this time? He inquired. I poured him a cup of tea, primarily in Ningxia, visited several small towns of Yongning, Heilin, Pingluo, Tongxin, Yanqi, and Shiji, and I also stopped by a few police stations. He raised the glass to his lips, taking a sip while regarding me sidelong. Half a year on the run, is there enough money to get by? I inwardly cursed. Here he was again with his probing questions. If funds run low, I can always resort to thievery, I retorted. He raised an eyebrow. I was just waiting for you to say that. So, have you fallen back into your old habits? That's absurd. I shot back, crossing my legs and lighting my own cigarette. It's been 5 years, Big Uncle Zhang. Aren't you tired of this? With a thud, he slapped the coffee table. Who are you calling Big Uncle Zhang, and who is this mother you keep referencing? Is there no sense of decorum? I merely rolled my eyes. You owe me a drink. I shall impose a penalty, he declared. On what grounds? Last time you promised to treat me, yet you ended up slumped over the table when it came time to settle the bill. Whose fault is it that you skimp on the good stuff? That cheap liquor packs quite a punch. I promise I'll take it easy this time. I rolled my eyes again. Could he really drink less? He extinguished his cigarette, but in the ashtray I had fashioned from a Gatorade can, resembling a small flower basket. Let us go, he said, rising and patting his backside. You never seem to slow down. There's a gig at Songwon Cinema tonight, aren't you going? He was testing me again. Whenever there was a performance, the petty thieves would swarm, seeking to make a quick score. The term moths referred to the most expendable low-level thieves. Skylights, platforms, and tunnels corresponded to the various pockets of stolen garments. With the small-time thieves busy, the anti-theft officers had their hands full, hence Big Uncle Zhang's observation about the relentless pace of their work. Sometimes, I felt pity for them. This job was arduous, and after years of pursuing thieves, they often appeared more criminal than the criminals themselves. I had long ceased to partake in such small-time antics 7 or 8 years ago. I ignored him, too lazy to get up and see him off. Just as he took 2 steps, the door swung open, an old cat walked in, donning a tattered cotton hat. He clearly hadn't expected to encounter Huolian here. His expression froze momentarily, and he chuckled awkwardly. "Oh, it's you, Chief Zhang, old cat?" Big Uncle Zhang's tone turned unfriendly. "When did you return? What brings you here?" I sighed. What a coincidence. I've been back for over 2 months now. It's hard to leave one's homeland. As he spoke, he retrieved a steel-belted watch from his coat pocket. It's broken. "Ha, my watch is faulty. Old Shanghai?" Big Uncle Zhang reached out to inspect the watch closely, muttering, "You don't see many of these around." I had quite the struggle to get one when I got married. I knew he was assessing whether the watch was genuinely broken or merely a ruse. Old Cat had navigated the underworld for decades. Such trivialities were nothing to him before arriving. He would have anticipated any potential surprises of us. I was confident the Shanghai watch was indeed broken. Sure enough, Big Uncle Zhang returned the watch to him, asking, 65 now, right?" Yes, Old Cat nodded vigorously. "I was born in 32, so I'm not quite 65 yet. Your memory is impressive, Chief Zhang. Do you know why my memory is so sharp?" The old man appeared awkward. The question was impossible to answer. I stifled a laugh, recalling how Old Cat had been caught 3 times in nearly 20 years. The first was for an encounter with a limping thief in Jiamusi, while the other 2 times, he had fallen into Big Uncle Zhang's clutches. Had he not been evading Zhang, he would not have fled to the south for so many years. Despite his disheveled appearance and penchant for coarse language, Big Uncle Zhang was well known in Snow City as a veteran thief catcher. Over the years, the thieves apprehended by him must have numbered in the hundreds, including many from the grandfather, uncle, and aunt generations. He had received personal second-class awards twice and third-class awards 5 times, yet due to his inability to navigate the system, he remained stagnant in rank all these years. Big Uncle Zhang turned to me, his expression dark as a pot's bottom. I feigned displeasure. "What are you staring at?" He pointed a finger at me, his meaning clear. "You little rascal, associating with this old thief. Just wait." I chose not to explain myself, rising to step behind the counter, extending my hand. "Let me take a look." Old Cat promptly handed the watch to me, and I sat on a wooden chair, turning on the desk lamp, ignoring everyone else. The door opened again. Old Cat chimed in. "Chief Zhang, leaving already? Not staying for a bit?" Big Uncle Zhang remained silent. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, one must seize the evidence, and even though he knew Old Cat would not be quiet, he was powerless to intervene. Glancing outside, I saw Big Uncle Zhang pedaling away on his rickety bicycle. I opened the watch's back cover, briefly examining it. The gear alignment is off. After prolonged use, the oil has dried out. $30 to fix it, sound good? Old Cat leaned over the counter, responding with irrelevant words. "I can provide some information about your parents." My hands froze, and I turned to look at him. He met my gaze. Silence enveloped the room, punctuated only by the ticking of the clocks on the wall. Everyone in the underworld knew I had been searching for my parents, yet I doubted the authenticity of his claim. Perhaps he was merely trying to entice me to take on that key job. "Speak," I commanded, fixing my gaze on his aging eyes. In the summer of 1978, I encountered a man searching for his child. He was pasting missing person notices on a telephone pole. I remained silent. Thinking back now, he bore a striking resemblance to you. He shook his head. "No, wait, he looked more like a thief." I could hear my heart pounding, my hands trembling uncontrollably as they clasped together, my throat dry. "Did you see that missing person notice?" Old Cat shook his head. "No, I left because I thought that man seemed like a criminal." I was momentarily taken aback. A criminal? Chapter 10. The 9-dragon lock. He nodded. "Indeed, my keen eyes seldom deceive. It is highly probable that it is lazy." "Why did you only tell me now?" I inquired. He sighed. 12 years ago, you were as thin as a fledgling chick, and you bore little resemblance to that person. Over the years, I have been residing in the south. Had it not been for my return to my hometown, how could we have crossed paths again? I felt an urge to spit in his face. How dare he use the phrase, "return to my hometown"? After you left yesterday, it was old Gio who brought you to my attention, and only then did I vaguely recall this matter. Speaking of which, your current appearance is strikingly similar to that of the person who was searching for a child back then, albeit that individual was 5 or 6 years older. I lowered my eyelids, contemplating the veracity of his words. After much reflection, I estimated the likelihood of deception to be 70%, yet, upon further consideration, regardless of the truth, it was certainly better than aimlessly searching like a headless fly. It provided at least a glimmer of a lead. I turned my gaze back to him, narrowing my eyes slightly, my tone growing colder. "Catmaster, if I discover that you were toying with me," the old fellow grew anxious. "At my age, what nonsense is this?" I cursed inwardly. It would be remarkable if he ever spoke the truth. He chuckled, beginning to pull out money from his coat pocket, a stack of green 100 yuan bills piled onto the counter. "This is a deposit. Once the task is complete, I shall inform you where you may find your father." A kanzi refers to 10,000 yuan, a xingzi to 1,000 yuan, and a ganzi to 100 yuan. This is the vernacular of the underworld in northeast China, particularly among gamblers and con artists. "Is it not in Shuecheng?" I asked. "Certainly not. I fell silent. If what he said was true, then my suspicions were valid. Indeed, I had traveled to shoe etching by train with my father. I had come to understand this 10 years ago, for when the police escorted me out of the waiting hall, I was not wearing a coat. It was that policewoman who had given me her own. If I were a local of shoe etching, in the frigid depths of winter, with temperatures plummeting to 30 below, how could I possibly venture outside without a heavy coat? It was precisely this question that propelled me to wander far and wide, following the railway to seek out each city. There were indeed other doubts. If I had arrived in shoe etching by train, why did I not possess a single memory of it? If the one who inadvertently lost me in the waiting hall was my father, he could have easily gone to the front station police office and quickly located the children's welfare institution. Why did he not seek me out? If Catmaster speaks the truth, why would he search for me in other cities, unless the person in the waiting hall was not my father? But could that be possible? I was far too young then, my memory's muddled and indistinct. Some say memory is a grand door, and with the right key, one can unlock it, but where is my key? I pulled out a cigarette and lit it, lost in my thoughts. After finishing one cigarette, I raised my head. Is that key for opening the hard brick? The hard brick refers to a safe. Catmaster smiled wryly. If it were merely a hard brick, it would be simple. What is it then? The 9-dragon lock. The 9-dragon lock? I exclaimed in surprise. Is such a lock truly in existence? He nodded. The 9-dragon lock, with 9 dragons interlinked, their scales standing upright, and their horns entwined, is 100 times more complex than the legendary Luban lock. We have attempted to breach it 5 times, yet to no avail. Once we obtain the key to unlock this 9-dragon lock, what lies beyond is the hard brick. You need not concern yourself with that. What is contained within the hard brick? I pressed further. Catmaster shook his head. The less you know, the better, wouldn't you agree? No way. I countered. To be frank, we are also in the dark. Old Joe is merely acting on behalf of another, serving as a loyal intermediary. Why must you seek me out? The old man laughed, a lewd grin spreading across his face, because the one holding the key is a woman who fancies handsome young men. 2 days later, I applied for a position at a high-end hair salon. The salon, named Paris Frontline, is located on North Changjiang Road and is reputed to be the most expensive in shoe etching, boasting opulent decor. I had never set foot in such an establishment, for my hairstyle is exceptionally simple. In the Northeast, it is referred to as a horse egg head, and one can find stalls along the roadside and in parks. For 50 cents, one can obtain a decent haircut. My role was that of an assistant, tasked with washing hair and performing various errands. That evening, Catmaster informed me that the woman with the key is named Zhang Xiang, affectionately referred to as Sister Yang, in her early 30s. He provided me with several pages of notes detailing her recent activities, meticulously compiled, though the handwriting was hasty and riddled with typos, causing anyone who attempted to read it considerable distress. Her residence is located in the Minjiang community of Nangang District, a commendable neighborhood from the early 1990s in Snow City, situated 7.5 kilometers from my watch repair shop, a journey that takes nearly 2 hours on foot. She does not engage in employment. Every morning, starting around noon, a black Cadillac arrives to collect her at approximately 1 in the afternoon, accompanied by 4 bodyguards. She drives a bright orange BMW Z3 herself. From the afternoon until late at night, her itinerary predominantly begins with a visit to a spa or restaurant, followed by trips to a hair salon or beauty parlor, engaging with friends for shopping, dining, karaoke, or nightclubs, ultimately culminating in a late-night snack before returning home. Visits to the beauty salon may occur consecutively or every few days, while trips to the hair salon happen roughly once a week. Curious about the identity of this woman, I inquired, and Catmaster did not conceal the truth, likely knowing it would be futile. Upon hearing the revelation, I regretted taking on this task, as I had not anticipated that she was the mistress of Wang Jinchang. Wang Jinchang, nicknamed Wang IV, is respectfully referred to as 4th master within the community. It is said that he possesses a tall stature and is quite handsome. In the early 1980s, he initially followed the fish vendor Haokezi, known for his crutches, but soon after, Haokezi, dissatisfied with the meager profits from fish trading, employed certain tactics and transformed into the general manager of the Indu nightclub. Wang Jinchang, possessing a keen intellect from a young age, discerned that his elder brother's endeavors would not be sustainable, thus refraining from following suit and instead continued selling fish diligently. On June 9, 1991, both Haokezi and Xiaoxi were executed by gunfire, and at that time, Wang Jinchang, through unknown connections, transitioned from a fishmonger to a construction contractor, embarking on building projects. 2 years ago, he founded the Jinchang Construction Group, which has since flourished. Zhang Xiang is his mistress, not his wife. Rumor has it that Wang Jinchang ascended to prominence through this woman. The situation is intricate, undoubtedly rife with ulterior motives. It is certainly not as simple as mere theft of a safe. However, the allure of familial information and the code of the underworld, which emphasizes loyalty, compel me to proceed without retracting my commitment, lest I face dire consequences. I made an agreement with Catmaster, assuring him that I would handle the matter discreetly, emphasizing that news of my involvement must not circulate, particularly warning him to keep it from Jean Lagio and the advisor. Catmaster readily acquiesced. In truth, I am acutely aware that such an agreement holds little weight for them, yet I require a potential justification for future disputes. I meticulously analyzed Zhang Xiang's daily routine: spa visits, hair salons, restaurants, shopping, karaoke, nightclubs, and her eventual return home. The spa, however, is off limits. While I am tempted to sneak a glance, I cannot guarantee my safe exit. The beauty parlor poses challenges as well, not only due to high technical standards but also because they seldom hire men. After much contemplation, I concluded that the hair salon is the most suitable option, as the other locations present a common issue: it is easy to remove a key, yet difficult to return it undetected. Another alternative would be to covertly enter her home in the dead of night, yet, Catmaster shook his head, informing me that the advisor had previously entered, but this woman does not wear her keys around her neck while sleeping, making them impossible to locate within the confines of her home. I suspected that his words were somewhat dubious, yet I did not challenge him. With no viable options to the left or right, I found myself as a mere shampoo assistant on the front lines of Paris. Chapter 11, Paris Frontline. Upon entering this profession, I was taken aback by the multitude of regulations and even a hierarchy of technical levels. There are various titles such as assistant, technician, director, and chief, each commanding a different price, and it is said that these practices were learned from the south. The manager, surnamed Yang, has an English name, Peter. Peter Yang is a man with flowing long hair, yet I can't help but feel that he is ill-suited for such a hairstyle, resembling Lu Wan too closely. He is amiable and quite conversational. This establishment is not his, the owner remains an enigma, with employees claiming to have never laid eyes on them. The Paris Frontline caters to a high-end clientele and is not particularly busy, especially on Mondays and Tuesdays, to the point that one could say it is nearly deserted. After completing the daily cleaning, we often gather to engage in light-hearted banter. Peter remarked that there is a patriarch in the hairdressing industry named Luo Zhu, even elaborating on how the young Le Dian from the Ming dynasty included a passage titled Guidelines for Hair Care. I cannot ascertain the veracity of his claims. I merely enjoyed the conversation. Time passed swiftly, and within a week, I had become well acquainted with everyone. My greatest strength lies in my ability to remain calm, reminiscent of my time learning watch repair in Guangzhou. In the spring of 1991, after my release from a detention center in Guangzhou, I felt compelled to acquire a legitimate skill for making a living, thus dedicating a year to learning watch repair. On the morning of New Year's Eve, I departed from Guangzhou, and both my master and his wife were reluctant to see me go. However, I had to leave. I longed for Snow City. The couple accompanied me to the train station, and they were truly kind-hearted individuals. At the Paris Frontline, the techniques I employed in washing hair were learned from them, but within a few days, each of them clamored to be my customer, eager for me to practice. They could not comprehend why my method, although identical, provided such a delightful experience. On another Monday, with few patrons in the afternoon, Michael Jackson's Black or White played through the speakers, and Peter called me over to share my insights with the group. Technician Jo Mimi, a charming young woman, had been subtly flirting with me over the past few days. At that moment, she sat painting her nails and chimed in, "Yes, do tell, you made me feel so good yesterday." Laughter erupted from everyone, and I, feeling like a novice, flushed with embarrassment. Xiao Tang, squinting his eyes in amusement, added, "Zhenggu, just share your thoughts. I also want Mimi Jia to feel good. When I applied for the job, I used a fake ID, adopting the name Zhang Guangxi." I shot him a glance. This newcomer dared to make such an inappropriate jest. Unaware of the boundaries of this fellow arrived 3 days before me, plump and fair-skinned, standing at about 170 centimeters but weighing at least 200 jin, with his proportions so unbalanced that if he fell, one would not know where to assist him. Yet, that was not the most peculiar aspect. His head was large and round. It seemed to constitute half of his weight, resembling a large watermelon perched atop a gas canister. His mouth hardly ever rested, perpetually chattering and jesting, a true conversationalist. His remarks elicited another round of laughter from the group. Jo Mimi's expression soured noticeably. As the deputy director, she could joke with the junior staff, but the juniors ought to maintain some decorum. "Come on, don't hold back." Peter clapped his hands. "It's actually quite simple," I replied shyly, beginning to impart my knowledge. "The first crucial point is to warm your hands beforehand. When running the water, ensure that the first stream of hot water is received in your own hands before testing it on the client. Our hands are warm, and this will enhance the client's comfort during the wash. Additionally, I suggest everyone study a diagram of the scalp acupoints." Before I could finish, I noticed two vehicles approaching outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, a black Cadillac and an orange BMW Z3. They had arrived. "Manager, we have guests," I exclaimed hurriedly. Everyone turned to look outside, and Peter sprang up. "It's a foreign lady, everyone, prepare to welcome her." A fragrant scent wafted through the air, belonging to Jo Mimi. She gently nudged me with her shoulder, raising an eyebrow. "This woman is incredibly wealthy. Are you not going to make a move?" Before I could respond, Xiao Tang leaned in eagerly. "Mimi Jia, do you think I am suitable? You are fit for nothing." Jo Mimi's demeanor turned icy. "Scram, have some decorum." He remained unperturbed, grinning foolishly. Zhang Xiang entered, draped in an opulent white mink coat. I must admit, this woman exuded a formidable presence. Kat Yi claimed she was in her early 30s, yet she appeared no older than 27 or 28, with gently curled long hair and a round, supple face. Her features may not have been exquisitely delicate, but their combination was quite pleasing. This woman did not possess the air of a courtesan. Contrary to my initial assumptions, the 11 staff members in the shop greeted her in unison, "Hello, miss," in a well-rehearsed manner. She remained silent, her charming face somewhat frosty, radiating an innate arrogance that made one feel slightly uncomfortable. Peter assisted her in removing her mink coat, revealing a loose-fitting white cashmere sweater beneath. I noticed a red thread around her elegant neck. She was neither excessively thin nor overweight. This reminded me of a saying, excess leads to plumpness, while deficiency leads to thinness, which seemed apt in her case. The black leather pants clung tightly to her curvaceous thighs, and her high-heeled leather boots had heels at least 9 centimeters high, making her appear nearly as tall as Xiao Tang. I wondered how she managed to drive. Her designated technician was Peter. Despite his large head and thick neck, his skills were commendable, garnering many repeat clients. Oh no, suddenly, it struck me, the last client I had washed that morning was her, and now it was Xiao Tang's turn. I felt disheartened, cursing inwardly. I thought, must I endure another week? I couldn't tea-wash hair next Monday morning, or I would find myself in the same predicament as today. Since it was Xiao Tang's turn, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to claim her service outright. Everyone began to bustle about. In truth, with only one client, there was not much to be done. Peter handed the mink coat to the director, Alan, who locked it away in a cabinet, then respectfully presented the key to Zhang Xiang. She did not slip it onto her wrist but tossed it casually to one of her bodyguards. 2 bodyguards remained in the car, while 2 other imposing figures, clad in short black mink coats, entered and took seats on the sofa in the lounge area. One of them casually picked up a copy of Mysteries magazine, engrossed in reading. Zhou Mimi, addressing them as brother, busied herself with preparing coffee. The other man jested, Mimi, your backside seems to have grown again. How about I take you out for drinks someday? She smiled tightly, choosing not to respond. Peter called out, someone, wash the lady's hair, and do a thorough job. It seemed he had forgotten whose turn it was, speaking ambiguously. The junior staff member, Ho Qian, was folding the dry towels. Xiao Tang, with his large head bobbing happily, scampered over, bowing and scraping. Miss, I am Xiao Tang, and I will be your service today. With that bow, I feared he might strain his neck. New here? Zhang Xiang furrowed her brow slightly, her voice somewhat hoarse, typical of a smoker. Yes, I've been here for 10 days. Xiao Tang replied eagerly. She extended her hand, pointing towards me. What about him? Peter interjected, his name is Louis Zhang. He is also new. I nearly choked on my own breath. What a blabbermouth, the English name rolled off his tongue so easily. When did I ever go by Louis? Let him wash my hair. Chapter 12. A glimmer of hope. Indiana. The depths of despair. When one feels utterly lost, a glimmer of light emerges unexpectedly. Joy surged within me. That old rascal Cat Yi was indeed correct. This woman truly has a penchant for someone like me. Haha. I couldn't help but cast a glance at Xiao Tang, whose face resembled a mournful mask, his waist, reminiscent of a water jar, still hunched over. I wanted to tell him to straighten up. Be cautious, or your head might roll off and create a crater in the ground. More than once, I silently pondered how it was that a place like this, known for attracting handsome men and beautiful women, had allowed him to join their ranks. Peter wore a broad grin. Sister Yang, you have a keen eye. Louis has worked on Hong Kong Island for 3 years and possesses exceptional skills. Louis, make sure to give her a good wash. Yes. My momentary excitement faded swiftly. Everything was perfectly timed. Standing tall and composed, I slightly inclined my body and extended my hand, saying, Sister Yang, please. With a soft patter, she swayed her hips, her ample posterior moving gracefully as she approached. A professional smile remained on my face. As she drew near, a subtle fragrance enveloped me, an exquisite blend of a mature woman and high-end cosmetics. It was delightful. Zhou Mimi also bore a pleasant scent, yet it was entirely different, lacking a certain mystique. I turned slightly to guide her towards the shampoo area. The 4 shampoo stations were adorned with plush leather sofas, spacious and comfortable. I retrieved a cape to drape over her. Once she settled in, I fetched a soft white towel from the cabinet and wrapped it around her neck. At this moment, I could see it more clearly. The red cord was of appropriate thickness, tied into a slipknot at the back. Adjusting the towel, I softly inquired, Sister Yang, is it too tight? As I spoke, the red cord had already been lifted onto the towel, ensuring it did not touch her neck. In the blink of an eye, my fingers deftly undid the slipknot. Just a bit, she replied. I intentionally made her uncomfortable. I couldn't let her lie down just yet. The key was kept close to my person, and even though it might be separated by a layer of undergarment, any pulling of the cord while leaning back would be easily sensed. Conversely, when leaning forward, the items draped around her neck would naturally move away from her body. Once the cord was clear of her neck, the towel would divert her attention, allowing me to pull it outward without her noticing. Sister, please lower your head. I discreetly omitted the yang from my address. Sweetness must be employed when necessary. It is my forte, for how else could I have deceived so many old rogues back in the day? Just as she bent forward, I swiftly extracted the key. My eyes sparkled. The key was shaped like a dragon's head, the red cord threaded through its mouth, glimmering with a golden sheen, so lifelike. The entire key was about the length of a finger, flat with an irregular pattern of varying depths on both sides. I had never encountered such a key before. Sister, your skin is truly remarkable, so fair. As I offered compliments, one hand adjusted the towel while the other slipped the key into my pocket. The key still bore her warmth. Subsequently, I pulled out a larger key, which I swiftly threaded onto the same cord. I had 5 keys, varying in size, all kept close to my person. The reason for this was simple. During the key duplication process, I could not allow her neck to feel empty, for even a slight difference in weight would raise suspicion, and as for why I prepared 5 keys, it was because I was uncertain of the size of the one I intended to steal. Keeping them close was imperative, for they were meant to be kept on her person. Should a cold replica be introduced, it would spell disaster. She shifted slightly. Is that enough? I gently asked. Still too tight? That's fine, she replied, evidently growing impatient. Although I couldn't see her face from behind, I surmised she was frowning. All right, sister, lean back. As I spoke, I subtly tugged on the cord, allowing the key to slide inward along the cape. The angle was just right. I even caught a glimpse of her pink bra, and the 2 soft mounds barely concealed the moment the key was securely positioned. Her body leaned back, slowly reclining into the chair. I pretended to assist her, one hand deftly tying the red cord. The entire process was as smooth as silk, flawless. I was thoroughly pleased, though it seemed lengthy. From the moment I wrapped the towel to adjusting its comfort, and finally to her reclining, it had barely exceeded 15 seconds. I was grateful for that slipknot, otherwise, it would have delayed me by another 5 seconds. Once she was seated, I turned on the shower head to test the water temperature. Xiao Tang entered. Zhang Ge, I'm here to assist you. I frowned involuntarily. Was he out of his mind? It was merely a hair wash. What assistance was needed? Could it be that he wanted to steal my techniques? I found it somewhat amusing. The methods for washing hair were quite basic, and I had only learned them 2 days later than he had. What was there to steal? I ignored him. The water was warm, and my hands warmed alongside it. I picked up the shower head and sprinkled a little water over her head. Sister, is the water temperature all right? Fine, she replied, eyes closed. If it feels too cool or too warm, please let me know. She remained silent. I began following the procedure, applying shampoo twice. After the second lather produced ample foam, I commenced the massage. Xiaotang had yet to leave, standing by with a demeanor of eager learning. I softly requested, please close the door behind you. Zhang Xiang burst into laughter. The door was shut, but he had closed it from the inside. What a rascal! Jackson's boisterous voice faded into the background as silence enveloped the room. My hands never ceased their motion. With her eyes closed, she softly remarked, I noticed your hands earlier. They're slender and long, clearly belonging to someone who wields a pen. How did you end up washing hair? I responded, after years of re-exams, I still couldn't get into university. I do what I can to make a living. She fell silent again, and after a while, I detected the faint sound of her snoring. Xiaotang leaned closer, whispering in my ear, Zhang, you're amazing. I turned to look at him. His large face resembled an uncut cake, with his small eyes like red dates adorning the top of the cake was adorned with a goofy grin, exuding flattery. Perhaps it was an illusion, but I sensed he seemed a bit different today. 20 minutes later, I picked up the shower head and began rinsing. The sound of water stirred Zhang Xiang from her slumber, and she yawned. I gently asked, Sister, feeling sleepy? She responded with a soft The water was warm, and I began rinsing her hair, opting for silence. Too many words could lead to missteps. After rinsing thoroughly, Xiaotang brought over a dry towel. Zhang, you must be tired too, let me help you dry. I shot him a glare, my annoyance evident. He could only awkwardly chuckle and hand the towel to me. After drying her off, I reached out to help her up. Her body felt soft, like cotton. She murmured a thank you, yet her expression remained icy. This line of work is no easy task. I yearned to conclude the matter swiftly, collect the remaining 10,000 yuan, and receive news from my parents. As she stepped out, Xiaotang and I followed closely behind. Chapter 13. The details determine success or failure. Peter had already retrieved his treasured toolbox, standing next to his designated spot with a cheerful smile, inquiring, Sister Yang, how did Louis wash it? Zhang Xiang emitted a non-committal from her nose and swayed her hips as she approached. Peter then called out, bring over the newly purchased cover cloth. On it. Little Tang scampered over, his large head bobbing comically illogically. Since I had washed the head, I should also handle the subsequent tasks, yet at this moment, Little Tang had already taken the cover cloth, and Zhang Xiang had seated herself. To prevent any unforeseen complications, I needed to replicate the key at the earliest opportunity, so I refrained from getting closer. If he wants to do it, let him. I noticed Zhang Xiang glancing at me in the mirror, so I smiled and said, Sister, please sit. I'll just make a quick trip to the restroom. She remained expressionless, maintaining her haughty demeanor. As I walked towards the restroom, I heard her say, next time, let him wash it for me again. Peter replied, as long as Sister Yang is satisfied. Little Tang's voice was obsequious, reminiscent of Li Lianying serving Empress Dowager Cixi. Sister, lean a little forward. I'll tie it for you. I entered the restroom, secured the door, and unfastened my pants to relieve myself. I didn't T-flush but pressed the exhaust fan switch instead. After washing my hands and drying them, I retrieved a palm-sized iron box from my underwear pocket, a gift from Catmaster. Upon opening the box, I found the lid and interior filled with smooth modeling clay. I took out the dragon head key from my trouser pocket and examined it closely. It was meticulously handcrafted, displaying remarkable craftsmanship. I placed the key onto the modeling clay, secured the lid, and applied gentle pressure, allowing it to rest for 10 seconds. When I opened the box, I carefully extracted the key, ensuring to clean off the small amount of clay that had adhered to the dragon head before placing it back into my close-fitting underwear pocket. The modeling clay had impeccably replicated the deep grooves on either side of the key. However, the dragon head area was somewhat unsightly, as this part could not be operated on using this method. Nevertheless, since the dragon head was merely decorative, it bore no significance for unlocking. I closed the iron box and placed it in my trouser pocket. Initially, I kept it close to my body to maintain the softness of the modeling clay. Now, I transferred it to my pocket to prevent body heat from distorting the imprint. The key remained in my underwear pocket to keep it warm for easy retrieval later. The positions of the key and box had exchanged places on my person. Everything was proceeding smoothly, and next, I would need to swap the key back during the second washing of the hair. Whoosh, I pressed the flush valve, and the urinal was left spotless, washing my hands once more. In the mirror, my expression appeared somewhat grim. This was due to my attempt to pass gas, despite the exhaust fan running. I had been in here for 5 minutes. If anyone else were to enter now, they wouldn't detect the slightest odor. What had I been doing all this time? Caution is the mother of safety. Experience has taught me that details can make or break a situation. My reasoning was sound, but passing gas was not as simple as it seemed. It was not something that could just be forced out, and I found myself blushing and straining. I surrendered. I slid the latch open, turned the doorknob, and pushed the door, only to be met with a large face. Brother Zhang, Little Tang chuckled, what took so long? I thought you had fallen in. Just a bit of an upset stomach. I replied. He laughed heartily as he entered, and I heard the door click shut. Little Tang, Peter called out, hand me that box of curlers. I walked over, picked up the plastic box from the table beside me, approached Peter, and handed him a curler. Little Tang went to the restroom. I remarked. He received it, playfully rebuking, lazy donkey takes too long. I cast a casual glance at Zhang Xiyang, only to be struck dumb. The red string around her neck was gone. Fearing it was merely an issue of perspective, I turned to observe her from behind. It was indeed missing, absolutely gone, due to her wearing a cover-up. She couldn't see the red string in the mirror, but from the back, it was unmistakably clear. My first instinct was to wonder if I hadn't secured it properly had the key fallen off. Oh no, that was impossible. I was confident in my 2 fingers. As long as it was not tampered with, it would not come loose in a short time. What's up? Peter extended his hand toward me. I quickly grabbed a curler and handed it to him. Louis, Zhang Xian's large eyes fixated on me in the mirror. Do you enjoy clubbing? I chuckled lightly. Not really. I've never been to such places. Oh? After 3 years in Hong Kong, you've never clubbed? Peter quickly interjected. In our line of work, while others are enjoying themselves, we're still busy. Who has time for clubbing? Not even me. Zhang Xiang ignored him, her gaze still locked on me. Would you like to go out tonight? My heart skipped a beat. Had she noticed something? Peter shot me a glance that was unmistakably clear. What are you thinking? Hurry up and agree. As long as sister doesn't mind my clumsiness. I replied with a smile. A rare smile graced her face, blooming like a flower in the mirror, and my anxious heart finally relaxed. Little Tang returned. Brother Zhang, let me handle it. He took the box from my hands, and observing his chubby little hands, a thought crossed my mind. Could he be an insider? If he was, who had sent him? I smiled at Zhang Xiang and then stepped aside to observe closely. More guests arrived. A couple of the man, impatient, slumped onto the sofa, while Ho Qian affectionately called sister, helping her out of her coat and leading her to the shampoo area. I began analyzing the situation. Since Zhang Xiang walked in, it should have been Little Tang's turn to serve, yet he unexpectedly received a direct order, which, logically, posed no issue. However, he shouldn't have gone to the shampoo area, claiming to assist himself. He was clearly seeking an opportunity, yet, I had not afforded him such a chance. If this fellow was indeed an insider, his only opportunity to strike would have been when I had gone to the restroom earlier. It struck me that while he was tying the cover cloth for her, he had said, "Sister, lean a little forward." However, due to the chair's backrest, it was reasonable for her to lean forward slightly to facilitate the tying of the straps behind her. Watching him bow and scrape like a sycophant, I found myself puzzled once more. Could it not be him? If it wasn't him, then it must be Peter. But that was too far-fetched. He had been with this establishment for 2 years. In the waiting area, technician Xiaowei gestured for me to step outside for a smoke. I was inclined to do just that. Standing at the entrance of the salon, we lit our cigarettes simultaneously. Do you know who Sister Yang's paramour is? Xiaowei whispered, glancing toward the nearby stretched Cadillac. Who? I inquired. Ever heard of the Jinchang group? I nodded. She is the mistress of Boss Wang. He boasted, as if divulging some secret of the underworld. I chuckled and changed the subject. What's Little Tang's background? He grimaced. I heard he was introduced by Peter's fellow townsman. That fool looks like a cartoon character come to life and is even trying to woo Zhou Mimi. Do you think Mimi would be interested in him? I couldn't help but laugh. What a vivid description. After taking a couple of puffs, I asked him, so, where is our manager Peter from? From Hulan Yangjiaopeng. I was taken aback. From the countryside? What did you think? He laughed. What did I think? I thought he was from Paris. I didn't voice this thought but couldn't suppress my laughter. He joined in, and soon we were both laughing heartily. Chapter 14. I am grey. Upon returning to the house, Zhang Xiang had a hair curling machine resembling a toilet perched atop her head from a distance of at least 7 or 8 meters. I caught sight of the red string around her neck once more. Peter, who does not smoke, jested, "Don't come any closer, there's a strong smell of smoke." Xiao Tang was busy tidying up the tools, facing me yet deliberately avoiding my gaze. It was him. It had to be him. I never imagined that this animated doll had turned into a fellow practitioner. Just moments ago, I had stepped outside with Xiaowei to smoke, partly to engage in conversation and learn more about him and Peter, and partly to see if that key would be returned. As expected, after I exited the restroom, this fellow had entered, undoubtedly crafting a replica of the key with modeling clay, just like I did, yet, he failed to realize that what he replicated was merely a counterfeit. I was truly taken aback that this lecherous fellow was also a master of the art of deception, albeit his craftsmanship left much to be desired when compared to mine. I remained composed, tending to my tasks while washing the hair of 2 customers alongside him. The pair, one tall and one short, were boisterous, speaking in a dialect from the northeast that conveyed an air of bravado. Perhaps captivated by the beauty of Zhang Xiang, who was currently getting her hair curled, they chattered incessantly about societal matters, as if they were the most distinguished individuals in Snow City. The bodyguard I had seen earlier while watching the secret approached, seemingly unable to tolerate their antics any longer. He positioned himself behind the chair and forcefully tapped the back of the taller man's head with his finger. "Can you shut the hell up?" The tall one shot back, "Who the hell are you?" "I am your father," retorted the bodyguard, dramatically opening his shortening coat. From my vantage point, I could not discern what lay beneath the coat, but I certainly saw the tall man's expression change. Big brother, I was wrong, I'll keep it down." He quickly backtracked, apologizing profusely, leaving his shorter friend utterly bewildered, clearly unaware of what had transpired. The duo, not foolish, ceased their boasting, and thankfully, the background music alleviated the awkwardness. Throughout this entire episode, Zhang Xiang had not once lifted her eyelids. After their styling was complete, the two left in a huff, not uttering another word. It was only a little past 4 in the afternoon, yet darkness had already descended as Zhang Xiyang finally finished her perm, requiring another wash before styling. To be candid, I realized that I truly could not thrive in this industry. After an entire afternoon of toil, I had not observed any change in her hair. This time, Xiaotang did not come over to join the fray. Following the same procedure, I returned the dragon key without incident. As Zhang Xiyang styled her hair, I took out the key I had replaced and inhaled its scent. Reminiscent of modeling clay, I felt a chuckle rising within me. This fellow had exerted tremendous effort to create a completely useless key. I would not engage in sabotage to undermine his performance. My sole concern was the completion of my own tasks. How he would justify his counterfeit key to others was of no consequence to me. Next, I faced the dilemma of how to resign without raising suspicion. Logically, I could simply stop showing up, but that was not my style. I have always believed in leaving no stone unturned and erasing any trace of suspicion. After another hour, Zhang Xiyang finally completed her hairstyle. She stood before the mirror, admiring her reflection for quite some time, seemingly satisfied. If only we were more familiar, I would genuinely inquire, "Sister, what do you believe is the difference between now and when you first arrived?" I had no doubt about Peter Yang's skills. I merely questioned whether her presence here was solely for the purpose of getting her hair washed. Director Allen assisted her in donning her mink coat, and the entire salon staff sent her off as if bidding farewell to a distinguished guest. Unexpectedly, as the three of them reached the door, Zhang Xiyang suddenly declared, "Peter, let Louis off early, I'm taking him out for dinner." Everyone turned to gaze at me. I was utterly bewildered. I truly was, as I initially thought she was merely speaking off the cuff, maintaining a cold demeanor all along. Was she genuinely attempting to take me out? I feigned innocence, my face flushed, replying, "Sister, weren't we supposed to go clubbing? Just tell me where, and I'll come after work." Her words sparked an idea within me. At first, I would navigate this situation, then I would tell Peter that I was afraid, using it as an opportunity to resign from this job. However, Zhang Xiyang looked at me and inquired, "Aren't you hungry?" I quickly shook my head. "I am hungry," she said, pivoting to leave. My confusion deepened. What did this mean? Was she forcefully pursuing me? My suspicions were confirmed when two bodyguards approached, extending their hands forward. "Please, after you." I felt like a lamb led to slaughter, surveying my colleagues. To my astonishment, the 7 men looked on with envy, while Xiaotang exhibited an additional emotion, jealousy. Don't ask me how I knew, he simply was. The 3 women wore expressions of regret, especially Zhou Mimi, as if her beloved toy had been snatched away. This was troublesome. As a mere hair-washing assistant, I certainly could not take on 2 bodyguards. Furthermore, I suspected they were armed. Otherwise, how could the earlier boastful duo have been so frightened? Though I was quick on my feet, I could never outrun a bullet. With no options left, I decided to go along with it. I donned my down jacket and, amidst the complex gazes of my colleagues, exited Paris frontline. Strangely, I felt a sense of tragic grandeur. The interior of the BMW Z3 was quite chilly, the seat cold beneath me, my tall frame barely fitting. As a warm breeze wafted in, Zhang Xiyang leaned down. I was unsure where she moved, but the back seat slowly reclined, creating a much more spacious environment. This posture felt somewhat ambiguous, my thigh brushed against her ample bosom, and the elasticity was remarkable. I dared not move, my breath becoming shallow, resembling an innocent fledgling. In truth, I was not, having entered society at the age of 9 and wandered for over a decade. I had encountered countless individuals and experienced many unbelievable events. Emerging from the mud, I was grey, unable to be washed clean or stained black. The staff inside did not emerge, yet I knew they were all watching. The sign of Paris frontline gleamed brightly, the revolving lightboxes on either side of the door spinning incessantly, and with a roar, the Z3 exited the parking lot. At that moment, I spotted a familiar figure by the roadside. Catmaster. A surge of joy erupted within me. I found a way to escape. The seat warmed, my rear and lower back becoming comfortably toasty. The wealthy truly knew how to indulge. She was sneaking glances at me, while I kept my gaze fixed ahead, deliberately avoiding her eyes. It was clear as day that this woman intended to seduce me. What puzzled me was this: if she was Wang Jincheng's woman, and the bodyguards were likely sent by him, how could she so brazenly attempt to cuckold the illustrious 4th Master Wang? Was there a possibility that 4th Master Wang was not humane, allowing her such liberties? After our rendezvous, would someone be dispatched to eliminate me come morning? As I spiraled into these thoughts, I found them almost amusing. "What are you laughing at?" she inquired. I quickly masked my amusement, replying, "Nothing. You actually mentioned being hungry, so what do you feel like eating?" "I want to eat you." Her voice, husky and laced with temptation, sent a shiver down my spine. As she spoke, I felt a warmth on my thigh. She had placed her hand there. I chuckled awkwardly, remaining silent. She squeezed twice before withdrawing her hand, remarking, "Quite firm, indeed." As a man with both physiological and psychological normalcy, facing such a temptress's advances, to claim I felt nothing would be a lie. Yet, I understood that all gifts bestowed by fate come with a hidden price tag. This was a rose with thorns. While it appeared alluring, entanglement could lead to grievous wounds. "There's a charcoal hot pot nearby. How does that sound?" I suggested. "Sounds great." Chapter 15. A thief is a thief. The delight of Hot Pot City. Zhang Xiyang reserved a small private room for 4, where only the 2 of us sat facing each other. I was drenched in sweat, not from the hot pot or the warmth of the room, but from the heat radiating from Sister Yang's petite feet. Before I had even savored a few bites of meat, a warm little foot stealthily reached beneath the table, initially brushing against my calf, but soon it began to ascend further, becoming increasingly bold. Who would have thought that she, appearing so proud and aloof on the outside, was internally ablaze with fervor? I excused myself to the restroom. As I slightly hunched while exiting, I could hear her laughter trailing behind me. No sooner had I stepped out of the private room than a bodyguard emerged from a nearby chamber, shadowing me closely. Fortunately, he did not enter the restroom but stood outside, puffing on a cigarette. Noticing a closed stall, I slipped into the adjacent one. After securing the door, I cleared my throat twice. A frail voice from next door inquired, "Are you there?" Upon returning to the private room, just as I picked up a piece of kelp, that little foot reappeared beneath the table. This time, I was no longer polite. I placed it on my thigh and began to knead it. The skin of her foot was delicate, as soft as if it had no bones. She smiled dreamily, her hoarse voice dripping with temptation, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes sparkling like water. I was not yet satiated, yet it was evident that I could no longer indulge in the hot pot. "Let us go." She withdrew her foot and began donning her socks and leather boots. My objective had been achieved, but I was left wondering if her feet were sweaty. Hesitant to smell my hand now, she eagerly slipped into her fur coat and hurriedly pulled me toward the exit. Upon opening the door, I was taken aback to see Catmaster emerging from the restroom, hands behind his back. I stood frozen in place. "Third uncle, what are you doing here?" He looked equally surprised. "Sheathed?" Zhang Xiang queried, puzzled. I nodded, replying, "Yes, my great uncle, the third brother of my father's uncle's second uncle." I quickly added to Catmaster, "I'm just grabbing a bite with a friend." The old man raised his hand and struck me on the head, not playfully, but with genuine ire, scolding, "You reckless fool. Did you know your father is hospitalized, and you have the leisure to dine? Hurry and come with me." "Ah." I was taken aback. What happened to my father? After a moment of reflection, I realized Catmaster was indeed a seasoned veteran, his performance seamless, while I had been slightly overdramatic. "Brain hemorrhage, it's been 3 days, he stated. By then, 4 bodyguards had gathered around. I glanced anxiously at Zhang Xiang. "Sister, my father is in the hospital, I must go see him. We can reconnect another day." As I spoke, I hastily attempted to leave, but a bodyguard seized my arm. "Let go." Zhang Xiang spoke with a hint of seriousness. The bodyguard released me. She opened her handbag, reached inside, and pulled out a thick wad of cash, saying, "Take this. Do you need me to escort you?" I quickly waved my hands. No, please take the money back. I cannot use your funds." I spoke earnestly. I wasn't a con artist from old Shanghai, deceiving others for money. My intention was merely to stage an act with Catmaster and extricate myself swiftly. Zhang Xiang raised her brow, remarking, "What are you doing? A strapping young lad acting all timid like a woman. Saving a life is paramount. Take it." Reluctantly, I accepted the money, realizing it was at least 5,000 yuan. Was this appropriate? Catmaster dragged me away, continuing to berate me. I glanced back one last time. She stood there, flanked by 2 bodyguards. Upon noticing my gaze, she waved her hand, signaling me to depart swiftly. I was taken aback by her demeanor. I had expected her to be displeased, yet she had turned it into a favor. I nodded, wanting to express my gratitude, but I caught a glimpse of a smile at the corner of her mouth, leaving me puzzled, sensing something amiss but unable to articulate it. Once outside the restaurant, Catmaster and I exchanged no words, hailing a cab that whisked us toward the Songhua River. After alighting, we parted ways. I entered an alley and crouched down, diligently washing my hands with the snow accumulated by the roadside. How refreshing. 20 minutes later, the old man entered my watch repair shop. The tea had already been brewed. I wasted no time, extending my hand before he even settled in. "Money." Catmaster chuckled. "What's the rush? My old bones need a moment to rest and sip some water." Once seated, he slurped his tea while muttering, "You, in your youth, know nothing of the value of women. At my age, it's too late for regrets." I lit a cigarette, disinterested in engaging. "When did you learn watch repair?" he casually inquired. "In 91. "Not bad," he remarked, setting down his glass. "In our line of work, it's all about heart and hand. Watch repair necessitates calmness and a steady hand." I replied nonchalantly, "You're overthinking it. I merely seek to earn a modest living." He laughed heartily, opting not to pursue that topic further, reaching into his overcoat to produce a thick bundle of cash, placing it on the coffee table. I regarded him keenly. "Shengjing, Taiyuan Street." Only then did I hand over the iron box. He opened it, examining it meticulously before sealing it and placing it in his outer pocket. Lifting his teacup, he said, "After more than a decade apart, your skills can certainly earn you the title of master." I recognized the subtext. He was fishing for news about the old Buddha of Xi'an, so I smiled and replied, "I'm just a watch repairman. What's the fuss about titles? Does it even matter?" He shook his head repeatedly, stating earnestly, "This is a symbol of status, a rule of our esteemed circle, whether you desire it or not." Status? I shot him a glance. "You've spent a lifetime earning that status. If I may ask, Catmaster, how much have you accumulated? Are your descendants faring well?" One does not strike a man as face nor expose his weaknesses. Throughout history, this profession rarely ends well, and the wrinkles etched on his aged face turned a shade of green in an instant. I slowly shook my head. A thief is a thief, whether compelled by survival or lured by pleasure. That is the path of thievery. Unearned gains, opportunism, cunning schemes under the cover of darkness. Each one with malicious intent, narrow-mindedness. In my eyes, they pale in comparison to the gallant camaraderie of those in the underworld. "Do not forget, you are but a thief," he glared at me, his voice rising. "Indeed, I do not deny it," I replied with a cold smile, "but that does not prevent me from looking down upon this profession, including myself." "Is that acceptable?" He abruptly stood, striding towards the exit. I swiftly grabbed the money and tucked it away in the drawer beneath the coffee table, stating coolly, "No need to see you off." With a loud bang, he slammed the door shut. Though my words were harsh, they were my honest sentiments. Firstly, to silence him. Secondly, the business was concluded, and I wished to sever ties to it. Was true that he had raised me, but as I aged and gained perspective, I gradually understood the profound dangers of this industry, and why so many harbored such intense animosity toward us. One must recognize that the harm wrought by thieves is no less than that of murder or arson. On the surface, it merely appears as the unlawful possession of another's property, yet the ramifications are far deeper. Such actions can severely undermine personal interests, potentially tarnishing the image of an entire city, eroding the public's trust in the government, and damaging the credibility of functional departments. The small wallet we pilfered could change an individual's fate, or even that of an entire family. Over the years, I have endured far too much. It is precisely for this reason that upon returning from Guangzhou 5 years ago, I soon established this watch repair shop. However, the meager profits barely cover my living expenses, not even enough to pay the rent, let alone support my quest to find family across the land. Thus, I have not ceased my endeavors. I simply no longer prey upon ordinary citizens. My motives have sharpened. I can only manage my own affairs, for the legacy of the underworld is a root, the gang is but a branch, and the multitude of petty thieves are the scattered leaves. In particular, in recent years, with widespread unemployment, some individuals find themselves without a path, devoid of hope, and lacking a future. They possess no skills, no capital for business, and no connections for employment. With elderly relatives dependent on daily medications and young children threatening to impoverish them, it seems that apart from deception and thievery, the world offers them no alternatives. Yet some paths, once embarked upon, cannot be retraced. My thoughts drifted like smoke, aimlessly swirling. I sipped my tea in silence. The door creaked open, and once again, it was old Zhang. Chapter 16 Dumplings and Wine. Old Zhang did not sit down but instead burst into the room, exclaiming, "You promised to buy me a drink. I've been searching for you all week. Where on earth have you disappeared to?" I replied irritably, "Uncle, I'm not your son. You don't need to keep such a close watch on me." He grabbed my down jacket from the counter and tossed it at me, saying, "Put it on, let us go." "What time is it?" "We can drink another day. Your aunt is making dumplings. Come on, let us go home and eat." I jumped up, having felt my stomach grumble all night. I truly hadn't eaten enough. On the way, I dashed into a fruit and vegetable shop and bought a bag of oranges and apples. Old Zhang's home wasn't too far. The neighborhood was even older than the shop I rented. The iron door at the entrance had long since vanished, and the doorframe and walls of the corridor were plastered with countless adhesive flyers. They lived on the ground floor, and upon entering, I changed my shoes. Old Zhang's wife, Li Yulan, shouted from the kitchen, "Is Xiao Wu here? Find your own slippers." "Got it, Aunt." I replied loudly. Their home was similar to mine, with cooking done on the balcony. The entrance opened into a combined living and dining area, with a partition dividing it into 2 bedrooms. The couple occupied the outer room, while their daughter, Xiao Jing, stayed in the inner one. The decor was a relic from over a decade ago, featuring wooden floors painted a bright red and a fabric-covered sofa adorned with an additional layer of cloth. A piece of glass lay atop the coffee table, beneath which rested numerous photographs, mostly in black and white. Directly ahead, on a high-low cabinet, sat an 18-inch Peony brand color television. Its 8-channel buttons long since lost their metallic sheen. Aside from an old rice cooker in the kitchen, this was the only household appliance in their home. Though modest, everything was neatly arranged and impeccably clean. "Xiao Wu," Li Yulan emerged from the kitchen with 2 steaming plates of dumplings. "It's been over half a year since you last visited, and you haven't even mentioned missing your aunt." I quickly placed the fruit on the coffee table and went to take the plates from her, smiling. "I do miss you. You little rascal, you're all talk. I bet you just want dumplings." Upon noticing the fruit, she added, "Haven't I told you several times, stop wasting money?" I laughed and agreed. It was evident that in her youth, she had been quite beautiful, though she had begun to gain weight and wrinkles were starting to form at the corners of her eyes. "Go and see Xiao Jing." "What are you staring at?" she called out. Old Zhang responded and stepped into the inner room. The dumplings were already on the table when he wheeled himself out. Xiao Jing, their only daughter, was 16 this year, gentle in nature, with delicate features. Regrettably, she had contracted polio at the age of 6, leaving her lower body paralyzed. "Xiao Wugu," the little girl beamed brightly. I squatted down in front of her wheelchair, asking, "What book are you reading lately?" "Jules Verne's The Children of Captain Grant." "Is it good?" She nodded enthusiastically. "It's great." "Impressive." I gave her a thumbs up. "When will you start writing?" Her cheeks flushed. "Just a bit longer. I feel like my reading isn't sufficient yet." "Well, take your time. Reading 100 books is like traveling 1,000 miles. With broad vision and careful selection, you will surely shine, Xiao Jing." She smiled, revealing a pair of small tiger teeth. "Let us eat. I've been craving your mother's dumplings," I said, rising to see Li Yulan's eyes glistening. She turned away to mask her emotions, arranging bowls and plates while saying, "Your Uncle Zhang always says you lack education, but I think you are far better than him." Old Zhang chuckled, not bothering to refute her. Despite his boisterous demeanor outside, he was as gentle as a cat at home. The 4 of us settled around the dining table. Old Zhang poured 2 cups of white liquor, and I wasted no time, picking up my chopsticks and diving into the dumplings. "Sauerkraut and pork, delicious, truly delicious," I mumbled with my mouth full. Li Yulan laughed. "How many times must I tell you, this place is your home, it's not far from your shop, so come over more often. Does it really matter if you're missing a pair of chopsticks? No meal from outside can compare to home-cooked food." I felt a pang of emotion and quickly grabbed another dumpling. Old Zhang playfully tapped my hand with his chopsticks. "Pour the liquor. Are you a starving ghost reincarnated?" Dumplings and wine, the more we drank, the merrier it became. The two of us chatted while Li Yulan and Xiao Jing had already left the table, watching television and chatting. "Aunt," I turned to ask her, "is work busy?" She smiled faintly but remained silent. Seeing that forced smile, I knew something was amiss. Old Zhang downed the last of his drink. "I've been laid off." My heart sank. Li Yulan had previously worked in the kitchen of a state-run restaurant, but after it closed down, she had been transferred to a linen factory. I hadn't imagined that after just a few years, she would face unemployment again. Old Zhang's parents were both ill. Li Yulan's mother had passed away early, and her father was paralyzed. With their daughter in such a condition, this family was already struggling, and now losing his salary made their situation even graver. I sighed inwardly. After finishing my drink, I lowered my voice. "Uncle, can you not be so stubborn?" He understood my meaning, glaring at me. Had it not been for Li Yulan and Xiao Jing's presence, he would have likely struck me. There were plenty of anti-theft officers in Shuiqing, but not all were like old Zhang. Some would accept bribes from thieves, turning a blind eye when it mattered most. These individuals were all well-fed and prosperous, yet old Zhang was steadfast, and perhaps that was why he was both feared and respected. In truth, thieves were also human. They envied and respected knowledgeable individuals. Those without boundaries may appear to flatter on the surface but actually look down on others inwardly. Individuals like old Zhang were met with a mixture of fear, hatred, and profound admiration. On the way home, I pondered how I could assist them. Li Yulan wasn't being polite. I felt embarrassed to keep mooching off their meals, yet every time I visited, I felt the warmth of a family. Old Zhang could be truly annoying at times, but I had to admit, he was a good person. Directly giving them money was out of the question. First, I wouldn't know how to explain the source of the funds, and second, they would surely refuse. I had no savings, but I had earned 20,000 this time, enough to last me quite a while. As I lay in bed, I contemplated whether to take out half and let Aunt Zhang start a small business, but what could she do? And how would I give her the money? The next morning, I arrived at the Paris front as soon as it opened. The scene with Cat Yi last night had given me an excuse to resign. Peter expressed his regret upon learning that my father had suffered a stroke and needed care, and he refrained from saying anything further. Logically, having worked only a week, I shouldn't expect any pay, yet he handed me 200 yuan, saying it was a small token of goodwill. We tussled for quite a while, but in the end, he stuffed it into my pocket. I felt a twinge of guilt, not only towards Peter but also towards my missing father. Before I even found him, he had suffered a stroke, yet I had to tell this lie, otherwise, it wouldn't sit well with Zhang Xian. With others still not arrived, I promptly took out the money. "Peter, this is what Sister Yang gave me last night." He gaped in astonishment. "What the hell, brother, is your work going that well?" I couldn't help but laugh, briefly explaining the situation, then added, "My parents have some savings. I wouldn't need this money, so please return it to Sister Yang for me. Are you out of your mind?" He refused to take the money. "Since she gave it to you, just keep it." "No way, a gift without merit is unacceptable. This money feels too hot to handle." I insisted, shoving the cash into his hands. "I checked, it's 5,100 yuan, you must help me return it to Sister Yang." "Alright, I'm off." He walked me to the exit, sighing, "You're quitting, and yesterday, Xiao Tang also resigned. I'll have to recruit again, it's driving me crazy." I knew why Xiao Tang left, but I couldn't say anything about it. As I walked away, I heard him shout, "Once you're done, come back, you'll always be welcome here." Turning around, I waved my hand vigorously. Peter Yang, Peter Yang. I contemplated his name with some sentiment. It seemed he chose such a foreign name out of fear of being looked down upon, yet deep down, he retained the simple kindness of a rural upbringing. This guy, truly a good soul. Chapter 17. The big package and the little package. Having departed from the Paris front and returned that sum of money, I felt an immense lightness wash over me. For reasons unbeknownst to me, I couldn't shake the feeling that the subtle smile at the corner of Zhang Xiyang's mouth last night held a deeper significance, thus rendering that money utterly unworthy of acceptance. No reward should be sought without effort. A mere rubbing of one's toes surely does not merit such a sum. I made my way to Tulong Street, purchased some clothing for children, enjoyed a bowl of noodles at a quaint eatery, and then proceeded to the Children's Welfare Institute. The children were all in good spirits, eagerly trying on their new garments. During the journey there, I had engaged in hushed conversation with Xiaoyi in the car, and it was then that he grasped my meaning. While others may remain silent, Xiaoyi, possessing a more mature disposition, needed to understand that if they continued to wander aimlessly, they could very well become tools of coercion in someone else's hands. With Xiaoyi keeping watch over them, I felt reassured. He was indeed performing admirably. As I exited the Welfare Institute, darkness had already enveloped the sky. I did not return home but instead headed directly to the train station, for it had been quite some time since I last savored the delectable tanja meat available there. The delicious clay pot restaurant was situated at the southwest corner of the station square, where the crowd remained as bustling as ever, necessitating that I wait behind fellow diners for a seat to become available. I ordered a sauerkraut and pork clay pot, a bowl of tanja meat, and a bowl of rice. As I indulged in my meal, I could sense someone behind me fixating on my spine, eagerly anticipating my swift departure to free up the seat. Such is the nature of humanity. The more desperate the situation, the more patrons flocked to it. I hastily finished my meal and squeezed my way out. Traversing the snow-laden streets, I came upon a row of hair salons, each illuminated by dainty pink lights. Bang, 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 a woman wielding a wooden comb tapped against the floor-to-ceiling window. Upon noticing my gaze, she waved fervently. Her eyes were laden with ambiguity, her crimson lips exaggerated. Speaking in a northeast dialect, it looks as though she has swallowed a dead child. I quickened my pace, for lingering even a second longer would surely result in her emerging to pull me in. Though it was the depths of winter, the square in the provincial capital thrived with activity. It was still early, and out of habit, I began to meander about. In a short while, I spotted 3 groups of accomplices, all under the command of Zhao Laohe from Nangang. Though these individuals worked in front of the train station, they would not board the trains, they were engaged in picking pockets, employing techniques primarily involving slicing open travelers' bags to extract valuable items. This is a typical northern method. They favor using single-edged or triangular blades, the technical skill required being rather rudimentary. The single-edged blade typically comes in two forms, sharp surgical scalpel or a razor blade that has been snapped in half. The triangular blade, as I previously mentioned, is crafted from small denominations of paper currency folded into a triangle, with one corner revealing the blade's tip. But the term northern style is most emblematic of the northwest and northeast regions. Northwest pickpockets typically operate in groups, encompassing individuals of all ages, often using infants as a cover when apprehended. They generally resist arrest and may even resort to self-harm in an attempt to evade punishment. These gangs are tightly organized, with daily theft quotas and a strict punishment system. Failure to meet these targets results in severe corporal punishment. Northeast pickpockets often conceal their blades in their mouths, slicing an L shape on larger bags and reaching in to snatch items, while pockets are cut from the bottom. They frequently work in pairs, displaying boldness, clumsiness, and a tendency to forego subtlety. Eager for quick results, they fear little in the way of apprehension since most thefts do not even meet the criteria for criminal charges. Detention centers serve as a regrouping ground for these gangs. After a brief acquaintance, if the conversation flows well, they may collaborate on future endeavors. Once released, at the entrance of the waiting hall, a middle-aged man resembling a teacher was conversing with two friends, all three sporting glasses. I watched as an L-shaped cut was made in the backpack slung over his shoulder, and within mere seconds, a youth clad in a cotton military cap made his exit, having extracted a black wallet from within. This is what is known as the big package concealing the small package. In such instances, the small package typically contains cash, and thus the young man took it and left, showing no interest in anything else. The throngs of passers-by were so numerous that the entire process seemed to transpire in a fleeting moment, unnoticed by anyone. Whether or not they noticed was of little consequence. Those engaged in picking pockets are indifferent to the gazes of onlookers, for they are acutely aware that most people are disinclined to intervene. A mere dozen meters away, the youth in the cotton military cap had already transferred the wallet to a plump middle-aged woman, who, shivering in the cold, was stamping her feet while holding a sign advertising lodging. She was the second link in this chain of the handoff. At this moment, the black wallet had found its way into her coat pocket. The youth in the military cap departed, his steps light as he set off in search of new prey. I overheard someone calling out for the wallet's owner, teacherly, and indeed, he was a public educator. I hesitated not, for while such occurrences often go unaddressed, teacher salaries are generally modest these days, and since I had stumbled upon this situation, I felt compelled to lend a hand. Thus, I approached the middle-aged woman, feigning the guise of someone who had just seen off a friend, my neck hunched and sleeves drawn close. My steps hurried. Hey there, are you looking for a place to stay? We have extra blankets. The woman seized my arm with great enthusiasm. Her cheeks were flushed from the cold, and puffs of white vapor escaped her lips. Somehow, her lipstick had found its way onto her teeth, rendering her appearance somewhat comical. Staying, are we? This girl is really enticing. With a swift motion, I struck her thickly gloved hand. Let go. I replied, feigning displeasure. What kind of nonsense is this? Do you think I'm a tourist? I'm not interested. At the very moment I delivered the blow, my other hand had already slipped into her coat pocket, and in the blink of an eye, the wallet was nestled within my own pocket. This maneuver was the quintessential example of misdirection, and as long as the other party's attention wavered even slightly, it sufficed. Furthermore, with the layers of winter clothing, no one would perceive a thing. Such a tactic is easily executed by an ordinary petty thief, presenting little difficulty. Not staying, then why act so fierce? She grumbled as she walked away, nearly losing her balance on the slick ground. As she approached, I had contemplated two possibilities. First, that she would detain me. Judging by her attire and the sign she held, it was evident that soliciting lodgers was not merely a cover but also a side gig for her. Such individuals never miss an opportunity to earn. Should she have taken the initiative to pull me in, that would suffice. Secondly, if she did not detain me, I would simply play along, feigning a slip as I reached for her, prompting her to instinctively assist. This was my habitual approach, considering various possibilities before taking action, for in this line of work, one must avoid impulsiveness and never engage without preparation. As I retraced my steps, the wallet's owner remained engaged in conversation with his two companions, extracting a pack of cigarettes from his coat pocket and distributing them. One friend remarked, teacherly, "It's too cold, you should head inside. Just one more cigarette, there's still time." As I passed by him, in that fleeting moment of intersection, the wallet slid into his coat pocket. Without a hint of pause, I sauntered towards the ticket hall. Soon, teacherly would place the cigarette pack back into his pocket, at which point he would discover the wallet, followed by the realization of his slashed backpack. I hope that this incident serves as a lesson for him. In public spaces, one must always keep their bag in front, never to the side or behind, for otherwise, it becomes a sumptuous feast prepared for thieves. Chapter 18 Bubble Tang. My journey to Xinjiang yielded no results. I had visited this city numerous times and was somewhat familiar with it. For a fortnight, I traversed the bustling Taiyuan Street countless times. There were two police stations nearby. I visited both the South Station and the Taiyuan Street precinct, where I encountered a constable surnamed Wu, who was still under 30. My memories were too hazy to discern whether I referred to him as Xiao Wu or if his surname was Wu. Due to this uncertainty, at each location I visited, I sought information on any cases of missing children connected to a Wu. Subsequently broadening my search, the officers at the precinct sympathized with my plight, and coupled with the encouragement of my elder siblings, I would bring along some fruit during each visit, yet I remained empty-handed. This was not surprising, nor could it be said that Cat Yi had deceived me. After all, these events transpired 2 decades ago, and particularly in recent years, the flow of people had become exceedingly frequent. Although Cat Yi had spotted my father on Taiyuan Street, it was entirely possible that he had come here to post a missing person notice or even to seek me out in this city. With high hopes, I was met with disappointment once again. Nevertheless, I felt little despondency. I had grown accustomed to it. Taiyuan Street was bustling with numerous individuals, particularly the fashion street behind the Zhongxing building. People entered and exited, appearing as a chaotic mass, yet their roles were distinctly defined, exhibiting an impressive level of organization. With keen observation, one could discern the opportune moment. A simple gesture conveyed the intended meaning. Those providing cover either maneuvered their bodies to squeeze through or shielded the operation with their sleeves, swiftly facilitating the exchange. Once the goods were handed off, they quickly transferred them to another party. The next group, known as the exchangers, was always busy, eager to pass off the stolen items to the receivers, lest they find themselves without a place to store the ill-gotten gains. Within each operation, there were also a few idle hands, referred to as stirrers. These stirrers played a crucial role in causing distractions during the theft, representing the lowest tier of their gang. The term pawing indicated being caught in the act of thievery. During the larcenous process, these individuals served 2 purposes. First, to provide cover, facilitating the exchangers in their dealings. Second, should any part of the operation be pawed, they would rush in to create a diversion, hindering the victim's response. In critical moments, they even dared to engage with undercover anti-theft personnel. The stirrers were the ones who bore the brunt of blame. Being apprehended posed little consequence, at most resulting in administrative detention. The final stage involved the wipers, who were responsible for liquidating the stolen goods and would not be present at the scene. These individuals possessed extensive networks for disposing of stolen items, allowing them to circulate rapidly for conversion into cash. Occasionally, one could spot anti-theft personnel idly wandering the streets. It was evident that they maintained a fairly amicable relationship with my counterparts. I merely observed, refraining from any reckless actions, as this was their territory. Regardless of my skills, even the mightiest martial artist fears a butcher's knife. No matter how adept one may be, a single bullet can bring one down. A single misstep could prevent me from exiting Xingjing. The day before my return to Shuecheng, I visited a nearby Xinhua bookstore to purchase some writing books for Xiao Jing. This child possessed a natural talent, and it was I who encouraged her interest in writing. For someone with her disabilities, if she had a flair for this craft, writing might serve as a viable path. I did not aspire for her to achieve great wealth, but at the very least, it could aid her family, allowing her to support herself once her elder siblings were no longer around. Upon returning to Shuecheng, I delivered the books to her and engaged in conversation for quite some time. 3 days later, a familiar face appeared in the shop. At that moment, I was repairing a watch when I heard someone enter. Without lifting my head, I continued my work. Louis Zhang, a voice exclaimed, instantly recognizing it as Xiao Tang, a colleague from the Paris front. I looked up in astonishment, scarcely able to believe my eyes. His face, already large, seemed to have swollen even further, adorned with bandages. His eyes, nose, cheeks, and the corners of his mouth were all scabbed over. Had he been beaten up over the matter of the fake key? How unfortunate. I recalled the words of Xiao Wei, a technician from the Paris front. Indeed, this fellow resembled a traditional New Year picture doll, albeit one suffering from edema and having encountered a mishap, subsequently trampled by pedestrians. I stifled a laugh, though it was a challenge to contain. Is it really you? It's you, damn, it's you, and you're still laughing? He leaped up, pounding on the glass counter. Xiao Wu, you're the one responsible for turning me into this. I swear, I won't let this go. Setting down my tools, I fought back my chuckles. Isn't this just a case of your poor eyesight? Why blame me? He extended his hands, clawing at me. I swatted at his hands, exclaiming, get lost, what are you doing here? Damn it, he cursed, maneuvering around the counter and charging in. 0.5 seconds later, I had thrown him back out. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door. Open it for me, he shouted. If you don't, I'll scream. What a stubborn piece of work. How had I never noticed this before? Unable to endure his persistence, I reluctantly opened the door. What do you want? I blocked the entrance to prevent him from entering. Compensate me? For what? Wang Sai said he'd give me 10,000 for the job, but I didn't receive a penny, and now his brothers are after me. Wait a moment. I pulled him into the room, hastily securing the door. You're saying Wang Jincheng hired you? Yeah, 10,000, it was agreed. I halted him, feeling perplexed. You're saying Wang Jincheng hired you to steal from his mistress, and then he got caught? What is going on? I'm confused. He plopped down on the sofa, blinking his little eyes. I know everything, not a bit confused, just give me 10,000, and I'll tell you everything. You look like a 10,000 yuan person? Speak if you want, if not, get lost. I snapped. I thought he might retaliate, but instead, he slapped his thigh and wailed, Master. You might as well kick the bucket. No one cares about you. These wolves, we agreed on cash on delivery. How was I to know what the key looked like? Oh my god. Shut up. I bellowed, and he fell silent immediately. I tapped my finger against my ear. His voice had been a cacophony of nonsense, akin to a poorly sung duet, and his tone was truly unbearable. Who is your master? I inquired. He wiped the snot from his face. Old Chinese medicine, Master Chu, you know? I was taken aback. How could I not know? He referred not to a genuine physician but to Master Chu, nicknamed Old Chinese Medicine, whose real name was rumored to be Chu Datsai years prior. Notorious figures in the underworld like Ben Tailu, Zhang Mitiao, Bai Haozi, and Gao Li were all his disciples. He was one of the elder kings of the northeast criminal underworld, a true leader. It was said that before the liberation, he had been a bandit, and after, he became a barefoot doctor. When he transitioned to a life of crime remains unclear. Suddenly enlightened, I realized that if this fellow's master was Old Chinese Medicine, then he must be the infamous Bubble Tang of recent years in Xuecheng. Bubble Tang, also referred to as Tang Dainai, was a newly ascendant expert in high-stakes theft, known for working alone, and rumored to be the prized disciple of the thieving king, Old Chinese Medicine. As for the nickname Bubble Tang, some claimed it was due to his plump, fair appearance, particularly his head, reminiscent of a large bubble of chewing gum. Others said it was because he was so tenacious. Once entangled with him, he would stick around indefinitely, much like a flavorless piece of gum, a nuisance that clings to hands and shoes, impossible to shake off. Looking at his oversized head, I couldn't help but chuckle. Could he truly engage in high-stakes theft? Wouldn't his head get stuck in the doors and windows of his victims? Chapter 19. Colleagues, I inquired, is your master still alive? Of course, he puffed out his ample chest. My master is 84 this year, and I am his most cherished disciple. 73, 84, I trailed off, for his expression had darkened, prompting me to clear my throat and say, you are Bubble Tang, aren't you? My tone, though questioning, was already tinged with certainty. That scarred visage straightened, his demeanor turning solemn. Do not jest, call me Tang Yi. Tang Yi? I scoffed, with your rudimentary skills, you think you can claim such a title? Isn't that a tad presumptuous? Rudimentary? You dare to say my skills lack finesse? Who would even utter such a thing? His incredulous expression was comical, as he squinted with one eye larger than the other due to an injury. After delivering the goods, you left the recipient's neck bare? The technique may be sound, but isn't the detail rather crude? Instead of reflecting on his craft, he clenched his teeth in indignation. Damn it, not a single guess of mine was amiss. That broken key I handed over was a counterfeit you placed there. I chuckled lightly. He shook his head, muttering incoherently, this makes sense now. During the first hair wash, you intervened, then replicated in the restroom. Thus, I ended up delivering your counterfeit, and after returning it, you dropped the package during the second wash. I reclined on the couch, crossed my legs, and leisurely lit a cigarette, amused by his ramblings. Zhang Gu, he quickly corrected himself, little brother Wu, stop. I shivered at the thought, just call me Louis Zhang. It feels more comfortable. He grinned, his features scrunching together like a freshly steamed dumpling. Little brother Wu, considering our camaraderie, if you give me 10,000 yuan, I shall divulge the entire story. I regarded him with amusement. Speak if you wish, or remain silent. It matters not, I've already pocketed my earnings, why must I concern myself with these affairs? I wisely refrained from mentioning my 2,000 profit, lest he weep, or perhaps finding my logic sound, he began to blink rapidly, his mouth agape as if on the verge of tears. Are you truly going to wail? I raised an eyebrow. If you dare to let out another sound, I will promptly toss you out. Do you believe me? I believe, he licked his lips, cautiously saying, little brother Wu, I beg for mercy, truly in need of rescue. The omission of brother reduced the sentimentality by at least 90%. I ignored him, indulging in my cigarette. Every thief is a natural actor, spinning tales of woe upon capture, often invoking sick parents as a common ruse. He snatched my Hongmei cigarette and lit one for himself, puffing with exaggerated resolve. Brother, let me tell you. I remained non-committal, donning a disinterested expression. In truth, I was quite curious about the entire affair. It was astonishing that in merely half a month since departing from Snow City, so much had transpired. Wang Jincheng had hired him, then someone had engaged Jin Laojiu, who subsequently sought him out. All these individuals were drawn to the key around Zhang Xiang's neck, and now Wang Jincheng was back in the fray. How intriguing. I cast a sidelong glance at him. Cat Yi had claimed to seek me out because Zhang Xiang favored handsome young men, yet this fellow resembled a Gascon come to life and still managed to work. I chuckled to myself. Little Tang was indeed found by Wang Jincheng. Was it a fear of being cuckolded that led him to choose someone so unattractive? I was also eager to discover how this fellow had tracked me down. However, seeking out someone is not a business transaction. Often, the more eager you are, the more the other party puts on airs. In Northeast dialect, this behavior is referred to as taking the handle. How could I let this bubblegum take hold of me? What I had said earlier was the truth. The money was already earned. Beyond my curiosity, the affairs of these individuals held little significance for me. As I observed him extinguish his cigarette in the ashtray, I rose, adopting a stance of dismissal. No need to elaborate. Farewell. Wait, he waved his hands frantically. I don't want the money anymore. Out of camaraderie, I will tell you everything. I reached for him. No need, just go. I must attend to my work. He quickly recoiled, sticking to the couch like a scale weight. Look at you, trying to converse amiably, yet so quick to resort to violence. I patted my stomach. I'm hungry. Why don't you treat me to a meal, and we can chat while we eat? He sprang up instantly, and not far off was a casual dining establishment. Soon, we found ourselves seated in the sole small private room of the restaurant. At first, I presumed he would be stingy, incessantly eyeing the cheap dishes. However, I underestimated him. He was exceedingly generous, not even glancing at the menu. Stir-fried pork, braised intestines, sautéed liver. I quickly intervened, ordering a spicy stir-fried tofu. With so much meat, I feared it would be overly rich before long, for dishes arrived, accompanied by 2 small pots of piping hot 60-degree pure grain liquor. After downing half a cup, I asked not a single question, leaving him feeling quite uncomfortable, banging his fists on the plastic-covered table. They say you are the best at flying work in Snow City. How have you fallen to such a state? I glanced at the tattered-down jacket hanging on the wall, its sleeves frayed and shedding feathers, his face flushed crimson. Do you think I am like you lot, willing to take any unscrupulous money? His words earned my respect. So, how did you track me down? Take a guess. It's been 5 years since I worked in Snow City. The number of people who could find me is few and far between. Khaki, perhaps? He gave me a thumbs up. That old fox is tight-lipped. I had to treat him to 3 days of top-notch massages before he finally spoke. I cursed under my breath. Is that what you call tight-lipped? I resumed eating, opting not to press further. The food at his place was genuinely delightful, especially the salt-ed liver, which was tender and flavorful. Do you know what the hard brick contains? He asked. I continued to eat, relishing in his frustration. It's just a notebook, he answered his own question, beaming with pride, then lowered his voice conspiratorially. I heard it contains records of gifts from Wang Sai. I was not surprised. The security of that safe was so stringent, and these individuals were so cunning that if it merely contained ordinary valuables, it would hardly make sense. Unable to contain himself, he began narrating the entire story, shedding light on the circumstances surrounding it. The tale could be divided into 2 parts for clarity. The first involved hiring Bubble Tang. I found it more fitting to call him Tang the Big Head, as it rolled off the tongue easily. Wang Jincheng of the Jincheng Group had indeed risen to prominence thanks to Zhang Xiang. Although he had gained status, wealth, and power over the years, he was constantly restrained by her influence, unable to fully unleash his potential. In recent years, they had fallen out multiple times, as Zhang Xiang held compromising evidence against him, prompting him to seek a way to steal it through connections in the underworld. Wang Jincheng found Tang the Big Head and promised him 10,000 yuan upon successful completion, yet this fool did not even ask for a deposit. He took my replica key to present, but one could easily imagine how little chance he had of receiving payment. A week later, Wang Jincheng was apprehended by the police. Thus, Tang the Big Head had essentially worked for nothing, and Wang Jincheng's subordinates were now scouring the city for him, seeking retribution, claiming he had thwarted Wang's grand plans. Chapter 20 Intrigue at every turn. Secondly, concerning Jin Laojiu, over 6 months ago, an out-of-town real estate company had just entered Shui City and crossed paths with the Jincheng Group over a parcel of land. Consequently, this company sought out Jin Laojiu with the intention of acquiring what Zhang Xiyang possessed, rumored to possess the capability of incarcerating Wang Jincheng. As for how this company came to know such information, it remains a mystery. Thus, Wang Jincheng employed Tang Dinao Dai, and Jin Laojiu subsequently delegated the task to me. We encountered each other once more at the Paris front and proceeded to take action. This fellow submitted counterfeit goods and received a thorough beating. Meanwhile, Jin Laojiu handed over the items I had replicated to that company, and within a week, Wang Jincheng was apprehended. The Jincheng Group did not disband in chaos. Instead, Zhang Xiyang took the reins, reportedly intending to collaborate with that company to develop the land. Upon hearing this, I fell into contemplation. On the surface, everything seemed plausible, yet an air of strangeness permeated the situation. I attempted to trace the events backward. In the aftermath, it was evident that Zhang Xiyang emerged as the principal benefactor. Thus, the question arose: if she was indeed the ultimate beneficiary, could she be the mastermind orchestrating the entire affair? If I were in her position, witnessing the individual I had nurtured threatening to overthrow me, I would hesitate to take direct action for fear of tarnishing my reputation. Or perhaps there were other considerations, such as emotional ties. Just then, the out-of-town company entered the fray. As the adage goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I could easily employ them as a tool to eliminate Wang Jincheng. I could arrange for that company to hire someone to steal the evidence, enabling them to deal with Wang Jincheng, with the condition that after the deed was done, we would jointly develop the land. At this thought, a chill ran down my spine. If this were indeed the case, that day when I acted, the woman would undoubtedly be aware. I could almost envision the smirk at the corner of Zhang Xiyang's mouth that night in the hot pot restaurant's corridor, a smile tinged with mockery. I voiced my doubts. Tang Dinao Dai scoffed. Impossible. Why is it impossible? If it were her idea, why not directly hand the evidence to that company? I shook my head slowly. There is no such thing as a completely sealed wall. If I were Zhang Xiyang, I would wait until the evidence was taken before approaching the real estate company. Even less likely. He took a sip of his drink, wiping his mouth. If they obtained the evidence first, why would they need to collaborate with her? I rolled my eyes. Do you know how pigs meet their demise? He shook his head. Through sheer foolishness. If it were me, after executing the entire scheme, I would merely need to replace the notebook in the hard brick with a blank one and scribble a few words. His eyes widened in understanding. I see, the company would realize the evidence was fake and would definitely contact that woman. Exactly. I nodded. After their meeting, Zhang Xiyang would then provide them with the genuine article. He continued, in this way, everything would fall into place. She could emerge unscathed. Not quite, not quite. He scratched his bandaged head. How would that company explain the source of the notebook to the authorities? I chuckled. Isn't that also a concern for Zhang Xiyang? If it weren't for my theft, and she had handed the evidence directly to that company, it would eventually become public knowledge. He grabbed my Hongmei cigarettes, lit one, and mumbled, true, if it was stolen, it wouldn't be her concern anymore. I nodded. That company could swiftly apprehend Wang Jincheng, indicating there are certainly connections at play. As for the notebook's origin, they could easily fabricate a story, perhaps claiming they bribed an internal employee of the Jincheng Group, this is hardly a daunting task. So, Wang Jincheng hiring me, she most likely remains unaware, he concluded. She may not have known at the time, but afterward, she would be fully informed. He sighed, his brow furrowed, these people are all cunning and deceitful. Their machinations are exhausting, we must distance ourselves from such individuals to avoid being sold out and losing our money. Once again, I fell silent. If this were indeed the case, Zhang Xiyang was far from the simple character she portrayed. Her apparent desperation might merely be a ruse. Do you know what background Sister Yang has? I inquired of Tang. Upon hearing my question, he visibly perked up. Some say her godfather is our Shui city's overlord, Qin Yi. Qin Li Hua? I was taken aback. In every district of Shui City, there are a few notorious figures, yet none rival the notoriety of Qin Li Hua from Nangang, Yu Shiwei from Daily, and Yu Yi from Gawai. There is a popular saying in the market, the three greats of Shui City, Dewei, Xiaoyi, all pay respect to Li Hua. These three wield unparalleled influence in Shui City, particularly after 1995, when all their businesses were successfully laundered and set on the right course. Among them, Qin Li Hua is the eldest and holds the highest prestige. Whenever they meet in public, Yu Shiwei and Yu Yi respectfully refer to him as second brother. It is said that Qin Li Hua ranks second in his family and fifth among his brothers. While there are those who call him fifth brother, few dare to address him directly as second brother, with most opting for titles such as General Qin, Master Qin, or Fifth Master. A godfather, I couldn't help but chuckle. Zhang Xiyang, this woman is anything but ordinary. I had no desire to become embroiled in their tangled affairs, I simply wished to live a simple life. If I could find my parents in this lifetime and have a warm home, that would suffice. Just as Tang Dinao Dai remarked, these individuals are all cunning and scheming, it is utterly exhausting. After satisfying my hunger, I rose to don my coat. Let us go see your master. He looked surprised. Why? Did you not say he is nearing death? I shall accompany you to visit. I had grown accustomed to solitude, lacking friends, and having no desire to make any. However, this fellow's slight affection for human connection did not repulse me. Moreover, considering he had expressed that I was not like others who would indiscriminately accept ill-gotten gains, it was worth my assistance. After all, we are of the same ilk. If his master truly is ill, I wouldn't mind giving him some money, as it would not be in vain for this colleague. There was also a point that tugged at my heartstrings. We were engaged in the same line of work. I earned 20,000, while he received nothing and was beaten to a pulp. My conscience pricked me, and I decided not to disclose this to him, primarily fearing he might die of anger before his master. Why is it that every time I think of these matters, a smile creeps onto my face? Are we really going? Tang Dinao Dai's small eyes appeared somewhat bewildered. I retorted impatiently, if you do not wish to go, I shall return home to sleep. Right now? Indeed. It's quite far. Where to? Han Dian. Where? I regretted asking. That was indeed too far. If we were to take a bus, we would first need to reach Shuangshangbao, which would take over an hour, then we would have to transfer towards Wanlong, requiring another hour, and the roads there are rough and bumpy. However, having said it, it would be inappropriate to go back on my word, so I merely said, then come find me tomorrow morning, and we shall go together. Sure. He cheerfully donned his down jacket, a few feathers escaping into the air. Upon exiting the private room, the proprietress at the counter smiled, that'll be $31.50, just give me 30. I glanced at him, and he returned my gaze. We exchanged a silent stare. What are you looking at? Pay up. I said. He pointed to his own nose. Me? Of course, you said you would treat me. His large head bobbed like a giant rattle. No, it was you who said you would treat me to a meal. At that moment, I finally understood why he had been so generous when ordering. I truly wanted to kick him a few times. The proprietress, recognizing me, waved her hand. Just owe me, pay whenever it's convenient. No way, if that's the case, I would be the one footing the bill. I am not stingy by nature, but fairness must prevail, so I fixed my gaze on his small eyes and asked, when we left my establishment, did I not say, I am hungry? Why don't you treat me to a meal, and we can chat while eating? He did not deny it. Yes, you did say that, but I never agreed. I nearly lost my mind, my voice rising. If you didn't agree, why did you jump so high? If you didn't agree, why the hell did you come with me? I thought you were treating. Damn it. I no longer wished to argue with him. I pulled $30 from my pocket and handed it to the proprietress, hastily making my exit. How utterly humiliating. Chapter 21. Fellow wanderers in distress. Why are you following me? I inquired. Let me stay at your place, and we can set off together in the morning. Get lost. I exclaimed vehemently. At that moment, I finally comprehended why he was nicknamed Bubble Tang on the streets. He truly was an extraordinary nuisance. This fellow was like a snotty tissue, akin to chewing gum. Once stuck, it was impossible to shake off. Striding purposefully towards my home, I declared, I'm not going. He rolled up his sleeves and, with his short legs, swiftly caught up with me. How could you? I've heard so much about you, Brother Wu. In Xuecheng, all the old-timers speak highly of you, saying you are incredibly righteous. I chose to ignore him. Brother Wu, I abruptly halted, almost causing him to crash into me. If you dare call me that again, I swear I'll strangle you. He grinned cheekily. All right. No more of that, let's hurry, it's freezing. Oh, for heaven's sake, I felt on the verge of madness. How did I end up entangled with such a character? Just as I approached my doorstep, I paused again, turning to him with utmost seriousness. Since I promised you, and your master is a respected elder in our circle, I will accompany you tomorrow to take a look. Yes, yes. He maintained that silly grin, giving me a thumbs up. Righteousness. No wonder everyone calls you Brother Wu for your honor. Shut up. He promptly covered his mouth. I'm not accustomed to sharing my space with anyone. You should head home. If it's far, find a hotel. If you lack the funds, I can lend you some. Does that work? My patience had been thoroughly exhausted. As long as he didn't follow me, I would be content. Yet, I misjudged him, underestimating both his audacity and the stickiness of his persistence. As soon as I opened the shop door, he squeezed in right behind me. Infuriated, I kicked my leg out. Thud. He landed squarely in the snow, but in the blink of an eye, like a water tank, he sprang back up, grinning as he leaned closer. Another kick sent him tumbling again. In that instant, I dashed inside, locked the door, and secured the bolt. This rascal was skilled at picking locks, so I hastily ensured everything was firmly shut. What a nuisance. Just as I shed my coat, there came a series of knocks on the door. I ignored him, heading to the balcony to boil water, then returning to my counter to focus on repairing the watch. Equipping myself with a magnifying glass, I unscrewed the watch cover and resumed disassembling the delicate parts. Calm and composed, I arranged the components meticulously on a sheet of white paper, each piece resembling a miniature work of art. The traditional art of watch repair encompasses 5 techniques: gluing, patching, welding, and the like. A single watch contains over 200 intricate parts, some smaller than sesame seeds, vanishing with the slightest sneeze. This craft demands tranquility and steady hands. Tranquility is not merely the absence of noise, it is a state devoid of desire, a serene joy. This contrasts starkly with the pressures of life. Just as I grasped the canister of gasoline, I heard the faint sound of the lock being tampered with, reminiscent of a little mouse. The lock clicked open, but the bolt held firm. He must have felt defeated, for the knocking resumed instantly. My composure shattered, my teeth itched with the urge to step outside and pummel him into the snow, but I reconsidered. In such frigid weather, he would likely leave soon. Yet, I miscalculated yet again. The rhythmic knocking continued, precisely once every minute. I endured, picking up a small brush to clean the components. Before I could start a second wash, I suddenly remembered the water boiling on the balcony and rushed out. Damn it, there was barely half a kettle left. After pouring it into a thermos, I filled another kettle to boil more. My feet needed a soak. Bang, bang, bang. Unable to tolerate it any longer, I unlatched the bolt and flung the door open. A large face appeared before me, frosted eyebrows and eyelashes making him resemble Santa Claus, and 2 streams of snot, seemingly frozen, dangled like icicles. Big brother. His voice resembled that of a little lamb. No, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to freeze to death. Let me stay at a hotel. You must give me some money. What, you don't even have money for a hotel? I retorted. Not really, I swear. His plea was akin to a child's, implying, I'm your son. Initially, I contemplated giving him a good beating before tossing him far away, but confronted with his pitiful state, I found it hard to act. I cursed halfway through. Come in. Upon entering, he sat on the sofa, still trembling. I brewed a pot of jasmine tea and poured him a cup. Drink up. Observing him lift the cup, I realized I could no longer continue repairing the watch, so I grabbed a basin from the corner stool to fetch water for soaking my feet. I set it down in front of the sofa, intending to sit and remove my shoes, but seeing his condition, I felt a pang of compassion. I nudged the basin with my foot. Soak your feet. It'll warm up soon. Thank you, Brother Wu. He was quite unreserved, placing the teacup down and beginning to remove his shoes, revealing a pair of socks, one of which was torn, exposing his big toe. I poured myself a cup of tea and sat down to sip slowly. I recall you mentioned you're 2 years younger than me? Yes, indeed, I was born in 74, a year of the tiger. From Hondine? Yes. Are your parents around? He fell silent, and I glanced at him. His chubby feet rubbed against each other in the basin, and after a long pause, he finally spoke. My mother passed away when I was 5, and when I was 12, my father was pulling my brother on a sled when a bus heading to Wanlong skidded and killed them both. I hadn't expected such a tale, and I felt a twinge of guilt. I'm sorry. I didn't know, it's alright. He smiled faintly. It's been 11 years, I've almost forgotten what they look like. Were there no compensations? There were, a total of 794 yuan and 56 cents for both, calculated based on some per capita income or something. I was too young to comprehend it, and my uncle took the money, and then? I pressed. And then? He gave a bitter smile, just scraping by. I wasn't a good student, so I dropped out soon after and wandered aimlessly. Did your uncle take care of you? He tried, but he couldn't control me. All he could do was give me a beating. Did he give you money? He did. My aunt was quite troublesome, but my uncle didn't indulge her. They had no children, so they treated me as their own. I let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, if I had encountered a shameless person, that money would have vanished. 11 years ago, in 1986, 800 yuan was no small sum. Such a pity, good people don't live long. Within 2 years, my uncle passed away. I still don't understand what illness he had. His belly grew larger, while his face and limbs withered. It wasn't long before he breathed his last. I noticed the glimmer of tears in his eyes and couldn't help but sigh. Fellow wanderers in distress, I found my impression of him slightly improved, yet, reality struck me hard. Just as I had begun to form a positive view, it was swiftly obliterated by his incessant antics. This rascal wanted to share the bed with me. I was utterly perplexed. How could such a person exist? He could evoke both pity and irritation in the blink of an eye, seamlessly transitioning from one to the other. The genius who coined the nickname Bubble Tang truly hit the nail on the head. I had already kicked him off the bed 5 times, yet his shamelessness knew no bounds as he continued to climb back up. Eventually, I resorted to pushing the 2 sofas in the workshop together, wrapping myself in a quilt to escape his grasp. What an intrusion! I spent the night in discomfort, waking to soreness in my back and legs. As I carried the quilt into the inner room the next morning, I found him snoring blissfully, sleeping as soundly as could be. I pounced on him with a flurry of punches, causing him to scramble across the bed in nothing but his tattered shorts. To my astonishment, despite his ample flesh and fair skin, he was remarkably resilient, enduring every blow without flinching. Chapter 22 The Old Generation of Thieves. The following day, just before noon, the bus finally arrived at Handian Township. As the vehicle drove away, I squatted by the roadside, feeling somewhat nauseous. The hefty figure of Bubble Tang stood proudly with his hands on his hips, exclaiming, "Little Wugo, you really can't handle it, can you? You're so weak." Each time he referred to himself as Little Wugo, a wave of discomfort washed over me, yet at that moment, I hardly had the strength to retort. Ordinarily, having traversed the length and breadth of the country for years, I would be untroubled by bus rides. However, this particular road was appallingly bumpy. Even at a snail's pace, the bus jostled me about, leaving me dizzy. To make matters worse, 2 elderly gentlemen in the bus were puffing on dry cigarettes, adding to my distress. The cold wind penetrated my collar, so I raised the fur collar of my military coat and followed him. Handian Township consisted of a long, narrow road flanked by various small businesses. Grocery stores, wreath shops, bun stalls, hardware stores, and outlets for seeds and fertilizers. Everything imaginable was for sale. "Liangzi, it's been quite a while since you last came back, hasn't it?" An auntie emerged from the bun shop, her warmth evident upon seeing him. It was then I learned that this fellow was named Tang Liang, or perhaps there was another character in his name, Tang something Liang. It was too cold to bother asking that. He rolled up his sleeves and called out, "Yes, and Juan, when are you butchering pigs?" "On the 8th day of the 12th lunar month." "Soon, come over for some meat in half a month." "All right then." I had initially assumed that since he was involved in the underworld, he would be despised in the village, but to my astonishment, he seemed quite well liked. Before I could ponder further, reality swiftly slapped me in the face. 2 young girls strolled past us, and he whistled at them. 1 girl, sporting 2 long braids and clad in a floral cotton jacket, spat disdainfully on the ground. "Pa!" It was clear her ire was not directed at me. The other girl retorted, "Perverted rogue." The girl with the braids remarked, "Did you get beaten again? You deserve it." The 2 girls walked away, still grumbling. I found myself puzzled. Could this big-headed fellow have once been a flower thief? An elderly woman emerged from a grocery store, holding a basin of water, and hurled it at us with force. Whoosh! Steam rose. Fortunately, we were quick on our feet and dodged just in time. As he opened his mouth to speak, she had already retreated inside. I stared at him in disbelief, but he seemed unfazed. A group of mischievous children nearby were playing with ice pops, making me yearn to join them. A cart drawn by an ox approached in the distance, driven by a white-bearded old man. "Lu Yi, are you heading back?" Tang Dineo called out to him. The old man raised his willow branch. "Heading back, hop on." I interjected, "It's not far, why take a cart?" He squinted at me, "It's far enough." "Do you expect to walk?" I was momentarily stunned. We hadn't arrived yet. Indeed, we hadn't, as we huddled and sat with our legs crossed while the ox cart soon turned onto a narrow dirt road, heading southwest. After half an hour, we arrived at a small village, and Tang Dineo announced that this was his hometown, Sanjiazakan. The village was modest, with most houses built of red bricks, interspersed with a few mud brick homes. In the distance, a vast expanse of snow stretched out, flat and boundless. "Lu Yi," he pulled me down from the cart, "come over for a drink tonight." "I'll come once your old man kicks the bucket," the old man grumbled, driving his ox cart away. Tang Dineo chuckled, not at all offended. I stomped my frozen feet vigorously. Riding an ox cart in summer was pleasant, taking in the scenery leisurely, but in winter, it was sheer misery. We turned into a narrow alley. Every household had low mud brick walls, their yards visible, with straw stacks towering like 2-story buildings. Following him into the 3rd house, I noticed there was no gate, just a yard covered in white snow. The mud brick house looked on the verge of collapse, starkly contrasting with the neighboring red brick structures. On the eaves, stubborn dry grass swayed in the northern wind. As I entered, I scanned the snow-covered ground, where distinct footprints were discernible beneath the fresh snow. Male, approximately 1.7 meters tall, with a slight limp in the right foot. "We're home!" Tang Dineo exclaimed, clearly elated, his steps light. The door had no glass, merely patched with plastic, flapping noisily in the breeze. Were it not for the smoke rising from the chimney, I would have doubted whether anyone could still inhabit such a dwelling. Upon opening the door, a foul odor assaulted my senses, and I couldn't help but grimace. For heaven's sake, did he defecate on the Kong again? He hurried inside, and I followed him in. His home was a typical northeastern rural flat roof structure. Entering led directly into the kitchen, with stoves on both sides, each bearing a large pot. Directly opposite was a storage room. Further in, 2 doors stood on either side. This was the east and west rooms, where the elderly typically resided in the east, while the younger ones occupied the west. Tang Dineo opened the wooden door to the east room, and the stench intensified. The room was relatively warm, though its simplicity was shocking. The north wall was completely bare, lacking even a cabinet, and the floor had no red bricks laid. In the corner stood an old flatbed cart, the wheels crudely fashioned from bearings, yet appearing sturdy. To the south was a large Kong, piled haphazardly with a few tattered quilts. From beneath the quilts, an old man's head peeked out, his hair a wild tangle of white, his mouth half open, resembling a mere husk. Could this be the legendary king of thieves of the old physician Chu Datsai? I could scarcely believe my eyes. I had no doubt that this old man could pass away at any moment. Father, your beloved son has returned. Tang Danao's call, however, was devoid of warmth, tinged instead with a hint of mockery. Anyone else might misunderstand the sentiment, even deeming him unfilial, but I understood according to the customs of the Lao Rongman, after taking a disciple, one must refer to the master as father, which was why he addressed him thus. Old Chu's voice was weak and intermittent. Good, it's good to be back. I can see you for the last time. What happened? Did someone beat you again? It's nothing. I just had an accident. Stop with the nonsense, Tang Danao said, pulling back the quilt. Good people don't live long, you old rascal, just hang in there. The stench was overwhelming, making me feel increasingly nauseous. Tang Danao continued his tirade. Damn that old Qian too, he only pays 280 yuan a month, and this is how he treats you, is he joking? As he cursed, his hands moved swiftly, quickly stripping away a filthy pair of black cotton pants. Since I was already there, I decided to lend a hand. I searched the yard for a while before finally locating a bundle of cornstalks in the corner of the wall. This material, also known as straw, is rarely burned in the forest areas due to its poor burning quality. Once ignited, it vanishes quickly, necessitating constant replenishment in the stove. After dragging it back, I discovered the large water tank was nearly empty. I picked up a gourd ladle, scooped out half a ladle to use as kindling, and poured it into the hand pump nearby, then quickly pumped up and down. Before long, the groundwater was drawn up, and I stopped after filling half a tank. I ladled a few scoops into the pot and began lighting the stove. Sitting on a small stool, I gazed at the crackling cornstalks burning. A sense of bewilderment washed over me. How had fate led me to this place? Though I had some interest in this old generation of thieves, it was not in my nature to be involved, and that big-headed fellow could be quite annoying. After the bundle of cornstalks burned out, the water in the large pot was boiling. Tang Danao emerged, carrying a chipped enamel basin filled with warm water, mixing it to the right temperature before heading inside to wash the old man. I leaned against the doorframe, lighting a cigarette. Observing his plump figure bustling about, I felt a surge of emotion. This was work he must have done often in the past, or else his hands wouldn't be so nimble. It is said that there are no filial sons by the bedside of a long-sick parent, and what is more, he was merely a disciple without blood ties. What a rarity! Truly a rarity. My fondness for this individual resurfaced, yet, I understood deeply that such feelings would not endure. Chapter 23 A fleeting glory at last. Everything was tidied up. Tang's big head rolled up the bedding and clothes, tossing them out with precision. The air inside the room improved somewhat, and he washed his hands in the kitchen. I filled 3 bowls with boiling water and placed them on the edge of the Kong. Master Chu was dressed neatly, leaning against the pile of bedding. The earlier lethargy vanished without a trace. Master Chu, do have some water. I offered politely. His aged eyes turned towards me, and I couldn't help but shudder. He had kept his eyes closed earlier, perhaps out of embarrassment, considering he was covered in filth and had to be turned over by Tang now. Those eyes resembled cold stars in the night sky, as if they could penetrate right through me in an instant. He hardly resembled an octogenarian. Young man, what brings you here? He inquired. I clasped my hands in respect, replying, I have met Master Chu. I am Tang Woman. Father, Tang's big head said, having washed his hands clean. He is the young warrior I mentioned last time, renowned in shoe etching. They say he hasn't acted for years, but when he does, it's as if he feasts for years. I was puzzled by how he managed to find a stick of incense, which he lit and inserted into the wall crevice. I chuckled and offered him a bowl of water. The old man's hands emerged from the bedding, and I realized, to my astonishment, that both his hands were devoid of index and middle fingers, cleanly severed from the base. I was taken aback. Who could be so ruthless? He showed no sign of discomfort, thanked me, and reached for the bowl. I let go only once he had a firm grip. But at that moment, his hands jerked as if the bowl had scalded him. The steaming bowl of water trembled precariously, threatening to spill. In a flash, I extended 2 fingers and steadied the bowl, my middle finger outside, while my index finger soaked in the hot water. Look at my clumsy hands, he murmured, as he attempted to lift the bowl again. I understood he was testing me. Since I had already intervened, there was no need for further concealment. I remained motionless. His hands enveloped the white porcelain bowl, a surge of strength emanating from it, utilizing both hands and 6 fingers. Meanwhile, I relied solely on 2 fingers. The water in the bowl rippled slightly, resembling a fresh boil. The porcelain bowl remained steadfast. A minute passed. At that moment, if either of us exerted just a bit more strength, the bowl would shatter. Tang's big head watched silently, without a word. In Master Chu's eyes narrowed slightly. Fleeting glory, a fleeting moment. Are you a disciple of the old Buddha from Xi'an? I shook my head and softly replied, you hold it well, just don't burn yourself. As I spoke, I retracted my fingers. The bowl of water remained intact, steady in his hands. With both hands cradling the bowl, he turned to Tang's big head, his voice growing cold. Liangzi, do not bring just anyone home. You think it's a gathering of brothers, but who knows if it's a spy? The term gathering of brothers refers to one's own kin, while spy denotes an undercover officer. He wasn't doubting me but rather criticizing my reluctance to acknowledge my lineage. I smiled and said, Master Chu, please don't take offense that I have indeed never paid respects to the Buddha, but my grandfather and I share a bond, which is why he imparted the fleeting finger to me. He stared intently at me, and I returned the gaze unwaveringly. I knew he still harbored suspicions. After all, the world of the Rongman was strikingly similar to that of the crosstalk community. Without bowing down to acknowledge one's mentor, no one would easily pass down their hidden skills. Tang's big head interjected, what is going on? Are we in a cockfight? Old Chu, you're being rather insincere. Weren't you just saying you were on your last legs? You were motionless earlier, yet now you seem lively and sprightly. A hint of amusement flickered in Master Chu's eyes, and he no longer gazed at me. He sighed deeply. Heroes have always emerged in their youth, and the rivers and lakes are no different. The older generation has perished, some sentenced, some maimed, yet there will always be successors to carry the torch, becoming new legends. As he spoke, he tilted his head back and drained the bowl of hot water completely. He tossed the bowl aside, and it landed steadily on the edge of the Kong. I remained silent, simply watching him. He looked at me again, but his gaze was no longer piercing. He raised his hands and patted his thigh. Are you curious why? I nodded. 13 years ago, my enemies found me, severing 4 of my fingers and shattering both my knees. Luckily, I survived. I felt a chill run down my spine. 13 years ago was 1984, that winter. The old Wang died in the detention center in the capital, and they belonged to the same generation. Could there be a connection? What good is fame? What does it matter to become a master? He looked at me, then at Tang's big head, letting out a long sigh, his expression somber. Don't let a little fame go to your head. I am your future. This is the way of thieves. Tang's big head pointed at him and cursed. You old fossil, 9 years ago you came begging with a rickety cart, but that wasn't your story. You pounded your chest and taught me how to make a living, claiming that if I called you father, I could eat well every day. You're nothing but a big liar. You deserve to be bedridden. It seemed these two had bickered often, and neither took offense at the other's insults. To an outsider, it would seem perplexing. This fellow cursed so harshly, yet served him diligently. Wasn't he that a contradiction? The dynamics between people can be so intricate. Every day they called each other brothers affectionately, yet one could easily stab the other in the back. Those who act cryptically might be the ones who care the most. Master Chu laughed heartily. I simply wished for a peaceful life, which is why I took this fool as my apprentice. Damn. Tang's big head swore. Don't listen to his nonsense. I'll go cook. You help me fetch some corn cobs. As we walked out, the old man shouted, Get me a cigarette. Smoke a few and choke on them. Cursing aside, he turned back and lit a cigarette for him, shoving a box into his pocket with a fierce expression. My heart raced. That was my Hongmei brand. I had 2 boxes on the windowsill of my bedroom, and I had no idea when he had taken one. This is what they call a thief who leaves no empty-handed. Addiction is a powerful thing. After wandering around for a bit, even if one were to return with a mere brick, it felt unbearable to go home empty-handed. Otherwise, one would feel quite uncomfortable. Standing in the yard, I looked around carefully and asked him, Where the hell do you still have corn cobs? He pointed to the neighbor's house on the right. They have some. With that, he walked away. I called after him, Where are you going? There's not even a dead mouse at home. I'm going to find something to bring back. He walked off, gazing at the small mountain of straw stacks at the neighbors. I scratched my head. A distinguished expert in picking and stealing, infamous on the streets, resorting to stealing corn cobs from others? What a disgrace. As it turned out, stealing such things required no skill, just boldness and a thick skin. I leaped into their yard, head down, yanking 2 bundles with one hand, rushing back as if chased by a dog. Fortunately, they didn't come out. Whether they noticed or not remains uncertain. Looking back at the trail of remnants in the snow, it was impossible not to notice, but that was not my concern. Let them blame that piece of bubblegum. Chapter 24 of The Unprincipled Thief. Seated on a small stool, I tended to a large pot over the fire. The stove crackled with a pop-pop sound, occasionally interrupted by distant barking dogs. This simple, unpretentious little village, far removed from the clamor of the world, embodies a unique way of life that evokes memories of my days in Xi'an. I wonder how that old stubborn man is faring? Tang Dineo returned, carrying a frozen slab of pork belly, a large green onion, a head of pickled cabbage, and half a bag of potatoes. And a bundle of vermicelli as well. I inquired, It wasn't stolen, was it? He rolled his eyes. Borrowed. Did you tell them? He ignored my question and began washing his hands to prepare the meal. I must say, his culinary skills are quite impressive, far surpassing my own prowess in cooking instant noodles. Once a fragrant pot of pork stewed with pickled cabbage, potatoes, and vermicelli was set on the table, I found myself overwhelmed by a sense of guilt, fearing the many rightful owners might appear at my door wielding axes. To my surprise, this dilapidated home had liquor, and not just any liquor, 60-degree pure sorghum spirit. The small table was quite sturdy, fashioned from thick wood, showing signs of age. However, the sorghum straw mat was tattered, with some areas rough against the feet. As the spirits flowed, I asked Mr. Chu, Do you know old Wang? His chopsticks paused noticeably. He looked up at me, his expression grave. What is your connection with him? He is essentially my mentor, I replied. Mentor, in this context, refers to the one who enlightens and imparts knowledge. In truth, old Wang did not teach me any thieving techniques, merely acquainted me with the ways of this underworld. I hold fond memories of him, for during that time, we shared a bond akin to that of family. Have you acknowledged him? He queried. I shook my head. He set down his chopsticks, seemingly contemplating how to respond appropriately. After a lengthy silence, he finally looked back at me. Old Wang and I were once fellow travelers. We worked together in the past. But then, some misfortune befell him, and he lost his life. I too have ended up in this sorry state. Fellow travelers refers to accomplices, a term indicating that they had worked together in the past. What misfortune? Who was responsible? I pressed. He smiled sadly. When a person dies, it's as if a light has been extinguished. What does it matter who? They are individuals whom you cannot afford to cross in this lifetime. Tell me. On what grounds? He fixed his gaze upon me. Don't you seek vengeance? Not at all, he replied with resolute clarity. The old man downed the contents of his cup and reclined back, with Tang Dineo quickly providing him a pillow. He averted his gaze from me, addressing the air with a tone that blended arrogance with a hint of despair. Some individuals, thinking their skill superior, presume themselves as lords, unaware that such titles mean nothing in the eyes of certain people. They remain mere petty thieves. You two, he gestured with his frail hand, pointing at both me and Tang Dineo, you two are even more hopeless. Tang Dineo took a sip of his drink and nonchalantly replied, don't mind his drunken ramblings. Eat your food. I remained still, turning to Mr. Chu, why? His hawk-like eyes fixed on me, why, what a fine question. Because a harlot is devoid of feelings, and a thief is devoid of principles. If one has emotions, they cannot be a good harlot. If there remains even a shred of morality in their heart, they cannot be a successful thief. Morality is merely a distraction in your minds. This fool, no matter how far he runs, still thinks of this old man. Old one merely offered you a few pointers, yet you still contemplate avenging him? He laughed maniacally, tears streaming from his eyes. To become a true lord, one must first embrace the role of an unrepentant beast. Morality is your shackles. Only by shedding these can one act without restraint, disregarding all rules, for at that point, you become the rule. You are the lord. Tang Dineo held his cup nonchalantly. I laughed heartily. If that is the case, I would rather remain a petty thief. To hell with being a lord. And you? I turned to Tang Dineo. He squinted, then pointed at Mr. Chu. I couldn't care less about being a lord. I just want this old man to kick the bucket quickly, Mr. Chu chuckled, tilting his head to scrutinize him as if he were a curious sight. Tang Dineo, feeling uncomfortable under his gaze, exclaimed, what are you staring at, you old fool? I burst into laughter, nearly choking on my drink. After a long pause, Mr. Chu sighed deeply and spoke hoarsely, Liangzi, you've worked hard over the years, as you wish, remember to scatter my ashes into the Songhua River, I cannot part from this land of mountains and waters. After saying this, he turned his gaze toward me, hesitating for a moment before saying, kid, if you ever see Buddha, tell him. He trailed off, his eyes gradually losing focus, and after a lengthy silence, murmured, forget it, forget it. What more is there to say? I felt a pang of confusion. Did he have some unresolved grievances with that old stubborn man from Xi'an? Just as I was about to inquire, he closed his eyes, quickly succumbing to slumber, his snoring soon filling the air. Mr. Chu seemed to be feigning madness, but since he did not wish to speak, I could hardly rouse him for further questioning. After a hearty meal and drink, I found myself still anxious about the neighbors who might come looking for their stolen pork or pickled cabbage. And let us not forget the neighbor who had lost his corn. After all, such matters are rather humiliating. As I was stoking the fire in the west room, a disheveled middle-aged man entered, his sleeves rolled up, and his black cotton coat stained and glistening with grease. In a flash, Tang Dineo leapt down from the bed. Old Qian. He seized the man by the front of his coat. The man, displeased, forcefully pried his hand away. Let go. What do you think I am, some old fool? Let me ask you, Tang Dineo persisted without releasing his grip, isn't 280 yuan a month quite generous? Pa. The man spit in his face, 280 is fine, but have you paid me for the past few months? He paused, bewildered, do I owe you money? The man erupted with curses, 280 a month, I serve him meals and clean up after him. You just have a silver tongue. Since July, have I seen a single dime? I sat on the small stool, filling the stove with corncobs, and upon hearing this, it dawned on me, no wonder he was willing to steal keys for a mere 10,000 yuan, even afraid to ask for a deposit. No wonder he was begging me for a loan of 10,000. No wonder his down jacket was in tatters, he was truly impoverished. But wait, that can't be right. I glanced at the man's right leg and chuckled. The man and Tang Dineo were pushing and shoving each other, continuing to hurl insults. I've done well to keep him from starving. Tell me, did you do this on purpose? Were you hoping to drive him to his death? Tang Dineo's eyes brightened. That's a good idea. Slap, slap. The man began to raise his hand to strike at Tang Dineo's head. You little brat, so many villagers warned you against acknowledging this father, yet you refused to listen. But since you knelt 3 times on the ground, you ought to provide for him in his old age. Tang Dineo dodged repeatedly. Stop with the sweet talk. You still want him to defecate on the bed? My bed is blocked again. Go find someone in the village to clear it, who knew he wanted to take a dump. I was wrong, he began to plead. Grandpa Qian, you are my true elder. Please don't hit me. Before the year ends, I will definitely find a way to pay you back. No way, you pay me now. I could no longer bear to watch, waving my hand. Alright, I'll cover it. The two of them froze, turning to me in unison. Really? I laughed. Of course not. Chapter 25. Acting upon hearing my words of deception, the expressions on the faces of the two men turned visibly pale. Brother Xiaowu, Tang Din now pleaded pitifully, what is going on? Can you really bear to see your brother beaten to death? I languidly lit a cigarette and raised a finger. Firstly, you will not be killed. His small eyes blinked in surprise. I raised another finger. Secondly, he is not old Qian. Instantly, the two men were frozen in shock. The burly man's face flushed crimson as he muttered, Stop spewing nonsense. I said it wouldn't work, yet you insist it will. What kind of situation is this? Before he could finish his sentence, he turned and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. The room fell into silence. The small light bulb on the ceiling swayed gently, casting flickering shadows on Tang Dinao's large face. I tossed the cigarette butt into the heated platform, where the corn husks ignited swiftly, and added another handful. Brother Xiaowu, I was wrong, truly wrong. He began to apologize till I lifted my gaze. What exactly did you do wrong? I shouldn't have deceived you, was I right? Yes, absolutely right, but old Qian truly went to find someone to repair the heated platform. Our lines just now were entirely genuine. Lines? I chuckled. Is there any truth left in your words? He bowed repeatedly. If lying makes me your son, then the truth is that I was merely afraid old Qian would return late, so I rehearsed the events that were about to unfold. Get lost. Even if I had money, I wouldn't lend it to you. Don't say that, brother Xiaowu. You are my true brother. If I can't get any money, my deceased father will truly have no one to care for him. It's the truth. We'll see how you perform. With that, I brushed the dust off my hands, rose, and sat at the edge of the heated platform, raising my eyebrows. What are you staring at? Take off my shoes. I'm coming. He nodded and bowed like a little eunuch, squatting in front of me, sticking out his ample backside to remove my shoes. Brother Xiaowu, how did you figure it out? I did not conceal the truth from him. Old Qian has a slight limp in his right leg, doesn't he? His hands paused, and he stared with wide eyes. Damn, that's incredible. Have you seen him? Seen him? Not a chance. I scolded. Don't stop. All right. I find it strange, although Lord Chu took you in when he was already crippled, he still possessed experience, yet your skills and insight are clearly lacking. He removed both of my cotton military boots, his expression distinctly awkward, mumbling, how can it be lacking? No matter how tall the building or how stringent the security measures, there is nowhere I can't infiltrate. Stop boasting, go fetch the foot wash. Just as I was soaking my feet, old Qian arrived, exactly as I had predicted. He stood at a modest height of about 170 centimeters, clad in a worn military coat, walking with a slight limp on his right foot. Listening to the two men converse, it became apparent that the old man's heated platform was indeed blocked, and he had gone to find a craftsman in Handian that afternoon. However, the previous act had been a bit overdone. Tang Dinao had only been owed 2 months' wages, not since July as he had claimed. This fellow kept casting furtive glances at me, yet I remained silent, watching him deceive old Qian and begin to lay out the betting. Having failed to extract money from me, he appeared somewhat dejected. Once inside, he slumped his shoulders, sitting on the edge of the heated platform while smoking. I leaned my pillow against the windowsill, comfortably reclining on the warm platform. I find it curious. You say you can enter here and bypass that, yet how have you managed to live such a miserable life? He turned to me, adopting a serious tone, because I am a bandit. What? A bandit, one who robs the rich to aid the poor. Damn. I nearly spat at him in disbelief. Could you at least tend to your own poverty first? He sighed, gazing at the dim light bulb, his eyes seemingly welling with tears. Brother Xiaowu, you do not understand me. I pulled the quilt over my face, urging him to stop his nonsense. I suspected he was not being truthful. Even if he were a genuine bandit, he shouldn't be reduced to such a state. But after a while, he exclaimed, I understand now. It was those footprints in the courtyard. It seems old Qian is indeed a cripple. I sighed. Well, at least he wasn't entirely foolish. I lifted the quilt. Come on, tell me, was your money swindled by a woman? I could clearly see him pause in surprise. It seemed I had guessed correctly. That's nonsense. I spent all my money on hiring Master Mao for a grand pampering. He avoided my gaze, getting up and muttering, I'll go fetch that old man some water, then I'll come back to sleep with you. Get lost. I'll sleep in this room by myself. He ignored me, cheerfully exiting. Just as I was about to close my eyes, I heard him shout from the next room, Dad, what's wrong? Damn, he was starting to act again. I rolled over, and he hurried back. Brother, my dad, he has gone. Really? I still couldn't quite believe it. How could this be? Just moments ago, he was snoring loudly, and now he was gone. Really? Hurry, come check. Seeing he didn't seem to be feigning, I quickly got up, slipped on my shoes, not even tying the laces, and rushed over. Lord Chu lay there just as before, his expression serene, his face flushed from a drink of baijiu. I bent down, placing 2 fingers to check for his breath, and was taken aback. I then pressed against his carotid artery. He was dead. This man, once a formidable king of thieves, had departed quietly. I stood up and looked at Tang Dinao, shaking my head. His legs buckled, and he sat down on the edge of the heated platform. I straightened up, patting his shoulder firmly, unsure of what to say. He leaned to one side and knelt on the ground. Thud, thud, thud. He knocked his head 3 times, then straightened up, tears streaming down his face. He opened his mouth wide and cried, Master, may you rest in peace. I could never have imagined that I would return with him from so far away, only to bid farewell to this old king of thieves. Turning back to examine the old man closely, he appeared so peaceful. Most likely he had succumbed to heart failure, having suffered little in his exit. Indeed a fortunate soul. Suddenly, I recalled his words before sleeping. When the time comes, sprinkle my ashes into the Songhua River. I cannot part from these black mountains and white waters. Was this mere coincidence, or had he sensed something? A chill ran down my spine. Some occurrences in this world truly defy explanation. I helped Tang Dinao to his feet, gently advising him, once a person has passed, they cannot return. Let us mourn and send the elder off. Despite his earlier fierce words, now that a life had truly ended, he appeared disoriented, standing there at a loss. I inquired, I recall there is a flower shop in Handian? He nodded vigorously. Here is the plan. You go inform the older families in the village that usually get along with you, see if anyone can come help. Then head to the flower shop in Handian. They surely have everything for funerals, funeral directors, burning paper, wreaths, and burial clothing. Off you go. With that, I retrieved a thick stack of cash from my pocket. Take this, hurry. Brother, he accepted the money, tears flowing like a river. Thank you. Stop the nonsense, get on with the important matters. Once he left, it was just me and the corpse on the heated platform. I felt no fear. Me, the living were the ones to be afraid of. Chapter 26. The poor child. Before long, villagers began to arrive in succession, and I busied myself with lighting cigarettes and pouring water. This household lacked tea leaves, so we could only fill large bowls with boiled water. Old Lou, who drove the ox cart, also came upon seeing old Master Chu on the Kong. His eyes reddened as he lamented, "That old rascal. He lost 5 yuan to me in a game of chess last autumn and hasn't he paid me back yet?" Another elder chimed in, "He still owes me 2 yuan, and what's most infuriating is that he even stole the coins from my pocket." Indeed, and what about Widow Wang's undergarments hanging out to dry in the yard? The crowd was a cacophony of voices. It seemed everyone was berating him, yet there was an underlying sorrow and reluctance. As I listened to their banter, I gradually pieced together the image of old Master Chu in the village over the years. It appeared he had lived quite happily, getting along well with the village's elderly residents, though he often jested and made irreverent jokes, sometimes crossing the line. None truly harbored resentment towards him. Old Chen entered with a basin, sighing as he wiped old Master Chu's face. "No wonder you've been mumbling these past couple of days about wanting it. Turns out this was the reason. Sigh." Over an hour later, Tang Dinao returned, riding a small truck, which carried a coffin along with some clothing, flower wreaths, and paper money. The priest dressed the old master in his final garments while I assisted the others in gently placing the well-prepared old Master Chu into the coffin, which was then moved to the yard. In this season in northeast China, the outdoors served as a natural freezer, rendering a trip to the hospital morgue unnecessary. In the yard, some had already set up a makeshift bier. When the north wind blew, a long string of paper money rustled. A morning hall was erected in the east room, yet there was not a single photograph of old Master Chu. The memorial tablet stood solitary, inscribed with, "The spirit tablet of my esteemed teacher, Chu Datsai." Before it lay a few steamed buns and the fragrant waft of cigarettes. Until midnight, people departed gradually, and after coordinating with the flower shop owner about our plans for the following morning, I arranged for a large bus. Handian lacked a crematorium, necessitating a trip to Shuangqing Castle for the cremation. Once everyone had left, we remained by the morning hall. Tang Dinao seemed somewhat dazed, which was not surprising considering he was only in his early 20s. I reassured him, this old man was fortunate, he faced no suffering and passed peacefully. I spoke the truth, as the old saying goes, at 73 and 84, the king of hell does not call you forth. In this line of work, it is rare to meet a good end. Living to 84 without illness is indeed a blessing. Reflecting on the age of 73 and 84, I felt a twinge of shame, remembering how I had once teased Tang Dinao about it. Truly, I had a loose tongue. Good luck had eluded me while misfortune had found me. He fixated on the burning incense, speaking in a monotone. To be honest, sometimes I wished he would die sooner, half in jest, half in truth. At my age, the farthest I've been is the provincial capital. I have never dared to venture further. He has tormented me for so many years, that was more than enough. But now that this old man has truly departed, I feel an emptiness inside. When I was 14, I practiced shoe stomping for a whole year. When they finally let me out, I could only engage in the 2 immortals teaching trade in Shuangqing Castle. Another 3 years passed before I could bring forth a Buddha, and it took a full 5 years before I finally achieved the status of leading the child. He was speaking in the jargon of the old Rongman trade, referring to the 5 trades that included high buying. The term high buying denoted high-end pickpockets entering various upscale venues, banks, jewelry stores, and wealthy households, earning both legitimate and illicit money. Nowadays, they were classified into 2 categories. Burglary was termed flying work, while street theft was known as trough work. 2 immortals teaching corresponded to what is now called hand switching, as initially, one lacked the qualification to perform the hand, bringing forth a Buddha indicated one was capable of handwork. Leading the child referred to having sufficient experience in the trade to act as a lookout or plate bearer without getting directly involved, thus reaping the rewards of victory. I put my arm around his shoulder and gently patted him twice. At your age, this is a joyous farewell. Indeed, he replied, a joyous farewell. I am finally free. That night, we spoke at length. This was an experience I had never encountered in all my years. Ever since that fateful day when Arya passed away in my arms, I had made no friends. This fellow was peculiar. At times exasperating to the extreme, yet at other moments, he felt oddly endearing. On the 3rd morning, as the spirit was being sent off, the funeral master shouted, "Family elder, please break the bowl." Tang Dinao knelt before the hearse and forcefully smashed the filial son's bowl. With a loud crack, ashes flew into the air, drifting far away. He adhered to the old Rongman customs, having called him father for 9 years, and donned mourning attire, personally shattering the filial bowl. The half-truck carried the coffin, while both Tang Dinao and I bundled ourselves in 2 cotton coats, huddling in the truck bed. He held the banner, while I carried a stick adorned with numerous paper bills. The villagers boarded the large bus, following behind the hearse. As we approached intersections or small bridges, Tang Dinao would shout, "Father, we are crossing the bridge." I would then scatter a few bills. The cremation process went smoothly, and on our return trip, we dined on a white banquet at a restaurant in Handian, which warmed the villagers. Before the meal commenced, I asked Tang Dinao to say a few words. He refused, so that was that. Clutching the inexpensive urn, we returned to the Sanqianzi area, and the villagers dispersed to their respective homes. Thus, the funeral was concluded. Upon entering the house, Tang Dinao placed the urn on the Kong in the east room, remarking, "Let us keep it here. When spring arrives, we shall scatter it in the Songhua River." I had never reminded him of this, so it was surprising he remembered old Master Chu's words before he passed. He was thoughtful, gazing at the disarray of the home. He spoke softly, "This family is as good as gone." I sighed inwardly. We sat on the edge of the Kong, lighting cigarettes. He said, "Brother, I owe you too much." I waved my hand dismissively. It didn't cost much at all. By the way, I retrieved the 560 yuan that I had prepared earlier and handed it to him, saying, "Give this to old Qian, let us not owe anyone anything." Gripping the money, he began to shed tears. He hadn't cried at the cremation, but now, with no outsiders around, he finally let it out. It was not surprising. When he met old Master Chu, he was just 14, still a naive boy. After stumbling through so many years together, to claim there were no feelings would be a lie. I did not comfort him. Crying freely was not a bad thing. As he wept, he said, "In this world, I have only one relative left, and she is remarried." I knew he was referring to his aunt, and I couldn't help but sigh. The poor child. "Brother, from now on, you are my true brother, and I will be yours." Upon hearing this, I nearly jumped up, repeatedly shaking my head. "No need, no need. You don't have to be my person, it only costs 285 yuan, just think of repaying me." It was futile, no matter how I protested, it was to no avail. This bubblegum had thoroughly stuck to me. At 9 o'clock that evening, we boarded the last bus from Shuangqing to Snow City, clad in his cotton coat, still wearing morning attire. He silently followed closely behind me. I walked faster, and he matched my pace. I slowed down, and he did too. I halted my steps. "You're a grown man, can you stop following me like a child?" "What's wrong with that?" He blinked innocently. "Can't we just go our separate ways? Why are you trailing me like a shadow?" He began to shake his head. "I've already said, from now on, I am yours, stop." I quickly interrupted him. "Take your time repaying the money. If it's truly too much, I don't need it, alright, just go." I spoke until my mouth was dry, yet nothing changed. Ahead was a bus stop, and an idea struck me. Just as a bus arrived, I dashed aboard in the blink of an eye. Finally, I had managed to shake him off. However, my relief was short-lived. As I approached North 14th Street, I spotted a figure squatting in front of my shop, a large, dark head. Damn, I was completely at my wit's end. I had never encountered someone so persistent. As I walked, I pondered how to rid myself of him. At that moment, two headlights illuminated behind me. I stepped aside, and Tang Dineo stood up, cheerfully calling, "Brother." I was exasperated. How could this fellow not see the irritation he caused to others? A car whizzed past me, and I halted. To my astonishment, it was an orange BMW Z3. Chapter 27. Hello, Sister Yang, is that Zhang Xiang? Just passing by. Impossible. The car stopped right in front of my shop, and that Cadillac just drove past, parking behind the BMW. Of course, Tang Dana recognized these two vehicles as well, his mouth agape in astonishment. The door of the BMW swung open, and under the night sky, a pair of white, high-waisted leather boots stepped out. Zhang Xiang, draped in an elegant white mink coat, alighted gracefully from the vehicle, her elbow nestled against a fluffy handbag. The Cadillac's engine continued to purr, and its bodyguards remained inside. I approached her. "Sister Yang, greetings." I was unsure of her purpose for coming, but since she had found her way here, there was no escaping it. I might as well confront it head-on. "Has your father been discharged from the hospital?" she asked with a smile. If my analysis was correct, such matters couldn't be concealed from her, though explaining would be futile. "Thank you, Sister Yang. He is much better now." "Why did you return the money to me?" she inquired once more. "One should not accept rewards without merit. I have enough money to get by, but I still want to express my gratitude to you." "One should not accept rewards without merit?" She chuckled, raising a hand to lightly cover her mouth. "Then why not put in some effort tonight?" Her words were ambiguous, and I found myself at a loss for a response. The circumstances had changed. Although we hadn't explicitly stated it, we both understood the unspoken truth. I was self-aware enough to know that, while I considered my appearance acceptable, it would never drive any woman to such obsession and relentless pursuit. Without waiting for my reaction, her beautiful eyes sparkled as she asked, "Aren't you going to invite me in for a seat? Please." I extended my hand and stepped forward. As I opened the door, Tang Dana leaned in, whispering in my ear, "Brother, why is she here?" "How would I know?" The bodyguards still remained inside the car. Once inside, she smiled at Tang Dana. "You seem to have a good rapport with your colleagues, don't you?" He chuckled in response. "Yes, my brother takes great care of me." She said nothing more, curiously wandering about, her hand reaching to fiddle with the wall clock, seemingly astonished by the absence of dust. I remarked, "Dana, what are you staring at? Go boil some water." "All right." He cheerfully retreated to the balcony, still chattering, "Sister Yang, please, make yourself at home." I felt a twinge of annoyance. Did this fellow truly think I had taken him in? Zhang Xiang placed her bag on the counter and removed her mink coat, draping it over the counter as well. Beneath it, she wore a fitted black cashmere sweater and black leather pants, her figure perfectly accentuated. Though not particularly tall, her proportions were exquisite, her long, straight legs were robust and shapely, exuding an impressive vitality. "Have a seat." I was polite yet maintained a sense of distance, as if I were not the same person who had once touched her feet. It wasn't that she lacked allure, rather, I simply wished to avoid further interactions with such individuals. She complied, turning to sit on the sofa, her large eyes gazing at me with a deep, seductive allure. I settled beside her, my expression devoid of excess emotion. "Sister Yang, coming to see me this late must mean you have something to discuss?" She replied with a soft turning her body slightly, one hand propped on the sofa, gently cradling her chin, biting her lower lip. "Tonight, may I sleep here?" Her words were laden with temptation, especially with that subtle lip-biting gesture and her husky, sultry voice. I could only imagine the effect it would have on Tang Dana. "Absolutely not," I responded decisively. "Why not?" "Because there's only one bed, and it can only accommodate two people." I gestured towards the balcony. Her delicate mouth fell open in surprise. "Are you saying you and he share a bed?" I chuckled lightly. Indeed, this rascal is quite the nuisance. He won tea leave no matter what, then that is simple enough. With that, she retrieved an Ericsson GH388 from her pocket, pressing a button for several seconds, after which the call was answered. Tiger, come over. In under a minute, the door swung open, and a scarred bodyguard entered, respectfully addressing her, boss. She tilted her mobile phone, the antenna directed at Tang Dana. Throw him out. Tang Dana stood frozen, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Tiger strode towards him, and he hurriedly retreated, shouting, don't mess around. What is the meaning of this? Why throw me out? Xiao Wu, help, brother. I averted my gaze from him. Zhang Xiyang also ignored him, her eyes seemingly fixated solely on me. Tang Dana's desperate cries echoed, akin to a hen forced to lay eggs. As he struggled momentarily before being dragged out, the room fell silent. I lit a cigarette, tilting my head to observe her. Now it's just the two of us. Let us talk. She smiled enchanting, her long eyelashes fluttering, her voice dripping with allure. Next, shouldn't we be going to bed? My expression remained as calm as a placid lake, gazing at her exquisite, delicate face. Was she jesting? With bodyguards stationed outside, had she come merely for the purpose of sharing a bed with me? What sort of pent-up desire must she have harbored? Don't you want to? She questioned again. I refrained from answering her inquiry, instead posing one of my own. That night, if my father had indeed been hospitalized, would you have given me money? Her smile faded. No. Then that's good. I nodded. Let us discuss serious matters. Her long lashes drooped, her gaze no longer meeting mine. Don't you want to know how much money that company offered Jean Laozhou? I'm not interested. Why not? I earn what I deserve. How much he receives is his own business. Applause echoed in the room as she clapped her hands, her smile returning. Congratulations, you've passed the test. I raised an eyebrow, choosing not to respond. After seeing her tonight, I understood that things wouldn't be so straightforward. The Jinchang group matter had concluded, yet she undoubtedly had other agendas, hence her visit. As for sleeping together, Confucius once remarked, desire is part of human nature. I was a thief, possessing a moral compass, yet I never considered myself a good person, nor did I aspire to be an unflinching paragon of virtue. That night during the hot pot dinner, I was oblivious to her thoughts. My evasion stemmed from two reasons. First, I had a mission to fulfill, and second, she and I inhabited entirely different worlds. The unknown frightened me. I was wary of emotional entanglements, for such matters could lead to profound heartache. It seemed she had grasped my sentiments. She rose, retrieving the fluffy bag from the counter, unzipping it to reveal 2 bundles of crisp bills. She placed the money on the coffee table before resuming her seat. 20,000, I need you to enter an office, locate a document, and snap a few photos. I inquired, what document? Don't worry, it's merely a commercial bidding document. Sister Yang, you should know me well enough. This isn't my forte. Is there any difference? She frowned. Indeed, breaking and entering falls under the category of flying work, which means infiltrating a space to steal property. My expertise lies in will work, and I'm not adept at lockpicking. She appeared somewhat disappointed. Do you know who can do it? I gestured towards the door. The one who can. Wang Jinchang has previously employed him. He was just tossed out by your bodyguard. Him? Yes, precisely him. He won do. Zhang Xiyang shook her head. Why not? With that thick skull of his, I fear he would get caught in the door. I burst into laughter, and she joined in, illuminated under the light like a blooming peony, truly beautiful. I scrutinized her closely. 20,000 for a mere document, something felt amiss. Don't doubt his professional skills, I stated. Back during the Paris frontline, did you sense him taking the key from around your neck? She continued to laugh, tilting her head to look at me. To be honest, if I hadn't been mentally prepared in advance, I wouldn't have noticed either of you making your move. I nodded. That was indeed the case. Although she was unaware that Wang Jinchang had also hired someone, she certainly knew who I was. Thus, regardless of how swiftly I acted, she would always be aware. At that time, she was no ordinary fat sheep, and her attention was undoubtedly focused on the key around her neck, so when Tang Dana made his move, she would have seen it coming. I felt uneasy. In all my years, I had never encountered such a scenario. When I snatched the golden key, I believed everything was flawless, but in her eyes, I must have appeared foolish. She reached out, tapping the money on the table, asking, have you spoken to him? You go ahead, I'll refrain from getting involved. I understood her implication, yet this entire situation felt suspicious, necessitating caution. Moreover, it was merely 20,000. Could I not endure such a minor loss? Chapter 28. The chatterbox Tang Dana. I was called back. He was covered in snow, resembling a pig that had just rolled around in the snow. After Zhang Xiyang finished explaining the task, he stole a glance at me and quickly nodded in agreement, his mouth stretching almost to his ears. I found it puzzling. It was merely 20,000 yuan. Was it really worth such a fuss? As a renowned master of flying work in the snowy city, how had he ended up in such a pitiful state? Recalling our conversation from that evening, I grew increasingly convinced that this fellow must harbor some secret. Most likely, he had been ensnared by a woman, but who could it be? Despite his seemingly simple demeanor, he was far from foolish, quite the contrary, he was exceptionally clever. Who could possibly take advantage of him? Furthermore, I had made no indication of agreement, merely expressing my dissent, yet he still assented. Was he that desperate for money? The two of them whispered to each other for quite some time before Tang Dana. I respectfully escorted Zhang Xiyang outside, with me politely following behind. After opening the car door, she turned to me and asked, are you sure you don't want me to stay? I shyly smiled, sister, don't tease me, I'm a good kid. Her gaze clearly drifted to my hands, and with a smile, she got into the car and drove away. The roar of the BMW Z3 echoed, and it seemed she was not entirely satisfied. Amidst a wisp of white smoke, Tang Dynade stood on tiptoe, waving goodbye, his voice sweet and syrupy. Sister Yang, goodbye, farewell. As the two cars distanced themselves, he too turned his attention to my hands. I swiftly kicked him in the rear, sending him stumbling. What the hell, he grumbled as he regained his balance. I pointed towards the entrance. Take your 20,000 yuan and scram. All right, he replied, surprisingly agreeable, and dashed back. Upon entering the house, I nearly lost my mind. He was nowhere to be found in the workspace, but upon checking the bedroom, I discovered he had already snuggled under the covers. I was baffled. They had only left moments apart. If it were summer, it might be understandable, but it was winter, and he had shed his heavy winter coat and trousers in no time. I reached out and pulled back the blanket. There he lay, a lump of flesh in 3 layers, adorned with a pair of colorful boxers, his chubby hands clutching the 20,000 yuan, a blissful smile gracing his large face. Get out! I shouted in anger. He lazily lifted a wad of cash. When friends meet, we should split it. I leaned down and snatched it away. This is what you owe me, the extra is just interest. He squinted his eyes and grinned. No problem. Bro, hurry, and cover me, it's freezing. Without even removing my shoes, I jumped onto the bed and began to kick him. He started to wail like a slaughtered pig, sounding terribly tragic, yet amidst his frantic motions, he managed to wrap himself in the comforter, using both hands and feet to resist my efforts to pull it away. I found myself at a loss and had no choice but to retrieve another blanket from the cupboard and return to the sofa for the night. Over the past 2 days, I had been preoccupied with a funeral for the family of 3, and had hardly slept well. Although the 2 single sofas were uncomfortable when placed together, I quickly drifted off to sleep. The following morning, I was awakened by a delightful aroma wafting through the air. Groggy, I climbed out of bed, only to feel a soreness throughout my body. At 6 feet tall, curling up on 2 single sofas was no easy feat. Bro, are you awake? Wash up and have breakfast. Tang Dynade's voice rang out. Oh, how splendid, he even knew how to cook. After washing up, I found the table set with a plate of stir-fried potato slices, a dish of sweet and sour cabbage, and 2 bowls of rice. He grinned sheepishly. I searched for ages. There were only a few wilted potatoes and half a cabbage on the balcony, so I made this. I picked up my chopsticks and took a bite of the potato slices, genuinely praising, not bad, quite delicious. He chuckled, sit down and dig in. The lad's culinary skills were commendable. Although both dishes contained no meat, their colors, fragrance, and taste were exceptionally delightful. As I ate, I asked him, how did you manage to cook the potato slices? He replied, it's simple. The trick is to rinse the potato slices in cold water after cutting them to wash off the starch, ensuring they don't stick when frying. Add a bit more oil, saute the scallions until fragrant, stir-fry over high heat without adding water, and sprinkle garlic when serving. It's that simple. I gave him a thumbs up. Indeed, in the past, whenever I cooked, I could only tell after serving whether I had made potato slices or mashed potatoes. He grinned and went back for another bowl of rice. After we finished eating, he cleared the bowls and wiped down the table, then began washing the dishes on the balcony. I leisurely lit a post-meal cigarette. Having an additional chef and housekeeper at home was quite pleasant, and the best part was that it came at no cost. Before turning 20, I had been utterly helpless. After opening this shop, my culinary skills were limited to boiling instant noodles. My noodle cooking prowess was adequate. I could throw in as many eggs as I wanted. Oh, and let us not forget the hot dogs. Deep down, I understood that perhaps it was due to my prolonged solitude, or perhaps it was a stroke of fate with this lad, but I had no genuine desire to chase him away. Otherwise, how could I have allowed him to linger? Just like the beating he received last night, had I truly exerted my full strength, he would still be in the hospital undergoing treatment. On the surface, I rejected him, yet inwardly, I yearned for friendship. Suddenly, I recalled Dia, who had died in my arms. If she were alive, she would now be a 21-year-old young lady. I sighed softly as the door swung open, and turning my head, I saw the bodyguard from last night, the one with the scar on his chin. Just as I was about to stand and greet him, he placed a square leather box on the counter and turned to leave. Quite cold and aloof, I chuckled, not feeling offended. That box was likely a camera. When Tang Dynade entered, I was busy meticulously cleaning the components of a Meiwa watch. After washing the parts, I placed them in the dryer. At this point, I could not assemble them yet, as the watch case and strap required polishing. The owner of this watch was not a young man, it had been purchased during his wedding. Back in those days, acquiring a Meiwa watch was no small feat. Bro, I looked up to see Tang Dynade's large face before me. Speak. I continued my work without pause. Can you go with me later? He asked. Where to? Just to scout around. Not going. It has nothing to do with me. Come on, what are you doing at home? Let us go out for a stroll and clear our minds. Can't you be a bit more perceptive? I looked at him. Can't you see I'm busy with something important? What can this annoying thing earn? Bro, let us go. I resumed my work. He persisted in calling me bro for a while, then began fiddling with the camera, soon returning to pester me again. I only paused my work after finishing the outer casing and strap, turning off the machine. The remaining tasks would take no less than 3 hours to complete. Thus, I agreed to accompany him for a short outing. If there was indeed something fishy about this matter, I would not be able to evade it. From the moment we stepped out of the house, his chatter was unceasing. Once on the bus, he sat behind me, incessantly talking. Bro, why do I always feel like you have something going on with that woman? Bro, why does she keep staring at your hands? Bro, did you two get busy that night? Bro. I was infuriated, turning around to glare at him. Did you fall into a chicken coop? Are you laying eggs or what? Enough with the clucking. Look at you, why are you so worked up? He blinked his little eyes. I won't say anything more, alright? Within 2 minutes, his voice rang out again. Bro, why does she insist on having me take pictures? It's just a string of numbers, couldn't I just tell her after seeing them? I was almost at my wit's end, turning to him and saying, who do you think you are? What if you remember it wrong? What if you get bribed by the other party? Isn't it more reassuring to have it captured on camera? He suddenly understood, giving me a thumbs up. I rolled my eyes. If you say one more word, I'm getting off the bus. Okay, if I say another word, I'll be your grandson. Before he could finish, he covered his mouth, swallowing the last syllable. The bus stopped, and 3 young men boarded. Chapter 29. The stroll. I instantly recognized the individuals boarding the vehicle as seasoned pickpockets, or as they are colloquially referred to, tweezers. According to the traditional lore of the 5 trades, theft on a bus is similarly classified under wheel money, known as peddling small wheels or treading small wheels. These individuals are easily identifiable. They never deign to look others in the eye, nor do they engage in any form of direct gaze. Once aboard, their furtive glances flit about, fixating solely on the bags or pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Their hands seldom reveal themselves, remaining either tucked away in pockets or obscured behind newspapers or magazines. At that moment, one of them spoke up. It's someone from old Gene's crew. I crossed my arms and gazed out the window. The bus was not particularly crowded, yet these 3 clueless souls had inexplicably set their sights on me. A lanky figure positioned himself beside me, swaying with the bus's motion and occasionally jostling me, seemingly to gauge my reaction. I closed my eyes. Before long, a hand stealthily slipped into the outer pocket of my down jacket. Inside, I had a box of Hongmei cigarettes, a lighter, and less than 100 yuan in change. With my left hand still crossed over my shoulders, I reached into my inner pocket. Before he could extract his hand, my fingers pinched down on his through the fabric. I maintained my posture, eyes closed, swaying gently with the bus. Yet, those 2 fingers clamped down like a vice, refusing to budge no matter how forcefully he attempted to withdraw. As the bus came to a stop, he abandoned his endeavor, releasing his grip and swiftly exiting with his 2 accomplices, not daring to utter a word. The pneumatic doors closed and the bus rolled away. Tang, leaning closer, chuckled, brother, you're too wicked. That fellow looked as if he were constipated. I sighed, realizing that not only was he a chatterbox, but also rather crude. After disembarking, I casually tossed the tweezers into a nearby trash bin. The building stood beside Changjiang Road, its lobby spacious and bright. For people like us, it was an entirely different realm. The company was called Panlong Construction Engineering, located on the 9th floor. The lobby teemed with people, yet no one hindered our passage as we confidently strode to the elevator. Tang, using his sleeve to cushion his finger, pressed the button for the 10th floor. I couldn't help but nod in approval. Despite his piggish demeanor, he was surprisingly seasoned and shrewd. I refrained from asking questions. Those engaged in flying work have their own methods and tricks. The corridor on the 10th floor was nearly deserted. He slipped into the equipment room at the end of the hall and soon emerged carrying a folding ladder, topped with a cap caked in white dust. The hat, while not small, appeared comical due to his oversized head. He gestured for me to wait. I assured him with a gesture of confidence, and he disappeared into the fire escape. With some time to spare, I ventured to the restroom for a brief moment. Upon returning, I found him leaning against the iron door of the fire escape, smoking a cigarette. We descended the fire stairs together, reaching the 2nd floor. He mentioned needing to relieve himself. I understood, he intended to check whether the restroom windows could be opened, surveying both the 1st and 2nd floors to ensure all escape routes were preemptively scouted. After a brief interlude, we exited the building. He remarked that this company was quite substantial, occupying an entire floor. The owner, surnamed Huang, had an office at the very end, secured with a ball lock. If the documents were not stored in a safe, the task could be resolved in mere minutes. I inquired, what if they are in a safe? Then it would take a couple of minutes. I was genuinely astonished. My conversation with Zhang Xiang the previous night had not been a fabrication. Lockpicking was indeed my shortcoming. In my experience, safes were not akin to ordinary door locks, they were notoriously difficult to open. He claimed he could do it in 2 minutes. Seated at a dumpling restaurant, he detected my skepticism. After ordering 3 plates of sauerkraut and pork dumplings, he elucidated, common safes on the market include Yongfa, Hupai, Ipu, Dibua, and Jin Tiger. Among them, Dibua presents slightly more difficulty. He had thoroughly dissected several safes, and I gained some knowledge from the experience, even offering him a rare compliment, only to see him devour 2 plates of dumplings himself. Later that afternoon, upon returning home, he clutched a seagull camera as he entered the bedroom while I began assembling the watch. When I finally looked up, the night had enveloped the sky. I placed the assembled watch into a glass case. It required a few days to settle before ensuring its accuracy for the client. From the bedroom emanated the sounds of snoring. Goodness, I had assumed he was busy figuring out the camera, but instead, he had succumbed to slumber. No wonder he was so rotund. He could eat, drink, and sleep, nearly piling on the pounds. I stepped into the bedroom and fiddled with the camera for a while. At 9 o'clock, we found ourselves once more before that building. Tang, slinging the camera over his shoulder, resembled a third-rate tabloid reporter. He craned his neck and asked, brother, how do we get in without being stopped by security? I surveyed the eerily quiet yet brightly lit lobby, shaking my head. I truly have no idea. You tell me. He chuckled, then let us see what my brother can do. With that, he produced my Hongmei cigarettes, offering me one before launching into trivial chatter. It was bitterly cold. I estimated the temperature to be at least -26 or 7 degrees Celsius. After finishing one cigarette, he remained unfazed. Brother, I suddenly think this kind of work is quite agreeable. It feels justified, much better than breaking into an ordinary person's home to steal a television. I replied, wake up, do you think such opportunities arise every day? True enough, he conceded, rubbing his ears and grinning, brother, why not just take that woman down? Isn't it better than handling it yourself? Get lost. I retorted, it's freezing, what are we waiting for? He laughed, nodding his round chin toward behind me, waiting for him. A black Tiger car sped toward us, making a sudden stop at the front of the building. The rear door swung open, revealing a tall, thin middle-aged man clad in a black leather coat. He hurried up the steps, with the driver trailing closely behind. Tang whispered, follow closely. I grasped his intent. He was waiting for the opportune moment to blend in. We silently trailed behind the two individuals, maintaining a distance neither too far nor too close, just right. In a corner of the lobby, two chatting security guards swayed with their black rubber batons. Upon seeing us, one short guard raised his hand in greeting, Mr. Zhang, what's the rush? Unable to discern the middle-aged man's expression, it seemed he could not be bothered to respond, continuing on his way without breaking stride. The four of us arrived at the elevator area, where the middle-aged man cast a fleeting glance our way as we maintained our composure. They disembarked on the 8th floor, while we proceeded to the 10th. The corridor was exceptionally quiet, as all companies had closed for the day. I anticipated he would descend to the 9th floor via the fire stairs. This maneuver was intended to confuse any observers. Regardless of whether anyone was watching, the necessary precautions must be taken to mitigate risks. With practiced ease, he retrieved the folding ladder and quietly instructed, brother, once we reach the ladder, if someone approaches, accidentally knock it over and leave quickly. Understand? He wanted me to create a diversion, allowing him to escape swiftly. However, the 9th floor posed a challenge for escape. Was he suggesting we leap down? Nonetheless, the principle of catching the thief in the act held true. As long as we could exit that office promptly and secure the door behind us, all would be well. But if things went awry and I truly found myself caught, would I be able to flee? I was uncertain. Caught implied being apprehended in the act. I lowered my voice. Tang, don't you find this whole situation suspicious? Suspicious? What do you mean? His perplexed expression suggested he was lost. I said, return the ladder. Let us wait on the 9th floor for a while, and you'll understand. At this critical juncture, the usual joviality had vanished from his demeanor. We descended to the 9th floor, then stood in the elevator area, smoking and chatting as comfortably as if we were at home. What's going on? Just tell me. He could no longer contain his curiosity. Just wait, if no one arrives by the time we finish the cigarette, you can proceed with your work. I instructed. As predicted, we had yet to finish our smoke when ding. The elevator doors slid open. Chapter 30 silent flatulence. As I had anticipated, the inevitable had indeed arrived. 4 men emerged from the elevator. They varied in age, stature, and build, clad in cotton coats, down jackets, and military overcoats, appearing no different from ordinary passers-by. Yet, I recognized them immediately. They were all police officers. These individuals were not difficult to identify. I could discern their presence even with my eyes closed, simply by the scent in the air. The group appeared somewhat taken aback, likely perplexed as to how we happened to be standing there at that moment. Tang, with his large head, merely paused for a moment, his expression unchanged. What brings you two here? The lead middle-aged man inquired with a serious demeanor. Before I could respond, I heard Tang declare, we are journalists. I was taken aback. This statement would surely require showing identification soon. What was he thinking? However, having made his declaration, I felt compelled to remain silent. Journalists? The middle-aged man furrowed his brow and extended his hand. Please present your work IDs. I maintained a cold demeanor, my tone slightly arrogant. Who are you to demand that? Police. A short man beside the middle-aged officer raised an eyebrow. Startled, I instinctively shrank back. Tang, however, laughed heartily. Oh, I see, you're police officers. My sincerest apologies. I misspoke earlier. Initially, I thought he had merely blundered in a moment of panic, but it soon became clear that he had intentionally stated that, having evidently recognized their identities. Otherwise, he would have truly been at a loss. As for his reasoning, it was merely a tactic to muddle the waters first. This kind of behavior is referred to as huzio-mankin in the Northeast. The 4 men scrutinized him intently. Undeterred, he continued earnestly, to speak frankly, I have aspired to be a journalist since childhood. The television often proclaims that they fight for the public interest, safeguarding the welfare of the people as a noble mission and glory. This embodies the social responsibility of a journalist, and this is, be quiet, the middle-aged man interrupted. I'm asking you, what are you doing here? Why are you impersonating journalists? Tang, unfazed, replied with a grin, oh, don't rush me, officer, I'm merely explaining. I have a fondness for the profession of journalism and often venture out in my spare time to take photographs. What is there to photograph here? Well, you see, he feigned a look of disappointment. Officer, have you ever considered that while we are at home enjoying a delightful dinner, reclining on the sofa watching captivating television programs, there are so many individuals tirelessly working on the front lines? They are burning the midnight oil for our development. Don't they deserve to be interviewed? Don't we? Shut up, the short man impatiently shouted. Tang, you better behave yourself. Tang lowered his head. Where is the gum? That is not a good habit, officer. I must say, you should be careful. It's not wise to spit it out randomly. It can stick everywhere enough. The middle-aged man's face darkened like an eggplant. You two, come with us to the precinct. Wait. I called out, capturing everyone's attention. Gentlemen, let us not complicate matters unnecessarily. Could someone please contact Zhang Xiang and inform her that I wish to see her? The 4 plainclothes officers stared at me, wide-eyed. The short man knitted his brow in confusion. What are you saying? Can't you comprehend? You're coming with us to the precinct. On what grounds? I locked eyes with him. May I inquire if we have committed any offense? As I spoke, I glanced around. This is the elevator lobby, a public space. Is it not permissible for us to slip in here for a moment? Oh dear. Tang exclaimed, covering his backside. No, I can't hold it any longer. Before he finished his sentence, a loud fart escaped him. It is often said that silent farts are odorless, while loud ones are not, yet this fellow managed to embody both qualities. This fart was both resounding and foul. The four men hurriedly covered their noses, and I silently gave Tang a thumbs up. It seems our first collaboration was surprisingly harmonious. The four exchanged glances. The taller man pressed the elevator button and descended. I took out a pack of homemade cigarettes, smiling. Here, have a smoke to mask the odor. They did not refuse. Despite their unwelcoming glares, they accepted the cigarettes. At this moment, Tang had apparently forgotten his previous urgency and leaned in for a light. The moment they exited the elevator, I recognized them as all being detectives. If they had been anti-theft plainclothes officers, Tang's verbal gymnastics would have been of little use. Throwing tantrums and self-harm tactics would have been old news to them. After all, among all forms of crime, theft is the most rudimentary, yet these individuals are the most formidable. Additionally, the anti-theft veterans in Snow City were practically all known to me. Before I could finish my cigarette, the elevator doors opened once more. Ojung Siyang emerged, clad in a white mink coat, followed by two bodyguards and the tall plainclothes officer. She momentarily furrowed her brow, waving her hand before her nose. Unable to contain my laughter, I suggested, shall we have a private chat, just the two of us? She turned to the middle-aged officer. Liu, thank you for your hard work. I'll treat everyone to drinks another day. The middle-aged man nodded, throwing his cigarette butt into the nearby trash bin, and quietly instructed, wrap it up. Tang chimed in, let me see you off, officer. Zhang Xiyang added, Lauer, you two escort me as well. The seven of us entered the elevator, and the moment the doors closed, Tang winked at me with a lascivious grin. Now, only the two of us remained in the elevator lobby. I placed my hand in my pocket and pulled out a roll of Kodak film. Here, please take this. She accepted it. Did you take any pictures? Not a single shot was taken. What would I photograph? Then what is this? She inquired, raising her hand. I merely took out the film in advance. Why? Because I do not wish to leave any evidence. Even if Tang were apprehended on the spot, it would be better if the camera contained no film. She smirked, casually tossing the film into the trash bin. Why? This time, it was my turn to pose the question, eager to see if her answer aligned with my own thoughts. Clack, clack, clack. She approached the windowsill, opened her bag, and retrieved a long cigarette. Snap. I ignited my lighter and held it out. I didn't think you smoked. As she lit her cigarette, exhaling gently, she remarked, occasionally. A child of the rivers and lakes, a cigarette dangling from my lips adds a touch of depth. I found it peculiar. Rivers and lakes, her? To be honest, I didn't expect you to be this astute. She glanced at me. Since you've already figured it out, there is no need for pretense. Jean Lagio sought me out. He wishes to teach you a lesson. I chuckled at that. She had only divulged half of her message, looking at me quizzically. Sister Yang, I lit a cigarette for myself. I wish to hear the truth. Is there any need for me to deceive you? I shook my head, softly asserting, I do not know you well enough to determine that, yet it is evident that your words do not reflect the truth. Why? What sort of person is Jean Li mean? Seeking you out, would he deign to visit my humble establishment? Sister Yang, do you genuinely believe this is possible? She flicked away the ash from her cigarette, laughing softly. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. He simply wants to meet you. Chapter 31 The Fisherman's Gain. Amidst the swirling smoke, I have come to a realization. The most probable explanation for this matter is that the company she is collaborating with harbors doubts about both me and Jean Laojiu, fearing that we might speak indiscreetly. The reason is quite simple. When they initially sought Jean Laojiu's assistance, they did not anticipate that he would involve me, complicating matters unexpectedly. This affair is far from honorable. Once completed, they would naturally seek to erase all traces, and only the three of us are privy to it. To them, Jean Laojiu and I are merely inconsequential pawns. Given the opportunity, they would dispose of us both with little more thought than one might give to crushing a couple of ants beneath their feet. If Tang Dao Dai were to enter that office today, what awaited us would undoubtedly be a pair of glistening handcuffs. Once we are released, Zhang Xiyang would shift the blame onto Jean Laojiu. If we do not fall for their ruse, she would similarly direct her accusations towards Jean Laojiu, aiming to incite discord between us. Meanwhile, they would remain unscathed, reaping the benefits like a fisherman reeling in his catch. It is often said that one should dismantle the bridge after crossing, yet these individuals wish to incinerate both the bridge I represent and the one who constructed it, Jean Laojiu. Even if they cannot obliterate us entirely, they would certainly exhaust us, leaving us mutually weakened. It is dark, truly dark, far too dark. What am I to do? The only aspect I find perplexing is why it is Zhang Xiyang who has taken the lead. As the mastermind behind the scenes, does she truly find it necessary to step into the limelight and clean up this mess? It is akin to crushing an ant yet deploying a heavy-duty truck to do so. I cannot believe that a truck would harbor any particular fondness for an ant, but why, after much contemplation, regardless of the reasoning, it would be wise to keep my distance from them. This Zhang Xiyang possesses the power to send her longtime lover to prison with a mere flick of her wrist, revealing the depths of her character. She is now the CEO of the group, and her godfather, Qin Li Hua, is the foremost figure in Shuecheng Dao, while that out-of-town company remains shrouded in obscurity far beyond the reach of someone as inconsequential as I. The disparity in our standings is far too significant. At this juncture, what is being tested is emotional intelligence and social experience. As I finished my cigarette, I tossed the butt into the trash bin and turned around, speaking shyly like a bashful young lad. Sister, we mustn't joke like this in the future. She blinked her large eyes twice, staring at me as if I had sprouted flowers on my face. I continued, whenever you wish to invite your little brother for a meal, just give me a heads up. Oh, by the way, on which day will you send someone to retrieve the 20,000 yuan you lent me? She leaned against the windowsill, still holding the extinguished cigarette but between her fingers. Since the matter was not executed, this money cannot possibly be demanded from Big Head, I began, speaking in veiled terms. Although wrong men may be of the lowest echelon, there are rules within every trade. We cannot control the gossip of others, but we can certainly manage our own words. Very well then, I shall take my leave. With that, I turned and pressed the button for the elevator to descend. I had said all that needed to be said. She is an astute individual and surely comprehended my meaning. Ding, the elevator doors opened just as I was about to step in. I heard her say, Xiaowu, don't you wish to take Jean Lagio's place? Not at all. I replied, stepping into the elevator without hesitation. I genuinely did not desire that. After all, I had seen the fate of others in this industry. Once one's reputation swells beyond control, imprisonment is not far behind. I also understood that no matter how I presented myself today, she would never believe me, yet I needed to maintain a facade of amicability. Without the necessary clout, one ought not to tear the mask off in plain sight. History has shown that those who have acted foolishly in bravado have often found themselves forgotten, their graves lost to time. First and foremost, we must survive. As long as we are alive, there remains a chance. Once we are dead, there is nothing left. I am uncertain where my opportunity for greatness lies, for I have never contemplated such a thing. I only wish to find my parents and have a home. On the way home, I declared that I would not take a taxi and suggested we walk. Tang Dinao Dai remained silent, following me quietly. At this hour, taxis were scarce on the streets of Shuichang. The streetlights cast elongated shadows of the two of us. An elderly man was selling roasted sweet potatoes on the corner, their warmth inviting on a cold night. I hurried over to purchase 4. Wrapped in newspaper and placed in a plastic bag, I tucked them into my coat, feeling the pleasant warmth against my chest. After a short while, we turned onto Huanghechi Road. I recounted my analysis and asked him, do you now understand how difficult it is to earn such money? Yes, he nodded. These people's intentions are all thoroughly sinister. I barely wanted to return the camera to her, but that fellow named Huzi snatched it away, nearly choking me in the process. Damn it. After cursing, I inquired, so, are we truly returning that 20,000 yuan? Do you expect her to send someone to collect it? His eyes widened incredulously. Am I supposed to deliver it to her myself? Exactly. I refused to go. We have already made 2 trips back and forth. Did we not spend money on dumplings, or does taking the bus come without cost? Why should we return it to her? If we haven't done the work, we cannot claim the payment. I asserted sternly, listen to your brother. Tomorrow you shall go to her company and return it in person. I won't go. He lowered his head, his short legs moving quickly, clearly displeased. Do you still wish for her to come seek us out? Upon hearing this, he halted, drawing out his tone, whining, fine, I'll do as you say. I wrapped my arm around his shoulders, smiling, that's the spirit. We shall not covet such money. He chuckled in response. We continued our walk, arms draped around each other. Brother, how did you figure this out? Why couldn't I see it? He asked. Intuition. I pondered for a moment before adding, I do not comprehend the intricacies of bidding nor whether such tactics are necessary for competition. But what is Zhang Xiyang standing? She has no need to personally seek me out for trivial matters. Not quite. He shook his head vigorously. I believe that woman has taken a liking to you. That is why she invited you to dinner that night, and this time she came in person, perhaps to make her move and also to share your bed. I cleared my throat. Well, that could also be a possibility. After all, your brother is quite tall and imposing, reminiscent of Pannon. This fellow clung to a tree, feigning retching, which prompted me to kick him in annoyance as he fled. In the blink of an eye, he returned, neck craned. Honestly, brother, do you wish to sleep with her? I ignored him. Come on, just tell me, he teased, bumping into me playfully. Enough nonsense, let's get a taxi. My feet are freezing. I waved for a cab. As we boarded, he continued to inquire, brother, why does she always gaze at your hand? Did you touch her somewhere? Get lost. Upon returning home, I began discussing whether we could switch places for the night, and this fellow shook his head vigorously like a rattling drum. Brother, it's not that I'm afraid of discomfort, but I'm worried about damaging the sofa. Gazing at his earnest expression, I regretted my suggestion. Not to worry, I replied, you can sleep. If it gets ruined, I'll simply buy a new one. He agreed, and I felt a sense of relief. Little did I expect, in the dead of night, he climbed into my bed. I endured a sleepless night cocooned in my blanket, utterly unaccustomed to the situation. I had initially planned to hasten him out upon waking, but to my surprise, I found 2 dishes prepared on the table. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes and lamb stir-fried with scallions. I was astonished and asked, when did you go to buy groceries? He wore a silly grin. Early market, hurry and wash up, it's time to eat. Well then, the words I had prepared to scold him with evaporated. Damn it, he was using food to silence me, yet, I must admit, it was rather effective. After the meal, I sent Tang Dinao Dai to return the money, while I strolled to the street corner to buy cigarettes. The shopkeeper, Li Dezue, chatted while counting my change. Xiaowu, you might not know yet? This fellow is notorious for spreading rumors, his mouth as loose as a woman's bloomers. I took the money, gave a casual response, and turned to leave, but he called out, "Old Zhang has been hospitalized. I heard he was injured by a couple of thieves." I stopped in my tracks, quickly turning back to ask him for details. 40 minutes later, I arrived at the first affiliated hospital of the medical university, carrying a bag of fruit. Chapter 32, Catmaster in the ward. There were 4 beds, bustling with people.
Uncle Zhang? I approached the bed by the window.
Big Uncle Zhang, clad in a hospital gown, was reclining against the bed, chuckling foolishly while clutching a copy of Story Collection.
What brings you here?
He set down the magazine, his face a mask of surprise.
I heard it from Li Dazue and then went home to ask my aunt.
I placed the fruit on the bedside table.
Come, sit. He patted the edge of the bed.
Nothing serious, the bureau insisted on my hospitalization, completely unnecessary. Just as I settled onto the bed, my hand instinctively reached out and, in the blink of an eye, I unfastened the 5 buttons of his hospital gown, revealing layers of bandages beneath, causing my heart to constrict involuntarily. Big Uncle Zhang raised his eyebrows. Before he could scold me, I began to curse. Who the hell did this? He was left with no choice but to explain. A few days ago, during a joint anti-pickpocket operation with the local branch, I encountered a group of small-time delinquents at the Tulong Street Market. One of them, damn it, slashed at my chest with a razor. Nothing serious, just a cotton jacket. The cuts aren't deep at all. I'll be out in a few days. My expression darkened. Although there were times when I found him truly bothersome, seeing him injured inexplicably troubled me. There was a secret I had never shared with anyone. In the winter of 1983, I placed Arya's corpse at the entrance of the police station, and it was Big Uncle Zhang who came out to carry her inside. I saw it all clearly. Arya's illness struck her suddenly, with a high fever that wouldn't break. I had also purchased medicine, thinking if it didn't work, I would take her to the hospital or a welfare home, but that stubborn girl insisted she could endure. We huddled in the warm well for 2 days and nights without sleep. I don't know when I finally dozed off, but when I opened my eyes again, she had already breathed her last. Have they caught the perpetrator? I inquired. Big Uncle Zhang shook his head, unfamiliar face, too many people around. He slipped away in the blink of an eye. But that's Jean Lao Jiu's territory. Did you ask him? Couldn't he not ask? That old coot is sharper than a monkey, but without evidence, it's useless. What did he look like? He gestured dismissively. What do you want? Just asking. Asking what? Focus on your recovery. If I catch you getting restless again, I'll have you detained. Do you understand? Understood. I stood up, retorting, just take care of yourself. Being stubborn like this, it's a miracle you're still alive. You little brat. He picked up the Story Collection and hurled it at me. I tossed down a roll of 500 yuan, swiftly exited the ward, and began to ponder how to approach this matter appropriately. Tulong Street is Jean Laojiu's territory. If they weren't overstepping their bounds, they must be his men. This kid actually dared to attack an undercover officer, indicating he had quite a haul. Otherwise, he wouldn't have resorted to such violence. This line of work has always been about getting as much as possible. If caught with a small value, one could be overjoyed, because if it doesn't meet the criminal case standards, it can only be dealt with according to public security regulations, resulting in fines or detention. Fines are a joke, nobody pays those, so it invariably leads to detention. This kid has already drawn blood and injured an undercover officer. Word on the street will definitely spread. Since Jean Laojiu has been questioned, this kid must have hidden away in the outskirts, making it difficult to find him now. Jean Laojiu has connections in the precinct, but they aren't too high up. He wouldn't dare approach anyone too influential. In such a precarious situation, no one would dare to make promises lightly. I refuse to believe he isn't afraid of things escalating. I can't let Big Uncle Zhang suffer those cuts for nothing. Lacking a pager or a mobile phone, my only option to find anyone was to rely on my legs. After more than half an hour, I arrived at a mahjong parlor on Willow Street. Old Wang had once told me, in gambling, 9 lose for every 1 win. Not gambling is winning. Thus, I never indulged in betting. I came here because I had heard that Jean Laojiu loved to play in Northeast dialect. This is his den. The guy who opened the door resembled a heavy smoker, his eyes darting around as he sized me up.
Is Uncle Joe here? I spoke in a friendly tone. Who are you? Catmaster is my uncle.
His demeanor shifted to a smile. Catmaster is here. Winning big today, please come in.
Upon entering, I spotted the old coot.
The room was warm, albeit filled with smoke. 6 mahjong tables were packed with players, both men and women, the sounds of tiles clattering incessantly. Catmaster lounged back, legs crossed, casually handling his tiles, while a heavily made-up woman leaned languidly beside him. A person used to solitude, I particularly disliked such gatherings, so I approached to greet him, uncle. The call left the old man momentarily flummoxed, lifting his head in confusion. When he recognized me, his face instantly fell.
Busy here. If you have something to say it quickly.
He redirected his gaze. The player before him discarded a tile, calling, 3 bamboos. He began to curse, not useful, none of these are good tiles. The old man was holding a grudge. I leaned closer to his ear and whispered, Buddha asked me to relay a message. His body stiffened, and he turned to look at me.
I nodded.
Juanzi, help me with a couple of rounds. He bent down to put on his shoes, hastily rising to his feet. The woman next to him shifted her position, and resumed playing his tiles, casually saying, if you lose, it's on you, Changue. Catmaster called over the heavy smoker who had opened the door for me, get a room, I need to talk with my nephew.
This old coot was quick to seize an opportunity. Sure thing. We followed him inside.
Entering a corridor, there were 2 wooden doors on each side. He opened the innermost door on the right. The room was spacious and well decorated, the mahjong table here different from the ones outside, accompanied by a small sitting area adorned with fabric sofas and a large coffee table. I chuckled. This place is nice, uncle. Are you reluctant to spend money? Cat Master rolled his eyes. This is called ambience. You won't understand. After saying that, he turned to Changue. Brew a high-grade tea. Changue grinned. You always say jasmine. Be quick about it. He waved his hand, adding, don't let anyone disturb us. Once the door closed, he plopped down on the sofa, pulled out a box of soft Zhonghua cigarettes, and offered me one. I declined, hung up my coat, took out my own red plum, and lit it up. Any gains from Shenyang? He asked nonchalantly without even looking at me. I frowned. What do you think I came for? What? What do you mean? Are you playing me for a fool? I've been searching for half a month. I've practically tread through Taiyuan Street, and I've been to the South Station and the Taiyuan Street precinct, finding not a single clue. He grew somewhat anxious. Xiaowu, I swear on my conscience, at my age, how could I deceive you about such matters? Whether you deceive me or not, you know in your heart. I replied angrily. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. He called for them to enter, and Changue came in with a tea tray. After placing it on the coffee table, he poured 2 cups from a white porcelain teapot, nodding and bowing as he retreated. Cat Master, young sir, enjoy. Cat Master waved him off. Once the door closed, he changed the subject. You have something to discuss with me? Nothing much. I shook my head, just wanted to talk about Shenyang. I've been running around so much, you owe me an explanation. After much back and forth complaints, it was evident that this old coot was becoming annoyed. I jabbed at him from one angle to another before suddenly asking, do you think that person really looks like lazy? Well, you know, it's just a feeling, he stammered, attempting to divert the conversation again. Did you say the old Buddha from Xi'an had a message for me? My maneuvering was aimed at leaving him uncertain about my intentions, so I began to play coy. Did I say that? You? His face flushed with anger, pointing at me, unable to articulate a response. Look at you, at your age, still so easily flustered. It is not good for your health. You need to be careful. What if you have a hemorrhagic stroke and collapse? You have no children to care for you. He angrily downed his tea in one gulp. I laughed heartily. Don't get mad. We're just having a casual chat. I've noticed your mouth is getting more and more foul. There is nothing to talk about with you, he retorted. Ignoring him, I continued to jabber on. By the way, did you hear that Big Uncle Zhang was slashed on Tulong Street a few days ago? I kept my eyes on his old face, noticing that when he heard the words Tulong Street, his eyelids flickered before his expression became inscrutable once more. Indeed, he was one of Jin Lao Zhou's people. Chapter 33 of the Buddhas and Dragons. I lifted my teacup and took a sip. The old cat cast a sidelong glance at me. Xiaowu, if you meddle in this matter, you'll ruin the established order. Established order? The smile vanished from my face. Master Cat, may I inquire what rule permits one to draw a blade against, Hualian? He remained silent. Could it be one of your own? I pressed on. His silence was telling, and I raised an eyebrow with a long sigh. He appeared earnest. Xiaowu, I've merely returned out of boredom and occasionally assist old Jiu. He doesn't belong to him. Therefore, to suggest that lad is one of us is rather biased. Damn, I silently cursed, this old fox, before anything has even unfolded, he has already distanced himself. Even if it has nothing to do with you, does old Jiu allow such matters to transpire? How could that be? He quickly clarified. After returning from the division, old Jiu was nearly driven mad, slapping that lad a dozen times, and then, at this point, he abruptly fell silent, shooting me an irritated glance. Then he allowed him to escape? I ventured. He chuckled awkwardly, choosing not to respond. Master Cat, old Zhang is an old Hualian in our snow city. Do you think the police will simply let this go? I leaned forward earnestly. His expression darkened, yet he remained reticent, feigning concern. I shook my head. I mean no harm, after all, I've gotten along well with him over the years and can still have a word with him, otherwise, he. What do you mean by that? He inquired. What could I possibly mean? Just making small talk. I rose and stretched languidly. All right, if there's nothing more, I shall take my leave. Removing my wool coat, I headed for the door. Xiaowu, he called out, do you know how old Jiu found out you returned to Snow City last time? It must have been old Jiu and the others who mentioned it. I chuckled. That was merely a guess. One of the 3 companions on K-17 bore the surname Jiu, though I was unaware of their origins. The train had departed from the capital heading to Snow City, and if those 3 wished to inquire about me, they would naturally focus on the destination, Snow City, before seeking information about fellow travelers. My timing at the railway hospital was perfect, allowing me to catch the 39th Express. If those 3 had indeed inquired at Jin Lao Jiu's, it would be clear that I had returned to Snow City. This had initially been a query of mine. Although the steward had been searching for me, it was improbable he would stake out the train station every day, but if not, why did I happen to encounter them immediately upon disembarking? The old cat did not confirm, indicating I was indeed correct. He sighed again, sounding rather earnest. Xiaowu, although we lack formal master-disciple ties, there remains a bond between us, and you should feel free to speak your mind, don't you think? I reached the door, silently cursing the notion of any bond with him. He continued, what I wish to convey is that although you seldom take action, tales of your exploits have circulated through the underworld. I understand. For years you have sought your parents amidst numerous trials, yet if you do not align with us and instead grow too close to those, old Hualian, wouldn't you be cutting off your own path?
I turned to him. There is a verse in the Abhidhamsaka Sutra, to become the dragons and elephants of all Buddhas, one must first be the horses and cattle of all sentient beings. Master Cat, do you know its meaning? He looked bewildered. Old man, you should read more and play cards less, I declared without hesitation as I swung open the door and stepped outside. Tonight, he quickly interjected, come over at 8. The old fellow was quite adept at holding back. Elated, I turned back, maintaining a neutral expression. Very well, just inform old Gio, for I have something to share with him as well. With that, I strode out. He shouted after me, you little rascal, what did the old Buddha say? I waved my hand dismissively, we'll talk about it tonight. That old coot had forgotten to dangle my family's news before me? If it weren't for this matter, would I really go through the trouble of obtaining Zhang Xiang's pendant for a mere 20,000? I had anticipated today's outcome. After all, I had dealt several blows to the anti-pickpocket plainclothes officers. Even if the cuts were minor, this situation could escalate significantly. They were undoubtedly inquiring about the division's stance, wary of magnifying the matter. At this juncture, I presented myself. They could hardly refuse. For good measure, I had also set 2 hooks. One was the old Buddha from Xi'an, the other was that I had something to disclose to Jean Laojiu. I simply did not believe they would not take the bait. Speaking of the old Buddha, it harkened back to an experience from my youth. In the summer of 1989, at the age of 17, brimming with youthful vigor, I encountered a particularly brazen group of fellow travelers on the 138 train from Shanghai to Xi'an. They descended upon the sleeper carriage like locusts, plundering all the way to the last car, leaving dozens of passengers realizing they had been robbed, while the train police were left in a cold sweat, utterly at a loss. Among them was a woman, weeping desperately on the floor with a 4 or 5-year-old boy in her arms. Her pants had been slashed open, and she had lost a full 10,000 yuan, the proceeds from selling her house back home to pay for her son's medical treatment. The woman lamented that due to her child's illness, they had been left destitute, and her husband had divorced her. This journey was meant to return to her family to gather some funds to take her son to Shanghai for treatment, but she never anticipated being robbed clean. The little boy gently stroked her face with his tiny hands, saying, Mom, don't cry, it doesn't matter if you can't see, as long as you're here with me, I'm not afraid. It turned out the child was blind. In that moment, tears streamed down my face. Though young, I had always adhered to the rules of honor. That day, I decided to break them. All the stolen goods were transferred into a bag held by an accomplice in the sleeper carriage. This person was right there in the compartment. The train was scheduled to arrive in Xi'an at 10:37. I took action half an hour beforehand. I carried a black faux leather bag, calmly weaving through the aisle of the sleeper compartment. Next to the accomplice, a young man was sleeping with his head facing outward. Nobody paid me any heed, so I approached and gave him a slap before swiftly departing. Having passed the accomplice's bunk, a commotion quickly erupted behind me, drawing the attention of many. I turned back, feigning interest. The young man I had slapped was berating a middle-aged man across from him, shouting, "You scoundrel, why the hell did you hit me?" The middle-aged man, honest and anxious, scrambled to explain, but his words, spoken in Minnan dialect, only muddled the situation further, inciting the young man's fury. Other passengers gathered around, and the accomplice, a lad in his 20s, couldn't help but stretch his neck to see what was happening. I placed my bag behind him, nonchalantly lifting his bag in turn. I had previously noted its appearance, so I had swiped an identical one from another carriage, containing nothing but dirty clothes. I entered the restroom with the bag. When I emerged, I held a black plastic bag filled with over 20 wallets and more than 40,000 yuan in cash. I hadn't touched a single cent. As the train neared the station, I returned to that carriage despite the windows being open. The compartment was stifling. The 2 train officers were still present. The woman had ceased her weeping, sitting in a daze in her seat, her eyes swollen like peaches. I stood by the restroom, at a distance from her. In the aisle, a little girl of 6 or 7 was running about. I waved her over, performing a sleight of hand to produce a lollipop, whispering, "Little sister, could you take this bag to those 2 police uncles? If you do, I'll give you this lollipop, alright?" The little girl glanced at the bag and asked, "What is this?" I replied, "It's the bad guy's stuff. If you hand it to the police uncle, you'll be doing a good deed." "That's wonderful." She wiped the sweat from her brow, clapping her hands. "Then I don't want your lollipop." With that, she reached out and took the plastic bag from my hands, struggling a bit with its weight. I still tucked the lollipop into her pocket without her noticing. She deserved it. I watched as she handed the bag to the police, and without waiting for them to look for me, she turned and dashed into another carriage. The train arrived at the station right on schedule. I was filled with joy, believing that the little boy's sight could surely be restored. He would no longer need to touch to see, he would surely be able to behold his mother. But where was my mother? I had been to Xi'an twice, and as I navigated through the bustling crowds at the exit, a chill ran down my back. A voice whispered in my ear, "Don't shout, just keep walking." Chapter 34. The flying card knife. A wise man knows when to yield, though I possess martial skills. I have never been arrogant. In fact, I remain calmer than the average adult. Years of wandering through the martial world have taught me that to survive long, one must refrain from recklessly gambling with one's life. Thus, I obediently followed a few individuals into a white van. After boarding, I scrutinized my surroundings and concluded with certainty that they were associates of the group inside the vehicle. Yet, they were unfamiliar faces, not attackers or dealers, but rather stirrers. Having never dropped their guard, they blended in among the passengers. Given that these individuals were armed, they were no ordinary gang. It seemed I had unwittingly stirred a hornet's nest. I found it peculiar that I did not know how they had recognized me. Silence enveloped the van as I pondered my next move. After approximately 40 minutes, the van entered an underground parking lot, and I was escorted to a private room in a nightclub. I had already discerned that the man seated in the front passenger seat was their leader. He appeared to be in his early 30s, of average build, with a square face that bore an expression of sternness. As I looked at him closely, it dawned on me why I had given myself away. When I handed a plastic bag to a little girl, he had been seated in the same compartment of the vehicle. I had not deliberately memorized every individual within the compartment, but a fleeting glance had left an impression. He must have been seated in aisle seat 63. Just as criminals often return to the scene of the crime, some seasoned thieves do not rush to leave after a successful heist. However, this individual did not strike. He appeared more like a commander orchestrating his subordinates in a frenzied robbery. In the nightclub's private room, he reclined on a spacious sofa while 3 others stood behind me. "What are you acting crazy for, brat?" he spat, his voice grating like a knife scraping glass. I comprehended his Shaanxi dialect, an insult directed at me, questioning my sanity. I responded in Mandarin, "I do not understand what you mean." "You fool," he muttered darkly, waving his hand dismissively, "follow the rules." The last 4 words were spoken in Mandarin. I heard someone behind me drawing a knife, intent on severing one of my hands. I maintained my composure. A hand reached for my shoulder. As my right shoulder sank, I executed a move known as the Overlord's hard pull. My left foot stepped forward, my right hand formed a palm, and my body spun instantaneously, delivering a powerful strike to the individual's waist. Clatter, a knife over a foot long fell to the ground. The other 2 lunged with fists raised, and I countered with a technique called Heavenly Cannon, striking both of their jaws. In an instant, all 3 collapsed, howling in agony. I feigned an attempt to lunge at the man on the sofa, only to find a dark barrel of a gun aimed at me. I could not help but lament that I was still no match for a firearm. He lounged with his leg crossed, gun in hand, and appeared astonished. "The kid can actually fight?" I raised my chin defiantly. "If you're brave, put down that iron lump, and let us settle this like men, shall we?" He burst into laughter. "You little brat, do I need to fight when I have a gun?" I chuckled coldly, deliberately provoking him. "You are no hero." "Did I ever claim to be a hero?" he retorted in Mandarin. I grew weary of the conversation, my frustration mounting. Had it not been for him pressing a gun against me, I would never have found myself in such a predicament. The 3 individuals, now regaining their footing, glared at me with ill intentions. "Continue," the middle-aged man commanded, gesturing with his gun. Was he intent on not ceasing until I had lost a hand? I pressed my right hand against my pants pocket, where 4 pristine playing cards were now firmly grasped. To seize the thief, one must first capture the king. This was the flying card knife passed down to me by Master Cat. I calculated the angles. The first card must be pinned to his wrist, disarming him of that threatening gun. Only once that was accomplished could I dare to flee. The remaining 3 cards were to be hurled simultaneously as I turned, taking down the 3 remaining assailants. In that fleeting moment, I could not afford to miss. Just as I was about to make my move, the door to the private room swung open, and an elderly voice rang out, "Shaanxi, when did you return?" I glanced over, and another card appeared in my hand. At the doorway stood a portly old man dressed in a pale blue tank suit with black cloth shoes, his rotund figure suggesting he weighed at least 200 pounds. He was not particularly tall, his bald head gleaming, and his round face bore a benign countenance reminiscent of the Buddha, lacking even the slightest wrinkle. I could not discern his age. The man with the gun quickly rose to greet him. "Ganda, what brings you here?" The 2 exited, closing the door behind them. The Ganda, this term means godfather in Shaanxi dialect. Could they be master and apprentice? The old man addressed him as Shaanxi, a name more common in the north of Beijing, while here, people typically referred to one another as bro or simply Xiang. With no time to ponder further, I seized the opportunity and decided to take the initiative. Whoosh, 3 playing cards shot out like lightning. Thud, 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 each one pinned precisely to the heavenly tripod points beneath their right shoulders. The unfortunate trio fell instantly. This pressure point could incapacitate them for at least 30 seconds. I reached for the door, but the person outside was also pushing against it. It was the one called Shaanxi returning. The fallen men cried out for their 3rd brother, and Shaanxi reacted swiftly. As the door opened, his gun was aimed squarely at me. I placed one hand on his arm, forcefully lifting it, causing the barrel to tilt skyward. Before he could react, my right hand slid swiftly down his arm to his wrist, gripping the gun's body and twisting violently. The somewhat tarnished Type 64 was now in my possession. With a powerful tug on his arm, I pulled him into the private room. In the blink of an eye, the gun's muzzle was pressed against his temple. "Don't move!" I commanded in a low voice. Shaanxi remained silent. Clap, clap, clap. Applause erupted. I looked up in surprise to find the portly old man had not left. He stood in the hallway, clapping and grinning at me. I forcefully pressed the gun's muzzle. "Leave." The martial world is rife with formidable characters, especially in this ancient city known for its 8 waters surrounding Chang'an. I did not know who they were, nor did I wish to. As long as I could make my escape unharmed, Shaanxi showed no fear, and the 3 fallen individuals scrambled to their feet. I dragged him out of the private room, deliberately keeping my distance from the plump old man. The 3 men, clutching their shoulders, pursued us, cursing loudly. In the martial world, there are 3 types of individuals one should avoid provoking: monks, the disabled, and children. For without exceptional skills, these 3 types seldom dare to navigate the martial realm alone. Though the portly old man appeared harmless, he was Shaanxi's master. Having a gun pointed at Shaanxi, he showed no sign of fear, which was rather unusual. Caution was warranted. I dared not blink, yet in that fleeting moment, as we crossed paths, my hand holding the gun was suddenly empty. Upon glancing again, I found the gun had already been seized by the plump old man. Crash, my Type 64 was disassembled into a heap of parts. The blocking iron, firing pin, pivot pin, spring seat, all scattered across the floor. The recoil spring bounced away, flying far. Disassembling a handgun is not difficult, but what astonished me was that he accomplished it with but one hand, a single chubby hand. Just as I was momentarily dazed, Shaanxi, slippery as an eel, forcefully wriggled free from my grasp.
My mind raced. The old man was a master, but Xiangzi was clearly inferior. I had to subdue him, or my escape would be exceedingly difficult. Thus, I lunged forward. Where do you think you're going? In just 2 strides, I seized one of his arms, applying pressure to entangle him, my right hand clawing at his throat. Simultaneously, my body spun like a top, positioning me behind him. Don't move! I commanded sternly. Chapter 35 of the 3 No Thefts and 5 No Takes. The stout old man displayed a look of astonishment. With your palm strikes and agile footwork, akin to chasing the wind, and your grappling and pouncing techniques resembling the tiger's pounce, which master of the 8 extremes do you study under? He was referring to the 8 extremes verses, proving he was indeed a practitioner. A sudden wave of suspicion washed over me. This old fellow spoke Mandarin with remarkable fluency, tinged with a hint of Beijing dialect. Could he be an outsider? I remained silent, my senses on high alert. The old man furrowed his brow, seemingly lost in contemplation of my earlier moves. Is your master surnamed Han? My eyebrows involuntarily shot up. He chuckled heartily. Ah, so you are the disciple of an old friend's daughter. How is that girl faring? His casual reference to my master as girl nearly made me laugh. How could someone of such age refer to a girl? Yet, a sudden realization struck me. If he were indeed a close friend of my master, just how old could he be? Having wandered for so many years, my skepticism ran deep. Who could discern the truth behind his words? I had no desire to linger longer. The stout old man glanced at the 3 grinning rascals, chuckling. The little rascals' flying knife techniques. You've certainly learned quite a hodgepodge. He knew Cat Master? He even referred to him as Little Rascal. Could it be that he held a higher status? Nevertheless, I understood well that such individuals rarely held any genuine affection for one another. They would not spare me simply due to past connections. Let me go. As I spoke, I tightened my grip, forcing Xiangzi to emit muffled sounds of distress. I dragged him backward, but after only a few steps, my arms inexplicably went numb, and Xiangzi slipped from my grasp like an eel, darting behind the stout old man. I was taken aback. I had been fixated on the old man and had not seen him move. What had struck me, there was no time for contemplation, so I hastily took off running. Behind me, his voice rang out. Why are you running? Come have tea and chat with me. I remained silent. Even if he claimed to be a friend of my master, Xiangzi still referred to him as Godfather. Furthermore, my 8 extremes training had been purchased with money in exchange of cash for goods. Although I called him master, it was a far cry from the traditional lineage of master and disciple. In essence, my ties to the school were rather tenuous. This was the truth. After sprinting a dozen paces, I finally noticed the opulence of the surroundings. Even the floors were made of natural stone slabs. On either side stood doors of white solid wood, adorned with ornate European-style floral reliefs, exuding an air of lavishness. At that moment, a door ahead swung open. 6 young men clad in floral shirts emerged, each wielding a knife. I halted, clutching 6 playing cards in my hand. Before I could make a move, another door opened, revealing 5 more youths. Soon, door after door swung open, and an increasing number of people crowded the corridor, their eyes filled with malice, all fixated on me. It was over. There was no escape. Turning around, I saw the old man and Xiangzi approaching. The stout old man wore his usual jovial expression, while Xiangzi's face was decidedly grim. I chuckled, declaring aloud, "Old man, I shall accompany you for tea and conversation." 2 minutes later, the 3 of us found ourselves seated in a quaint, antiquated tea room. Xiangzi brewed water using a pitch-black silver kettle, while I offered the old man a stick of red plum cigarettes. To my surprise, he accepted and showed no disdain for my offering. Internally, I felt a flutter of anxiety, yet my demeanor remained that of a courteous guest, devoid of the unease that came with being controlled, clearly irking Xiangzi. Xiangzi, do enlighten us about the situation. The stout old man cast a sideways glance at him. Xiangzi recounted the events in Shangxi dialect, which I mostly comprehended, though I refrained from interjecting. Young man, the old man turned his gaze toward me, the warmth in his smile diminished by 3 parts. Since we are all insiders, you understand the rules. Although we may not be engaging in a public display, you have indeed committed a grave transgression. Shall I take one of your hands as a penalty? I straightened my posture and replied earnestly, since we are discussing rules, I must dare to inquire, are we not bound by the age-old tenets of 3 no thefts and 5 no takes in the wrong sect? Xiangzi's expression fluctuated. The stout old man sighed, murmuring, 3 no thefts and 5 no takes, do enlighten us. I nodded respectfully toward Xiangzi. Uncle Xiang, I beg your pardon for my impertinence. While the stout old man could address him casually, I could not. The 3 no thefts denotes a code of conduct. I continued. Firstly, we do not steal from scholars. Though our education may be lacking, we must respect those with knowledge. Secondly, we do not rob women and children. Preying upon the weak is nothing short of despicable. Thirdly, we do not steal from the elderly, especially those who are lonely and destitute. I cast a glance at the stout old man, my meaning clear. As an elder, surely my words held merit. He nodded slightly, indicating I should continue. The 5 no take signifies rightful acquisition. I elaborated. Firstly, we do not take trousers, leaving one unable to rise from bed. How base. Secondly, we do not take pots, preventing one from cooking. How vile. Thirdly, we do not take food, for one must live and not slaughter the hen for a single egg. Fourthly, we do not take cotton in winter, and fifthly, we do not steal mosquito nets in summer. Having concluded, I turned my gaze to Xiangzi. Uncle Xiang, you were seated in that very carriage. Well aware of why I acted against the code, the stout old man directed his gaze toward him, his face betraying no emotion. Speak. Xiangzi trembled, his eyes narrowing as they cast a hostile glance in my direction. Then, he knelt before the elder. Godfather, I was wrong. In what way were you wrong? The stout old man demanded sternly. He hesitated. I merely watched, refraining from interjecting. At that time, there was a woman holding a blind child. We forced her off the carriage, and only later did I realize that it was the money for the child's medical treatment. With a sharp crack, the old man slapped him across the face, and I silently commended the blow. After delivering the strike, the stout old man stood up and turned to me. Shall we depart? If we linger, they might tear us apart. I hastily followed, supporting his arm. Godfather, Xiangzi called out. I opened the door, and the stout old man scolded, You three brothers, you are the most despicable of the bunch. I truly regret having taken you in. You were once an honest fellow, but now you've learned to be cunning, occasionally stirring up trouble. You're becoming more and more of a nuisance. Sun Laosan, you are nothing but a jumbled glass ball. His tongue was sharp with Beijing dialect, and I could hardly suppress a laugh looking back at Xiangzi. He knelt there, his face reddening like a ripe eggplant. My conviction grew stronger that this old man hailed from Beijing. Most people instinctively curse using their native dialect. As we approached the resplendent lobby of the nightclub, 4 young men followed closely behind, and a black Crown sedan pulled up at the entrance. I assisted him down the red-carpeted steps, pondering my escape plan. The driver, a somewhat simple-looking middle-aged man, hurriedly opened the back door, and I helped the old man into the car. Just as his ample form settled into the seat, I intended to close the door and flee. However, as the thought crossed my mind, half my body went numb, nearly causing me to topple over. I heard the stout old man inside the car say, Get in. A powerful force yanked at my arm, and I tumbled into the car like a ragged sack. Before me was a round, jovial face, beaming with mirth, resembling a delightful meatball. I shut my eyes and thought, Let us go. Chapter 36 of the Unwritten Rules of the Jianghu. The luxurious car glided onto the road, followed closely by a white Jinbei van, within which 4 bodyguards were seated. I found myself perplexed by these individuals. Xiangzi addressed the old man as godfather, indicating a master-disciple relationship, yet this old fellow exhibited such remarkable skills. How could Xiangzi appear like a novice? Moreover, what of that nightclub? Was it owned by the old man or by Xiangzi? If it belonged to Xiangzi, why would he still lead a team to conduct work? These individuals were rather enigmatic, igniting within me a desire to uncover the truth. As the vehicle accelerated, I gazed out at the ancient city walls, marveling at the ever-changing landscape of this historic city. There were many places I scarcely recognized. I cherished the essence of this city. Over the years, I had traversed countless cities, yet many bustling metropolises left me feeling uneasy, their complexity inducing an inexplicable sense of anxiety. More than an hour later, as the sun dipped toward the horizon, I could no longer discern my location. The car came to a halt in a quaint village, and I assisted the elder as he alighted. Looking up, I was momentarily entranced. It was as if I had stepped into a dream. Flowering fences, a patch of vegetable garden, wisps of smoke curling into the air, and the entire courtyard was suffused with delightful aromas. A burly man emerged from the Jinbei, approaching with a slight bow and murmured, Old Buddha, shall we take our leave? The rotund elder waved him off. The term Old Buddha struck me like a bolt of lightning on a clear day, sending shivers down my spine. Old Buddha, he was the legendary figure from Xi'an. It was no wonder I was astonished. This man had an immense reputation, said to have even mentored the illustrious Zhangzhou Eagle. Rumors in the Jianghu claimed that Old Buddha was a figure from the capital, a member of the royal family, born in the early 20th century. It was said that in his youth, he often frequented the imperial palace, sharing laughter with the heir apparent. In his younger days, he lived a roguish life, forming close ties with the disciples of the infamous Swallow Li San, later venturing into the bustling foreign concessions. Some claimed he had once run a temple, sought the guidance of a senior in the Green Gang, and had sworn brotherhood with Du Yuesheng. After a long period of obscurity, it was said that his ancestral home had transformed into the office compound of a certain special department. In 1960, Zhangzhou Eagle committed a crime in Shijiazhuang, managing to escape due to his exceptional agility, only to be betrayed by an accomplice, revealing his whereabouts. The police were astonished to discover that this Buddha was still alive. A month later, he was apprehended in a farmhouse in Miyun, but since he had never committed a crime and no evidence could be found to substantiate the rumors, he was released. This was allegedly his only arrest. In the following years, as the youth traversed the nation, he too roamed freely across various locales before finally settling in Xi'an, allegedly drawn there by his fondness for lamb pama and biangbiang noodles. There were countless tales, with none verifiable. In any case, he was a legend, a figure akin to the guardian deity of the old Rongmen. What are you pondering? The old man nudged me and stepped into the courtyard, calling out, Old Qing, prepare the noodles. A sturdy middle-aged man emerged from the house, grinning as he replied, I've been readying them for you, sir. The small courtyard was adorned with numerous vegetables, with a clean slate stone path running through, still glistening with moisture. The few rooms were simply furnished, all crafted from solid wood in a traditional Chinese style. Upon closer inspection, I was astonished to find they were all antique Wanwali furniture. My understanding of such things was limited, and my knowledge extended only so far. Only this couple resided in the home. The man was named Old Qing, and his wife was called Qingsaw. Attending to the elder's daily needs, they were not very talkative, possessing a straightforward disposition. Dinner consisted of oil-splashed noodles served in bowls larger than my head, with thick noodles adorned with tender, green rapeseed hearts, scallions, chili powder, fresh minced garlic, vinegar. The hot oil hissed as it was poured over, filling the air with a delectable aroma. Old Buddha did not dine in the dining room but squatted beneath the eaves with his bowl, relishing the sunset. Adopting the local custom, I joined him, devouring my meal even faster than he did. I must admit, it was truly delicious. I soon realized that since he was the legendary Old Buddha, I might as well stay put. Having come this far, I might as well settle in and learn some skills before departing. Thus, I made my home in this small courtyard. The following day, a black Hodo Benz arrived, trailed by 2 Jinbei vans. From the bens emerged two impeccably dressed middle-aged men, both possessing broad faces and large ears. I remained in the adjacent room, engrossed in a book, not venturing outside. Although I only caught snippets of their conversation, I gleaned some understanding. The two were brothers. The elder was named Sun Jun, and the younger Sunwei, the latter owning the nightclub in question. Sun Jun appeared to be involved in construction, as I faintly overheard the term demolition. As for the previous day's Shangzi, his full name was Sun Xiang, the third brother in the family. These two had come to offer an apology on behalf of their younger brother. As they departed, numerous items were unloaded from their vehicle, cases of Maodai liquor and Zhonghua cigarettes, along with an abundance of daily necessities and food. Old Buddha paid them little mind, while the brothers smiled and addressed him with a constant ganda. After they left, I inquired nothing, and the old man offered no explanations. The ensuing days were remarkably tranquil. In the mornings, I accompanied him on leisurely strolls through the village, sometimes assisting in the vegetable garden. Each afternoon, we would fish by the small river. In the evenings, he would invite me to play chess. Regrettably, my skills were lacking, yet he patiently guided me, teaching me as he pinched his nose. After more than a month, I had progressed to a level where I could hold my own against him. One evening, the old fellow flipped the chessboard and produced a set of go stones. I was equally unfamiliar with this game, and he began to teach me step by step. As the weather turned cooler, the go board was once again set aside. I sensed that he held a fondness for me, intending to take me as his disciple, wishing for me to call him godfather. However, having endured humiliation over the years, I had long sworn never to acknowledge anyone as such. I had only one father, my biological father. This was precisely why the dynamic between the old man and me was rather peculiar. I yearned to acquire genuine skills, while he was eager to teach, yet my pride prevented me from kneeling in submission. Thus, we both experienced a sense of inner turmoil, masking it with an air of indifference, as if we were unaffected by anything. Life continued in this manner. As autumn deepened, we found ourselves once more seated by the riverbank with fishing rods in hand. An hour passed without a single catch, prompting him to begin sharing corny jokes. In the autumn of '83, I snatched a beggar's bowl overflowing with money right in front of the Xian station. Guess what happened next? I replied nonchalantly, did you get beaten? He erupted in laughter, gasping for breath. I never imagined it would restore his sight and heal his paralysis. Ha ha. I found no humor in his tale, responding, at the train station, only the trains are real. His laughter ceased abruptly. Oddly, he fell silent for a considerable time, and I stole a glance at him. Eventually, he remarked, kid, don't be too wise for your years, you must possess some edge. And you? I inquired. His gaze turned forlorn as he stared across the riverbank. Better to be a peaceful dog than to be caught in chaos. I was born in tumultuous times, yet I have never compromised my principles. I tilted my head, questioning, were you truly born in 1904? He lifted his fishing rod, once again finding it empty, rebaited the hook, and cast it out with a sigh. In the Jianghu, there are no generations. Heroes have no age. Is it not delightful to be blissfully ignorant? I lit a Hongmei cigarette. He furrowed his brow. With so many Zhonghua, why do you not smoke those? I've grown accustomed to it. I replied. He smirked, suddenly exclaiming, can't you bend your knees? I could not restrain a grin at his unexpected inquiry, but quickly composed myself and replied earnestly, old man, some matters weigh lightly off the scales, yet the moment they're weighed, they become burdensome. I don't need you to support me in my old age. What are you talking about being burdensome? He retorted. Just then, I felt a tug on the line. With a sharp pull, a carp about a foot in length leaped from the water, and I burst into laughter. On the way back, I gleefully carried the fish, while he, bearing the fishing rod, had a disgruntled expression. I've had enough of you. Tomorrow, just get the hell out. I walked backward, chuckling. You must impart some skills before I leave. What skills? Instantaneous pointing. Friends, the initial 80,000 words are undergoing a small-scale test. Whether I can continue writing depends on your support. In the coming week, I kindly ask those who haven't added this to their bookshelf to do so. For those who aren't accustomed to urging updates, please take a moment each day to nudge me. For those saving it for later, please be patient and follow the updates daily. Only with your support can I focus on crafting the tale of this little thief and the Jianghu. Thank you immensely. Chapter 37. A calm mind brings clarity to the eyes in a fleeting moment of beauty. Time slips away like sand through one's fingers. The technique known as Shan Neji, a signature skill of the venerable master, has been revered and envied by countless individuals within the esteemed circles for nearly half a century. Within the tea room, I served him tea. Xiao Wu, he declared, I must say, you are the only genius I have encountered in the past 30 years. However, your studies are too eclectic. From this day forth, you must forget all the skills you have learned from the esteemed traditions. Forget? I exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed. He nodded emphatically. Forget. I had thought that forgetting would be an effortless endeavor, yet in reality, it proved to be far more challenging than learning itself. It took me a full fortnight to grasp that what he meant by forgetting was not amnesia, but rather a seamless integration of knowledge, simplifying complexity and returning to authenticity. One evening, I returned home with 2 chickens in hand, feathers scattered about me. I had resorted to no means other than pilfering the chickens from a fellow villager. Just as Aunt Cheng placed the chickens into the pot, the villager appeared at our door wielding a wooden stick. The old man, bowing and scraping, showered him with sweet words and even compensated him with 20 yuan before the stout man with the surname Zhang relented. The chicken was delectable. After a glass of Maotai, he declared, all right. I joyfully joined him for another drink, successfully navigating this hurdle. That night, we sat cross-legged on the Luohan chairs, a freshly brewed pot of Baihaoingjian resting on the wooden table between us. Xiao Wu, your greatest flaw lies in your restless heart. I listened attentively. A calm mind brings clarity to the eyes. The third eye of the esteemed tradition is far more difficult to cultivate than the third hand. Quick hands are not as swift as quick eyes, and quick eyes are not as rapid as a quickened heart. What does Shan Na mean? Distraction. Distraction is but a fleeting moment. You must understand that a person's attention shifts in less time than it takes to blink. In that instant, one can accomplish countless tasks. You could search their entire being, remove their watch, their ring, or even undo their belt. Without a knife, you could extract valuables from their undergarments and still manage to fasten their belt afterward to become a top-tier master. You must locate that fleeting moment. Whether you are too early or too late, you will disturb the other's awareness, rendering all prior efforts futile. Next, you must practice finding that moment, then, extend that fleeting instant to the duration you desire. The night was brief. It was not until the following spring that I departed. On a drizzly morning, I stood at the bedroom door and announced, "Old man, I am leaving." "Go on," he replied gruffly. "Take care." I called back, to which he retorted, "Can't you just say you without being so formal?" I chuckled and turned to exit. Uncle Chang and Aunt Ching accompanied me to the village entrance. "Uncle Chang, Aunt Ching, you may return," I said, already distancing myself. Looking back, I saw the couple standing shoulder to shoulder, still waving. Eventually, they faded from view. The rain pattered upon the earth, raising a veil of mist. I set down my umbrella, slowly knelt in the rain, and reverently bowed 3 times towards the direction of the small mountain village. That day, I boarded train 81 bound for Guangzhou, unaware of the troubles that awaited me there. Of course, that is another story entirely. I spent nearly a year in a detention center in Guangzhou. It was my last encounter with the law. After my release, I learned watch repair and returned to Snow City for the Spring Festival of 1992. Half a year later, I opened the Seiko watch repair shop. Time flies, and it has been almost 8 years since I last saw him. I wonder how that stubborn old man is faring now. The memories linger lightly, akin to a sigh. Strangely, I find myself missing him. Upon returning home, I discovered that Tang Dinei had already come back. I stormed into the house, exclaiming, "Where's my lock?" This fellow, cigarette in mouth, lounged on the sofa with his legs crossed, gesturing toward the counter with his hefty chin. I picked it up and was relieved to find it intact, devoid of violent damage. A smile crept upon my face as I realized I had been foolish. After all, it was merely a chain lock. How could it possibly challenge the prowess of the flying work elite in Snow City? I tossed him the keys. "Go to the market and make a copy. Don't make it look like you're a thief." "Sure thing." As I removed my coat, I inquired, "Did you collect the payment?" "Collected it." "The desk is bigger than our bed," and she sat there with her little face all prim and proper, not even uttering a single polite word. "Damn, what a waste," he grumbled. "What's there to be polite about?" I settled onto the sofa and poured myself some tea. "Now that it's collected, we have one less thing to worry about, which is quite nice." He perked up again. "Bro, let me tell you, that woman is loaded. Her company is far more prosperous than that Panlong Construction, and her office is huge." I was uninterested. "I'm hungry." "Got it." He stood up. "I'll make sweet and sour ribs tonight." "You bought groceries?" Of course, he scoffed. "If I didn't buy groceries, even the rats in the kitchen wouldn't show up." Half an hour later, a plate of sweet and sour ribs and vegetable noodles graced the table. As I ate, I said, "Tonight, you're coming out with me." His eyes lit up. "Is there work?" "Not a damn thing." I retorted, "We're just going to see Jean Laojiu." "I'm not going," he muttered, his gaze fixed on his food. I was taken aback. "Why not?" "For no reason, I just don't want to move. You can go by yourself." I found this strange and recounted the situation with old Zhang, adding, "Though he has a pain, I've eaten plenty of his food, and his wife is out of work. I can't just let him suffer without help." He looked at me with an odd expression. "Are you treating him like a father?" "Damn it!" I retorted angrily, nearly throwing a bowl of rice at his face, and I tossed down my chopsticks and retreated into the back room. Leaning against the bed, I lit a cigarette, my thoughts a chaotic swirl. I couldn't quite understand why I was so upset. After a while, he cautiously tiptoed into the room, tugging at his collar like a chastised spouse. "Bro, I was wrong. Please don't be mad. What if I go with you tonight? Get lost and do the dishes." "Sure thing." At 8 that evening, we arrived at the Mahjong parlor on Willow Tree Street. As I reached to knock on the courtyard door, Tang Dinei exclaimed, "Oh no, what is wrong?" "I need to take a dump. I can't hold it any longer." With that, a cacophony of flatulence erupted, and even outdoors, the stench wafted to my nostrils. "Damn, this guy truly is like a lazy donkey, full of it." I waved him off. "There is a public toilet at the street corner. Hurry back." He bolted off. I called after him, "Hurry up, I'm going in first." Once he was far away, it dawned on me, damn it, this guy is definitely avoiding going in. "Why, afraid of Jean Laojiu and the others?" I shook my head and knocked on the door once again. It was the long-faced fellow who opened it. The hall was filled with smoke from the 6 tables occupied by players, and I could not fathom why this game was so addictive. "In the hallway," I said. "Soon, a guy with a big head will knock. Please bring him in, Brother Chang." "No problem." It was the same private room. He knocked. "Uncle Joe, the person has arrived." "Come in," came the voice of the master from within. As I entered, I found Jean Laojiu, Catmaster, the master, and Jean Yaoyan gathered around a table playing mahjong. Only Catmaster glanced up at me. I paid no heed and walked over. Judging by the stack of money on the table, they had been playing for a while. Smack. Jean Laojiu played a tile, 1 chicken. "Hoo-la!" Jean Yaoyan chuckled, single drawing little chicken, down goes Jiu Ji's round.
The master remarked, though the little chicken is tender, it can still win a hand. Listening to his veiled insults, I stood calmly, neither agitated nor angry, watching them at the table. Jin Laojiu counted out 40 yuan and handed it to Jin Yaoyan. Stretching lazily, he said, "Let us take a break and catch up with Xiao Wu." Chapter 38 Hidden Schemes. The smile on Jin Yaoyan's face faded. The advisor lifted his eyelids. Although a smile adorned his face, it was evident that the skin smiled while the flesh remained stony. "Here comes Xiao Wu," he remarked. I chuckled softly in response. "Yan Zi, go fetch some tea," Jin Laojiu instructed. Jin Yaoyan exited with unwavering focus, her chest held high. I couldn't help but inwardly scoff. Was this young woman attempting to garner my attention through indifference, or was it simply her natural demeanor? What a pity, for I held not the slightest interest. "Xiao Wu, come, sit over here and chat." Jin Laojiu continued to extend his courtesy. I must concede, he was indeed a seasoned player, his depths unfathomable. Logically, the advisor was no novice either. He must have felt the sting of his own momentary guidance. I instinctively glanced at his right hand, where the marks had long since faded. The four of us settled onto the sofa. The advisor produced a pack of Marlboro, and I waved my hand, opting for a stick of Hongmei instead. "Xiao Wu," Jin Laojiu exhaled a puff of smoke, "I heard from Cat Master that you have something to discuss with me?" That old fox. Rather than mentioning the matter concerning De Lao Zhang, he sought to consume the bait dangling on my line first. "Something to discuss?" I replied, feigning confusion. "I have nothing in particular. It was Cat Master who invited me here." Cat Master cleared his throat twice and interjected, "Yes, well. Xiao Wu, I've spoken to Lao Jiu about this matter. It's not that we are unwilling to mediate, but do you think De Lao Zhang, with his temperament, would accept money?" The advisor curled his lips. Exactly, otherwise, how could he have ended up in such a predicament? "Oh, regarding this matter." I feigned a troubled expression. "If you are inclined, then I shall contemplate a solution." Jin Laojiu squinted, sighed, and said, "The young rascal is naive. De Lao Zhang has been an old friend. Just the other day, I was contemplating visiting him in the hospital. I seized the opportunity to chime in. Great, Uncle Jiu, when do you plan to go? Don't forget to bring my regards." The room fell into an abrupt silence. I couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Did they wish for me to take the initiative in proposing compensation? Dream on. I would say nothing. Facilitating peace was something they initiated, and I was merely lending a hand. Since their relationship was close, I would remain uninvolved. The door swung open, and Jin Yaoyan entered with a teapot, beginning to pour tea for everyone. Observing the three exchanging glances, I casually lifted my teacup and sipped, remarking, "The tea is quite pleasant." Cat Master asked, "Xiao Wu, what do you think is an appropriate amount?" I shook my head. I wouldn't know. I have never encountered such a precedent. This was the truth. While I had dealt with fancy criminals before, those were mere passing thieves. If you dared to act against someone like Jin Laojiu, a resident of the turf, unless they stumbled upon an extraordinarily formidable adversary. The advisor suggested 50,000. Considering there are only a few minor wounds, I remained silent, continuing to sip my tea. Jin Laojiu waved his hand authoritatively. "Add 10,000, 60,000. Since we are already giving, let's not be stingy. 6 great fortune. It's merely our token of goodwill." Upon finishing, he turned to me. I smiled. "Uncle Jiu, if you are sincere, I shall assist in running errands." However, whether they deemed the amount excessive or insufficient, I cannot say. Cat Master smacked his thigh. "My relationship with Xiao Wu is well known. We must give him this face, so I shall compromise and propose 80,000. Laojiu," he glanced at Jin Laojiu, "what do you think?" Before Jin Laojiu could respond, I hastily waved my hand. "Cat Master, that notion is rather misguided. How did it come to be a favor for me?" Cat Master fell silent, his aged eyes narrowing, likely cursing me in his mind. It was apparent to all that I was the one pressing for compensation on De Lao Zhang's behalf, yet I refused to voice it. Not only did I refrain from speaking, but I also adopted an air of them seeking my assistance, a situation that would frustrate anyone. Jin Laojiu sought to mediate. "Xiao Wu is correct. The words of the master are somewhat biased. This matter was indeed a hassle for Xiao Wu." I chuckled, genuinely wanting to commend him. His expression shifted to a serious one. 80,000. I agree, however, once this money is dispensed, there shall be no further pursuit from the other side. Rest assured. I nodded in agreement, adding, "I understand the rules, but I must state my conditions up front. If this matter leaks and tarnishes their reputation, I will not return this money." Agreed. Jin Laojiu clapped his hands. "Yan Zi, prepare 8 stacks for our brother Xiao Wu." Jin Yaoyan shot me a cold glance, rose, and gracefully sauntered to the mahjong table, rummaging through a black leather bag to retrieve a stack of renminbi. With a resounding slap, the money was tossed onto the table. That wretched woman, I thought, gritting my teeth. I had no idea how I had offended her, yet she wore that perpetual sour expression. Though I cursed internally, my face remained affable as I tucked the money into my coat pocket, counting discreetly, 4,000. Without revealing any intentions, the advisor suddenly remarked, "Xiao Wu, do not forget, the money is intended for De Lao Zhang." Is the advisor worried that I might abscond with it? I turned my gaze towards him. Money is a litmus test. Who can say for certain? I pulled the money back out. With a series of slaps, I tossed it back onto the table. "If you don't trust me, then I shall take my leave." I clasped my hands and turned to exit. "Xiao Wu, I must say, you are quite audacious." Jin Yaoyan blocked my path with a few swift steps, her brows furrowed. "Audacious? I still have a bit of restraint," I responded with a nonchalant attitude. They say your skills are commendable, why should I doubt it? Oh, I nodded with a grin, then doubt away. She nearly choked on her words, gritting her teeth. Shall we have a competition? Jean Laozhou interjected sternly. Yan Zi, cease this foolishness. I raised my hand, smiling. It seems this lady has a persistent inclination to challenge me. Since she wishes to compete, let us do so. The three old foxes fell silent. Jean Yaoyan pointed outside. There are 6 tables of mahjong. We shall both proceed there and see who can make the most money without being detected within 10 minutes. What do you say? No problem. I responded eagerly. Catmaster returned, and I once again retrieved the dragon head key. In front of these individuals, I had already revealed my true nature. Since that was the case, I might as well go all out. It was time for them to recognize my worth, to prevent any future grievances, especially that wretched woman, who seemed to think I owed her for a service not rendered. She was truly exasperating. Let us go, she commanded. As we exited the private room, Jean Laozhou and the others remained behind. I lagged a step. Jean Yaoyan wore a beige pullover sweater, the sleeves loose and wide, the hem draping over her curvaceous backside. She wore black fitted pants that tantalizingly concealed and revealed as she swayed side to side. Pervert. She muttered under her breath, as if she could sense my gaze. I retorted, it's reasonable for you to dress provocatively, yet I am not permitted to be mischievous? She did not respond to my query, quickening her pace in her high-heeled boots, the sound echoing against the cement floor. Upon reaching the hall, she did not look at me but asked, are you ready? I replied, as you wish, begin. With that, she sprang into action, fluttering like a butterfly to table 1, cheerfully greeting a middle-aged man. Li Kunggu, how's your luck tonight? As she uttered the word begin, I pressed the stopwatch on my wristwatch. Oh, it's Yan Zi. The middle-aged man beamed, grasping her hand. Quick, sit beside me. The moment you do, I'm sure I'll win big. Whether he would win big remained to be seen, but Jean Yaoyan was indeed a force to be reckoned with. The moment that fool touched her delicate hand, a luxurious gold Rolex slipped onto her wrist, vanishing into her loose sleeve within a blink. No wonder she had such a reputation in Snow City. Her skills were quite impressive. Alright then, if you're going to share the winnings, it's fine if you sit on my lap. As he spoke, Jean Yaoyan artfully perched her ample backside on the man's thigh. Sharing the winnings refers to the practice of the winning side giving a little to friends to share in the joy. The middle-aged man let out a hearty laugh, giving her a firm squeeze on her shapely thigh. Enough of the jokes, Li Kunggu, take your time playing, I'll come join you shortly. With that, she leaned on the table and stood up. A small amount of cash had disappeared from the pile of 100 yuan bills in front of the man. That small amount was just enough. If one didn't look closely, no one would notice. Seeing that I was still standing there, Jean Yaoyan flashed me a smile and moved on to another table. Chapter 39. 1. Leaning against the wall, I lit a cigarette. This was her territory, unfamiliar to me, so I decided to observe first. Even a brief 10 minutes of caution was essential. I could not act impulsively. 5 minutes had passed, and excluding that Rolex, she had already wagered at least $10,000. Long Geyer passed by, carrying a plate of fried soybeans. I reached out, seized a handful, and tucked them into my pocket to munch on. The stakes at table 5 were high, with several individuals gathered around, eagerly watching the action. A bald man adorned with a gold chain was sitting with at least $1,200 in front of him, already wagered by Jean Yaoyan. Yet, this woman was solely focused on the money at the gaming table. She had at least 2 stacks in her leather pouch at her waist. At the 7th minute, I made my move. Jean Yaoyan was engaged in conversation with a middle-aged woman, and I noticed the woman's pile of cash dwindling. The woman clasped her hand, affectionately calling her sister, boasting about her nephew who was a train driver, and commenting on how handsome the young man was. Jean Yaoyan's peripheral vision caught me. I acted as if I were oblivious and approached the bald man. Just then, one of the onlookers stood up, allowing me to take a seat beside him. Jean Yaoyan had already taken a turn at the bald man, and now I was stepping in. This situation was known as a turnaround. As soon as I sat down, the bald man grabbed 2 dice and stood up, exclaiming, change the wind, damn it, I must have touched my sister-in-law's luck today. It's just so damn chaotic. Laughter erupted among the crowd as I calculated the timing. 8 minutes and 12 seconds, once the wind was changed, 4 individuals began to gather the money on the table, shuffling around in a disorganized manner. The bald man intended to dash to the opposite side, and I too stood up to shift my seat. In that fleeting moment, I gently flicked my middle finger against the table, sending 2 $50 bills fluttering beneath it. The bald man bent down just as I smiled and said, let me help you, big brother. Thanks, little brother, he replied, surprisingly courteous. I bent down to retrieve the 2 50s from beneath the table and, as I did, I discreetly grasped the bald man's trousers, saying, big brother, give me a hand. Oh. He extended his hand to assist me. With my left hand holding the 2 bills aloft, my right hand slipped into his waistline. The purpose of the bills was to obscure his vision. As he pulled me, his strength and awareness were concentrated in both hands, sensing only my body weight. My fingers deftly unzipped the leather pouch, and 3 bundles of crisp $100 bills seemed to bounce into my sleeve. Just as I straightened up, I zipped the pouch back up. The entire exchange took no more than 5 seconds. Thanks. The bald man accepted the 2 bills, clutching the thick, disordered stack of cash, and settled into the opposite seat. 9 minutes. I walked back. What to do? I was short on cash. I now had only $30,000, while Jean Yaoyan possessed at least 20,000 more, not to mention that Rolex, which would fetch at least 20,000 on the second-hand market. Jean Yaoyan caught up with me. I could fool the others, but certainly not her. However, due to the angle and the swiftness of my actions, she could only surmise that my recent motion was a form of exchange.
As for how much I had taken, she was oblivious. 9 minutes and 20 seconds. We walked side by side, her steps light and a tune humming from her lips. Long Geyer carried a tray with a white porcelain teapot and 5 glass cups. I pulled out a fried soybean, but whoosh, ouch, he screamed, instinctively shielding his face as the tray tipped toward Jean Yaoyan. It was too sudden, she gasped, her body pressed against mine, as the teapot, glass cups, and tray clattered to the floor. Shattering echoed throughout the hall, drawing the attention of everyone present. Ah, hot, 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 she cried, frantically slapping at her waist. I quickly reached out to assist her, asking, what's wrong? Water, hot. It's burning me alive. In the chaos, I had already seized the several stacks of cash tucked at her waist, along with that gold Rolex. The incident was abrupt. The water was indeed hot, but it cooled rapidly. In less than 30 seconds, she stood there in a daze. I raised my wrist. Although the electronic watch was inexpensive, it kept accurate time. 9 minutes and 50 seconds, I won. With that, I turned and strode into the corridor. Thud, 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 the sound of her high heels echoed behind me. You're cheating, she shouted angrily. I could hardly be bothered to respond, but unexpectedly, she reached out to grasp my shoulder. I swayed slightly, not even looking back, as my fingers pinched her palm. Ah, she let out another cry. It's not that painful. I chuckled, holding her hand. Am I being that rough? Are you really that sensitive? Her face paled, teeth gritted as she retorted, you filthy scoundrel, pa. I found her reaction bewildering and released my grip, frowning. A bet is a bet. If you can't handle the loss, don't play. The private room door swung open, and Catmaster peeked in. Once inside, I laid out the 3 stacks of cash from the bald man, the Rolex, and the wet $20,000 on the coffee table. The 3 men widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom how I had amassed so much in just 10 minutes. They then turned to Jean Yaoyan, who stood silently, arms crossed. Catmaster chuckled nervously. Yen, what about yours? Jean Yaoyan stomped her foot, turned, and snatched a cashmere coat from the hanger, storming out. The 3 men exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend what had transpired. However, their minds were quick. It was evident that one of their own had lost. Jean Laozhou chuckled, bending down to grab the $80,000, saying, Little Wu, keep it. Let us not hold a grudge against a woman. I accepted the money without hesitation, stuffing it into my coat pocket and adding, this is the turf of Uncle Joe, we can't let her lose her belongings. That woman knows whose things these are, you all take care of it, I'm out. Wait. Catmaster seized my arm urgently. What did the Buddha say? That old man was still fixated on this matter. The old Buddha said, whenever that cat brat is free, bring her to pay respects. I fabricated this line, but my imitation was so lifelike that anyone who had seen the old man could easily discern truth from fiction. Catmaster was rendered speechless, muttering, is this forgiveness, hee, ha. His eyes sparkled with fervor as he clung tightly to my arm. Little Wu, when are you going? You must take me along, alright? I must go and pay my respects. I noticed Jean Laozhou glance at the advisor. Both of them had surely heard of the illustrious name of the old Buddha in Xi'an, though a hint of skepticism flickered across their faces. Whether they believed it or not was of little concern to me. I made no commitment, simply scanning each of them and saying, is that all? I must be on my way. Little Wu. This time, it was Jean Laozhou who called me back. Didn't you have something to discuss with me? Oh right. I exaggeratedly slapped my forehead. Look at my terrible memory. I then recounted the matter regarding Zhang Xiyang seeking me out and concluded with a pointed remark, Uncle Joe, this woman is no simpleton. She is a classic case of burning the bridge after crossing. The expressions of all 3 men darkened at once. I stoked the flames further. I suspect once she has finished with me, she will certainly come looking for trouble with you. That is why I thought to inform Uncle Joe, but I didn't expect to stumble upon the issue with Big Zhang. Jean Laozhou formally clasped his hands toward me. Brother Xiao Wu, thank you. I smiled. We're all part of the same fraternity. Uncle Joe has always looked out for me. No need for thanks. Alright, I truly must take my leave now. The 3 men politely insisted on seeing me off, but I declined. I was acutely aware that neither I nor they could engage in a showdown with Zhang Xiyang. In terms of manpower and financial resources, we were not even close, yet, I had to plant the seed. Whether it would sprout in the future or penetrate Zhang Xiyang was uncertain, but it provided a glimmer of hope, did it not? As I reached the hall, the crowd continued to engage in their raucous games, completely oblivious to the theft that had just occurred. It is often said that a rabbit does not graze where it nests. Jean Laozhou would certainly find a way to return the money. Long Geyer was mopping the floor, muttering to himself, strange, what is it, like a bullet, damn it, that hurts like hell. I stifled a laugh as I walked out. In the courtyard, I too began to murmur, oh, big head, when I return, I must get to the bottom of this. Why are you hiding? Little did I know, I wouldn't need to ask. For once I stepped out the door, I immediately spotted a man and a woman engaged in a tussle beneath the streetlight. Chapter 40. Love from a distance, the snowflakes danced gracefully in the air. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that they were feathers escaping from Tang's down jacket. The small hole had been torn wide open, and one sleeve had transformed into a mere garment. Jean Yayan's hair was disheveled, and the buttons of her cashmere coat had mysteriously vanished. Neither of them uttered a word nor exchanged insults. They were locked in a silent struggle, teeth clenched, tearing at each other with fervor. I stood there, utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. Had Tang overstepped his boundaries? What could possibly be touched in the dead of winter? Before long, the two of them collapsed into the snow, gasping for breath. Tang lay atop her, while Jean Yaoyan had her long legs wrapped tightly around his waist, her hands gripping his neck. Were it not for the strangulation, one might mistake their posture for a standard embrace. I had been overthinking. Tang began to forcefully pry her hands away. It dawned on me that he was attempting to escape, while Jin Yaoyan was resolutely preventing him. Could there be an illicit affair between them? Go on, run if you can. Jin Yaoyan finally spoke, repeating her challenge. Tang remained silent, his face flushed with exertion as he continued to wrestle with her grip. I swatted at the drifting feathers, crouched in front of them, and lit a cigarette. Go on, run if you can. Jin Yaoyan shouted again, while Tang remained mute, his face turning crimson. Having finished my cigarette, I grew weary of the spectacle and asked, "What are you two fighting about?" Finally, Tang spoke up, his voice quivering, "Brother, she has been fooling around behind my back." "You're talking nonsense." Jin Yaoyan released her grip on his neck and, much like Mei Chao Foam, began to scratch at his face, while he desperately dodged her swipes. Their tussle descended into chaos. It was evident that Tang was holding back, soon his face bore several scratches, and blood trickled down. Enough. I could no longer stand by idly. I placed a hand on Jin Yaoyan's shoulder and squeezed firmly. She yelped in pain and turned away, her long legs twitching. Tang quickly scrambled to his feet. I heard voices from the yard. It was Jin Laojiao and his companions. I seized Tang's arm and urged, "Let us go home." Tang hesitated. I reassured him, "She is fine." After that, I pulled him forcefully down a side alley. We walked briskly. "So, what is going on?" I nudged him with my shoulder. He hung his head low. "There is nothing to say. This woman is not respectable. Who would want you if you were respectable?" "What is wrong with me?" he retorted, clearly agitated. It was only after he finished speaking that I began to comprehend the situation. 3 years prior, Tang had grown increasingly restless in Shuangqing Castle, feeling constrained and unable to spread his wings. Thus, he hired a caregiver for the elderly Chinese doctor and ventured alone to the provincial city. The moonlight illuminated his dreams, and the country boy felt a sense of disorientation. The vibrant metropolis, filled with lights and indulgence, did not extinguish his fighting spirit. In fact, he gradually carved a name for himself. Word spread about the emergence of this skilled practitioner, and he earned the moniker Bubble Tang for his tenacity. Last summer, while wandering Central Street, he caught sight of Jin Yaoyan pilfering from a shop and decided to follow her. There were no ulterior motives, he was simply enchanted by her beauty. In the days that followed, he abandoned his work and trailed her incessantly. His methods of following were commendable, but his conspicuous appearance made it difficult to remain undetected, and it wasn't long before Jin Yaoyan noticed him. Deliberately, she led him into a narrow alley. "Speak up, why are you following me every day?" she inquired, hands on her hips, her bosom thrust forward. Tang's face turned crimson, and he stammered, unable to articulate a response, even daring not to meet her gaze. This only piqued Jin Yaoyan's interest. She sashayed toward him, her slender waist swaying, and with a single finger, she lifted his chubby chin, commanding, "Look up at me." "Am I beautiful?" "Beautiful." His gaze fell upon her bosom. "Why are you so fat?" she mused, playfully slapping at him. Just as she pulled out an ID card, a hand pressed down on it, startling her. To her surprise, he was a fellow practitioner. Thus, she began to rummage through her belongings openly, while Tang kept his head down, his hands flailing in an attempt to shield himself, leaving Jin Yaoyan flustered. Eventually, the two began to tussle. Dressed lightly for summer, Tang gained the upper hand, and the more they tore at each other, the more fervently they engaged. As they wrestled to a corner, their bodies pressed against one another. Bubble Tang? Given his striking appearance, Jin Yaoyan recognized him. It was at that moment that Tang realized his newfound fame, emboldening him to lean in for a kiss. But in the ensuing days, he became as attached to Jin Yaoyan as bubblegum melted on the pavement during a sweltering summer day. It is often said that a good woman cannot withstand a persistent man, especially when Jin Yaoyan's belt was already rather loose. Before long, they entered into a romantic relationship. Tang rented a small room in Yang Mai's establishment, and the couple began to lead a modest life together. Jin Yaoyan sought to draw him into Jin Laojiao's gang, or perhaps that was her intention from the start. Yet, Tang, accustomed to his independence, expressed his desire to remain unbound. With no other options, she acquiesced to his wishes. The first 6 months were pleasant. Tang diligently worked, handing over his spoils to Jin Yaoyan. As the saying goes, a greedy heart swallows an elephant. Gradually, she began to nitpick. The reason for her dissatisfaction stemmed from Tang's selectivity in his work. He refused to enter the homes of the impoverished, the sick, or the disabled. Instead, he targeted those engaged in significant business or holding positions of authority. This led to a scarcity of work. Each day he left early and returned late, yet he only managed to enter 2 or 3 homes a month. Initially, Jin Yaoyan offered guidance, but despite his seeming cleverness, Tang adhered to his principles and boundaries, much to her chagrin. In truth, Tang also felt discomfort, as Jin Yaoyan did not return home every night. She consistently spent Saturday, Sunday, and Monday nights away, claiming she was visiting her parents. Tang offered to accompany her, but she evasively declined, avoiding a direct answer, insisting he could not come along. At first, he did not think much of it, but as the saying goes, what one does not know will not hurt them. The dynamics between men and women are delicate, especially for those who share a bed each night. Gradually, he began to suspect something was amiss and took to following her. After a month of surveillance, the truth unfolded. Though Jin Yaoyan did indeed return home, it was not to her parents. On Mondays, she spent her nights at the home of the clerk, while on Saturdays and Sundays, she visited Jin Laojiao. Both households served as external residences for the clerk and Jin Laojiao. This revelation sent Tang into a fit of rage, and the consequences were inevitable. The two engaged in a fierce altercation. In their rage, they destroyed everything in the house, yet that very night, they found themselves tangled up in bed once more.
The following day, they would return to the store to buy replacements. This cycle repeated itself time and again. The allure of a mature woman at 28 was undeniable, and Tang was reluctant to let her go. Jin Yaoyan, too, was evidently unwilling to part ways with him. In Tang's own words, "Brother, I am wealthy and capable." I harbored deep suspicions regarding this claim. As the saying goes, a fat man possesses 3 treasures: warmth in winter, coolness in summer, and, well, a small one. Regardless of size, compared to the clerk and Jean Laojiu, the 22-year-old Tang resembled a diminutive wild bull. Thus, I believe the first 2 words hold the utmost significance. After successfully completing a job, he could easily return with valuables worth upwards of 20,000. According to Tang's own recollections, he had gifted Jin Yaoyan over 20 gold ornaments, along with luxury watches and other jewelry, the cash amount now lost to memory. And so, they continued this tumultuous cycle of conflict and reconciliation, exhausting themselves, until that fateful night, when he arrived at my watch repair shop and found himself unwilling to return. Chapter 41, The Delicious Residence. Tang Dinade. I spoke incessantly. I couldn't help but exclaim, what a tale of love that can be easily severed and discarded. Upon returning home, I filled a basin with hot water to soak my feet and asked him, "Do you still wish to be with her?" "Not anymore, that's enough." He rested his large head against the sofa, gritting his teeth. "I've had more than enough of it." He was too naive, utterly oblivious to the ways of the people in Xuecheng. Most of the female thieves in these gangs were hardly virtuous. Today they might be with him, and tomorrow they would be in another's bed, a tale as old as time. I refrained from advising him. Growth comes only through experience. Much like the blisters on my feet, they burst and then scab over. Since the wounds were not deep, the scabs would fall away, and everything would return to normal. After finishing with my feet, I added some hot water and kicked the basin towards him. As I watched him remove his tattered socks, I remarked, "In the future, don't wrestle with pigs. You'll just end up filthy." While the pig revels in delight, he was momentarily taken aback, blinking at me with his small eyes. I clarified, "That was a message for Jin Yaoyan." "Damn," he retorted. The following day, I began pondering how to appropriately give the 80,000 yuan to old Zhang. Handing it over directly was out of the question. He would certainly berate me. Giving it to Aunt Zhang wouldn't work either. She wouldn't dare accept it. Sneaking it into his pocket or tossing it into his home was futile as well. That stubborn man would undoubtedly turn it over to the police station, rendering my efforts pointless. Tang Dinade. I suggested we take a walk. I had already discerned his intentions last night. He wanted to return home to fetch something, fully resolved to part ways with Jin Yaoyan. I did not hinder his freedom of movement. After he left, I donned my military coat and strolled down the street, my mind preoccupied with the same dilemma. In fact, I had contemplated this issue during my last visit to old Zhang for dumplings, and an idea was gradually taking shape. Upon entering the Yonghong warehouse, I lifted the cotton curtain and called out, "Boss, I'll have a hongmei." Li Dazue bent down to grab a cigarette. "Did you go to see her?" "Indeed, nothing serious, just a few cuts from a small blade," I replied. "If you ask me," he placed the cigarette on the counter, scratching a few strands of hair plastered to his scalp, "he might as well be a junior officer. At least there would be less danger." He continued to ramble, "He's just a stubborn fool. Look at Erpao, doing the same work and thriving." Erpao, whose real name was Su Jianxiu, had once been a disciple of old Zhang. 3 years ago, he was transferred to the Daowai branch. Although he was still involved in anti-theft operations, he mingled well with the local characters, such as Zhao Laohong from Nangang and Li Kansan from Daowai, maintaining close ties. Old Zhang had long ceased all contact with this apprentice. I lit a cigarette and asked, "Li Shu, do you know of any nearby restaurants that are for sale?" "You want to open a restaurant?" he replied, surprised. "Just inquiring for a friend." After a moment of thought, he said, "Last week, yes, last week, I heard old Chi from the Weimeiju say he wanted out. Should I check for you? Isn't his place newly renovated? What could be wrong?" Upon asking, I regretted it. What could be wrong? The food was terrible. I had dined there once, and the stir-fried meat nearly shattered my teeth. Li Dazue grimaced. "I've advised him several times against hiring his little uncle as the chef. See what happened, it's gone downhill, hasn't it?" "All right then, Li Shu, please do inquire for me." "Sure, if I hear anything, I'll let you know." "Oh, by the way, my old clock is broken, could you fix it for me?" This fellow truly never missed an opportunity to gain something without giving anything in return. Clutching his old Shanghai Sanwo brand clock, I walked a few dozen meters further. The sign for Weimeiju still hung, and there was no notice of it being for sale, so I refrained from entering. I would wait for Li Dazue's news. Of course, it wasn't that I wanted to buy a restaurant. I intended to approach it indirectly. Aunt Zhang had previously worked at a state-owned restaurant and was particularly skilled with dough. After much contemplation, I felt that a restaurant would suit her well. I could tell old Zhang that I wanted to open a restaurant but needed her assistance in managing it since I couldn't devote myself entirely to it due to the watch repair shop. I would provide the funds, she would do the work, and we would split the profits. I felt this plan could materialize. Last night, I had trouble sleeping, tossing, and turning as I considered the potential pitfalls. Jean Laojiu and the others believed that old Zhang had accepted the money and would subsequently become lax. If that were to happen, what if old Zhang caught that little scoundrel? On the other hand, I reassured myself that the last operation had involved cross-district cooperation. After all, old Zhang was from Daowai, and the injuries were not severe. The culprit had fled, and who among the precinct's officers would truly care? It wouldn't be long before it was forgotten. Moreover, that little scoundrel was from the Dao district. After this incident, he would think twice before daring to venture into Daowai. Therefore, there was a loophole to exploit. What worried me was that Jean Laojiu and his crew might breach the code of silence and disclose that old Zhang had accepted a bribe for them. This money could not be wasted. It could pull old Zhang into their social circle, thereby providing an added layer of security. This was my greatest concern, which is why I had taken the precaution of voicing my ugly words in advance. If, and I emphasize if, a problem were to arise, I would confront old Zhang directly. If he truly lost his job over this, he could then partner with his wife to run a restaurant, which would likely yield greater profits than what he was currently earning, and it would be safer. The pressing matter at hand was resolving Aunt Zhang's employment situation, that was of utmost importance. Their household was in dire straits. At noon, just as I was about to prepare instant noodles, Tang Dynamite returned, bringing a trunk full of items. He called for my assistance: pots, pans, potatoes, scallions, bedding, and even a fly swatter. He had everything. After the taxi departed, I could no longer restrain myself and exclaimed, "Are you just going to leech off me?" He carried a basin of dishes towards the balcony, grinning. "Brother, in a bit, I'll make you some braised pork with vermicelli." Well, that sounds good. At around 7 in the evening, Li Dezue arrived. "Xiao Wu," I've inquired, 35,000, which includes 6 months' rent, and all the items in the restaurant are included. What do you think? I was quite pleased but still asked, "Can't it be a bit cheaper?" He shook his head repeatedly. I asked. They're still losing over 10,000. Fine, let us go with it. I'll negotiate tomorrow. Wei Meiju had only been open for 6 months, the renovations and furnishings were still quite new, and the location was decent. 35,000, including 6 months' rent, was acceptable. I handed him the repaired clock. How much? He inquired. I adopted a serious expression. Li Shu, what kind of question is that? Would I take your money? Is this even a question? Thank you. He happily took the clock and left, while I hurried to old Zhang's house, leaving Tang Dynamite to watch over things. I needed to secure Aunt Zhang's job while old Zhang was still in the hospital. Xiao Jing was reading, and Aunt Zhang was mopping the floor. Both mother and daughter were delighted to see me. I held a cup of hot water, shared my thoughts, and concluded, "Auntie, you know my situation. I spend at least half the year away. After you return, you still have to earn money quickly. The watch repair shop cannot be without staff. Please help me out." Li Yulan replied, "This is a good opportunity. It is not a favor to you, it's clear you're helping us out. Auntie understands." I waved my hands in refusal. "She wouldn't let me explain. If we consider the restaurant as ours, I can't contribute nothing. I could scrape together over 7,000 from home. Would that be alright?" she asked. "Not acceptable." I replied, "Because I want to be the hands-off boss, enjoying free meals every day, I must provide all the funds." "Auntie, it's settled. Don't overthink it. Tomorrow, we'll go negotiate together." She quickly countered, "That won't do. I need to discuss it with your uncle Zhang at the hospital first. Only if he agrees can I proceed." I realized that was the only way forward, so I said, "Then we'll go together tomorrow." "Alright, I'll find you." As I was leaving, Xiao Jing wheeled herself out to see me off. While putting on my shoes, she quietly said, "Xiao Wu Gij, thank you." I smiled. What is there to thank? I'm just setting up a free canteen for myself. Soon, I won't even need to cook noodles. We all burst into laughter. That night, Tang Dynamite I squeezed back into my bed. I had grown accustomed to it and didn't push him away. Although I understood his orientation due to the matter with Jin Yaoyan, I still feared he might become my shadowy partner, so I wrapped myself tightly in the quilt. Turning off the light, I recounted the restaurant plans. He asked, "Are you tired?" "Exhausted, but a man must act when necessary. That couple has treated me well, and I can't just ignore them." He inquired, "What do you mean by acting?" "Get lost." I turned over. He mumbled sleepily, "Let us buy a TV. I didn't have the heart to move it today." Before he could finish, he was snoring. That pig. Chapter 42. Am I blind? The following morning, in the wards of the first affiliated hospital of the medical university. As anticipated, old Zhang indeed had his eyes bulging with indignation. I had already foreseen this, so before he could unleash his fury, I took the initiative to speak. "What's the rush? You hardly ever home, neglecting all the matters, big and small, and yet you still have the gall to be furious? Do you know whether there is money at home to buy rice? Do you know if there is money to buy noodles? Look at the sweater my aunt is wearing. She has had it since the first time I visited your home 5 years ago, and she is still in it. And you, if it weren't for the company providing winter coats, I would doubt whether you even have a proper coat to wear in the winter. Zhang uncle, you are a man, a real man. Us northeastern men would rather go hungry ourselves than let our wives suffer from hunger or cold, but what about you? At your age, how can you let this happen? After a lifetime of work, with one apprentice after another climbing onto your head to relieve themselves, how can you still have the audacity to be indignant? I don't care. This matter is settled, whether you agree or not." As I finished my tirade, I noticed the room was eerily silent. Everyone was staring at me. Old Zhang was left speechless, his face flushed a deep crimson. I grabbed Aunt Li Yulan's arm. "Aunt, let us go. Let us head to the restaurant. If he disagrees, we'll get a divorce. It1T matter if Aunt's man is of no use." As we walked away, Li Yulan glanced back and said, "There are dumplings in the lunchbox. Heat them up before eating." It turned out my tactic worked quite well. In the days that followed, Tang Dynamite and I busied ourselves with the restaurant business, so much so that we even forgot our primary jobs. We set up Wei Meiju with 2 signs, but the hall was not large, accommodating only 8 tables, with 4 private rooms inside. Originally, Aunt Li Yulan intended to hire a chef, but I dismissed that idea. Having traveled extensively over the years, I had gathered some experience, so I proposed a plan to serve teppanyaki. I had encountered this style in the capital, where an electric, long Korean iron plate could grill squid and beef or lamb, with a handful of onions, producing a delightful flavor.
By adopting this method, we wouldn't need to employ a head chef, just a regular cook to handle a few simple dishes and cold dishes. Aunt Li Yulan found it appealing and quickly got to work. 10 days later, the sign for Yulan Korean teppanyaki was erected. Old Zhang had been discharged from the hospital a few days prior, and when work was light, he would come over to lend a hand. On the opening day, many neighbors and police officers from the precinct came to show their support. Tang Danao and I refrained from joining the crowd given our circumstances. It was hardly appropriate for us to appear. The investment in the restaurant amounted to 35,000, with additional expenses for signage, purchasing the Korean iron plate, new tablecloths, and other necessities totaling less than 5,000. Aunt Li Yulan took 7,000 from home, and when I tried to dissuade her, she became agitated, so I relented. Before the opening, I considered giving her another 5,000 as working capital. She insisted it was sufficient and that she wouldn't need more out of the 80,000. We had already spent half, leaving us to figure out how to cover the remaining costs later. As it turned out, my decision was astute. Being the first teppanyaki restaurant in Snow City, we experienced an overwhelming surge of business after opening. Initially, we had hired a single server, but Aunt Li Yulan promptly hired 2 more, and we added 2 additional staff for the kitchen to wash vegetables and cut meat. Just to illustrate how busy we were, Tang Danao and I could only find time to eat in the dead of night, as there was simply no space for us otherwise. With the restaurant flourishing, we found ourselves with some leisure time. I was relatively well off, as I had watch repairs to attend to almost daily, and just a few days prior, I had visited the Children's Welfare Institute. Little E and the others were doing well. They seemed to have adjusted, which brought me great comfort. However, Tang Danao had been restless, having spent the last 2 nights away from home. I knew he was out scouting. With the new year approaching, I began planning my upcoming itinerary. I wished to visit Xi'an to see the old Buddha. It had been 8 years since we last met, and I found myself yearning for him. Moreover, it seemed that Catmaster, the old Chinese medicine practitioner, and the old prince were all intricately connected with this stubborn old man. I wanted to inquire further. I planned to stay in Xi'an for a while, keeping the old man company while fishing, and then perhaps venture to Sichuan. Just then, the door opened, and it was Aunt Li from the public phone booth at the corner, informing me that I had a call. I locked the door behind me and hurried out to answer. It was Brother Shin from the advertising department of the Snow City Evening News, asking if I wanted to renew my subscription. I told him I would discuss it after the new year and hung up. As I left, I handed Aunt Li 50 cents. She wanted to return 30 cents, but I declined. For 3 consecutive years, I had been placing missing person ads in the Snow City Evening News. Initially, there were individuals who came forward claiming to be related, but none turned out to be genuine. In the past year, I had received virtually no feedback, and I began to contemplate putting an end to it, as it seemed futile. Night had long since fallen, and having snowed all day, I found it strange that Tang Danao had yet to return. Just as I settled down in the room, the door swung open again. I looked up in surprise. It was Jean Yaoyan. What was she doing here? Could it be that she was still sore from losing to me that day? She was clad in a long white down jacket, wrapped in a white scarf, and wore light makeup, surveying her surroundings as she entered. "Are you repairing watches?" I asked with a smile. She walked directly inside, standing at the bedroom door to peer in, and I made no attempt to stop her. Upon returning, she stood in front of the counter and asked, "Are you two all right now?" I nearly burst out laughing. Surely she couldn't be serious? "What did you say?" I questioned. "Ever since I met you, he has resolutely cut ties with me. After moving here, you two are sharing a bed. Oh, by the way, I've never heard of you having a woman. Could it be that?" I felt exasperated and managed to squeeze out a single word through gritted teeth: "Get lost." She didn't leave. Instead, she began to laugh. "No wonder, ha ha ha, so that's how it is." I usually maintained a gentle temperament, but this time, a small flame of anger began to flare within me. This woman was truly unhinged. Even if I were inclined toward men, I certainly wouldn't choose someone like Tang Danao. Am I blind? But after all, she was a woman. I couldn't just confront her aggressively. Suppressing my irritation, I said, "Your issues are between the two of you. Kindly resolve them without dragging me into it, or I won't hold back." To my astonishment, upon hearing my words, she began to remove her down jacket. "If you dare to touch me, I'll scream that you're assaulting me." My eyes twitched in anger, watching her remove the down jacket and start to peel off her sweater. What was her intention? My mind raced, and I quickly understood. It appeared this woman was unrelenting, trying to sow discord between me and Tang Danao. If Tang Danao returned and witnessed this scene, he would undoubtedly assume something inappropriate was happening between us. I couldn't help but chuckle, rising to lean on the counter, one hand propping up my chin for a better view. Let us see how this plays out. If this leads to Tang Danao losing trust in me, then so be it. While our brotherhood wasn't deeply entrenched, perhaps it was best to part ways with this friend. Without spending a dime, I could enjoy the spectacle of a beautiful woman disrobing. How delightful! She was left in just her bra, and given that the door guarded the entrance, it was a bit chilly. I noticed goosebumps forming on her fair skin. I remarked, "You have a lovely figure." "Do continue." She glared at me furiously, plopping down on the sofa to remove her knee-high boots. She wore a pair of pink socks, her feet dainty and quite charming. "Continue," I urged again. She removed her black leggings, revealing her red thermal pants underneath. "Don't think this is all fun and games, just wait until the bill comes." I sighed, shaking my head, and spoke earnestly, "Sister, you really should wear cotton pants. They may look good now, but your legs will ache when you're older." She glared at me in fury, seemingly torn about whether to continue. I asked, "Are you wearing long johns underneath?" "I worry the thermal pants might pinch." Unable to contain my laughter, I urged, "Hurry up, let me see." "Wu Aigua." Jean Yaoyan pointed at me, her hand trembling. You rogue." I felt utterly wronged. Pray tell, how am I a rogue? She fell silent, still pointing at me. Didn't you come in and start taking off your clothes? Did I force you? You took them off yourself, and now you don't want me to look? This is my home, isn't it, why can't I look? Moreover, I'm just concerned for you, worried about your future leg pains and the thermal pants pinching you. How does that make me a rogue? I tapped the glass on the counter twice. Keep going, let me see if your underwear is the same as Tang Danao's. At this point, I sighed again. By the way, he has been quite generous with you. Couldn't you buy him a pair of socks? Your toes are sticking out, and about his big shorts, at first, I thought someone had modified them. Also, regarding the down jacket, he painstakingly patched it up. Why did you tear it off? And let me tell you, you owe me money. These past few days, he has been wearing my down jacket, which doesn't fit him, making it look like he has stolen it. After saying this, I lightly slapped my own mouth. Look at me, rambling on about nonsense. Come now, let us not waste time. All right. She gritted her teeth and responded, though I couldn't tell if she was flustered into compliance, standing up and yanking off her thermal pants and long johns all at once. What a coincidence. Just then, the door opened, the biting cold wind swept in with snowflakes, and Tang Danao returned, carrying a carp in hand. Chapter 43, Don't forget to wear cotton pants. What a remarkable coincidence. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. In an instant, the air in the room seemed to solidify. I propped my chin on one hand, delighting in the scene before me as though watching a theatrical performance. A fleeting glance at the little white rabbit on Jean Yaoyan's underwear elicited a sound of mild amusement from my lips, so it's cartoon-themed, quite whimsical indeed. Tang Dana's eyes were filled with confusion. What's going on? Jean Yaoyan, barefoot, shuffled in tiny steps and suddenly threw herself into his embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Liangzi, he forced me to take it off, saying that if I slept with him, he would let you come with me. Boo-hoo, why did she have tiny steps and shuffle? Because her thermal pants and autumn trousers were still stuck at her knees, leaving her no choice but to shuffle. Essentially, her knees remained tightly locked together, with only her two little legs moving back and forth. Seeing her tear-streaked face, I shook my head repeatedly. This is contradictory. Jean Yaoyan looked at me in bewilderment. I replied, since you are convinced I prefer men and have stolen your Tang Dana, how could I possibly wish to sleep with you? Boo-hoo, this is infuriating. She ignored me and forcefully pounded Tang Dana's back. Liangzi, why did you take so long to come back? Tang Dana turned to glance at me. I lit a cigarette, gently exhaling a smoke ring, and smiled. Do you believe me? I don't believe you. With that, he roughly pushed Jean Yaoyan away. You should leave. Tang Liang? Jean Yaoyan glared at him. Are you still a man? Tang Dana chuckled. The people upstairs bang on the heating pipes at midnight, shouting for you to keep your voice down. You still don't know if I'm a man? She bent down to pull up her autumn trousers and thermal pants, indignantly declaring, fine, then you go ahead and be with him. I never want to see you again in this lifetime. That's exactly what I mean. With that, he grabbed a fish and headed towards the balcony. Bro, we'll have braised carp tonight. Sounds great. Under my eager gaze, Jean Yaoyan quickly slipped into her form-fitting pants and put on her leather boots. I dare say she had never dressed so quickly, even if caught in the act of infidelity. Pushing open the door, she turned her head and said, Wu Aigua, you wait for me. I smiled, extending my hand in a farewell gesture, and reminded her, don't forget to wear cotton pants. Bang. She stormed out, slamming the door, leaving a crack ajar. Ha! I laughed heartily, stood up, and walked around the counter to properly close the door. Approaching the balcony, I found Tang Dana sitting on a small stool, tending to the fish, not bothering to look up as I approached. Although I had never had a girlfriend, I could empathize with his feelings. I squatted down and gave his shoulder a hearty pat. Brother, you must understand, her reluctance isn't about you as a person, but rather about your hands. Bro, I know. I stood up, hoping he could truly come to terms with it. Such is life. Those who speak of marriage often bear scars because they harbor expectations, while those who float through life effortlessly do so because they have never taken anything seriously. Without seriousness, there are no burdens, nor thoughts of responsibility. Tang Dana's misfortune in relationships is merely the price of growth. At dinner, he seemed rather glum. I asked, on New Year's Eve, I plan to head to Xi'an and then wander around Sichuan for a few months. Would you like to join me? Sure. He perked up. I've never been on a train. What? I exclaimed, nearly popping my eyes out in surprise. He fidgeted. In my 23 years, I've only ever been to Snow City, and that was always by bus. I've never been on a train. Poor child, I sighed. All right, brother, I'll take you to see the beautiful landscapes of our homeland, but let me make it clear, don't worry. He immediately raised his right hand. When we go out, I'll listen to everything you say. If you tell me to go east, I want to go west. If you tell me to catch a dog, I want to chase a chicken. I chuckled, and he laughed heartily, dispelling the gloom. With just half a month until the new year, I planned to set off on the morning of New Year's Eve. Tang Dana asked why I insisted on leaving during the festive period, but I offered no explanation. He further inquired, bro, what do you think my master wanted you to say to that old Buddha before he died? I'd like to know too. He murmured, repeating, yeah, I want to know too. The days that followed were quite tranquil. Over at the restaurant, I occasionally dropped by to check in. Business was always brisk, and everyone knew it was run by the wife of old Zhang, so no ruffians dared to cause trouble. I typically repaired watches in the morning and spent the afternoons lounging on the sofa, sipping tea or reading, often remaining seated for hours on end. Tang Dana kept busy, claiming he was preparing for our upcoming trip.
He had already completed 2 significant jobs, reportedly for affluent families, returning with a pile of gold jewelry and cash. He offered to share half with me, but I didn't even glance at it and told him to handle it himself. I understood his intentions. While affection is one thing, finances are another. Even brothers must keep clear accounts. Having contributed not a whit, I saw no reason to share in the fruits of his labor. Although our time together was brief, I found myself trusting him to a degree. This person, with his carefree demeanor, exhibited a sense of boundaries when it came to work. He was bold yet meticulous, swift of hand and foot. One evening, he returned home in high spirits, arms laden with packages. "Bro, guess what I bought for you?" "What is it?" I asked, genuinely curious. He bent down and pulled out a large box from a paper bag. "Look, isn't it awesome? A mobile phone?" It was an Ericsson GH398, which I had seen Zhang Xiang use before. It appeared quite similar. "What do you need this for? Isn't it ridiculously expensive?" I remarked. I had never used a pager or a mobile phone. When they first emerged, I had been quite fond of them, but upon reflection, I realized they served no purpose for me. I felt like a solitary reed drifting in the river, lacking friends or companions. Who would even call me? He then produced another identical one. "They said this is better than that old brick one, with a number starting with 139, it can be used out of town too. It is called slow travel. I guess it means leisurely traveling. I hadn't bought one because I thought it useless, but now that he had brought it home, I couldn't afford to lose face. With a cheerful demeanor, I opened the box, and it was indeed quite exquisite. And there's more. He pulled out a card from his pocket. "Bro, do you remember I told you, what now? You talk too much every day. I want to be a bandit who robs the rich to help the poor." "Oh, right. I responded, fiddling with the phone. "In the past, I did give some money to Yen," he paused, "to Ling Yen. Now I can finally realize my dream." So Jin Yan's name was Ling Yen. This was the first I had learned of it. He continued, "I've already taken care of everything, with cash and all. It's less than 100,000. I bought 2 mobile phones and 2 numbers, leaving me with 80,000. I also got 2 more cards. This one has 50,000 in it. I'm unsure how to handle it properly. I can't just give money to every poor person I see on the street. Can I? Help me think of a way." I took the card and examined it. "What about the remaining 30,000? He almost jumped up as if burned. "Can we donate it all? Are we not spending any money when we go out?" "No way, absolutely not. I'd rather die." I chuckled, pondering the card. A bandit, repeatedly chewing over those words. Wasn't that also a dream I once held? Over the years, I had engaged in fewer and fewer jobs, and even a single endeavor could sustain me for half a year. Upon reflection, I realized I had only donated money to the Snow City Children's Welfare Institute. It hardly qualified as a donation, merely a token of goodwill each time. It was just a few thousand. I suggested, "How about this, tomorrow we visit the Welfare Institute, and you can give the money to Director Chen." They were in quite a difficult situation. Tang Dana perked up. "Yes, that is exactly what I was thinking." The following morning, at the Snow City Children's Welfare Institute, Tang Dana and I arrived with numerous packages in hand. Just as I was about to raise my hand to knock on the door, we heard a commotion from inside. Chapter 44 The Rogue. Upon hearing a commotion from within, I hurriedly knocked on the door. Someone was running, and Zhang's mother was calling out, "Xiaoyi, you must listen." The door swung open, revealing Xiaoyi, his expression defiant. "What's the matter?" I firmly grasped his shoulder. "Brother Xiaowu, Jianzi has run away with Xiao Shitu and Erling." "Ran away?" I was taken aback. They had seemed fine the last time I was here. How could things have changed so drastically in such a short span of time? "Let's go back for now," I instructed. "I want tea." He twisted his body. "I want to find them." I became stern. "Return immediately." He hung his head and walked back in silence. Zhang's mother rushed over, grabbing his arm. "You stubborn boy, why must you be so headstrong?" Qingqing and Xiao Shon stood not far away, accompanied by 2 caretakers. "Brother Xiao Wu." Qingqing opened her little arms and ran towards me. I crouched down, and she leaped into my embrace. "Don't cry, let's talk inside." I lifted her up and greeted the 2 caretakers. Tang Danao picked up the 2 bags I had set down on the ground and followed everyone into the office. The stove was cold, and our breaths hung in the air as we spoke. "Where's old Chen?" I inquired. Zhang's mother sighed. "He has gone to the police station again. We've been searching for several days with no news." Only then did I grasp the gravity of the situation. The Welfare Institution is a non-profit organization, wholly reliant on grants for survival. In recent years, the economy has been sluggish, making life even more challenging for the institution. With over 200 children, the vast majority suffering from intellectual disabilities or physical impairments, it does not hinder their need for sustenance. Yet, when funds fall short, they must endure hunger and cold. For a decade, there have been promises of collective heating, but due to financial constraints, the pipelines have yet to be installed. Come winter, the welfare home must rely on its own stoves for warmth. With 3 rows of bungalows and dozens of rooms, the firewood and coal prepared each autumn can only last half the winter at best. The caretaker's other duty involves taking the more capable children to gather firewood and collect coal. Jiangzi, Xiao Shitu, Xiao Shun, and Erling had fled while foraging for firewood, and it had already been 4 days since. Tang Danao sat in a chair, rubbing Xiaoxiang's small hands, which were frostbitten and purplish, marred with dark lines. I glanced at Xiaoyi. He surely knew something. Jiangzi had a wild temperament but usually listened to him. "Speak up." Xiaoyi held back tears. Brother Xiaowu, I admit I knew they were going to run away. Xiangzi approached me earlier, saying it was too hard to endure here, and that it was more comfortable back in the underground warm well, where no one bothered them. I didn't agree and tried to persuade him. I thought he would listen to me, but he lowered his head and fell silent. Qingqing clung to my neck, saying, Brother Xiaowu, please don't be angry, I'm cold too. The mothers here are very nice, but it's just too cold, my face freezes while I sleep. Yes, brother won't blame them. I wiped her runny nose with my hand. The slender and frail mother LV sighed, these children are generally obedient, and their help in gathering firewood has been invaluable recently. I hope nothing unfortunate happens. You're a jinx. Zhang's mother scolded, what could possibly happen? They will be fine. Despite her words, her face betrayed her worried. I said, Xiaoyi, I won't repeat what I've already told you. Remember, your task is to take good care of your younger siblings. I will find Xiangzi and the others. Do you understand? He nodded. Brother Xiaowu, you must find them. I patted his shoulder firmly, set Qingqing down, and stood up, saying, Zhang's mother, please don't let old Chen search anymore. I'll take care of this. I will call if I have any news. All right. Everyone accompanied us as we made our exit. The north wind whipped up the drifting snow, making it difficult to see. After walking a fair distance, I remembered I had forgotten to give the card. However, since Director Chen was not around, it would be inappropriate to give it to anyone else. I would do it next time. We huddled our necks into our sleeves, standing by the roadside waiting for a taxi. It was bitterly cold, and this street was particularly desolate. It took a long time before a single vehicle appeared. Tang Dineo asked, Brother, was it like this for you when you were young? I nodded, not wishing to elaborate. Brother, let's work together from now on. Do what? Be rogues. Just now, when I touched that child's hand, I nearly cried. It reminded me of my own childhood. He stomped his feet against the cold wind. You are an orphan. I am also an orphan. There are so many orphans in this world, so many children who go hungry and are poorly clothed. Can't we do something for them? I sighed, we can, but our power is too limited. What is there to fear? It's better than doing nothing at all, right? I was somewhat taken aback by his words. Was this still the same cheeky, carefree boy I knew? In the past, I would just spend any money I got on food and drink, and when I ran out, I'd steal again. I was merely drifting through life, but when I think about it, it's actually quite meaningless, just going through the motions. Yesterday, after I finished with that card, I felt inexplicably happy, walking as if I were floating, almost soaring. It was a feeling of, what was it? He furrowed his brow, deep in thought. A sense of fulfillment? I suggested. Yes, you understand me, brother, that's the word, fulfillment. It feels good, comfortable, like just having finished. Thankfully, there were no other pedestrians around. Otherwise, I would have wanted to cover his mouth. Don't disregard small acts of kindness, and don't commit small evils. Have you heard this saying? I asked him, stamping my feet against the cold. He shook his head. What does it mean? It means what you just said. It's better than doing nothing. That statement holds much truth, but our means of making money conflict with the latter part. Stop talking nonsense. I see you become foolish from reading too much. This is what we know how to do. It's quick to earn money, and if we don't do this, one tea we just starve? Why can't you understand? How could I not understand? Repairing watches is indeed a legitimate business, but it barely sustains a living. To search far and wide for my parents, I had no choice but to steal again. Yet, even when robbing those who are well-fed, I still felt guilt. Therefore, after each successful theft, I would scrimp and save, not daring to spend recklessly, allocating everything to my expenses along the way. I wouldn't dare to spend my last penny easily robbing the rich to help the poor, or rogue. He was right. Reading too much had made me overthink and overly cautious. I nodded solemnly. All right, it's settled then. He was overjoyed, bouncing with excitement, chattering, this is great, this is great. In the future, let us make a big score, and we'll donate half to orphanages and welfare homes. We'll do good deeds anonymously, absolutely anonymously. As for the other half, we'll enjoy it. We'll buy a big house, eat out every day, indulging in guobao lu ro duan, di san xian. We'll revel in the pleasures of life every night. Just then, a taxi from Swan Taxi Company approached, and I yanked him, stop rambling. Once in the taxi, I instructed the driver to Xianhua Street. It was so cold that the first place that came to mind was the home Xiaoyi and the others had once lived in. Yet, I was met with disappointment. It was empty inside, and Xiangzi and the others had not returned. At noon, we found a small restaurant, ordered 2 bowls of vegetable soup and 2 bowls of rice. Tang Dineo placed the Ericsson GH398 on the table, grumbling, damn, this thing is nowhere near as good as a big brick, it can't even stand on the table to show off. As he spoke, he reached for the plate and poured the spicy pepper and dried tofu soup into his bowl. Could it be that they changed places because they were afraid you would find them? We'll search again in the afternoon. I quickly shoveled down my food, then hastily reached for the plate. Leave some for me. We searched all the way until dark, but still found no sign of them. Instead, we encountered 2 groups of children. Looking at their dirty little faces, we emptied our pockets of cash, leaving not a single coin behind, and finally made our way home on foot. On the way, Tang Dineo lamented, what a lesson, from now on, I must keep some money for emergencies, it's freezing cold and I'm left with nothing, it's such a miserable experience. Upon returning home, he cooked some rice, stir-fried potatoes, and fried a few eggs. As he cooked, I was deep in thought. That day at the Swan restaurant, Jean Laojiu had mentioned that following him would lead to good food and drink, and Xiangzi and the others had shown interest. Could it be that these 4 children had gone to seek him out? If that were true, things could get complicated. Just as we set down our chopsticks, old Zhang burst in with fervor. Wu Aigua, what trouble have you stirred up? Chapter 45. A visit. Upon encountering the demeanor of the formidable Zhang, I immediately sensed that something had gone awry. My secret was out. I hastily rose to my feet, exclaiming, Uncle Zhang, please take a seat. Sit my foot. Zhang's face contorted with rage. Wu Aigua, how dare you accept money from Jin Laojiu? Have you lost your mind? Tang, the big-headed one, remained frozen in his seat, too intimidated to move. Get upright, Pow Pow Tang. Zhang bellowed, his brows furrowing deeply. Thus, we both stood stiffly against the wall, adhering to decorum. Striking it rich, have you? Did you manage to acquire a new mobile phone, big brother? Zhang shot a glance at the packaging on the coffee table, his expression unreadable. Speak, what is the story? Uncle Zhang, please sit down and calm your temper. Before I could finish, his eyes widened in disbelief. Calm down? Wu Aigua, do you realize you are breaking the law? Foolishness. His voice escalated, veins bulging in his neck. As his tirade continued, I noticed his eyes growing increasingly bloodshot. Little Wu, you were an orphan, wandering the streets, resorting to petty theft for survival. I understand that. Then you opened a watch repair shop, finally settling down, creating a semblance of a home. I was pleased, truly pleased. My heart sank, and I lowered my gaze. But your return this time feels amiss. First, you were entangled with Lao Mao, and now you've taken in this big-headed fellow. What are your intentions? You think I don't know who he is? He gestured toward Tang's forehead. Tang Liang, known as Pow Pow Tang, born on March 19, 1974. Residing in Qianjiatsi Tun of Handian Township, adept at burglary, previously detained 3 times, Tang, ever the sycophant, raised his thumb and began to flatter, Uncle Zhang, you're impressive, truly meticulous. Slap. Zhang swiftly struck Tang's head, you're the one who is meticulous. Slap. Is that how you address me? Tang quickly raised his hands in surrender, no more, I was wrong, I'll be meticulous, is that acceptable? Exhausted from his outburst, Zhang turned his attention back to me. Now, tell me, that 80,000, was it for opening a restaurant? Speak. Was it? Answer me. I locked eyes with him, unwavering, enunciating deliberately, it was not. I could distinctly feel Tang tremble beside me, and in my frustration, I longed to kick him. Really not? Zhang narrowed his piercing eyes. Really not? What about the money? I reached into Tang's jacket pocket and produced the agricultural bank card. Here it is. I had given him this card yesterday, intending for him to hand it over to Director Chen today, so I was well aware of its location. Zhang did not extend his hand to take it but inquired, 80,000? 50,000, I replied. And the other 30,000? I glanced at Tang. What are you staring at, whereas the remaining 30,000? He looked utterly bewildered. What 30,000? Don't be ridiculous. I began rummaging through my pockets, a total of 80,000, and you stored the other 30,000 on a different card, didn't you? In truth, I had over 50,000 in cash at home, and I understood his current state of mind, but there was no way I could admit that the money was intended for a restaurant. Zhang's reaction was more intense than I had anticipated. Had I confessed that the money was for opening a restaurant, he might have smashed it to pieces. Tang, snibbling, retrieved his own card, his lips twitching. I took it from him and asked, what is the password? 1 2 3 4 5, both cards? Yes. I handed both cards back to Zhang, a total of 80,000, not a single cent spent. What do you want from me? Come with me, he demanded, fuming. Where to? Back. I want to go. He seized my ear, will you go or not? Alright, I grimaced in pain. Tang's beady eyes blinked rapidly, silently questioning my fate. I shot him a look, as if to say, you fool, just stay home and be good. On the way, I inquired how Zhang had learned of the situation. He replied that the rumors had been rampant for some time, and had it not been for the director summoning him to the office today, he would still be in the dark. I silently cursed, damn Jin Laojiu, it was undoubtedly them who let the cat out of the bag. Eventually, after an hour, we located Jin Laojiu at a karaoke bar. Zhang kicked open the door to a private room. Jin Laojiu was embracing a flamboyantly dressed woman, singing Heart Rain. He sang, thinking of you, thinking of you, thinking of you for the last time. The lady sang, because tomorrow, I will become someone else's bride. Together they passionately harmonized, let me think of you one last time. On the sofa sat Lao Mao and the lawyer, and upon recognizing another figure, I was momentarily taken aback. The man was short and stout, his face adorned with rolls of flesh. It was none other than Su Jianxiu, an undercover officer from the Daowai precinct, the very one mentioned by Li Dazue from Yonghong Kangmai, who was once Zhang's disciple Pang. I nearly burst into laughter. How splendid, a witness had emerged. The three were all entwined with women, and as we entered, they raised their beer bottles in a toast. Lao Mao promptly set down his bottle and approached Jin Laojiu, who was still singing. The lawyer turned off the music, and Pang, momentarily stunned, remained seated, regarding us with an amused expression. Well, if it isn't head Zhang? Jin Laojiu beamed, tossing the microphone to the lady and opening his arms to embrace Zhang. Zhang, however, had no intention of reciprocating. Without so much as a preamble, he bluntly stated, Jin Li mean, did you give Wu 800,000? Ah, yes. Jin Laojiu lowered his arms, attempting to explain, I heard you were hospitalized, so I didn't want to impose, just a small gesture of goodwill, damn.
I cursed internally, such words were utterly unnecessary. I acknowledge your goodwill, but I have not touched the money, please take it back. With that, Zhang called out, Xiao Wu? I stepped forward, producing the 2 cards. Jean Lajo hurriedly gestured, head Zhang, what is this for? It's hardly a significant amount, just a token of brotherhood. He began to argue with me. Dadier Pang, seated on the sofa, interjected, old Zhou, if Zhang wants you to take it back, just do it promptly. Jean Lajo appeared caught between a rock and a hard place. Zhang then turned to his former disciple, speaking sternly, Su Jianxiu, do you think you can sit here and feel proud of your position? Pang curled his lips in disdain, Master, let us not get all high and mighty. Let us just live our lives well. Zhang glared at him, and he returned the stare. The room fell into an eerie silence, the only sounds emanating from the singing in the hallway. The 4 women huddled in a corner of the sofa, too fearful to move. Zhang sighed deeply, his expression somber. I could empathize with him. At that moment, he must have felt an overwhelming mix of sorrow and unexpressed anger. He turned to Ji Lajo, speaking gravely, Ji Limin, remember this, he extended a finger toward Pang, am not like him. Pang smirked, offering no rebuttal, seemingly unconcerned. Lao Mao quickly intervened, attempting to diffuse the tension, old Jiu, it's the thought that counts. Let us not make things difficult for head Zhang. He reached out and snatched the cards from my hands, stuffing them into Jean Lajio's pocket. I smiled, saying, coincidentally, Officer Su is here as well. I am returning this money, 2 cards, one for 30,000, one for 50,000, both with the password 12345. Zhang turned and strode toward the exit, clearly wishing to linger no longer. I followed closely behind. Jean Lajo rushed after us, wrapping his arm around my neck, squeezing us both in the doorway. He lowered his voice to ask, Xiao Wu, what is going on? As he embraced me, I sidestepped slightly, positioning myself just right to obscure half of his backside. My fingers darted into his pocket, retrieving the 2 cards in a flash. To the onlookers, it appeared as though he was merely hugging me, and my instinctive evasion succeeded in concealing my actions from the rest. This swift maneuver took no longer than the blink of an eye, and soon we stood side by side in the doorway. This was what the old lady referred to as a fleeting moment. In the blink of an eye, even a seasoned player like Jean Lajo would never have anticipated that the cards I had just produced would be snatched back in plain sight in the time it took for him to turn around. What is going on? I scoffed, that is for you to figure out. Some things couldn't be said here. I would have to wait until we returned. With that, I quickly set off in pursuit of Zhang. Chapter 46. 2 roads. Exiting the karaoke room, I hailed a taxi. Big Zhang instructed, tomorrow morning at 9, I will be waiting for you in the director's office. You are to provide an explanation, understood? Oh. I replied, only then did he open the car door, maintaining a sullen expression throughout the ride, uttering not a single word. Upon reflection, I realized that I had not fully considered the situation, inadvertently causing him trouble. Fortunately, I would be able to clarify things, and Aunt Zhang's restaurant had also opened for both of us. This minor grievance would have to be endured. The car halted in front of Yulan Korean Barbecue, but through the window, I observed 4 or 5 cars parked at the entrance. The restaurant's windows were fogged up, revealing a bustling scene with numerous patrons. In a deep voice, he asked, care for a drink? I replied, no, it's too late. You pay for the fare, he declared as he exited the vehicle. I bared my teeth and waved a fist at his departing figure. The driver glanced at me in the rearview mirror and chuckled, your father? I remained silent. He sighed and drove off, muttering, my son is just like you, silent all day long. I remember when he was little, always clinging to me. Back then, I couldn't wait for him to grow up and be sensible, but now that he has, it's rather dull. Upon returning home, I entered the bedroom. Tang Daneo sat on the bed, wrapped in a thick quilt, his face forlorn. I tossed 2 cards at him, saying, enough of this sorrow, your master never saw you so heartbroken, keep them safe. He blinked a few times, asking, didn't you send them? I did not respond, instructing, get up, boil some water, and brew a pot of tea. He ceased his inquiries, cheerfully stowing away the cards. All right. The tea had already cooled when the guests finally arrived. Jean Lajo, Ma Yi, and Shi, only the 3 of them, arriving in a single vehicle. I greeted them with a broad smile, inviting them in. They did not sit but stood stiffly, making the room feel even more cramped. Jean Lajio's face was as dark as thunder. Xiao Wu, this is excessive, isn't it? I cheerfully asked, what brings you to say that, Uncle Jiu? He glared at me, where are the cards? I did not deny it but countered, may I inquire, Uncle Jiu, what was your response back then? He fell silent. You stated that once the money was given, Big Zhang could no longer pursue the matter, correct? Yes, he affirmed. Has he pursued it? He remained mute. I turned to Mao Yi and Shi Yi, you both were present that day, did I not say if this matter leaks, I will not return the money? Jean Lao Jiu retorted sharply, that was not our doing. Then whose fault is it? I pressed on. How should we know? Well, I certainly do not know. I raised my hands in exasperation, it cannot be me who spoke of it, can it? Only we few were privy to this matter, you are the ones who have broken the rules, and of course, I must retrieve my money. Is there an issue with that? Mao Yi interjected, Xiao Wu, the district bureau has not pursued the matter further, and that injured fellow has not shown his face. Shi Yi's eyes darted around the room, surveying the surroundings since his arrival. He continued Mao Yi's point, this situation is suspicious, we will certainly investigate however, throwing away 80,000 yuan and offending Big Zhan leaves us with a bitter pill to swallow. I maintained my smile, yet my words were far from sweet, then that has nothing to do with me. The atmosphere in the room turned cold. I was acutely aware that at this juncture, they were feeling the pressure. I did not wish for this, but I would not simply swallow this bitter pill without a fight. The situation was clear. It was undoubtedly them who let the matter slip, perhaps out of drunken bravado or deliberate intent. I had anticipated such a possibility, which is why I had issued my warning beforehand, hoping to ensure their discretion, yet here we were. Mao Yi cleared his throat a few times. Xiao Wu, Lao Jiu holds you in high regard. I had no desire to hear him preach about principles, nor did I need anyone's esteem. I interrupted. By the way, since you're all here, I'd like to inquire about something. He nearly choked on his words, angrily demanding, speak. Those kids from the Swan Hotel, Mao Yi, have you seen them since? The old man fell silent, his gaze averted from me. I understood then, Xiangzi and the others had indeed fallen into their hands, and a surge of anger nearly overwhelmed me. At that moment, Tang Danao approached, attempting to lighten the mood. Come, sit down for a cup of tea. It has gone cold. Shi glared at him, while Tang Danao shot him a look in return, their eyes growing increasingly frigid. I urged, everyone, please sit down and enjoy some tea while we discuss this. No one moved, treating me as if I were invisible. Suddenly, Tang Danao cursed, damn it. Shi lunged at him, cursing, damn it. Jin Laojiu, closest to them, seized Tang Danao by the neck and thus began a chaotic brawl. I rushed forward, joining in the fray, shouting for them to stop, throwing punches and kicks, seizing the opportunity to strike in the chaos. Mao Yi, on the periphery, shouted, stop, what in the world is this? Have you no sense of decorum? Cease immediately. After a considerable time, he finally managed to separate the four of us. If not for the cramped stage and the fear of damaging my counter, I would have relished the opportunity to continue the scuffle. Observing the three of them made me want to laugh. Shi bore 3 red scratches across his face. Jin Laojiu's slick hairstyle was a disheveled mess. As for Tang Danao, one sleeve of his thermal shirt had been torn off. I replaced my frown with a smile, addressing Jin Laojiu. What is all this? Sit down and have some tea. Jin Laojiu huffed, catching his breath, and joined Mao Yi on the sofa. Shi, covering his face, angrily took a seat beside the counter. I pulled out a cigarette. Just as I was about to light it, Jin Laojiu produced his own soft Zhonghua. Shi fetched his Marlboro, and Mao Yi extended a finger toward me. Jin Laojiu lit his cigarette, took a couple of puffs, then raised his eyes. Xiao Wu, I offer you 2 options. I regarded him intently. First, come over to my side, and we shall overlook the past. Second, leave Shui City and never let me see you again. I remained silent, casting a cold glance at Tang Danao, and barked, who told you to make a move? Ha, who do you think you are? Get lost, scram, and don't let me see you again. Tang Danao's chubby face flushed crimson as he grabbed my down jacket, muttering angrily, fine, I'll go. Whoever dares to come at me again is a grandson. He left, and the room fell silent. My veiled insults made Jin Laojiu's face even more grim, nearly dripping with disdain. I picked up the teapot, poured tea for the 2 of them, and even set a cup before Shi on the counter. Mao Yi sighed, speaking earnestly, Xiao Wu, I reiterate, Laojiu truly admires you. This time, I did not interrupt, listening attentively. He spoke for a full 5 minutes, and sensing the time was adequate, I chuckled. Mao Yi, it's quite late, shouldn't you head home to rest? The old man was left speechless. Jin Laojiu shot me a sidelong glance. Xiao Wu, are you intent on burning your bridges? Rest assured, Uncle Jiu, there are more than just the 2 roads you speak of in Shui City. I will tread my path with conviction. Very well, let us part ways. No need for farewells. I clasped my hands in salute. As the 3 departed, Jin Laojiu seethed with anger, Shi remained expressionless, and Mao Yi shook his head in disappointment. I stood at the door, hands tucked in my pockets, watching the car speed away in a fit of rage. In the darkness, Tang Danao appeared like a ghost. Once inside, I retrieved my cell phone from my pocket and dialed 110. Hello, I would like to report a crime. Chapter 47. Speak slowly at the bureau. Yes, I wish to report. Holding the large mobile phone, I continued, please note, there is a red Santana, license plate long A09527, heading south along North 14th Street, then turning onto South 14th Street, proceeding towards Daly District. In the trunk of this vehicle, there is a substantial amount of counterfeit currency. Having said this, I hung up. I removed the battery and extracted the SIM card, breaking it before handing it over to Tang Danao. Go flush it down the toilet. He winced in pain but complied nonetheless. Upon his return, he had removed his down jacket, exposing one bare arm, nodding and giving a thumbs up. Impressive, truly impressive. I did not laugh, my mood was far from lighthearted. Before their arrival, I had already made all necessary preparations, including the 2 bundles of counterfeit bills I had obtained on the K-17 train. In truth, had those 4 children not been in their possession, and had Jin Laojiu not uttered those harsh words, I would not have taken such actions. It was only after he spoke those 2 lines that I finally made the resolute decision to reprimand Tang Danao. After receiving my signal, he went outside to stow the 2 bundles in the trunk of the car. While retrieving the 2 bundles of counterfeit bills from the wardrobe, I contemplated whether I could report them for child trafficking, but after much deliberation, I concluded it was not feasible. They were merely training those children to steal money, there had been no transaction involved. Furthermore, it would be challenging to substantiate any other charges. To catch a thief with the stolen goods, if I could apprehend Jin Laojiu, I would not need to act myself. Now that things had escalated, I needed to find a way to pin him down and deliver a few harsh blows. I had just extracted 2 cards from Jin Laojiu in the karaoke room, which had already put them in a rather embarrassing position. They certainly would not anticipate that I would dare to frame them in front of 3 seasoned criminals. This was akin to darkness beneath the lamp, taking advantage of your illness to claim your life.
There was no alternative, it was merely the two of us against the formidable leader of the Daily District's Lao Rong gang, who commanded a gang of 2 to 3 dozen members, comprising men, women, the elderly, and children, totaling over 200 individuals. It was not out of cruelty or disregard for rules that I acted this way, it was simply the nature of survival in this path. Jean Laojiu had presented me with 2 options, neither of which I could accept. What followed was predictable, but when my life was at stake, I would disregard all rules, laws, and decorum. I must defend my right to exist. Often, the rules of the underworld and moral boundaries serve as a line of defense for life. Yet, when those rules threaten life and become insurmountable barriers, I would not hesitate to shatter them. With a compassionate heart, I would wield the most ruthless methods. This is who I am, Xiao Wu. In truth, compared to my 18 or 19-year-old self, I have become much gentler. If I could turn back 6 years, I would have infiltrated Jean Laojiu's home with a sledgehammer, knocking out every single tooth he possessed. Sighing, I said to Tang Dinao, hold on to those 2 cards, gather your belongings, and find a small inn to stay for the night. He understood my meaning clearly and did not waste words. He picked up the plastic bag I had left under the counter and quickly dressed before leaving. Inside that bag was all my cash, totaling over 50,000. This sum of money also served as a litmus test. If this fellow were blinded by greed, so be it, I would accept it. In the middle of the night, there came a knock at the door. Who is it? I asked, draping a yellow cotton coat over myself as I emerged. I had not slept, knowing full well that what was meant to come would surely arrive. Open up, it's the Daowai police. As expected, after Jean Laojiu and his associates were apprehended, they would undoubtedly shift the blame onto me. This included the 80,000 yuan belonging to the elder Zhang, as well as the 2 bundles of counterfeit bills. The door swung open, and 5 individuals clad in plain clothes rushed in. Leading them was a stout man in a black cotton leather jacket, nearing 40, with a stern, dark expression. He swiftly flashed his badge, and I barely caught a glimpse of the words on it. My surname is Huang. Please present your identification. I did not contest this request and handed him my ID. I was unfamiliar with these individuals, they were likely from the Criminal Investigation Unit. Wu Aigua, he read aloud, raising his gaze to meet mine. These individuals were afflicted with a professional malady, perceiving everyone as a potential murderer. If one harbored any guilt, trembling was inevitable. I remained composed, I had encountered far too much over the years. Someone reported that you framed them and accepted bribes. Do you have anything to say? He returned my ID to me. I smiled and replied, Officer Huang, I'm afraid I don't quite understand your meaning, could you elaborate? A lanky man at the back pointed a finger at me. Kid, you better behave yourself. Don T think we don't know who you are. I shrugged both hands. Am I not behaving? There is nothing wrong with asking for clarification on the case, right? Just as the lanky man was about to retort, Officer Huang raised his hand. He continued, tonight we received a report that a Santana's trunk contains counterfeit bills. The 3 suspects in the vehicle claimed that you placed them there and even mentioned that they gave you 80,000 yuan to pass on to your precinct's officer Zhang Yangzhou. Is that correct? With a perplexed expression, I replied, as for the counterfeit bills you mentioned, I'm unclear about what you're referring to, but the 80,000 yuan is indeed real. Very well, you'll need to accompany us back. Upon uttering this, he reached for my arm, but I quickly recoiled. Let me finish speaking. What is there to say? We'll discuss it slowly at the bureau. He waved his hand impatiently. Take him away, Xiao Chang, Lao Li, search him. I was all too familiar with their methods. At this juncture, any mention of procedure would surely lead to a beating. After searching for quite some time, they found not a single hair. Once I entered the interrogation room and sat on the metal chair, my first words were that 80,000 yuan has already been returned. Your bureau Su Jianxiu knows about it. Have him and Zhang Yangzhou come over, and everything will be clear. I was referring to the elder Zhang's apprentice, Erpang, who had been present in the karaoke room when we returned the money. Before Jean Laojiu and his associates visited my home, I had already anticipated the events that would unfold after the framing. I was well aware of the situation that would ensue. Prior to returning the money, I had no intention of reclaiming the cards, for doing so would undoubtedly provoke Jean Laojiu's ire. My plan was to hand over the cards, requiring some explanation from the precinct, and thus I sought his help to jointly approach the precinct to clarify matters for the elder Zhang. Given the circumstances, he certainly would not wish to offend the elder Zhang. Ultimately, Jean Laojiu would not suffer a financial loss, nor would the elder Zhang face any repercussions. Only I would endure a slight injustice. However, the restaurant had indeed commenced operations, and the matter was resolved quite satisfactorily. Yet, plans are always overtaken by events. Upon entering the karaoke room and seeing Erpang, I changed my mind. Since he was present, he served as a witness to the repayment. In other words, had Erpang not been there, I would not have proceeded with the next steps. I would not sacrifice the elder Zhang to settle scores with Jean Laojiu. I was also gambling, betting that Erpang would no longer shield Jean Laojiu. The vehicle belonged to Jean Laojiu, and his possession of counterfeit currency was as certain as the sun rising. The evidence was irrefutable that I knew certain individuals all too well. They indulge in their vices, enjoying their pleasures, and when nothing major occurs, all is well for everyone, but when a serious issue arises, they will swiftly turn their backs. From the moment I returned those 2 cards in front of Erpang to the eventual reclamation of the cards, Jean Laojiu would inevitably come knocking, framing me. In the end, I was escorted to the precinct, every step unfolding precisely as I had envisioned. As for the counterfeit currency, I feigned ignorance. There was not a single counterfeit bill at home, not even a penny. They possessed no evidence whatsoever. Around 2 in the morning, I was released. I in the dimly lit corridor. The elder Zhang and Officer Huang were engaged in a smoke-filled conversation. Upon seeing me emerge, he shook hands with the officer, saying, "Officer Huang, I apologize for the trouble this has caused you." After retrieving my watch, keys, and mobile phone, just as I stepped out of the precinct lobby, the elder Zhang kicked at me, but I swiftly dodged. "What are you doing? I thought we were past that. You can't just kick me," I exclaimed. "Speak, was it you who did this?" he demanded, his face stern. Now I played dumb. "What do you mean? What do you mean, what?" He raised his hand to strike, but I evaded once more, hastening towards the courtyard. He pursued me, lowering his voice to ask, "Did you place the counterfeit bills?" "Stop talking nonsense, where would I even get those?" "Are you sure? If you don't believe me, go ask around." He fell silent, and we continued to face the biting wind, hunching our necks and quickening our pace. Neither of us was doing particularly well, and neither owned a private vehicle. At this hour, it was a challenge to find a taxi. Fortunately, the precinct was not too far away. A short walk would suffice. "Did Air Pang come?" I asked, stating the obvious. He grumbled a response, "Yeah," then spat on the snow. Damn it, this minor issue has turned into a spectacle for the entire police system of Xuechen. I dared not laugh, fearing it would further irritate him. Indeed, Air Pang had come to testify. He had no choice. The reason was simple. Jean Laojiao and his crew would certainly remain tight-lipped, but he could not afford to speak untruths. After all, singing with the head of the gang was trivial, and even claiming it was for work-related purposes to develop an informant was not a problem. However, providing false testimony was a grave matter. If discovered, one could easily lose their position. Ultimately, it was not difficult to verify. A simple inquiry at the karaoke hall would clarify everything. The money had been returned, my home harbored no counterfeit bills, and with the elder Zhang as my guarantor, they had no choice but to release me. Chapter 48 The Cunning Rabbits 3 burrows. Early the next morning, Tang Dinei and I returned, cheerfully carrying a plastic bag. I yawned and arrived punctually at the police station. As I ascended to the 3rd floor, I spotted old Zhang in the corridor, smoking. He approached me and whispered, "I just heard that old cat and the master have been released." I was taken aback. "Why is that?" "The car wasn't theirs, and someone else vouched for them, so they were let go." "What about old Gio?" "He can't deny it. After all, the car is his." Old Zhang's eyes remained fixed on my face, still suspicious of me. "Uncle Zhang," I inquired, "is a crime involving 20,000 counterfeit bills serious?" He shook his head. "If it's more than 4,000 but less than 50,000, the maximum fine is 100,000, and the most they could sentence you to is 3 years. "Only 3 years?" I felt somewhat disheartened. "Well, 3 years isn't too shabby." He grasped my arm. "You know what to say, right?" I made a victory sign, "Rest assured." He cursed and pretended to kick me, and I dodged again. Director Bai was a slender middle-aged man. Though he bore the surname Bai, he was anything but fair-skinned and appeared rather stern, with a demeanor of trepidation. I nearly shed tears as I spoke. "Uncle Bai, I was wrong, truly wrong." These individuals knew I was acquainted with Uncle Zhang, so they sought me out. I was tempted by the prospect of money and thought to secretly pocket it. "Uncle Bai, you know me. I've been in this area for many years, just running a small business, always honest. It was just my youth." Upon seeing so much money at once, I was blinded. This illustrates my lack of resolve, my inability to see the bigger picture, and my greed for wealth. Fortunately, Uncle Zhang found me and took me back to return the money. I was wrong and accept any punishment. As I continued, I nearly moved myself to tears, almost bursting into sobs. "Enough. Director Bai sighed, Xiao Wu, we are old friends now. When I was an instructor, I dealt with you. How old were you back then?" He glanced at old Zhang. 16. Old Zhang replied. "Right, not too old, but you had already shot up in height." He took out a cigarette, and I immediately produced a lighter, igniting it and offering it to him. He took a puff. "This incident serves as a profound lesson for you, for old Zhang, and for the entire police force. Let it be a warning." "Indeed, indeed," I replied earnestly, nodding like a chick pecking at rice. "Here is the plan." He looked at old Zhang. "Take him to write a detailed account of what transpired, have him sign it, and bring it to me." With that, he sighed again, massaging his temples. "I still need to take this to the bureau for clarification. I've heard the municipal leaders are already involved. Oh dear." Old Zhang wore a dark expression. I offered another round of apologies, shouldering all the blame. Director Bai finally grew weary and waved us off. Go on, go on." I understood that such matters could be serious or trivial. Despite old Zhang's foul temper and lack of popularity, his experience meant that Director Bai would surely grant him some leniency. After expressing my immense gratitude, I followed him to the office, and by the time we finished, it was already noon. Upon returning, I resolved to find old Cat and the master. I had to rescue the 4 children. Tang Dinei and I first headed to the mahjong parlor on Willow Street, but neither of them was there. We scoured several of their usual haunts, yet their absence was conspicuous. As the sun began to set, we found ourselves squatting like laborers at the entrance of the Tulong Street Market. Clearly, the 2 bundles of counterfeit bills had inflicted significant damage on old Gio. Not a single pickpocket was in sight on the entire Tulong Street. "Brother, I have an idea," Tang Dinei exclaimed. I took a drag from my cigarette and glanced at him. "What if we look for Jin Yaoyan?" He quickly clarified, "Don't misunderstand, I believe that following her will surely lead us to the master." I nodded in agreement.
He had a point. It is said that a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. These individuals rarely linger in one place for long. Old Gio, having married young with 2 children now in middle school, had divorced a decade ago and was said to have several homes, each with a young and beautiful woman. The master, though unmarried, also had multiple residences, and no one could decipher his nightly whereabouts. At 10 o'clock that night, we had been crouched beneath a large bed for over 2 hours. The room was stifling. I was wearing a military coat, and beads of sweat dripped down my forehead. Suddenly, the sound of a key turning in the lock broke the silence. I pinched Tang Dynadai hard, and he stirred awake, groggy. What is going on? They're back. This was the residence of the master in Jin Yaoyan, located on the east side of Hongqi Street, in the Hongqi community. It was said to be the first pilot community for affordable housing in Snow City, completed in 1996 and featuring a beautiful sky garden that had won some award. It did indeed look quite lovely. Tang Dynadai believed the two would be together, especially after such a significant event. They would surely convene to devise a strategy. If it was late, the likelihood of them returning together was high. As it turned out, he was right. Moreover, he was quite familiar with this place, having previously caught them in the act. Younga, Jin Yaoyan's voice echoed in the foyer. I think old cat has figured out what you meant. The two were in the process of changing their shoes. Wang Younga, the master's name, could be heard coldly laughing. So what if he figured it out? Do you think that old rascal Deng and old Gio had such a strong bond? They were merely using each other. That's true. Jin Yaoyan concurred. Someone turned on the lights in the living room, casting a glow into the bedroom. The master said, the person I contacted said, at most, it's 3 years. 5 years is highly unlikely, Jin Yaoyan remarked. What if we offer a bit more money? It's not about the money. The master's tone was noticeably impatient. Look at you, always fussing. It seemed Jin Yaoyan was playfully whining, and the two rolled onto the sofa. I glanced at Tang Dynadai, fearing he might get jealous and leap out, but thankfully, he showed no reaction. I couldn't help but reflect, old Gio must be eagerly waiting for his brothers to spend money to bail him out, yet these two were spending money to undermine him. However, this was not surprising. I had sensed something amiss at the Swan Hotel last time. The master must have harbored this intention for quite some time. The conversation resumed in the living room. Jin Yaoyan asked, did that stack of counterfeit bills really come from Xiao Wu? The master replied, who else could it be? That fool may have a big head, but he has all fluff inside. Does he possess the intellect for that? I glanced at Dynadai, who had turned dark with anger. Jin Yaoyan playfully chided, look at you, still harboring jealousy? The two seemed to have become quite intimate, and after a prolonged exchange of banter, Jin Yaoyan said, I believe old cat is right. It must be that incident involving those 4 children that provoked that kid, don't you think? Do we even need to discuss it? The master retorted sharply. She continued, after the incident at the Swan Hotel, old cat didn't want to get involved with those children anymore. Now, it seems experience truly counts. I've mentioned it before, the master sighed, old Gio has had it too easy these past few years, growing increasingly arrogant. I decided to let him be and let him figure it out. He must have slapped the armrest of the sofa, producing a thud, see? What did I tell you? He has gotten himself into a mess. He then began to curse, damn it, this year has been a waste. Don't fret over the money, it's not worth it as long as you're okay. Jin Yaoyan questioned, somewhat puzzled, do you really think that kid is that skilled? That's not important, the master replied. What is important? The old Buddha of Xi'an. Didn't he say it wasn't he his master, do you believe that? That kid is a notorious smooth talker, does he ever speak the truth? His mouth is like a damn anus, he could talk someone to death without feeding them. Jin Yaoyan burst into laughter. I nearly laughed out loud as well. He certainly had a knack for disparaging others. My face must have darkened too, as I felt an overwhelming urge to rush out and kick the living daylights out of those two. Chapter 49. At this point, the steward continued to speak, Shanji, what is it that is the ultimate skill of the old Buddha? Do you think he would impart it to just anyone? Jin Yaoyan scoffed, is it truly as terrifying as you say? He is just an old man over 100 years old, panting after a few steps. Foolish, the steward interrupted her, his voice clearly agitated. Do you have any idea how many people in this world have benefited from that old man? If he were to issue a dark flower, not a single reward would remain, yet countless individuals would rush to him. The term, dark flower, also known as dark red, or red flower, refers to a bounty notice in the underworld. And then there's the influence of the Sun brothers from Xi'an, particularly the eldest, whose mere stomp can shake the ground. Why did Zhang Yaoping insist on finding this kid for the last job? Old Gio merely wanted to win him over. Unexpectedly, this kid is as stubborn as a mule. Had it not been for Cat Yi revealing his parents' news, he surely would not have taken that job. Jin Yaoyan inquired, is that news true? I perked up, ears pricked to listen. The steward laughed, silly girl, do you truly believe that? Jin Yaoyan might have been pinching him, as he yelped in pain, and the two of them shared a light-hearted laugh. I ground my teeth beneath the bed. Damn it, I had indeed fallen for that old caddis trick. Upon reflection, it wasn't so much a trick as I had been well aware at the time that the old guy was likely deceiving me, and I was merely taking a chance. Jin Yaoyan curiously remarked, why does he have such a nickname? It sounds like Empress Dowager Cixi. The steward replied, it is said that the old fellow is from the capital. Over there, people refer to those of our own family as Buddha. Moreover, some claim he has blood ties to the Manchu royal family, hence he established such a name from a young age. Jin Yaoyan exclaimed, oh, and then asked, since he doesn't wish to involve himself with that surname Wu, why did he act against those kids this time?
Originally, he didn't intend to, but when those 4 children found Cat Yi, old Jiu wanted to use them to lure him into a trap, then ambush him and force him to join. Is that even possible? Jin Yaoyan gasped in surprise. That kid has no relation to those children, the steward bitterly replied. Isn't that why I say old Jiu is foolish? Ive tried to advise him, but he simply wouldn't listen. Jin Yaoyan laughed playfully. If you truly cared, you wouldn't have advised him so half-heartedly. What do you plan to do next? The pressing matter is to pacify our brothers and let them go, right? Let them go? Are you afraid? Slap, I thought the steward had just slapped her. How dare you, go take a bath. Jin Yaoyan softened her tone. You rascal, give me a back scrub. It dawned on me then that they had merely been playfully slapping each other. The bathroom door closed. Tanged out. I leaned over and whispered in my ear, let us go, otherwise, you might not get the chance to slip away. Do you still want to eavesdrop all night? I replied, not leaving. I need to give them a fright. He chuckled, brother, you're truly wicked, but I like it. I shivered, shaking off the goosebumps that erupted across my skin. The reason for my reluctance to leave was simple. I needed to vent my anger and not let him disrespect me without consequence. Speaking of Tanged Aoi's reaction, it truly caught me off guard. I had assumed that since he had a past with Jin Yaoyan and often claimed to have moved on, I wanted to see if that was indeed the case. If he couldn't move past this minor affair and wallowed in self-pity, he was unfit to be my partner. As for robbing the rich to aid the poor, I could manage that on my own. However, I never anticipated that he would be so unconcerned. The playful banter in the previous room elicited no reaction from him whatsoever. Minutes later, the two of them emerged from beneath the bed. I could only see their legs. Jin Yaoyan's calves were delicate and fair, while the stewardess' sweat glands were quite pronounced. I tilted my head to look at Tanged Aoi, who displayed no sign of emotional turmoil. I inwardly sighed. It was indeed a lonely figure on a cold river, a familiar face on the bed. Pretending not to recognize one another, I slowly began to crawl out. Tanged Aoi attempted to pull me back but failed. The two on the bed were utterly dumbfounded. Jaws agape. Continue. I chuckled. Jin Yaoyan let out a high-pitched scream, snatching up a nearby blanket to wrap around herself. The steward rolled off the bed. Whoosh! I leaped onto the bed, my foot landing squarely on his face. Immediately, I straddled him, my fists beginning to rain down, pinching the narrow space between the south-facing window and the double bed. Thud, thud, thud. Who is the smiling tiger? Whose mouth resembles a rear end? You better speak. The steward cried out loudly in surrender. Little Wu, Wu Yi, I was wrong, please don't hit me, truly don't hit me. I spat on his face. Damn, you're nothing. His golden-rimmed glasses had long been knocked off, and after being scratched by Tanged Aoi last night, his face bore several fresh wounds, now looking even more disheveled, with blood trickling from his nose and mouth. This guy, truly too weak to withstand a beating. I pressed my finger firmly on his forehead. Tomorrow, return the children to me, do you hear? I hear. What will you do when you see me in the future? I'll take a detour. My instincts are sharp. I'll let you in on a little secret. What? He asked, bewildered. Those 2 bundles of green canes were left for me to release. Who? I chuckled, wiping my hand on his floral bedspread. I've warned you all. Take your time to guess. His eyes widened. Is it Zhang? He didn't finish, his expression uncertain. I said, I never said that, you're the one guessing. Last time I had planted a thorn in Jin Laojiu's side, I hadn't anticipated the developments to unfold like this. Since he would undoubtedly be judged, I would plant this thorn in the steward's side to divert his attention, lest he continue to entangle me. I sauntered to the foot of the bed and swaggered out. Jin Yaoyan had wrapped herself up tightly. I couldn't help but laugh. What pretense of purity, just moments ago, everything was crystal clear. Little Wu, the steward called after me. I had already reached the door and turned back to look at him. He wiped a smear of blood from his nose. Are you truly hoping for us to clash with Zhang Xiang? It turned out I had underestimated his intellect. I remained silent. He added, no matter how much we quarrel, we are ultimately on the same path. I advise you to shelve these little thoughts of yours, or you may not even know how you met your demise. Even if the old Buddha is all-powerful, his reach cannot extend to Snow City. He sighed. Let us leave it at that. Did I not wish for it to end here? With the time spent toying with them, I would rather repair more watches and travel to more places. I said nothing, gave a slight bow, and turned to exit the room. I retrieved my cotton military coat from beneath the sofa and sat on a small stool at the door, leisurely putting it on, only to hear 2 more gasps from the bedroom. Tanged Aoi puffed up his chest, hands behind his back like an old cadre, marching out with deliberate steps. I laughed heartily. Let us go home. Chapter 50. The old scoundrel emerged from the unit's door. I quickly raised the collar of my coat. The wind was fierce, slicing like a knife against my neck. I inquired, is it truly that easy for you? He grumbled, engaging in affairs with a wretched woman, only a fool would do that. I wrapped my arm around his shoulder, assuring him, you are not foolish. It is they who are the fools. Brother, are you not afraid of retribution from the lawyer? He asked. His current concern is to smoothly take over Jin Laojiu's operations. He has no energy left to deal with me, I replied. He wrapped my down jacket tighter around him. That is true. In fact, they may be numerous, yet most are merely low-skilled petty thieves, lacking any combat prowess. I nodded, indeed, including those few who came down from the mountains. They may appear fierce, but their fighting skills are quite mediocre. He remarked, those individuals are only after a bit of money. No one respects Jin Laojiu. I sighed. Yes, even the riffraff looked down upon us. As we spoke, we exited the Hongqi residential area. Just as we were about to cross the sidewalk to hail a taxi, we heard a loud shout from behind, "Catch the thief, someone's been robbed." Whoosh! Tang Dineo swiftly darted behind a tree. I turned to look. On the left side of the community gate, a plump woman was yelling at the top of her lungs in front of a convenience store. Upon closer inspection, a person clad in a black cotton coat was running, hastily stuffing something into his mouth against the biting wind. Tang Dineo peeked out. I couldn't help but chuckle. His reaction was truly swift, a classic case of a thief feeling guilty. However, the tree was rather slender, hardly concealing his stout figure. The overweight woman did not pursue. She stood with her hands on her hips, cursing, "You scoundrel, can't even afford a loaf of bread, soon you'll be run over by a car." The thief had already fled far away. At this moment, the street was devoid of any passers-by. Tang Dineo approached. "Brother, I think I recognize that kid who just ran by." "Who is it?" I asked. "I can't be certain, let's go look for him." We walked along the sidewalk for several hundred meters but found no sign of him. "Forget it, it's too cold." I noticed headlights approaching in the distance and hurriedly ran to wave them down. "Old scoundrel," I heard Tang Dineo shout, as he dashed down a small side path to the right. Old scoundrel, who could that be? In northeast China, there are countless individuals with such a nickname. In families with many children, the youngest is often called old scoundrel or little one. Without time to ponder further, I followed him. Turning into a dark alley, I saw two figures wrestling in the snow. Fearing they might be armed, I rushed over to assist. However, the two were rolling around so much that I couldn't get involved. Under the faint moonlight, I squinted closely and realized they were unarmed, which put my mind at ease. The young man was shouting, "My bread, where's my bread?" Tang Dineo, amidst the scuffle, cursed, "Bread my ass. Damn you, old scoundrel, give me back my money." Suddenly, it dawned on me, there was a notorious figure on Shuicheng Road known as Old Scoundrel, whose real name was Yang Xiaotong. He had been wandering the streets since the age of 7 or 8, often standing lookout for those who were up to no good. It was said that due to his small and scrawny stature, he earned such a nickname. I had seen him when I was around 11 or 12, back then, he was still a snot-nosed kid, resembling a sprouting bean. He used to hang out with a few other boys, eking out a living in a vegetable market in Nangang. They didn't just beg, they stole anything they could get their hands on: watermelons, green onions, potatoes, oil beans. Their skills were lacking, they simply survived. Shuicheng was vast, and I roamed far and wide, so I hadn't seen him since. People in the streets often said he was cunningly sly. I never understood how he gained such a reputation. I found it perplexing. He was only 2 or 3 years younger than me and had been in the game for so long. How could he have fallen to the point of robbing someone for bread? Just then, Old Scoundrel shouted, "Dineo, look at your pitiful state. It's just $200. Is it really worth this?" "Shut your mouth, you son of a bitch." Tang Dineo cursed vehemently. 200? Is that all? You owe me 6 times 200, for God's sake. When have you ever said you'd pay me back in less than a week? I couldn't help but chuckle. He was truly a fool who never learned from his mistakes. The two exchanged insults, invoking each other's mothers and ancestors, their curses escalating. I could no longer bear to listen, so I squatted beside them and said, "Dineo, do you remember what I told you?" He lifted his head and asked, "What?" "Don't wrestle with a pig. You'll only get yourself dirty while the pig enjoys itself." As soon as I finished speaking, Old Scoundrel, pinned beneath, chuckled. "Who is this, supporting me?" Tang Dineo grew agitated. "Damn it, my brother says you're the pig." "Impossible. Who do you think resembles a pig between us?" The two began their endless bickering again, and I felt drowsy watching them. Neither of them had a clue about fighting. I wanted to bring this to a close, so I said, "Dineo, let go. I'll play with him for a while." Tang Dineo released his grip, and Old Scoundrel sprang up like a wolf, lunging at me, his mouth running non-stop. Thud. He probably didn't even realize how he fell, landing squarely in the snow. He got up and continued to leap at me, only to be knocked down again. After several rounds of this, he tried a different tactic, bending down to grab my leg. I pressed down on his cotton hat with one hand, twisting it firmly, and he spun out once more. I truly wasn't using much force, fearing I might snap his slender neck. He lay flat on the ground, playing dead, panting heavily. "Damn it, are you practicing sorcery? Do you have magic?" Tang Dineo had already gotten back up, laughing heartily. "You fool, this is my brother, Xiao Wu." He sat up abruptly. "Who?" "Xiao Wu." After saying this, he strained forward, trying to see me clearly. The alley was too dark, making it hard to make out my features. I said, "Old Scoundrel, we've met before." He exclaimed, Right, I remember you, Xiao Wu. How the hell did you grow so tall?" Tang Dineo looked puzzled. "You two know each other?" "Let us go, there's a skewer shop ahead, we can eat while we chat." I suggested. The moment I mentioned food, he sprang up instantly, as nothing is more enticing than a good meal. At Lao Tan's skewer shop, the table was already piled high with 200 metal skewers, more than half of which were devoured by Old Scoundrel alone, accompanied by 2 heads of garlic. I felt there was no need to ask further. No gang would want him. He could eat like a beast, devouring food as if it were his sworn enemy. Compared to his childhood, he had changed little. The only difference was that the snot-nosed days were gone. His once frail, bean-like form had somewhat inflated. However, he was still not tall, barely reaching 170, about the same as Tang Dineo. His unkempt hair emitted a distinct odor. I deeply suspected he had stolen firecrackers and accidentally ignited them, resulting in his explosive hairstyle. With that wild hair, his small face seemed almost smaller than my palm. He was not unattractive. On the contrary, he was quite handsome, yet half of his face was obscured by his hair, and his restless eyes darted about. Sitting beside Tang Dineo, they were almost polar opposites. One had a large head, the other a small 1.1 had eyes that looked perpetually sleepy, while the others were round and roving. One was short and stout like a gas canister, while the other was too timid to venture outside even in a light breeze. It would be a shame if these two didn't perform a comedic routine together. I had yet to determine whether he was good or bad, but after only a brief interaction, I realized this kid was exceptionally slippery. His words twisted and turned, and out of 10 sentences, only 2 were genuine, while his eyes roamed around. Even as he munched on skewers earlier, there were 2 other tables in the skewer shop, and he meticulously inspected every single one, from top to bottom. I must admit, his keen observation was indeed suited for lookout duty. A competent lookout doesn't necessarily need high skills. What is crucial is being sharp and possessing abundant experience. They must quickly discern amidst a crowd whether there are any marked individuals and pinpoint which one is the prime target. Ideally, in our line of work, the best appearance is to be unremarkable, the kind of face that could easily blend into a crowd just like me. The old Buddha once said, your appearance isn't appealing, and it's destined to bring you trouble. At that time, I didn't quite understand, and he explained further. What he meant by not appealing referred to my somewhat tall stature and upright posture, which made me stand out in a crowd. While this might be advantageous for an ordinary person, in the world of crime, it's a significant liability. And then there's Tang Daneo. Fortunately, he engaged in fly work, stealthily picking locks and working solo. Otherwise, his head, resembling a painted doll, would easily make him memorable. Back to old scoundrel. While his spirit was indeed commendable, his appearance left much to be desired. Standing there, it was as if the word thief was tattooed across his forehead. Boss! I called out, turning my head. A middle-aged woman with short hair approached cheerfully. How could she not be happy? Restaurant owners have nothing to fear from hefty patrons. I asked, are there any skewers left? Yes. More? She hesitated for a moment, her voice dropping, uncertainly saying, well, there are? Or perhaps there aren't? Chapter 51 of The Foolish Roe Deer. I chose to ignore the landlady's inquiry and said, since there are no more skewers, let us have a bowl of gnocchi soup. How large a bowl? The biggest one you have. After half a bowl of gnocchi soup had been consumed, I could no longer restrain myself. Haven't you been to the hospital for a checkup? Check what? The old rascal set down his large bowl and wiped the corners of his mouth. To see if you have hyperthyroidism. Nonsense. He scoffed, I haven't had a proper meal in days. I usually don't eat like this. Tang Daneo, struggling to contain his laughter, remarked, I find it puzzling. If it's not due to your insatiable appetite, then how did you end up in such a predicament? In what way? He retorted, arching his neck and playfully tousling his wild hair. Tang Daneo continued, how many people have you associated with over the years? You must have worked with Zhao Laohong from Nangang, and Li Kansan from Daowai, and Chu Ji from Xiangfang. He counted on his fingers. Tell me, is there anyone in the entire Snow City you haven't collaborated with? Now they are all resorting to robbing corner stores for bread, yet you're still thriving. Repay the money. These final words were pivotal, emerging abruptly and without preamble, infused with an air of authority. Thankfully, we were the only table in the establishment, otherwise, I feared we might frighten off other patrons. I have no money. The old rascal shrugged his shoulders, playing the road to perfection. Tang Daneo sprang up, exclaiming, damn, this infuriates me, I'm going to take a leak. As I observed the old rascal serving himself another bowl of gnocchi soup, I hurriedly filled my own, realizing that if I didn't eat now, I might not have the chance later. After downing half a bowl of gnocchi soup, Tang Daneo returned and had just begun to sit down. I noticed the chair behind him shifting silently. A thud, he plopped down with a solid thump onto the floor, while the old rascal, one hand cradling his bowl and the other slapping the table, laughed uproariously. I was left bewildered. Was it really that amusing? Moreover, you owe someone money and then turn around to make them fall flat on their backside. What a foolish display. This exemplified the concept of harming others without benefiting oneself. Tang Daneo's face flushed with anger as he scrambled to his feet and delivered a series of slaps to the back of the old rascal's head, the sound echoing through the air. The old rascal dodged while grinning, playfully urging him not to be angry, declaring it was all in jest. Just my foot, you idiot, you foolish road deer. Tang Daneo unleashed a torrent of curses upon him, showing no restraint. I surmised that had this been anyone else, a physical altercation would have ensued. Perhaps the old rascal, aware of his culpability, refrained from retaliating. Gazing at the two still engaged in their playful scuffle, I suddenly posed a question. Old rascal, do you possess any skills at all? Tang Daneo halted, and the old rascal, rubbing the back of his head, appeared surprisingly bashful. Tang Daneo glanced around and then burst into laughter. Oh come on, you can't be serious, you don't dare to reach out, do you? Given we were in public, he spoke subtly, implying that the old rascal lacked the audacity to steal. This was puzzling. The role of the lookout is typically held by seasoned pickpockets. In essence, once a certain level of expertise is reached, these experienced individuals often refrain from engaging directly in theft due to their sharp instincts and keen observation skills, instead taking on the role of lookout. They merely keep watch and yet receive their fair share of the spoils. It is crucial to understand that within the realm of theft, engaging directly in the act carries the highest risk, followed closely by the subsequent handoffs and transfers. The moment the hands are involved, it signals that someone has been caught, leading to inevitable chaos, and ultimately, arrest, with detention being a frequent occurrence. The scrappers handle the disposal of stolen goods, dealing with a significant volume of contraband, and if caught, face severe penalties. Only the lookout position bears the least risk, as they never come into contact with the stolen items, catching thieves in the act, yet never touching the stolen goods. That is a source of great frustration for many seasoned criminals.
Just like the old hand, who has been a lookout for a decade, gradually rising through the ranks of the gang and seldom taking on minor jobs, the old rascal, having pilfered small items at the market in his youth and mingled in this line of work for so long, I had presumed he had transitioned from a hand to a lookout. To my astonishment, it turned out he had no skills whatsoever. Here, skills refer to the techniques of theft, such as lifting, bag snatching, picking luggage, and tweezing. This was indeed surprising. Both Tang Dineo and I stared at him in disbelief, hardly blinking. He stammered, well, I don't have any skills, exchanging incredulous glances, Tang Dineo queried, then how did you become a lookout, and how the hell did you gain such a notorious reputation? The old rascal cast a glance at the drowsy landlady behind the counter, lowering his voice. Initially, they assigned me the lookout role, and I performed it quite well, so they kept asking me to do it. And thus, over time, I ended up working with Big Jaw for several years, and I don't know how it happened, but my name became known. Big Jaw is a notable figure in Nangang's underworld, a significant player under Zhao Laohong, gaining considerable notoriety in recent years. I began to comprehend that this line of work lacks formal training. This fellow merely stumbled into the role of lookout by chance. The primary factor was that he had done well, and thus no one cared whether he possessed any skills. I had another question. Why is it that you can't hold a job anywhere? Because I eat too much. Tang Dineo replied. The old rascal sighed, adjusting his unruly hair, and surprisingly, his eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Actually, you all don't understand me. Tang Dineo and I exchanged another baffled glance, puzzled as to how he had triggered his sorrowful reminiscence. My dear brothers, you see me as reckless and unruly, but that is merely a facade. In truth, I am a noble person, a pure soul, a moral individual, one who has transcended base desires, a benefactor to the people. Smack. Tang Dineo raised his hand and struck him on the head. You bastard, speak plainly. Look at you, he rubbed his head. I'm just chatting, why are you in such a hurry? Observing his demeanor, not only Tang Dineo but even I felt the urge to smack him a couple of times. Previously, I thought Tang Dineo was the most shameless, but it turned out this fellow was even more so, not only shameless but also utterly ridiculous. Stop with the nonsense and speak honestly. I adopted a stern expression. Perhaps sensing my demeanor, he ceased his jesting and hesitantly confessed, they all deal in illicit goods, and sometimes I just can't bear to watch. I found it hard to believe my ears. Tang Dineo was more direct. Are you kidding me? You think you're playing the saint here? Who doesn't know that back when you were in the Nangang market, you stole everything in sight? Damn. That's not the same. He retorted, his face flushed. I was young and foolish then, now that I'm grown, can't I have a bit of conscience? Tang Dineo scoffed, with a conscience, how have you survived this long? Repay the money. I remained fixated on the old rascal's face, and in his eyes, I seemed to glimpse something, a remnant of morality and humanity, otherwise, he wouldn't have sunk to such depths. I recalled the words of the old physician from that night at Qianzhenjiatsi, morality is your shackle, only by relinquishing these chains can you act without restraint and scorn all rules. He mentioned that neither Tang Dineo nor I could be called lords because we still had our limits. Morality was our distraction, but without this bit of distraction, how are we different from beasts? Silence enveloped the three of us as we each lit a cigarette and took slow, deliberate puffs. Tang Dineo pulled out 200 yuan and slapped it forcefully onto the table. Old rascal, remember this gets 400 now. The old rascal snatched it up eagerly, grinning from ear to ear. Absolutely, I'll repay you next week for sure. Get lost, you son of a bitch. Emerging from the shop, it was already well into the night. Watching his frail figure vanish into the darkness, Tang Dineo turned to me. I raised my eyebrows and said, stop with the nonsense, I have no place to stay. Just then, a dilapidated car approached, and I quickly waved it down. Let us go home and sleep. Chapter 52. From the people the next morning, Mr. Mao arrived, accompanied by 4 children. Changzi dared not meet my gaze, and little Shirtu and the others hung their heads in silence. Mr. Mao chuckled awkwardly, saying, Xiao Wu, the children have all been brought here. I must clarify that they came to me of their own accord over the past few days. We've treated them to good food and drink, and I haven't laid a finger on them. In truth, there was no need for his explanation. A single glance was enough for me to ascertain that the 4 children had indeed suffered no ill treatment. I inquired, why hasn't the master come? Mr. Mao's expression hardened. Xiao Wu, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but the master is of an older generation than you, and your methods seem rather heavy-handed. Older generation? I laughed. In our esteemed circle, there is no hierarchy. If we can delineate between old and young, then we might as well consider ourselves virtuous. His face darkened. How can there be no hierarchy? I am the elder ninth's master, and his disciples are my grand-disciples. I asked him, by that logic, how do you address the Empress Dowager? His face flushed with embarrassment. If you are a generation younger than the Empress Dowager, does that not place me in the same generation as you? It is quite reasonable for this uncle to discipline his disciples, is it not? Xiao Wu, he stammered, his lips trembling, didn't you claim that the Buddha did not take you in? Isn't that a rather convoluted argument? I laughed heartily. Indeed, so to hell with the hierarchy, I am Haiqing. Haiqing, a term in the crosstalk community, signifies that an actor has no affiliations or master-disciple relationships within the industry. The old fellow, clearly enraged, turned red in the face, and I stoked the flames further, whispering conspiratorially, Mr. Mao, someone is plotting to usurp your disciple's territory, will you simply stand by and watch? He stared at me wide-eyed, and after a long pause managed to utter, Xiao Wu, you become quite wicked. With that, he flung his sleeves and turned to leave.
Wicked, he dares to call me wicked? Well, Jean, the ninth, has come and gone, and this old fellow is fully aware that I was behind it, yet he said nothing. Can he not see the master's ulterior motives? Since he brought the children here today, it indicates he has already chosen his side. Master, ha, once old Jean departs, the tea grows cold. He dares to accuse me of being wicked? I spit. I clasped my hands behind my back and called out to his retreating figure, Mr. Mao, when will you come to repair your old Shanghai? If you let it go too long, it will be rendered useless. Perhaps the ground was slippery in front of me, for the old fellow stumbled slightly, nearly falling. I chuckled to myself. Little Tang went to close the door. I returned to the sofa, gazing at the four children. Jiangzi, tell me, what are your thoughts? Xiao Wu Gu, he replied, looking at me, the people at the orphanage are quite good, but it's just too harsh. The rules are too strict. Little Shirtu chimed in. Xiao Wu Gu, please don't be angry, we all know you mean well, but we truly cannot stay there anymore. Last week, Jiangzi's feet froze, and they still haven't healed. As he spoke, his eyes reddened. Come here, let me take a look. I pulled Jiangzi over, but he struggled to resist. In the end, I managed to remove his tattered cotton shoes and filthy socks, revealing frostbite the size of 3 coins on his small feet. An alarming sight. Little Tang fetched a new towel and wrapped it around the injured area, saying, Brother, I'll take him to the nearby clinic for treatment. I nodded. Go ahead. The 3 children looked at me timidly. I sighed. Sure too, I remember sending you and Xiaoyi to the orphanage that year. I know what you were thinking. He fell silent, bowing his head. Out there, you experience freedom, unburdened, but the price of that freedom is ignorance. Once you grow up, if you do not resort to deception and trickery, you must labor hard. Are you truly willing to face that? Sure too, Xiaoshan, Erlang, you must understand that the current lack of freedom and hardship will pave the way for a future of boundless possibilities. The meager rations you endure now will yield bountiful seafood when you grow older. You are all quite intelligent. I trust you know what Mr. Mao intends for you. Once you embark on this path, you may enjoy gourmet meals now, but the future will surely lead to prison food. Have you considered what it feels like to lose your freedom? By the way, you haven't seen Uncle Jean Zhou these past 2 days, have you? The 3 children shook their heads in unison. I said, he has been captured and will likely face at least 3 years of imprisonment. I fell silent and lit a cigarette. After a while, Little Shirtu timidly said, Xiao Wu Gu, I understand now. We want to go back. I scanned their small faces, and they lowered their heads once more. I couldn't help but let out a sigh. I had done what I needed to do. I had acted in accordance with my conscience. As for whether they truly wanted to return, that was beyond my control. Little Tang and I escorted the 4 children back to the orphanage. In the courtyard, Xiaoyi was clearly about to explode. Upon seeing my gaze, he transformed his raised hand into a comforting embrace around Jiangzi's shoulders. He said, from now on, don't cause any more trouble. It worries the director and Xiao Wu Gu. Jiangzi hung his head, silent. Qingqing took Little Shita's hand, saying, Brother Shirtu, if you run away again, I won't be your friend anymore. Little Shirtu attempted to hug her, but he was only half a head taller than Qingqing, making it impossible to lift her. After the children returned, Little Tang and I followed Director Chen to his office. After lighting a cigarette, I signaled to Little Tang. He produced the agricultural bank card worth 50,000 yuan and stood up, saying, Director Chen, I've been here twice. It's far too tough for us here. I've saved a bit of money from my business, and this is a small token of my appreciation. With that, he handed the card to Director Chen. Oh, thank you so much. Director Chen was overjoyed, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Little Tang continued, there are 50,000 yuan in here, and the password is 12345. How much? Director Chen nearly jumped out of his seat. 50,000, not much. Thud, the card fell to the ground, and I hurriedly bent down to pick it up. It was no wonder he lost his composure. In recent years, no one had ever donated so much in one go. Previously, there had been entrepreneurs who arrived with much fanfare, accompanied by a swarm of reporters, making speeches and taking photographs. Yet once they left, the promised funds never materialized. Once, I had come at a time when he was reading the Longjiang Daily. He pointed to a large photograph and cursed, these damn lazy dogs, all dressed up like human beings, but not a single one does any work. I couldn't help but lament. What kind of charity was this? True charity is when you do good with your left hand without letting your right hand know. Boss Tang, this is simply too much. He grasped Little Tang's hand tightly. Little Tang puffed out his chest, beaming, not too much, not too much. Take that, use it as you see fit, right? This is what we ought to do. I stifled a laugh and quickly added, Boss Tang just enjoys joking. It's all taken from the people and given back to the people. He quickly laughed along, yes, taken from the people, given back to the people, haha. Director Chen was reluctant to let go, insisting, you must stay for lunch. We have pork stew with vermicelli, you must stay and eat. I quickly replied, let us skip the meal, don't forget to change Changzi's bandages. As we were leaving, the children rushed out to see us off. Little Tang said, there are still 2 months until spring, let us buy some coal to keep the children warm. Director Chen's hair was blown about, his face filled with shame as he nodded repeatedly, rest assured, Boss Tang. I'll go buy some this afternoon. I squatted down to speak with Qingqing. The little girl clutched my hand tightly. Xiao Wu Gu, when will you come visit us again? Very soon, I'll come whenever I can. Pinky swear. She extended her tiny hand, and we linked our pinkies together. Pinky swear, cross my heart, 100 years without changing. I called Xiaoyi over and quietly said, you did very well today. You used your brain instead of your fists when faced with a problem. He replied, Xiao Wu Gu, don't worry. Can you keep up with your studies?
I asked. He scratched his head bashfully. I said, no rush, your foundation is weak, but you're definitely smarter than the other children, put in the effort, I believe in you. Clap, just like before, we exchanged a high five. As we left the orphanage, little Tang walked with his chest puffed out, light on his feet. I chuckled and praised him a few more times, and he became even more buoyant. As the taxi turned onto Bayshore 14th Street, I was taken aback. In front of my shop, there stood a bright orange BMW Z3. Why is she here again? Chapter 53. It's good to be alive, Tang Dynade, I exclaimed. Damn, why is she here again? I, too, was taken aback, unable to fathom why she had sought me out once more, and all alone at that, without even a bodyguard in tow. How strange. After paying, I approached the BMW. The window slid down, revealing Zheng Xiang, who wore oversized sunglasses that concealed half her face, rendering her eyes indistinct under the sunlight. Her makeup was meticulously applied, her brows elegantly arched, and her cheeks adorned with a subtle blush. I am hungry, she declared. I felt an urge to retort, what does your hunger have to do with me? It seemed she sensed my unspoken question, tilting her head as she said, I recall you mentioning that I could call you any time if I wanted to dine together. I forced a smile, though inwardly, I scoffed. That night in the elevator, I had clearly stated, whenever I wished to invite my little brother for a meal, I would give her a heads up. Would you care for some teppanyaki? I inquired. Yulan Korean-style teppanyaki. The restaurant was bustling, and upon seeing us enter, Li Yulan hurried out from behind the counter. Xiao Wu, you, the big boss, are quite remiss. It's been several days since your last visit. Zhang Xiang turned to me. Is this your establishment? I chuckled and introduced her without confirming or denying. This is my friend, General Zhang Xiang. This is my aunt, the proprietor of this restaurant. Li Yulan wiped her hands on her apron. Hello, General Zhang. Zhang Xiang, devoid of any pretense, removed her sunglasses and warmly shook hands with her, calling her sister since I had not mentioned her name. This left me feeling somewhat vexed, inexplicably diminished in stature. Come on, let us go inside, just cleared a table. Li Yulan ushered us further in as Zhang Xiang gazed around curiously. The main hall was full, with sizzling sounds of the teppanyaki grill, and several men peered at her with intrigue. Women at neighboring tables pinched their partners in vexation. It was no wonder they were fascinated. Zhang Xiang was clad in a white mink coat, topped with a luxurious fur hat, exuding an air of elegance and opulence. Such a woman would typically be seen in upscale establishments like Huame Western Restaurant where the Mater Hotel. 2 women walked ahead, while we trailed behind. Brother, perhaps I should wait for you outside. Tang Dynade, I chimed in cheerfully. I shot him a glare. Don't be ridiculous. I genuinely wished for him to stay, primarily out of concern that he might try to get too familiar. As it turned out, my worries were unfounded. The meal proceeded quite normally, akin to a casual gathering among friends, chatting about trivial matters, with Tang Dynade occasionally interjecting with humor. Zhang Xiang refrained from mentioning past events, not even alluding to Jin Laozhou's arrest. This only deepened my confusion. It is worth noting that I had no genuine friendship with this foreign sister. Initially, I had foolishly engaged with her on the pretense of their schemes, and that night at the Shilaishan hot pot restaurant, I had unwittingly massaged her feet for half the night. The subsequent occurrences were even less pleasant, as she had set a trap that nearly ensnared both me and Dynade. Was this what they referred to as no fight, no acquaintance? I had no desire for further entanglements with these individuals. Her wealth and influence bore no relevance to me, yet, since she had taken the initiative to come, it would be rude to respond with hostility. Thus, I cheerfully treated her to this teppanyaki meal. In this unpredictable world, before possessing absolute power, one must navigate cautiously, maintaining a congenial demeanor rather than adopting a perpetual scowl. Except, of course, for the truly foolish. Before turning 17, I had fancied myself an adept pickpocket, having also learned bagwazang, and I had felt invincible, believing I could conquer the entire underworld. Back then, I walked with an air of confidence. However, after encountering the old Buddha of Xi'an, he imparted a profound truth. When you dislike someone yet do not confront them, you have grasped the essence of navigating this world. Since I could not decipher this woman's intentions, I resolved to cease overthinking, laughing, and grilling lamb on the teppanyaki, heartily consuming beer. It was a jovial atmosphere, perhaps due to Tang Dynade's presence. She refrained from extending her foot towards me that meal. I also observed closely, confirming she did not reach for Dynade either. I was not so deluded as to think she was interested in me. I was acutely aware that we were not just separated by age but belonged to entirely different worlds. Setting aside grievances, if anything were to exist between us, it would likely be merely the primal desire that exists between a man and a woman. It was a sensation that could be felt but not articulated, exquisitely subtle. Tang Dynade excused himself to the restroom as Zhang Xiang had already consumed at least 6 bottles of beer, her demeanor pleasantly tipsy, with a cigarette perched on her lips. One arm leaned on the table as she propped her chin, tilting her head to observe me as I flipped the squid on the grill. Out of the corner of my eye, I couldn't help but notice how alluring she appeared, her natural allure captivating. In a husky voice, she asked, Xiao Wu, what should I do if I'm too tipsy to drive? I replied, sister, a forcibly picked fruit is never sweet. She burst into laughter, her fitted sweater accentuating her curves, her large eyes still fixed on me. Sweetness is irrelevant. Quenching thirst is what matters. I was rendered speechless, returning to frying the squid. Sometimes, I feel you resemble an inexperienced youth, she mused, flicking off the ash from her cigarette. This time, throwing Jin Laozhou in has revealed your ruthlessness. She fixed her gaze upon my face. That night in the elevator, you were so restrained, like an old veteran. Xiao Wu, which of these is the real you? I chuckled, sprinkling cumin. Allow me to share a story with you. Sure. She extinguished her cigarette, resting her chin on her hands, her expression one of eager anticipation. The owner of the warehouse at the end of my street is called Li Dazue. Once, he lost 50 yuan while playing cards and was publicly berated by his wife for quite a while. Afterward, I consoled him, saying, Uncle Li, you're fortunate. Last week at the market, I saw a man being clawed and scolded by his wife. Truly a disgrace. Upon hearing this, Li Dazue was moved to tears, exclaiming, "That was me too." Ha! Zhang Xian laughed heartily, nearly doubling over. It took her a moment to process. What does that mean? I picked up 2 pieces of grilled squid and placed them on the plate in front of her, grinning. What I mean is, you're speaking about me, she frowned. Isn't that contradictory? I paused for a few seconds before replying softly, as long as we're alive, that's what matters. She fell silent, and after a while, murmured, indeed, as long as we're alive. I raised my glass, as long as we're happy, cheers. We both drank heartily, resuming our banter. She inquired, what do you think about the Jean Lao Zhou incident? I set down my chopsticks, lit a cigarette, and said, throughout history, greed has been humanity's reaper. As brazen as they are now, they will surely face their downfall in due time. Jean Lao Zhou's greatest folly was raising cubs and more so, coercing me into joining. Otherwise, I would not have touched him. She asked, is it because you, too, are an orphan? I nodded. Indeed. She shifted the topic. I noticed little Tang has acquired a mobile phone. What about you? I began to mentally criticize Tang Dainai day after day. He flaunted his new phone, ostentatiously waving it about, as if it were the most precious possession. He would hold it in hand, fearing others might not notice it. What a fool! Since she had posed the question, I had no choice but to share my number with her. Little did I expect, she would be the first to receive it. Upon exiting the restaurant, a stretch Cadillac was parked by the roadside. Having been there for an unknown duration, how deceitful. She had no intention of truly engaging with me. Zhang Xiang exchanged a few light-hearted words with Li Yulan before tossing the car keys to a bodyguard. When a customer called for the bill, Li Yulan politely responded and returned inside. Before getting in the car, Zhang Xiang held the door, beckoning me with a playful gesture that I had no choice but to approach, the cold wind failing to dispel the faint fragrance that lingered, mingling with the aroma of grilled squid. She asked, do you know where your weakness lies? I was momentarily taken aback. It is that you are not ruthless enough. Her warm breath brushed against my ear. I had anticipated she might whisper something flirtatious, but it seemed I was mistaken. If I were you, I would have replaced those stacks of counterfeit bills with white powder. She entered the car, leaving me with a chill. Tang Dainai placed a hand on my shoulder, bouncing on his toes as he waved enthusiastically, resembling a lovesick suitor. We both hunched our necks as we made our way back. Brother, am I going to be in trouble? I shot him a glance. What nonsense is this? Damn. Tang Dainai grew anxious. Can't you tell I deliberately went to the restroom? I chuckled. I thought perhaps you had fallen in. He scampered away, muttering, good intentions mistaken for insensitivity. After washing up, I lay on my bed. He began to pester me again. Brother, what did she say to you before getting in the car? I feigned sleep and remained silent. Did you touch her again? Why does she keep staring at your hands? Don't deny it. She clearly wants to sleep with you. There is no friendship between men and women. If she didn't, why would she come back? Brother, I feel exceptionally fulfilled today. I genuinely wanted to ask what he was satisfied about but refrained, knowing that once he started talking, he would not stop for half the night. When Director Chen grasped my hand in gratitude, the feeling was absolutely exhilarating. I nearly pulled out that card. I drifted off to sleep amidst his incessant chatter. Chapter 54. Teppanyaki time truly flies. Tomorrow marks the eve of the Lunar New Year. In the morning, Tang Dainai and I purchased a plethora of items and took a taxi to the Welfare Institute. Director Chen had already procured coal, warming up both the dormitories and classrooms. Xianxi's frostbite had healed, and several children seemed to have settled their minds, which brought me great comfort. We stayed for lunch with Director Chen and Xiao Yi. With the influx of 50,000 yuan, the meals had significantly improved. Steamed rice, braised pork with dried green beans, and radish vermicelli soup, all quite delectable. After lunch, the children returned to their classrooms. Qingqing approached Tang Dainai and said, Brother Tang, I would like to say something to you. He chuckled softly and bent down. The little girl cupped his large face in her hands, gently kissed him, and said, thank you. After the kiss, she and Xiao Yi returned to the classroom. Tang Dainai was completely flustered, his face flushed, and he hastily pulled out another card, thrusting it into Director Chen's hands. I couldn't help but laugh. That kiss was truly worth its weight in gold. As we stood by the roadside waiting for a taxi, a chilly breeze swept by, and he slapped his forehead, lamenting, brother, that was impulsive, so impulsive. Ultimately, 30,000 yuan had vanished, and he sulked silently on the way home, his head hanging low. In the evening, the Zhang couple invited me for drinks, and I dragged along the still drowsy Tang Dainai to the Yulan Korean teppanyaki restaurant. The establishment was closed, and all the staff had been given the night off. Xiao Jing also arrived, smiling from her wheelchair as she watched us. Soon, plates of beef and lamb, expertly sliced squid, and home-style cold dishes graced the table. Tang Dainai appeared somewhat reserved, likely because it was his first time dining with anti-pickpocket police. Although they say the police and the public are one family, he truly seemed unaccustomed to it. Li Yulan, beaming, retrieved the account book. Xiao Wu, guess how much we've earned in a month and a half? I had no real concept of it and joked, surely it must be around 180,000? De Lao Zhang chuckled, what you're suggesting sounds more like robbing a bank with your aunt than running a restaurant. Everyone burst into laughter. I replied, Aunt, let's skip the account book, just looking at the numbers gives me a headache. That's not acceptable. Li Yulan shook her head, you must look. With no other choice, I opened the book and glanced through it. To be honest, I couldn't comprehend it. I often didn't even know how much money I had in my own pocket. After closing the book, I grimaced, Aunt, please tell me quickly, I'll faint if I keep looking. Tang Dainai chuckled heartily, blissfully ignorant, having forgotten the 30,000 yuan from earlier. De Lao Zhang turned serious, Xiao Wu, don't try to pull a fast one on me, even blood brothers keep clear accounts. Though you seldom come to the restaurant, since we agreed to split the profits equally, you must be fully aware. It absolutely cannot be a muddled account. Alright, let me take a look. I pleaded. After struggling to understand the earlier pages, I finally grasped the figures on the last page. In a month and a half, after deducting rent and various expenses, the net profit astonishingly amounted to 13,782 yuan. I gasped in disbelief. Over 13,000? Li Yulan's cheeks flushed. Yes, this is the profit after all expenses have been deducted. With that, she produced a thick stack of cash, both in denominations and change. This is 6,891 yuan. And knows you will definitely be leaving again tomorrow, so take it with you. I did not refuse. That would have been too disingenuous. In previous years, De Lao Zhang had invited me to celebrate the New Year at his home, but after realizing that I had left on the eve of the New Year for 2 consecutive years, he ceased to insist. I tucked the money away and pulled out a red envelope containing 200 yuan. Xiao Jing, this is your New Year's gift, keep it safe. Xiao Jing did not decline, accepting it with both hands. Thank you, brother Xiao Wu. She smiled, revealing a pair of adorable little tiger teeth. I had already given Tang Danao a red envelope in advance, which he also presented, and Xiao Jing again accepted it without hesitation. As the teppan heated up, De Lao Zhang began to prepare the lamb, and everyone pitched in. The disposable chopsticks were rather short, causing hot oil to sometimes splatter onto our hands, stinging painfully. I inquired, and, have you set aside some working capital? Yes, rest assured. She and Xiao Jing sipped on their sports drinks while De Lao Zhang, Tang Danao, and I enjoyed Qin Shi liquor, which had become ubiquitous in advertisements following the 1996 Spring Festival Gala. After clinking glasses, I took a sip and grimaced. It was far inferior to the house liquor at the restaurant. De Lao Zhang was in high spirits, downing half a glass in a single gulp. Setting down his glass with a smile, he said, I never imagined the restaurant would be so profitable. We owe it all to Xiao Wu. Li Yulan agreed. Indeed, if it weren't for Xiao Wu, I'd still be fretting at home. De Lao Zhang appeared somewhat embarrassed. You say you've taken so much money, yet you still split it evenly with us. I quickly interrupted him. Let's not dwell on the unnecessary. I haven't managed anything. It's all been my aunt's hard work. Brother Xiao Wu, Xiao Jing raised her sports drink and looked at Tang Danao. Brother Tang, I toast to you both. May you have a happy new year and great success. We clinked our cups and drank heartily. The atmosphere was warm and lively as we chatted. We mustn't celebrate too soon, Li Yulan cautioned, and everyone turned to her. I heard that several nearby restaurants have purchased teppans and will be offering teppanyaki after the new year. De Lao Zhang's smile instantly faded. Tang Danao raised an eyebrow, ready to slam the table, but quickly withdrew his hand upon meeting my gaze. This lad had a foul mouth, and we couldn't let him speak. And, I interjected, lifting a piece of grilled lamb, this teppanyaki isn't particularly challenging. After one visit, anyone can grasp it clearly. Since we can't prevent others from imitating us, we must enhance our service. How do we do that? She asked. Li Yulan, having previously worked in a state-run restaurant and spent years making noodles, had little experience in service. In those days, waitstaff at state-run establishments were rather formidable, dressed in white coats, as if every customer owed them money, hardly embodying the essence of service. However, I too was an outsider, so I endeavored to recall what dining establishments in the southern metropolises were like. For instance, I glanced at the chopsticks in my hand and had a flash of inspiration. Let's talk about these chopsticks. The four of us exchanged puzzled glances, failing to grasp my meaning. These disposable chopsticks may appear hygienic, but they are even shorter than the ones at home. When grilling meat, moisture splatters in the oil, and if we're not careful, we could get burned. Li Yulan's eyes brightened as she listened, while De Lao Zhang remained confused, and Xiao Jing giggled. Brother Xiao Wu, I understand, she exclaimed. I smiled and asked, oh, then tell me. We could customize a set of longer chopsticks, that way, we won't get splashed. I laughed heartily. Xiao Jing is truly clever, exactly. Li Yulan frowned slightly. Customizing, that might not be easy, and if they're not disposable chopsticks, some customers might complain. Tang Danao chimed in, no need for customization. Everyone turned to him, and I felt a twinge of concern, fearing he might misspeak. He continued, I noticed that the chopsticks used by street vendors selling fried dough sticks are quite long. We could simply ask them where they purchased theirs. De Lao Zhang gave him a thumbs up. Good, you're quite clever. He scratched his head, beaming with a silly grin. I pondered for a moment and added, we could place a pair of these longer chopsticks at each table, along with a stainless steel clip. Li Yulan agreed, that sounds good. Generally, there is only 1 or 2 guests who enjoy being attentive to their dining needs, while the others simply wait to eat. Xiao Jing suggested, could we prepare a small apron for each person? That way, they won't get splattered on their clothes. The conversation flowed, with everyone contributing increasingly novel ideas. Li Yulan took it seriously, jotting down each suggestion in her notebook. Tang Danao shook his head. I think the best idea is to have a large iron plate, with a chef standing behind it grilling for the guests, who can gather around to watch and eat. How lively that would be. I chuckled, that's a great idea. Once teppanyaki becomes a streetwide phenomenon, we can implement that. Chapter 55. A serendipitous encounter at the train station. By the time we finished our drinks, it was already past midnight. Before departing, I left my mobile number behind, instructing them to reach out should any matters arise. As I leaned over the counter to jot down the number, an unusual feeling washed over me. It was the 3rd day since Jean Laojiu's arrest, and Tang Danao Dai had procured a new number for me. The couple, De Lao Zhang and his wife, were the second recipients of my number.
Once we exited the restaurant, the biting cold wind intensified my disorientation, while De Lao Zhang and his wife draped their overcoats around us. Li Yulan clutched my hand, repeatedly admonishing, when you go out, tuck the money into your trousers, and for heaven's sake, do not sleep on the train. De Lao Zhang grew impatient, exclaiming, oh, you silly woman, why are you fretting over nothing? As long as he doesn't go poking around in other people's pockets, what is there to fear about losing money? Li Yulan shot back, you've had a bit too much to drink and are talking nonsense. I chuckled foolishly. In truth, Li Yulan was well aware of my past, but having refrained from any misdeeds over the years and developed a good rapport with her, she had almost forgotten. The restaurant's door remained ajar, and Xiao Jing, seated in her wheelchair, called out, Little Wu Gij, Tang Gij, have a safe journey. Tang Dinao Dai beamed, bowing and waving, resembling a large-headed doll in a folk dance troupe. Come here. De Lao Zhang pulled me aside. Don't think for a moment that I'm oblivious to your actions, he breathed out, his words laced with the scent of alcohol, tugging at my coat collar. You're definitely not back for any ordinary reason. Uncle has watched you grow up. He understands you and empathizes with you. Today, I want to share something heartfelt with you, just one thing, will you listen? I recognized his drunken state and refrained from arguing. I'm listening, uncle, go ahead. Little Wu, whatever you do in the future, always be true to your conscience. Your conscience, do you understand? I understand, uncle. Little Wu, be obedient, you must listen. After returning home, lying in bed accompanied by Tang Dinao Dai's snores, I tossed and turned for quite some time before finally drifting off to sleep. The next day, we indulged in a leisurely slumber. By 5 in the evening, the sound of firecrackers outside had already reached a crescendo. Cat Yi implored me to venture back to Xi'an to call him, but I had initially declined. However, a couple of days ago, I roamed around looking for him to no avail, ultimately giving up. Tang Dinao Dai and I were scheduled to board the K-18 train, departing from Shui City at 18:50 and arriving in the capital at 9:37 the following morning. This train was labeled K-17 when it commenced its journey from the capital and K-18 on its return. Once we reached the capital, it would be the first day of the Lunar New Year, making it quite difficult to secure tickets to Xi'an. After waiting by the roadside for quite a while, we finally hailed a taxi that swiftly transported us to the Shui City train station. Both of us were empty-handed, clad in new down jackets purchased a couple of days prior at Hongba Square. I had opted for a subdued navy blue one, while Tang Dinao Dai had his eye on a vibrant red jacket, which I scolded him for until he reluctantly relinquished it. With his appearance, donning a red jacket would have led others to mistakenly believe a lantern had come to life. I had divided my money into two cards, one containing 40,000, which I kept at home, designated for De Lao Zhang and Untouchable, and the other with 15,000, which I carried with me. After setting aside 2,000, I split it in half and gave Tang Dinao Dai one portion. He was quite moved, addressing me as brother in a surprisingly gentle tone. I refrained from kicking him this time. He appeared rather pitiful, having donated all his money, leaving him without even a dime for cigarettes. We hurried to the ticket hall to line up for our tickets. After all, it was New Year's Eve, and there were significantly fewer travelers compared to before, with not a single scalper in sight. Oh, a sleazy voice rang out, isn't that Dinao Dai? What brings you out during the New Year? I turned my head and immediately felt my mood darkened. It was Lao Guda. He wore a new military coat, though whether it was oversized or borrowed from someone else was unclear. It certainly did not seem like his own. His disheveled hair looked as if it could spring forth a few small pets at any moment. Watching Tang Dinao Dai and him engage in playful banter, inquiring about each other's destinations, I quickly grasped that these two were putting on a performance for my benefit. The night we left Master Shi Ye's place, I had treated this rascal to skewers, costing me over 150 yuan. It became apparent then that Tang Dinao Dai intended to take him in, which I had firmly opposed. Though I had agreed to partner with Dinao Dai, I had no desire to form a gang. Two individuals were quite sufficient. The reasoning was simple. Tang Dinao Dai was unreliable, while Lao Guda was unscrupulous. Having such two accomplices would undoubtedly drive me to madness. Lao Guda tousled his hair as if just noticing me, feigning surprise with an exaggerated expression. Ah, little Wu Gij, you two are out together? The utterance of Gij sent a shiver down my spine. Before I could respond, Tang Dinao Dai hastily chimed in, brother, isn't this a coincidence? Lao Guda is also heading to Xi'an. There was no escaping this. These two shameless individuals, I spat. Clearly, they had been in contact recently, and Tang Dinao Dai was aware that I would never agree to take him home, hence orchestrating this little charade, a serendipitous encounter at the train station. It seemed they had calculated well. After all, they both needed to venture out, heading to the same destination, and boarding the same train. Perfectly reasonable, right? I inquired. Lao Guda, have you purchased your ticket? He forced a laugh, reaching out to grab Tang Dinao Dai's arm. Dinao Dai recoiled as if scalded. Damn it, don't touch me, you promised to handle your own travel expenses. Listen to me. Lao Guda clearly intended to pull him away. Tang Dinao Dai must have felt deceived, adamantly refusing to let him touch him. Thus, the two began to tussle. I stifled a laugh. How had this conspiracy been hatched? Within mere moments, their ruse was exposed. It served them right. They should have avoided contacting him, sticking to their own kind. Now let us see how they would extricate themselves from this sticky situation. As the two continued to grapple, two young men clad in black cotton jackets ambled over. Without them even needing to approach closely, I recognized that they were up to no good at the station, as one of them, wearing a cotton military hat, I had previously seen attempting to steal a teacher's bag when I was en route to Xinjiang. I had retrieved the wallet from that bag during the exchange and returned it to the teacher. The two young men positioned themselves in front of Lao Guda and Tang Dinao Dai. Damn it, Lao Guda, the one in the military hat quivered, a mocking grin on his face. What is going on here? Come to rob us of our food? Nangang was Zhao Lao Hei's territory, and it was no surprise that these individuals recognized him. Tang Danao Dai and Lao Guda ceased their scuffle. Lao Guda's expression soured slightly. Tian Jieba, working overtime during the new year? It turned out he was Tian Jieba. I had indeed heard that name before. This fellow had been around the block for 6 or 7 years and had gained a bit of notoriety. The other young man interjected, "Stop with the useless chatter. If you're no longer with Hey Good, don't come around here." Tian Jieba replied, right, exactly. Can't you see I'm in line for tickets? Is it a crime to go out? Lao Guda retorted. Get lost, you bastard. As he spoke, he lunged at Lao Guda. Tang Danao Dai stepped forward. What's going on? Tian Jieba halted, eyeing him sideways. Who the hell are you? A gas canister turned into a spirit? The other fellow burst into laughter. I'll be damned. Tang Danao Dai spat, simultaneously kicking Tian Jieba in the stomach. I noticed that ever since he had been with me, his temper had grown considerably. He must have realized I would not let him suffer. This was what they referred to as a dog relying on its master for power. However, I could never voice this to him, lest he become furious. Before long, the four of them were entangled in a scuffle, causing the line of waiting passengers to scatter, transforming the orderly queue into chaos. I refrained from intervening, instead following the flow of people while watching the spectacle unfold, nearly tempted to munch on some seeds. Someone shouted, "The police are coming." You two, just wait. Tian Jieba and his companion scrambled to their feet, leaving behind a parting remark before vanishing from sight. Looking back at the two, Tang Danao Dai fared relatively well given his robust physique. Although his skills were lacking, he could still manage to overpower two individuals, so he didn't suffer too much. Unfortunately, Lao Guda was in a dire state, having lost clumps of hair, clutching his head in pain. Tang Danao Dai chuckled, "It's all good, there are plenty more." After saying this, he reached out and ruffled Lao Guda's hair a bit. Remarkably, it quickly returned to its former state, resembling a mushroom cloud. Two police officers made their rounds, casting a glance at Lao Guda before moving on. Tang Danao Dai leaned closer to me. "Brother, he looks quite pitiful, don't you think?" I rolled my eyes. "No money." I did not indulge his whims. I purchased a sleeper ticket for myself, and Tang Danao Dai followed suit, buying 2 tickets behind me. Clutching his ticket, he said, "You owe me 2,000, that's not right." It is 1,927 yuan. Lao Guda was quite displeased. "I'll be damned." Tang Danao Dai raised his hand to strike him again, but I snatched the sleeper ticket from him, leaving the two of them staring at each other, wide-eyed, puzzled by my intentions. I had no ulterior motive, it was simply a necessity. As the saying goes, do not judge a monk by his appearance. Although these two were hurling insults at each other, they were still friends. I had known Lao Guda since childhood, and having met him once before, it was challenging to dismiss him outright. Moreover, there was another reason, being orphans. As long as they weren't truly wicked, I naturally felt a kinship towards them. Given these circumstances, I decided to put him to the test. If he lacked the capability, then, I was sorry, but I would not keep idle hands around. I gestured to the right, addressing Lao Guda. "Do you see those people lined up at ticket window 3? He nodded. "Go take a look around." I instructed, "Come back and tell me what these people are doing, how much money each one is carrying, and where they're stashing it. I'll give you 10 minutes. Can you manage that? Chapter 56, left arm and right arm. At 8 minutes and 15 seconds passed, the old rascal returned. With a rare seriousness, he stood tall, his youthful face brimming with confidence. The three of us made our way to a corner of the ticket hall. He began, "Brother Xiaowu, there are a total of 32 people in line, 24 men and 8 women. Count the 4th young man from the window. He hails from the countryside and remained in the city after graduating from university, now holding a public office. The money is in his bag, it's hard to say how much, but it should be the savings from nearly a year's salary. Frugal living and, after deducting monthly expenses, I estimate around 5,000. The 7th man, the middle-aged one in the black down jacket, owns a barbecue restaurant. He has about 30,000 tucked into his pants. The wealthiest is currently the 13th in line. No, wait, now it's the 15th. As I listened intently, my eyes were fixed on the line at the 3rd ticket window. He continued, "The man in the deep blue cotton coat has a mink lining. I estimate he has around 20,000 in his underarm bag, with at least another 10,000 in his coat pockets, though the crowd isn't large, most are blue-collar workers. These 3 are the only affluent ones. Oh, and the 24th no, now the 19th woman in line owns a restaurant. Her money is likely all on her card, but her gold earrings, necklace, and rings are genuine. I'd estimate they weigh around 37 to 38 grams. Having finished, we both withdrew our gazes. Tang Danao, somewhat astonished, asked him, "How do you know she owns a restaurant?" Her attire and gold jewelry aligned perfectly with the typical appearance of many restaurant proprietresses. What if she sells clothing? Tang Danao clearly disagreed. The old rascal shook his head. "No, the vibe is off." "What vibe?" "The scent from the kitchen." "And what about the barbecue restaurant owner?" he inquired again. "That's obvious." The old rascal rolled his eyes. "Even from 2 miles away, I can smell the aroma of lamb skewers emanating from him. Wouldn't you agree?" Tang Danao chuckled. "As for that young man, why do you say he holds a public office? Just look at his attire. Sandra leather shoes, deep blue trousers, and a mid-length grey down jacket." "I don't think so." Tang Danao shook his head. "People in state-owned enterprises or companies dress similarly." The old rascal scoffed. "That man has a pen indentation on his right middle finger. It is clear he is accustomed to wielding a pen, most likely working in an office. Why do you say he is frugal? You can go check his shirt collar. What about it?" It's all frayed. And how did you deduce yes from the countryside? Are you foolish? The old rascal rolled his eyes again, who travels by train during the new year without returning home? And look at that shirt, which city dweller would be so stingy? Tang Dineo retorted, I would, I don't even wash my clothes when they get dirty, I just toss them. Stop the nonsense, can't you at least patch the holes in your socks? You squander all your earnings on women. The two began to bicker once more. I couldn't help but sigh. Truly, they were a talented pair, although the distance was considerable. I had also scrutinized each individual once he passed by. While I couldn't see the intricate details, everything else he stated was remarkably precise. One could say, the clarity of his observations was on par with mine. Fate is predetermined, whether it be the left arm or right arm, or the sleeping dragon and phoenix chick, it seems I cannot escape my destiny. Alas, another sigh escaped my lips. They say a good man has 3 helpers. I can only hope this one rogue and one villain will cause me less trouble. I handed him the train ticket and turned to leave. Just then, I heard Tang Dineo say, you fool, what are you dawdling for? Keep up. Alright then, Lord Tang, after you. At 6:40 p.m., after boarding the train, we quickly found our seats. Tang Dineo and I were in the lower bunk, while the old rascal took the middle. The man above me was a rather unassuming middle-aged individual who climbed up and promptly fell asleep under the covers. The upper 2 bunks were vacant, likely unsold, which was not surprising given the reduced number of travelers on New Year's Eve. I removed my shoes and sat cross-legged on my bunk, pulling out a copy of Wang Xiaobo's The Bronze Age, which I had purchased last time in Shenyang. The two of them sat opposite, staring at each other. Tang Dineo said, I'm going to take a stroll and check out the ladies. The old rascal stood up as well. I'll go too. Dineo, I lifted my eyelids slightly. Do you remember what I told you? Aha, he replied before leaving. I had previously instructed him not to act rashly and to seek my approval before targeting any suitable prey. The key was that their appearance was too conspicuous. Squinting at them, they hardly resembled good people. Although Dineo had a knack for picking locks, he was too accustomed to sneaking in. It would be all too easy for him to stumble into trouble. About 10 minutes after the train departed, the two returned. The old rascal clutched his stomach, his face pale. I asked what was wrong. Tang Dineo said, this is a disaster, I'm carsick. I urged him to lie down quickly and asked if he had ever experienced motion sickness before. He curled up, looking as though he might faint at any moment, his voice barely a whisper. Never been carsick? I asked. Never taken a train? His expression turned slightly awkward as he mumbled an affirmative. Good grief, I scratched my head. What sort of team is this? It was Dineo's first train ride, and it turned out to be the same for him. How on earth could they be effective? I glanced at Tang Dineo, who seemed a bit odd, craning his neck to look toward the rear of the carriage. I asked what he was looking at. He said it was nothing. I turned to see a few passengers seated on the folding seats in the aisle, chatting or gazing out the window. Nothing unusual. When I turned back, I found Dineo had already removed his shoes and was sitting on the bunk, cross-legged and giggling, one hand rubbing his toes. Aren't you uncomfortable? I asked him. He shook his head. I've never been carsick on a big bus. I'm fine. He had a point. That road from Shuangqing to Wanlong could cure even the most stubborn motion sickness. Just as I was about to pick up my book again, he produced a large red apple from his down jacket pocket as if by magic. I had no idea who he had gotten it from, but he wiped it with his hand and offered it to me. Brother, have a bite. I glanced at his chubby little hand, just after he had rubbed his toes. You eat it. Half an hour later, the old rascal sat up, his delicate face regaining some color. I asked if he was all right. He shook his head. Tang Dineo handed him the remaining half of the apple. Nibble on this, an empty stomach feels worse. He accepted it and began to munch, crunching like he was gnawing on a radish. I felt a bit nauseated and stood up, saying, I'm going out for a smoke. Upon returning and just settling down, the meal cart rolled by. Tang Dineo asked, Sister, how much for a box? 10 yuan. 2 vegetarian and 1 meat, want some? I shot him a glance. After the cart passed, he said, Brother, I'm hungry. Wait a bit, soon at LLB 8 yuan a box. No way? The old rascal also expressed skepticism, stating he had heard that train food was expensive and couldn't possibly be cheap. I couldn't be bothered with these two fools. Leaning back against the quilt to continue reading. I really enjoyed this book, The Bronze Age. On the surface, it's about the Tang dynasty, yet it's evidently not a historical novel. This was my second read, as I hadn't comprehended it the first time. The 3 stories possess a labyrinthine structure and a time-traveling allure, with humor that does not sacrifice reason. Once immersed, one quickly becomes engrossed. 20 minutes later, the cart rolled by again. Tang Dineo asked once more, how much for a box? 8 yuan, want some? There aren't many left. If you don't hurry, they'll be sold out. He looked at me, but I remained silent. He waved his hand, no thanks. The meal cart moved on. It really is 8 yuan. The two fools were quite excited. Incredulous, I remarked, you two can ask again later. They said they're almost out. Tang Dineo replied. I shrugged, how else would they sell? Don't worry, it'll be 5 yuan soon. The two of them, like children overflowing with curiosity, leaned forward, eagerly anticipating the return of the cart. Sure enough, about 20 minutes later, it came back. This time, the old rascal asked, Sister, how much for a box? 5 yuan. The woman snapped, buy it or not, why are you dilly-dallying asking about prices? You strapping young men go on and on endlessly. The two fell silent, looking downcast. After the cart departed, they both gave me a thumbs up. I set my book down and exclaimed, it's New Year's. Come on, let us go eat dumplings.
The sleeping compartments were at the front of the train. We walked 5 cars back to reach the dining car, and further back were the hard seat compartments. We arrived at the dining car. It was mealtime, and there weren't many customers. We found a spot and ordered 3 plates of celery and pork dumplings, along with 6 bottles of beer. The dumplings arrived promptly. While advertised as celery and pork, I suspected that altogether, they contained less than the size of a single dumpling's worth of meat. Tang Daneo grinned as he ate, while the old rascal cursed, swearing he would never again eat on a train. I told them to enjoy themselves. It was New Year's, and when would they get to eat dumplings again? In their dreams, after feasting, 2 men and a woman entered the dining car. I couldn't help but be taken aback. The man in the lead appeared to be around 40, his face covered in a thick beard, making it challenging to discern his age. The second man, in his early 30s, was slender, with a sharp face and small eyes. These 2 were old acquaintances, the same group I had encountered on the K-17 train last time when they were involved in some underhanded dealings. However, they were missing the short, middle-aged man named Zhu, having replaced him with a girl. It seemed they specialized in this route, working through the new year without rest, truly dedicated. Over 6 months ago, this route had not belonged to them. That group was from the capital. Had they been driven away? The last time I met them, I hadn't thought much of it, assuming they were just temporarily filling in. The 3 of them also spotted me. The girl, occupying the center position, was of average height, probably just over 20, with a neat short haircut, a round face, and a pair of phoenix eyes. She wasn't conventionally beautiful, but she had a certain charm, or perhaps character. I saw her extend her hand and point. That's the fat guy. Chapter 57 Best of 3. I turned my head to look at Tang, the big-headed fellow. A deadweight. The old codger and I are not overweight. Who else could it be but him? Tang was earnestly bowing his head, and if it weren't for his oversized cranium, he could surely have slipped under the table. The old codger across from him turned his head to glance back. Damn it. After cursing, he too began to crawl under the table. It became clear to me that these 2 had undoubtedly caused trouble earlier. The old codger was no lightweight, and it was quite possible he had been made to vomit by someone. 3 individuals were approaching us. I realized that my identity could no longer be concealed. They were the ones who had previously called Jean Laojiu, which is why the steward came to the platform to meet me. I wore a smile as I watched them draw nearer. The girl noticed the old codger and shouted at the bearded man, "Uncle Nan, it's those 2, those filthy rascals." I looked left and right, trying to comprehend the situation. The 2 of them reluctantly raised their heads, their faces flushed. Tang exclaimed, "I've already explained it. You wouldn't listen." From behind, "I thought you were a man," and squeezed past. "Who knew you were so sensitive? Am I the sensitive one?" The girl, with a rather spirited brow, seemed ready to erupt. "Clearly, it is you who is sensitive." He, she struggled to voice her thoughts, her face turning crimson. "Bah!" She spat forcefully onto the ground. The old codger's expression hardened as he reprimanded Tang, "Stop making excuses and apologize. Are you blind? Do men have such large behinds?" "Shut your mouth," the girl shouted back. The old codger muttered, "Look at you, why are you so worked up? I'm merely speaking on your behalf." The girl retorted, "Am I being shown up? You're the worst." I understood the situation. These 2 had been wandering about and had brushed past this girl in the aisle. The hard seat carriage was crowded, and Tang had been too close, causing her to react angrily. After scolding him, she had come looking for trouble. I found it hard to believe he couldn't tell she was a woman. He was clearly trying to take advantage. The bearded man did not glare at me but instead clasped his hands together and greeted, "Brother Wu, we meet again." Upon hearing my surname, I realized my assumptions were correct. Rising, I returned the gesture with a smile. "Happy New Year." He raised his bushy brows. "These 2, are they your friends?" "Indeed," I nodded. "If they have acted inappropriately, I apologize on their behalf." Before I could finish, the girl exclaimed in surprise, "You're the little Wu from Xuecheng?" "Yes, hello. You're quite impressive, managing to throw Uncle Jiu into the mix." The bearded man turned his head, visibly displeased. "Nuan. Why are you saying such things?" "So, this articulate girl was named Nuan," she scoffed. "Uncle Nan, look at these pathetic rascals. They sneak behind others and act like ruffians, knowing full well that Uncle Jean is a fellow in the underworld, yet they commit such vile acts. What does it matter if they have skills?" I furrowed my brow. It seemed that the matter of Jean Laojiu had spread quite far. Rather than discussing how he had coerced me, it had turned into me framing the fellow underworld members. Tang was furious, glaring at the girl. "You little brat, who are you calling pathetic?" You all." Nuan shot back, "Whose kitchen door isn't tightly shut, allowing the gas tank to wander off. Your incessant chatter is quite vexing." "Goodness, I've got a temper." Tang sprang up in indignation. She puffed out her petite chest. "What, you want to fight me? What if I do? Try it." The 2 of them nearly bumped heads, glaring at each other and shouting. I merely observed in silence. Tang pouted, "I can't be bothered to hit a woman." Nuan crossed her arms. "You're just all talk. Earlier, you ran away faster than a fat rabbit. I can move in many ways." "Bah!" The old codger's beady eyes kept darting towards me, likely due to being a newcomer, so he dared not speak up. Tang said, "You don't agree?" Agree to what? To you all acting like ruffians, or framing fellow members?" Nuan. The bearded man's expression darkened as he sternly interjected, "Stop talking." She spat again, crossing her arms in silence. Tang returned the gesture with a spit of his own. "If you're not satisfied, let us compare skills. Honestly, you're just a little girl with a big mouth." As he said this, he licked his lips. The old codger seemed eager to join in, but after I shot him a glare, he lowered his head. Nuan huffed, "Fine, you boast so much, let us see who is better."
Alright, let us see. Tang shouted. I noticed that the few remaining passengers in the dining car had departed, likely fearing a brawl. Best of 3? Nuan proposed. Sounds good, Tang asked her, what are the stakes? $1,000, how about it? I could clearly see that upon hearing the sum of 10,000, Tang's eyes lit up, yet he feigned nonchalance, shaking his head, not interesting. Let us raise the stakes. You suggest. I suggest, he scrutinized the girl from top to bottom, if we lose, I'll call you grandma, how about that? Nuan burst into laughter, that is good, but if we lose? You'll spend a night with me. He blurted out. As soon as he said this, Nuan raised her hand to strike him, and he hurriedly dodged, if you're not playing, then forget it, why are you so worked up? Nuan gritted her teeth, fine, it's settled then. It's just a night cuddling with a gas tank. Goodness, I have such a temper. Tang was spinning in frustration. Nuan turned to Uncle Nan, is that alright? The bearded man appeared helpless but replied, alright then. I found myself curious about this girl's background. Although she seemed to be a junior, there was a hint of affection in Uncle Nan's gaze. It was a form of indulgence towards a younger generation, akin to how an elder would treat a mischievous child. What shall we compare? Tang inquired. Nuan looked at the bearded man, who in turn looked at me. Brother Wu, what do you say? I was taken aback that he would ask me. Moreover, his address was somewhat peculiar. Initially calling me brother didn't surprise me. After all, during the previous incident with the tumor, I had essentially lent them a hand and had kept it to myself. However, this girl, Nuan, had already proclaimed that I had thrown Jean Laojiu into the fray and even referred to him as Uncle Jean, yet he remained so courteous. This was rather intriguing. Only one possibility existed: Jean Laojiu's connection with them, or their leader, was likely quite tenuous. In truth, this was not surprising. What kind of relationship could they have? The groups under Jean Laojiu essentially monopolized the train routes north of Xueqing. The relationship among these individuals was merely a fragile facade, aimed at maintaining a peaceful coexistence while ensuring mutual prosperity. Uncle Nan, a vague memory stirred, yet there was no time for contemplation. Thus, I declared, since we're comparing skills, let us engage in some practice techniques, knife skills, and dexterity. What I meant by practice techniques was not the rudimentary skills practiced at the entry level. In the old society, such entry-level skills were referred to as crossing 3 barriers. A competent pickpocket had to pass these 3 hurdles before being allowed to work. The first hurdle was finger dexterity. The middle finger is longer while the index finger is shorter. Using these 2 fingers to pinch out a wallet, particularly when probing pockets, can be cumbersome. Therefore, one must ensure that the middle finger is the same length as the index finger. Much like the currently fashionable tweezers, where the tips are of equal length, one can gently pinch a wallet out without a hitch. Mastering this requires enduring some hardships. The second hurdle involved retrieving a soap slice from boiling water. A pot of boiling water is set on the stove, and thin slices of soap are tossed in. One must retrieve the soap slice from the boiling water using their fingers before it dissolves, all while avoiding burns. The third hurdle was untying knots. In the past, there were no buttons as we know them today. People wore long gowns with a series of fabric knots. The gown would be hung on a wooden frame, and one had to untie the knots in the shortest time possible. Throughout the process, the gown must not shake a bit. Yet, these were merely entry-level skills and certainly not suitable for a competition. I was referring to advanced techniques. For instance, the 9 stars in a loop, chapter 58. The 9 stars in a chain. The bearded man glanced back at the knife-faced individual, who had been tasked with excising the tumor, nodded slightly. I noticed he was rather taciturn. Was he perhaps feeling shy in my presence? The bearded man then turned his gaze towards me. Shall we each send one person, or shall one person represent us for each task? I replied with a smile, why not let everyone deliberate a bit? He nodded in agreement. The 3 of them stepped aside and began to whisper. I returned to my seat, squinting my eyes and playfully poking at Tang Dalin's head and old Geta, softly scolding, you 2 are just here to cause me trouble. Both of them hung their heads in shame. I continued, somewhat irked, you both should choose one each. Tang Dalin asserted, I'll throw the stones. He was referring to the 9 stars in a chain, a game often practiced with small stones, hence many referred to it as stone throwing. I turned my attention to old Geta, who was blushing and stammering, unable to articulate a response. Tang Dalin quickly interjected, let us just leave him out, I can handle the rest, you can handle nothing. I shot him a glare. I couldn't possibly do everything myself, so I insisted he choose something, as it was a best of 3 format, and his loss wouldn't matter much. Regardless of the remaining tasks, I was confident in my ability to win. The trio returned and Nuan raised her chin. I'll go first, I'll throw the stones. With that, she extended her hand, revealing 9 perfectly round steel marbles in her palm. I was surprised to learn she was adept at using a slingshot. Do not be misled into thinking this was merely child's play. When honed to perfection, it can become a lethal weapon. This ancient skill has been documented as far back as the Wuyue spring and autumn : cutting bamboo to craft bows and shooting clay pellets at birds and beasts. Who is up next? She inquired. Tang Dalin puffed out his chest. Me. Old Geta rose and suggested, why don't you sit over here? She huffed, refusing to even glance at him, plopping down directly across from Tang Dalin and me. Suddenly, Tang Dalin shouted, waitstaff, clear the table. His exclamation startled Nuan, causing her to jump. Enraged, she exclaimed, what the hell, you scared me half to death. Old Geta struggled to suppress his laughter and quickly began gathering the dishes. The knife-faced man also lent a hand, swiftly clearing the table. The 9 steel marbles were placed in a clean dish, rolling restlessly as the train swayed. I couldn't shake the feeling that this round would be a challenge for Tang Dalin.
At 14, I had practiced this very skill in the Shenyang Detention Center. From the 5 phoenixes welcoming the sun with 5 stones, I progressed to 6 out of Shishan in half an hour, and within a day, I had mastered the 9 stars in a chain, much to everyone's astonishment. However, those were stones, with edges and angles that made them easy to grip, and now, we were using slippery steel marbles. I was confident I could execute the 9 stars in a chain, but could Tang Dalin manage? One crucial point remained. The slingshot was Nuan Nuan's weapon, carried with her daily, indicating her regular practice with the steel marbles. The first round was precarious. Are we ready to begin? She looked towards us. I nodded, as did the bearded man. Tang Dalin, growing impatient, remarked, "Let us just get on with it, the kid is practically a month old." Nuan Nuan rolled her eyes, extending both hands to grasp a marble in each. In an instant, she tossed one marble into the air. Before it could fall, she snatched another from the dish. The marbles alternated rhythmically between her hands, like wheels in motion. The fourth, the fifth, the sixth. The marbles spun as if enchanted, perpetually circling her dexterous fingers. Do not underestimate this seemingly simple trick. It is an exceptionally effective exercise for a thief. It enhances finger agility and sharpens cognitive reflexes, mimicking the quick movements required during a heist. While manipulating 2 or 3 marbles poses little difficulty, adding more significantly increases the challenge. With each additional marble, the margin between toss and catch shrinks, leading to a geometric rise in complexity. Having reached 8 marbles, I felt a bead of sweat form for Tang Dalin. The bearded man and his companion remained stoic, likely accustomed to such displays. Old Geta had undoubtedly seen this before, yet now he gaped like a fool, mouth agape. 8 marbles formed a dazzling line, reflecting the dining car's lights, truly a sight to behold. Just one more, and she would achieve the 9 stars in a chain. Strangely, I found myself rooting for her success, as the moment felt akin to witnessing a work of art. I cast a sidelong glance at Tang Dalin, noting the sweat beginning to bead at the tip of his nose. Good, at least he was aware of the tension. Just as I shifted my gaze back, I was taken aback to find the last marble missing from the dish. Approximately a minute passed. Clink, clink, clink. The crisp sounds echoed as the 9 marbles landed sequentially in Nuan Nuan's palm and were then placed into the dish before her. Her almond-shaped eyes narrowed at Tang Dalin. "Your turn, canister." Clap, clap, clap. I turned to see old Geta applauding. Tang Dalin erupted in frustration. "You big fool, can't you tell the difference between inside and outside?" Old Geta sheepishly scratched his disheveled hair. I glanced at Nuan Nuan's delicate, fair hands, then over to Tang Dalin's clumsy appendages. Suppressing a grin, Tang Dalin shed his down jacket, his robust chest puffing up. His face, usually jovial, now bore an unusual seriousness. His demeanor was indeed intimidating. His technique differed from Nuan Nuan's. With a swift motion, he scooped up 3 marbles in one hand. He tossed one into the air before the first could descend, and soon, the 3 marbles began their own dance. He did not rush to grab a fourth, which I noted with approval. He was familiarizing himself with the marble's weight. Though he typically lacked seriousness, when he focused, he displayed commendable skill. A minute slipped by, and Nuan Nuan, unable to contain her impatience, chimed, "Hink canister, is that all you know? Just this Yangguan San die?" Before her words had fully escaped, his chubby fingers seized another marble from the dish, and without further ado, he tossed up 2 more. 6 marbles glinted brilliantly, swirling in his small hands. Impressive. Nuan Nuan had added her marbles one at a time, but Tang Dalin had leaped straight from Yangguan San Dai to 6 out of Shishan, a 10-fold increase in difficulty, and Nuan Nuan fell silent, while old Geta's jaw remained slack. I feared he might drool. Soon, he progressed to 7 ancestors ascending to heaven, 8 immortals crossing the sea. The atmosphere grew tense, even I found myself unconsciously slowing my breath, as if fearing that a heavy exhale might scatter the marbles. 2 minutes passed. This was troubling. I sensed something amiss. He was just 1 marble away from achieving the 9 stars in a chain, yet Tang Dalin hesitated to grab the final marble. Nuan Nuan remained composed. Though the bearded man and his companion stood before the table, they maintained a distance of over half a meter. The train was moving smoothly, without any sudden stops or jolts. I sat beside Tang Dalin, cautious not to make any abrupt movements, slowly turning my head to find a drop of sweat trickling from the tip of his nose. Chapter 59. Knife techniques. I finally comprehended. Ultimately, it was due to the steel marbles. Had they been made of stone, this fellow would have encountered no issues whatsoever. However, the marbles were far too slippery. Despite having familiarized himself with them for a brief moment, it was woefully inadequate. At this juncture, if he were to forcefully grasp the last marble, the remaining 8 would undoubtedly collapse in an instant, rendering all previous efforts futile. As anticipated, the outcome was as foretold. Clink, clink, clink. The 8 marbles sequentially tumbled into the palm of his hand. "Damn it," the old fellow exclaimed. "What gives? There is only one left. Why don't you grab it?" Tang, the big-headed one, did not respond with irritation this time. He merely placed the marbles back into the dish with a quiet resolve, softly declaring, "I concede." Warm, somewhat puzzled, refrained from making any further sarcastic remarks. Applause erupted from the bearded man, while the knife-faced one beside him clapped a few times as well. I nodded in gratitude towards the 2, smiling. "A wager is a wager. I shall take the next round, and you all." The knife-faced one clasped his hands. "Xingjing Knife Edge, I shall spar with you, young brother." Knife Edge? Xingjing, the mention of this name, coupled with warm calling the bearded man Uncle Nan, finally jogged my memory. These individuals were, in fact, associates of the notorious Duan Laogui from Shangjing. Duan Laogui, known in the underworld as Ghost Elder, formerly named Duan Eileen, is approximately 60 years of age and holds sway over the Xinhe district of Xingjing. The one nicknamed Knife Edge, known as Yang Feng, is rather mediocre in skill, or else he would not have been reduced to merely lacerating a tumor.
Nonetheless, his master is a figure of renown, for he is none other than the infamous Little Knife Maiming, the bandit king of northern China from yesteryears. Speaking of maiming, he met Huang Kezi on a bus in Shijiazhuang back in 1976, and they became unlikely acquaintances. Fast forward 3 years, Huang Kezi organized a national folk technique exchange seminar, where maiming crossed paths with him once more. They boarded a train with the stipulation of only one strike, to see who could deliver the greater goods. In the end, maiming produced 800 while Huang Kezi managed 1,000. Subsequently, he became a key figure on the list of notorious bandits and was sentenced to 12 years. Considering the timeline, he should be out by now.
Uncle Nan, formerly known as Lu Hanan, is the adopted son of Duan Laogui and serves as his foremost lieutenant. The term adopted son does not equate to apprentice.
In the Rongmen, becoming a disciple implies becoming a godfather. Apprentices refer to their masters as godfathers, while masters do not refer to their apprentices as adopted sons. The standing of Duan Laogui in the underworld surpasses that of Jin Laojiu from Shuecheng. This distinction is evident from their titles alone. Jin Laojiu is known as Uncle Jiu, while Duan Laogui is referred to as Ghost Elder. The leap from uncle to elder denotes a significant journey, though Jin Laojiu will have to wait 3 more years to continue his ascent. In my youth, I harbored questions regarding the hierarchy within the Rongmen, which I later understood to differ from many other sects in the underworld, as it has never adhered to a strict generational order. For instance, in the Qinggang, the genealogical hierarchy is divided into the first 24 generations, the subsequent 24 generations, and the 24 generations of records. The infamous Huang Jinrong from old Shanghai never actually apprenticed under an elder or established a shrine. He is regarded as an empty disciple. An empty disciple, akin to the term haiqing in the realm of crosstalk, signifies one without a master or affiliation, yet, he leveraged his considerable influence to self-proclaim as belonging to the Tian generation, signifying a rank above that of the De generation. As for the Rongmen, it is merely a denomination. Historically, it has never constituted a large-scale organization but rather a collection of scattered small factions, varying greatly in quality. By this measure, the Rongmen pales in comparison to the Beggars sect.
The Beggars sect has existed since the Song dynasty, flourishing during the Yuan and Ming dynasties, and reaching its zenith in the Qing dynasty and the early Republic era.
For instance, the Beggars sect in the capital is divided into the Blue Rods and the Yellow Rods. The Blue Rods consist of fallen 8 banner disciples, while the Yellow Rods represent ordinary beggar organizations. In the southwestern regions of Hebei and the northwestern parts of Shandong, there exists a large-scale Beggars sect known as the Poor Teachings sect, also referred to as the Rationality sect. Its internal members are categorized into dead twisters, living twisters, and rod holders. In the middle and lower reaches of the Yangtze River, the Beggars sect has factions known as 3 rivers and 2 lakes. In Guangzhou, the Beggars sect is even larger, calling themselves the Guandi Hall Troops, with an organizational network centered around Guangzhou, extending its influence to nearby Dingguan, Nanhai, Shund, and Panyu. There is also the Chongqing Hongyan Cave Beggars sect. The Yunnan Beggars sect is called the Duo, with the leader referred to as Duo Head, and its organizational nomenclature shares roots with the Brotherhood. In Lanzhou, the Beggars sect is known as the Sand Pot, with its leader called Master Wan.
Returning to the Rongmen, many small factions claim expertise in thievery, which is an exaggeration.
These individuals are nearly equivalent to outright robbers. The term knife edge signifies that he wishes to spar with me, which brings to mind the triangular knife he used to lacerate the tumor previously. Upon his declaration, his countenance visibly shifted. I remarked, "I apologize, I don't have a scraper on me. Brother Fong, could you lend me one?" This statement was rather provoking, for a thief without a blade on hand wishing to engage in knife techniques was nothing short of absurd.
"No problem." With that, Knife Edge extended his right hand, revealing a double-edged razor blade resting in his palm.
I refrained from reaching out. He, too, was well versed in etiquette, gently placing it upon the table.
"How shall we proceed?" he inquired.
I turned to Tang the big-headed one. "Go fetch 2 books. Without hesitation, he stepped away. I then looked towards the bearded Lu Hanan, smiling. "Uncle Nan, I have long admired your name. Please, have a seat." He displayed no sign of surprise, waving his hand dismissively. "I can sit right here." Having said that, he turned and settled into the chair opposite me, with Knife Edge taking his seat as well. As Tang the big-headed one had yet to return, it was imperative to avoid an awkward silence.
"How is Ghost Elder's health?" I inquired. "Thanks to the blessings of the young brother, my adoptive father is in good health. My apologies from last time. It was simply unfamiliarity that led to foolish antics." He chuckled heartily. "It's our fault for not clarifying. We should be thanking you, young brother." I hastily waved my hand. "Uncle Nan, please don't mention it. What has passed is past, let us not dwell on it." This conversation reached a natural conclusion, and we exchanged a knowing smile. Just then, Tang the big-headed one returned, clutching 2 books, which he placed on the table. One was How the Steel Was Tempered, and the other was the first volume of Romance of the 3 Kingdoms. I extended my hand. "Brother Fong, you go first." No further words were necessary. Upon seeing the books, anyone who had practiced scraper techniques would instantly know what to do next. At that moment, a plump chef, hands on his hips, shouted from the kitchen entrance, "Hey, the dining car is about to close. What is going on with you all?" Lu Hanan stood up and approached him, speaking softly. Knife Edge then said, Warm, you shall hold the target." Warm stood up, took the book How the Steel Was Tempered, folded the cover, and positioned herself in the aisle with her arms outstretched, presenting the book upright towards Knife Edge. Knife Edge looked at me. "Please." I nodded. 3. Before the words had fully left my lips, he opened his mouth, flicked his tongue, and clamped down on a half of the razor blade with his teeth. With a swift motion of his right hand, he pinched the blade between his index and middle fingers. Tang, the big-headed one, and the old fellow observed intently, their expressions unusually serious. With a flick of his arm, Knife Edge retracted it in the blink of an eye. Warm flipped 3 pages in succession, revealing a diagonal cut across each page. I was not particularly surprised and said, 7. Knife Edge raised his hand again. Warm flipped 7 more pages, the cuts consistent in size, with the 8th page pristine. I then called out 9 and 12, and both times, there were no issues. Only then did I begin to feel astonished. Such skill could not be cultivated in just a few years. Countless individuals in the trade wield knives, yet few could reach this level. How could he have faltered that day? I found myself lost in thought. That day, Knife Edge had only stood up after picking up walnuts. Therefore, prior to his strike, he must have calculated the thickness of the opponent's outer pants, cotton trousers, autumn pants, and shorts. Due to the absence of a follow-up strike, that single cut had to penetrate the external seam of the shorts. It seems the primary reason for Knife Edge's misstep was not that he failed to recognize it was a tumor. After all, I too could not discern it, and I believe the old fellow could not either. Ultimately, we are all mere mortals, lacking any X-ray vision. His blunder stemmed from an inability to rein in his strength. One must understand that the hardness of money differs vastly from that of a tumor. The moment the blade grazed the surface, he should have sensed something amiss. Had he merely retracted his strength, the subsequent events would never have transpired. "Xiao Wu," he called out to me. I blurted out, 50. Knife Edge remained still, his expression darkening. Silence enveloped the room, the iron rails producing a monotonous sound. The moment I spoke, I regretted it, for the razor blade's maximum capacity for cutting through paper is 40 pages. Exceeding this threshold, I had not heard of anyone managing to slice through. Had it been a triangular knife, there would have been no issue, as the blade would have been predominantly nestled within the folded currency, allowing for greater leverage. Uncle Nan suggested, "Give it a try." With a swift motion, whoosh, Knife Edge made no further comments and swept his hand across. Chapter 60. Each has its victories and defeats. TikTok. I lowered my gaze, only to see the right hand, gripped by the blade, dripping with blood. It dawned on me that he had exerted all his strength, resulting in a cut from the rear edge of the blade. This only intensified my sense of embarrassment. Nuan was still counting the pages. 42, 43. Her excitement grew as she continued. 48, 49, 50, 51, 52. 52 pages. She leaped up in delight. The blade glanced at me, although his face bore no expression. A flicker of indignation glimmered in his eyes. I wished to apologize, but seeing his demeanor, I swallowed my words. I picked up the Romance of the Three Kingdoms and tossed it to the old rascal. The others quickly stepped aside. The old rascal mimicked Nuan, extending his arms straight. My blade was double-edged, allowing only a delicate grip at its midpoint, where the blade was bare, making it difficult to exert force. I said, "Brother Foam, you go? Half a page." I was taken aback. What did half a page mean? I turned to him, but he tossed the bloodied blade into his mouth, and with a flick of his tongue, it vanished without a trace. Nuan produced a pink handkerchief and handed it to him, as he slowly wrapped it around his finger, softly asking, "Half a page, is that all right?" I smiled faintly, finding it somewhat amusing. Initially, I had no intention of putting him in a difficult position, yet now he seemed to be deliberately challenging me, but one could hardly blame him. After all, how could he know whether I was being intentional or not? I glanced at the blade in my hand, then at the antique cover of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. From this angle, the thickness of the cover was indiscernible. However, when the big-headed fellow placed the book on the table, I had meticulously examined both books. I did not lift the book, nor did the blade touch it, yet, since we were competing based on blade skills, how could one not assess the paper's thickness? "No problem." As those words left my lips, my right hand swung outward, tracing a perfect arc through the air. It was executed seamlessly and without hesitation. Nuan hurried over, snatching the book from me and slowly opening the cover, scrutinizing it under the overhead light. I did not look, for I was entirely confident. In fact, I had the advantage. Had the inner pages been standard, I would not have succeeded on the first attempt, but the cover was different. Its thickness was at least 3 times that of the inner pages. I merely needed to apply the force and precision of a single page, and it would pose no issue. The big-headed Tang and the others also leaned in to observe, their faces breaking into broad smiles. The blade clasped his hands and said, "You won." In truth, it was hard to declare a definitive victory or defeat in this contest. He had used brute force while I had relied on finesse, yet both had accomplished the task. I asserted, "Let us call this round a draw." He shook his head, opting for silence. Lu Hanan cleared his throat. "When it comes to blade work, it's all about finesse, otherwise, what distinguishes it from sheer muscle on a construction site? In this round, Xiao Wu prevails." I clasped my hands together. I am honored. Each had its victories and defeats. It was a draw, I said. "Uncle Nan, for the final round, could you set the rules?" "Certainly," he stroked his bushy beard. "Since we are competing in skill, there are essentially 2 methods of evaluation. One is a time sweep, to see who can unload the most cargo. The other is to designate a target. Each person will showcase their abilities to see who can retrieve the goods." I frowned slightly, reluctant to choose the first option, as it would cause harm to many innocent travelers. Thus, I suggested, "Let us go with the second option. We'll each send someone to scout the area and then discuss our next steps, shall we?" "Good." He chuckled. "In this round, let me and Little Wu engage." I hastily expressed my reluctance. He waved his hand dismissively, looking at Nuan. "Will you go?" She nodded. "All right."
I said, old rascal, you go? Before he could respond, Nuan exclaimed in surprise, you call him old rascal? The other two exchanged incredulous glances. Goodness, is this fellow so renowned? The old rascal cleared his throat, puffing out his chest. Nuan remarked. No wonder he looked puzzled, asking, what do you mean? I heard that you are quite devious, with a wicked nature that could fester under the armpit and ooze from the soles of your feet. As I saw the old rascal about to explode with rage, I quickly interjected, enough nonsense, hurry up and go. The big-headed Tang was laughing uncontrollably. Nuan shot him a glare, you fool. With that, she flicked her sleeve and left. Oh dear, my temper, he grumbled as he rolled up his sleeves. I ignored him, taking out a cigarette and chuckling, a smoke, Uncle Nan, brother Foam, please don't call me a smoker. Both accepted a cigarette, and the big-headed Tang produced a lighter, igniting them for everyone. Although the two groups were competing in their craft, there was no deep-seated animosity between them. One might even say they owed me a personal favor. A minor unpleasantness had occurred earlier, but in the world of Jianghu, one does not sweat the small stuff. Such matters are trivial. That night, the master scolded me as a smiling tiger, claiming that I could send someone off for 2 miles without even offering them a drink. In truth, his words, though coarse, held merit. I admit, I am indeed that kind of person. There is no helping it. Having wandered outside since childhood, witnessing all manners of human behavior, one cannot survive without adapting. After taking a couple of puffs, I said, brother Foam, to speak candidly, earlier I recalled the incident with the tumor. When you called out to me, I just blurted out a number without intending to inconvenience anyone. I hope you do not misunderstand. He looked somewhat perplexed, his brow furrowing. I knew he did not like to mention the word tumor, but I felt compelled to clarify. Otherwise, today's affair would conclude with ill feelings. I fear no one, yet I do not wish to offend anyone without cause. In the Jianghu, one should plant flowers rather than thorns. I then recounted the events of that night, sharing my perspective, and only then did the two come to an understanding. The blade appeared contrite, clasping his hands. Brother Wu, I was in the wrong. I quickly waved my hand. Please don't say that. There is no right or wrong in this matter. Speaking of which, I actually had the advantage earlier. Had it been the inner pages, I would not have been able to cut half a page, no matter what. The others chuckled. Lu Hanan remarked, Brother Wu's analysis is quite insightful. In reality, he was still too shy to articulate it. At the moment you drew your blade, the lack of calmness led to an oversight in hand feel. After all, that tumor is considerably softer than money. The blade's gaunt face flushed red. Indeed, it was my oversight. My experience is lacking. I hadn't articulated my thoughts so clearly before. After all, we were merely acquaintances, and such remarks could come off as patronizing. There was also another reason for my discomfort with them. The question of why they had targeted a migrant worker, but that was a delicate subject and could not be voiced. After all, one cannot expect every thief to possess a conscience or a moral compass. In the past, the Rangmen had adhered to the principles of 3 things not to steal, 5 things not to take, but in modern times, the moral decay is evident, and such old rules are rarely mentioned. Some gangs establish their own codes, commonly featuring 8 things not to steal, 3 places not to enter. They do not steal from the blind, mute, mad, paralyzed, prostitutes, monks, doctors, or pregnant women. Nor do they enter the homes of the widowed, the orphaned, or those in the midst of celebratory or mourning events, yet, the actual adherence to these rules is exceedingly rare. Some petty thieves, lacking skills, take pleasure in bullying such individuals. They might snatch a passenger's bag just as the bus doors are about to close and jump off the vehicle. I shifted the topic. On this New Year's Eve, Uncle Nan, why aren't you spending the holiday at home? Lu Hanan sighed. It's all because of this girl Nuan. She has a penchant for mischief. We spent 2 days in shoe-etching, and she insisted on taking this trip on New Year's Eve, claiming she had never done so before. Before he could finish, the old rascal and Nuan returned. Chapter 61. The fixed position hammer. A few minutes later, we arrived at the junction between car number 7 and car number 8. The old man quietly introduced the situation. After a brief discussion with Nuan, they ultimately settled on a plump target, a middle-aged man who operated a barbecue stall in the ticket hall of Snow City. At that time, he was the 7th in line, with approximately 30,000 yuan discreetly tucked into his undergarments. I opened the train carriage door and meticulously observed the scene. Car number 8 was nearly full, with passengers indulging in instant noodles, sipping beer, and playing cards amidst a cacophony of voices. Number 96 featured a trio of seats, with a baby wailing incessantly in the middle. Nearby, several travelers were criticizing the woman holding the child, who was accompanied by a rather surly-looking man nearing 40. The plump target was seated in seat 78, a 2-person arrangement, positioned in the aisle, facing us. He was bundled in a down jacket, shoulders hunched, appearing drowsy. The old man was perhaps unaware of my principles. For 5 years, no matter how robust these small-time merchants became, I would never consider exploiting them. After toiling through a year of hardships, earning this little sum was no small feat. He was likely hurrying home on New Year's Eve, reluctant to close his shop even for a day. Such money is too hot to handle. A young man in seat 8 craned his neck and called out to me, "Hey, what's going on? Close the door, it's freezing." I offered him an apologetic smile, closed the door, and turned back. Upon my return, Lu Hanan quietly reiterated the rules. The rules were simple. Each person only had 1 chance. If the first person succeeded, the second had to find another target. If the replacement target failed, the first person won. If the first person failed, the second would take their turn. If they succeeded, they would win. If both failed, or if both targets were successfully exploited, it would result in a draw. Of course, if the draw was unsatisfactory, the process could continue until a winner emerged. After pondering his explanation, I suggested, Uncle Nan, would it be possible to make it a bit more flexible? Several individuals turned to me, puzzled. I continued, after the first person makes their move, the second can return the money. If the first fails, they lose. A hint of confusion crossed Daofeng's face as he queried, what if the first person doesn't make a move? I shrugged, then there's no need to continue, as they have already lost. My intention was straightforward. Either they would not succeed, or they would return the money afterward. Nuan shook her head, saying, this is too unfair for the first person and could easily lead to a draw. I chuckled, gesturing toward Lu Hanan. Little Wu was willing to take the lead. Uncertain if he saw through my intentions, he smiled and said, I think Little Wu's suggestion is commendable, but since you respect your elders, I should care for the young. Allow me to go first. No way, I insist on going first. I wanted to avoid appearing to take advantage. He disagreed, and we began to argue. Suddenly, the old man interjected, why not let you two decide with a hammer? Everyone momentarily paused before bursting into laughter. Lu Hanan, stroking his bushy beard, chuckled, I think that's a fine idea, whoever wins goes first. Thus, we, two elderly gentlemen nearing 70, like mischievous children, simultaneously extended our right hands and called out, fixed. Position, hammer. I chose rock but he chose paper. Lu Hanan roared with laughter, young friend, I concede, I have one. I could only bow my head in acknowledgement. Uncle Nan, please go ahead. Very well. He was not one to be overly ceremonious, stepping forward without hesitation. As he pulled open the carriage door, the clamor grew louder once more. I trailed a few steps behind, positioning myself beside the hot water dispenser. Nuan and Daofeng followed closely, leaning against the restroom door. Perhaps feeling the chill, the young man in seat 8 peeked out again, prompting me to turn and close the door. Tang Dineo and his companion lingered at the carriage junction, lighting a cigarette and exhaling clouds of smoke. Lu Hanan was not walking swiftly. As he ambled, one leg began to appear somewhat lame, but I understood his intention. Feigning a limp would afford him the opportunity to sit down, while also allowing him to observe the target and the surroundings. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached us. He was clad in a black sweater, holding a glass baby bottle. My first instinct was to ascertain whether he was an undercover anti-theft agent. He was not. He took a seat in position 97, right beside the woman with the baby. It seemed they were a couple. Judging by his age, he had become a father rather late in life. It was too soon for him to be a grandfather. Could it be a late-in-life child? I found myself pondering. Excuse me, he said abruptly as he approached me. I frowned but stepped aside, leaning against the door of the distribution room. The baby continued to cry incessantly, prompting a plump woman behind to stand up and shout, can't you calm the child, is it that difficult? Others chimed in, yeah, how long has it been? It's maddening. A chorus of voices erupted, each expressing their frustrations. I glanced toward Lu Hanan, who had already positioned himself beside the target, one hand resting on the back of the chair as he bent down to rub his leg. I noticed a peculiar sound of water running oddly. This man seemed to be deliberately avoiding my gaze, positioning himself sideways, his back shielding the action of releasing water. A rustling sound ensued, but I caught no glimpse of what was happening. Over there, Lu Hanan was engaged in conversation with the target. Soon, he even sat down next to the plump target. Though merely a casual proximity, it was a significant step forward. I could not help but admire him. No wonder he had made a name for himself on the road. His methods were indeed seasoned. The middle-aged man returned to his seat, swinging the baby bottle in his hand as he walked. I felt an unsettling sense of disquiet, glancing at the hot water dispenser, finding nothing amiss. As I watched the man's retreating figure, my suspicion deepened, taking a step closer to the hot water dispenser. Beneath the rack, I discovered a crumpled piece of paper. I bent down to pick it up and examined it closely, finding nothing of note. Bringing it to my nose, a chill ran down my spine. It was drugs. I couldn't discern what kind, but it was undoubtedly wrapped in powdered substances. I wiped the crumpled paper on the back of my hand, and indeed, a barely perceptible residue of powder remained. Was the crying child ill? Lu Hanan continued conversing with the target, and the previously wailing child had quieted, now contentedly sipping from the bottle. My mind began to race. With fewer travelers during the new year, the carriage was essentially devoid of standing passengers, which undoubtedly increased Lu Hanan's challenge. After a while, I noticed him rising to remove his military coat, bending down to spread it beneath the seat. In front of them, a group of young people were engrossed in a card game, completely oblivious to Lu Hanan's words. However, I had grasped his intent. He must have informed the target about his leg troubles and expressed a desire to spread the coat on the seat to rest. The fact that he could sit beside him indicated that the target was amiable, a warm-hearted individual. Given Lu Hanan's leg issues, the target would surely offer assistance, making it easier for him to take action. The child was no longer crying, and the carriage fell into a more tranquil state. Nuan was engaged in conversation with Daofeng. I turned and opened the carriage door. Just then, I heard Nuan remark, if I ever get married, I definitely don't want children. They read just too bothersome when they cry. I stepped into the carriage junction, tossing my cigarette butt into the wall-mounted ashtray and pressing down the lid. Tang Dineo seemed to have caught Nuan's remark, chuckling, she certainly has lofty aspirations. With that little chest of hers, wouldn't she starve the child to death? The old man chimed in, finally, it's quieted down. Not if that were my son, I'd just give him some sleeping pills. Otherwise, it would be unbearable. Upon hearing this, I felt as if a revelation had struck me like a bolt of lightning. A wave of cold washed over me. Sleeping pills? Chapter 62, The Human Trafficker's Brother? Tang Din now patted my shoulder, don't scare me, have you been hit? I ignored him and hurriedly turned back into carriage number 8, casting my gaze upon the couple. The child had finished the milk, and there was no sound at all. Had they truly cried out of hunger? Were they asleep? My thoughts felt somewhat irrational, yet I still felt compelled to take a look.
Over by seat 78, the plump sheep had returned to his position, while Liu Hanan lay beneath the seat. I knew he had succeeded, however, it was not the right moment for him to emerge. According to standard procedure, this was the time for the handoff to occur, transferring the money. Just as Dao Feng was about to step forward, I reached out to stop him, but he looked at me quizzically. Although there had been no prior stipulation regarding the necessity of a handoff, it was imperative to transfer the money at this juncture, not only to protect Liu Hanan but also to ensure a smoother process. Once I received the money, I would seek an opportunity to return it, and this round would be considered a draw. Should I drop the ball during the money exchange, it would signify my defeat. I'll handle it, I declared. Dao Feng nodded, relenting. I loosened my left shoelace and ambled over. As I passed seat 78, I crouched down to tie my shoelace, discreetly observing. At that moment, I felt a weight in the outer pocket of my down jacket. Liu Hanan had already slipped the money inside. For a seasoned veteran like him, there was no need for prior signals or even a glance. He understood my intentions implicitly. After securing my shoelace, I stood up and continued toward the rear. As I passed the three-person seat at 97, I caught a glimpse of the woman seated in the middle. The child in her arms was asleep. The infant appeared to be around 8 or 9 months old, chubby, and fair-skinned. The small blanket enveloping him was pristine, and its fabric seemed of good quality. Turning my attention to the couple, the man not only had a dark face but was also dressed in a disheveled manner, his undershirt collar stained beyond cleaning. The woman wore relatively clean clothes, but her outfit and shoes were decidedly cheap. This only served to solidify my suspicions. They were human traffickers. Having traversed the lengths and breadths of the country for many years, I had encountered numerous traffickers, but this was the first time I had come across one who would administer sleeping pills to a child. I walked forward with an unperturbed demeanor, slid open the carriage door, and arrived at the junction with carriage number 9. I took out my walkie-talkie and called Tang Dinao. "What's up, brother?" he inquired. "Listen to me, the child who was crying in seat 78 has been abducted by human traffickers. You head toward the front of the train to find the conductor, while I will search toward the rear. Regardless of which side finds the conductor first, we must trap them from both ends to prevent them from resorting to desperate measures." There was a pause on the other end, lasting about 5 seconds, before he replied, "Understood." I put away the walkie-talkie and proceeded toward the rear of the train. However, upon reaching the last carriage, I did not spot the conductor and had no choice but to turn back. Returning to the junction between carriages 8 and 9, my walkie-talkie rang. A man spoke. "Hello, I am the conductor of train K18, my surname is Liang. Is what you said true?" "It is as follows." I stepped back to the door, leaning against it as I recounted my suspicions. "Are you certain?" "I am 90% sure." There was a brief pause on the other end before he said, "We will head over immediately. Please do not approach to avoid any potential weapons." I agreed and ended the call. As I pushed the door open, I stood by the wash basin while 2 conductors emerged from carriage number 7, followed by a young male attendant. It was 10 o'clock at night, and most passengers were still awake, some reading, others playing cards, and a few groups drinking. None seemed to notice them. The taller conductor, appearing to be in his early 40s, walked while announcing, "Attention passengers, please keep an eye on your belongings and personal bags." I recognized his voice. It was the same one that had called me. His routine speech was commonplace, recited in every carriage twice per journey, yet few truly paid attention. The shorter conductor and the attendant occasionally stood on tiptoe to push items back on the luggage rack. Everything appeared very natural, nothing seemed amiss. "Old brother, where are you headed?" the tall conductor Liang cheerfully asked an elderly gentleman at seat 47. "Back to my hometown in Guanli." "Oh, then you'll have to transfer in the capital. It must be quite tiring during the new year." The elder chuckled. "If I don't go back now, I might never return in this lifetime." The shorter conductor addressed a few young men drinking. "Please show your tickets," one lad protested loudly. "Haven't you checked already?" The 3 continued their leisurely pace, reminding passengers to be wary of pickpockets and occasionally checking tickets. After 6 or 7 minutes, they finally reached seat 97. I kept a close watch on the dark-faced man, but since he was facing away from me, I could only see the back of his head. "Please show your tickets," Liang the conductor requested. The dark-faced man mumbled something as he began rummaging through his pockets. Liang, smiling, asked the woman holding the child, "How old is he?" "9 months. Is it a boy or a girl?" As he spoke, he took the ticket from the dark-faced man's hand. The woman replied, "A boy." The shorter conductor positioned himself beside the seat, inquiring, "Are you two a couple?" The dark-faced man grunted in affirmation. Liang scrutinized the ticket in his hand, and then furrowed his brow. "Excuse me, could you please accompany us to the police office?" "Why?" the man raised his voice. "Your ticket is fake." "Impossible." No shouting. "If it's not true, you'll be allowed to leave." The surrounding passengers began to stand and look over, and I noticed Liu Hanan crawling out as well. I slipped my right hand into the pocket of my down jacket. As the shouting escalated, the attendant reached out to grab the man's arm. "What's the matter with you? Let us go for an investigation. Why shout?" The woman holding the child also raised her voice. "What are you doing? What's wrong with us?" Amidst the commotion, the child remained undisturbed. Liang the conductor ceased his smile, adopting a serious expression, and declared loudly, "What's going on here? It's just a ticket check. If everything is fine, you'll be back in 2 minutes." The dark-faced man replied, all right, we'll go." Both individuals stood up and moved to the aisle. He pointed to the luggage rack. "Can I take my coat?" The attendant responded, "I'll help you." "No need." I couldn't help but feel anxious. The dark-faced man stood on tiptoe, retrieving a bundled cotton coat, his hand delved into the coat, and he swiftly pulled out a sharp dagger, lunging towards Liang the conductor's chest. Ah! The surrounding passengers gasped in unison, as three travelers opposite jumped onto their seats. In that fleeting moment, I flung a playing card from my hand, with a sharp sound, the dagger clattered to the floor. I witnessed clearly that Muan at the front of the carriage had acted simultaneously with me. After firing a steel ball bearing, she quickly stowed away a shiny slingshot. The steel ball struck the dark-faced man's hand, almost concurrently with my card slicing through his grip. Had there been even half a second of delay, Liang the conductor would have been stabbed. In the midst of the wailing, the dark-faced man clutched his right hand, without giving him a moment to react. Both Liang and the shorter conductor drew their firearms. Don't move! Don't move! The dark-faced man was pressed to the ground, with guns aimed at the back of his head. I exhaled in relief, internally chastising them for not drawing their guns sooner, though I grumbled. I understood their intentions. After all, with so many passengers in the carriage, they likely wanted to evacuate before taking action. Seeing the weapons drawn, the surrounding passengers began to retreat, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. Tang Dinao and Lao Geta were making their way over. The dark-faced man had already been handcuffed tightly behind his back. The woman, with one hand cradling the child, reached toward her lower back with the other. This was bad. In an instant, she drew a sharp knife, aiming to stab the shorter conductor in the back. Chapter 63. Accepting the consequences of the gamble. Everyone was taken aback, and some had already cried out. No one noticed from where she had drawn the dagger. The crowd of standing passengers obstructed my view, so I, too, was unaware. The two conductors had been careless, thinking it sufficient to subdue the man as the woman held a child in her arms. Who would have anticipated such ferocity from a woman? As she raised the knife, I swiftly leapt onto seat 113, my hand flicking a card that soared like a blade. Came the woman's anguished cry, and she hurled the child away. Clang! The dagger simultaneously clattered to the ground. I saw that Muan had drawn back her precision-crafted slingshot but was slow to release it, hindered by the many passengers standing in her way. The male attendant reached out to grasp the child, only to have it snatched by the rushing Tang Dinao, who bellowed, "These two are human traffickers, everyone, let us go." At his shout, chaos erupted in the carriage. Many began to stand on their seats, while others pressed forward. I understood his intent. Once pandemonium ensued, it would be easier to return the money. By this time, the shorter conductor had the woman pinned against the wall with his gun at her forehead. Don't move! He shouted, reaching for handcuffs at his waist. I remained perched on the seat, my eyes fixed on the woman, fearful she might attempt something again. My flying card was plucked from the air, blood flowed from the woman's right hand, and the shorter conductor adeptly subdued her against the small table, flipping her onto her back and securing the cuffs. Old Gezi, like a slippery eel amidst the crowd, cast me a knowing glance. Scanning the area, I spotted the rotund merchant beside him. I jumped down from the seat. The conductor, Liang, holstered his weapon and called out, "Everyone, return to your seats. There is nothing to worry about. Quickly, sit down." The attendants began to reassure the passengers. 3 individuals escorted the two captives towards carriage 7, and I followed closely behind. Within a few steps, I reached the rotund merchant, slipping 3 stacks of fresh renminbi into his pocket. Perfect. Old Gezi wrapped his arm around mine, grinning. Let us go home. The villains had been apprehended, yet the passengers seemed eager for more excitement, chattering as they slowly returned to their seats. Tang Dinao, cradling the child, looked as if he were holding a bomb. He leaned closer to me, saying, "Brother, look at this little guy, he is really sleepy." I rolled my eyes and whispered, "You fool, it's because those two drugged the child." His small eyes widened in shock. "What? Damn, those beasts." I nudged him. "Why are you shouting?" We gathered at the carriage connection. At the rear of carriage 7, Lu Hanan was whispering to conductor Liang. The two traffickers lounged against the carriage wall, exuding a sense of nonchalance that marked them as seasoned criminals. Upon noticing me, their gazes darkened, filled with malice. Typically, captured traffickers would wail and plead, yet these two appeared vicious, likely part of a larger gang. Muan and Daofeng stood at the connection, where it was the coldest. The three of us positioned ourselves at the head of carriage 8. I instructed Tang Dinao to hand the child over to the male attendant, who took him with care. 2 minutes later, Lu Hanan beckoned me over. Understanding he wished to converse, I approached. I overheard Muan remark, "Well done with the flying card." I smiled but said nothing. "Xiao Wu," Lu Hanan began, "let me introduce you to Officer Liang Jian and Officer Hu Xiaoman." I nodded to each in turn. "Hello, Officer Liang." "Hello, Officer Hu." It was evident they were well acquainted, which did not surprise me. I often operated alone, seldom needing to maintain connections, unlike Lu Hanan and his colleagues, who would always support the attendants and conductors on their assigned routes. "Xiao Wu, your thoughts?" Lu Hanan looked at me. I chose to remain silent, nearly smiling. What a lively New Year's. I never expected to encounter such an event. Liang Jian visibly paused, his gaze upon me now holding deeper meaning. Our hands clasped firmly. He remained silent, squeezing my hand again. I turned to Muan. "Officer Liang, our Nuan Xiaomei is remarkably skilled with the slingshot." It seemed Muan anticipated my mentioning her, and her face flushed. I sought no accolades, but without her slingshot, my flying card alone might not have been enough to thwart that knife. One could say it was she who saved Liang Jian's life. Liang Jian's expression turned serious as he formally saluted her. She waved her hands in modesty. 2 more attendants arrived, and I could not resist pulling Liang Jian aside, quietly voicing my concerns. He nodded in appreciation and led the two traffickers away. These traffickers were no ordinary criminals, yet there was little more I could do at this point. Daofeng produced a box of Hilton cigarettes. Though I preferred not to smoke foreign brands, I accepted one, and Tang Dinao cheerfully helped light them for everyone. Lu Hanan remarked, "Xiao Wu, we lost this round." Muan grew anxious. "Uncle Nan, how can we have lost?" I quickly added, "Yes, Uncle Nan, you jest, we lost the first round, but the next 2 were ties. It's we who should be at a loss is a loss." He waved his hand, turning to Muan. "Now tell me, where did we falter?"
We didn't lose. She pouted, her arms crossed. Lu Hanan's demeanor became grave to accept the consequences of the gamble. Today, I will explain to you precisely where we erred. Firstly, it was our choice of target. My godfather has repeatedly stated that we should not engage with such small-time crooks, yet we have consistently failed to heed this advice. The reason is simple. Agreed. At this juncture, he turned to me, looking shamefaced, including the incident on K-17, which has left us feeling quite embarrassed. I found it difficult to respond to this, opting for silence. It is precisely for this reason that Xiao Wu altered the rules to a one-for-one exchange. Do you not understand why this change was made? And as for these traffickers, would we have intervened had it been us? Nuan bowed her head, and Dao Feng remained silent. Xiao Wu, he glanced at me again. Today you have imparted a lesson to us, one that will benefit the younger generation for life. Thank you. He then offered me a formal salute. I quickly returned the gesture. Uncle Nan, please do not say such things. I could only offer this polite response, for he spoke the truth. I did not believe that a veteran like Duan Laogui would lack principles. As Lu Hanan stated, rules are rules, but when money is in sight, many cast them aside. Noticing the atmosphere growing tense, I shifted the topic. Uncle Nan, it's getting late. The sleeper compartments have turned off their lights. Shall we not retire for the night? He shook his head. In just over 2 hours, we will arrive in Xingjing. Let us go to the dining car for a bit. I understood then that they hadn't purchased sleeper tickets at all. I urged him to rest in our compartment for a while, but he declined. As I clasped my hands to take my leave, he called me back, pulling me aside. Xiao Wu, there is something I'm unsure whether to mention, I replied. Is it about Jin Jiushu? He regarded me, silent. I briefly recounted the matter, and only then did he seem to grasp the situation, though he chose not to elaborate further. Acknowledging the nuances of relationships often outweighing right or wrong, I said, Uncle Nan, let us meet again in the future. Very well. He stroked his beard, smiling. You are welcome to visit Xingjing. Good, please extend my regards to Ghostmaster. Before I could exchange further pleasantries, a commotion erupted nearby. Get lost, you filthy scoundrel. Chapter 64 Train 41. Upon hearing the commotion, I hurried over. There stood Tang Dinao Dai and Wan facing each other, his round face flushed with indignation. You girl, why are you going back on your word? He exclaimed, and Wan crossed her arms. I ask you, in our contest, did you not lose? Indeed. Tang Dinao Dai admitted, quite straightforwardly. Then why should I accompany you? Shouldn't you address me as grandma first? That is not how it works. Uncle Nan just said you lost, so you must sleep with me for a night. Before he could finish, Wan spat at him, shameless. Uncle Nan only said that out of courtesy. Technically speaking, you, gas canister, can you honestly say we lost? I don't care, you lost, and you must keep me company for the night. I quickly interjected, Tang Dinao Dai, is this ever going to end? He ceased his protest, yet his stubborn neck clearly signaled his discontent. Old Goody chimed in, how about you two have a rematch? Oh my goodness, infuriated, I felt like kicking him. It was nearly 11 at night, what on earth was a rematch for? I noticed Tang Dinao Dai starting to roll up his sleeves, and I swiftly grabbed him, dragging him away while turning back to say, Fongo, Nuan, may we meet again? Dao Feng chuckled heartily, waving his hand. Nuan huffed, muttering, gas canister. Tang Dinao Dai yelled back, you little brat, remember, you owe me a night, and when the time comes, you won't get a wink of sleep. The door to carriage 7 closed, and I wasn't sure if that girl had heard him. I kicked the door in frustration, cursing, even if I agreed, would you take her to Xingjing, or drag her back to the sleeper? Isn't that nonsense? He dared not retort again. We proceeded forward, passing through the dining car, and returned to our sleeper compartment. The lights had long been turned off. This fellow kicked off his shoes and lay down on the bunk, muttering softly, damn it, one day I'll make her sleep with me, and she'll howl like a wolf. What is there to sleep with? Old Gouda, who had just climbed onto the middle bunk, remarked, it's like a washboard, can't tell front from back, you don't understand a thing. I understand you. I lowered my voice, shut up and go to sleep. No more than 2 minutes after I had scolded him, snoring erupted from across the aisle. Truly heartless, lying on my bunk, I replayed the events of the night in my mind. I had anticipated encountering this group again, though I hadn't expected it to happen so swiftly. Lu Hanan was decent, not deceitful, and quite straightforward. Duan Laogui had a fair reputation in the Dongsan province. Forging a good connection today could lead to future encounters, which was certainly not a bad thing. Yet, I was taken aback by the presence of human traffickers. Such people are the most despicable. For personal gain, they shatter countless families, leaving them in ruins. Take today, for instance, the infant merely months old, who might fare better, as most are sold to childless families. They are often raised as their own, but for children of 7 or 8 years, who can comprehend their plight, it is a grim fate. Many are blinded, have their legs broken, faces disfigured, or even have their hands severed. These gangs drag a truckload of such disabled children, placing them at bus stations and bustling areas to beg. Each child is monitored closely, no one can escape. This is vastly different from Jean Laojiu's training the cubs. In the thieving profession, one must be clever, and hands must be nimble. At least those children do not suffer physical disabilities. The women who are trafficked endure even worse fates. Some are sold to remote mountain areas, forced to marry the bachelors who have long been unable to find wives. Time and again they attempt to escape, only to be caught once more. Their bodies are ravaged, and their spirits tortured. Some are even locked in cages, fed swine fodder, sleeping in dog kennels, neither human nor ghost. If fortunate, they might encounter a kind-hearted man, settle down, and live a life of resignation, but a few years later, rescuers may arrive. On one side is the freedom they yearn for, and on the other, hungry children awaiting sustenance. That is an unbearable torment. There are also some more attractive women, sold to criminal organizations, forced into prostitution. These individuals have no morals, and even less decency. These women swiftly become mere shells of their former selves. I turned over with a long sigh, hoping that these traffickers would receive their just deserts. Such heinous deeds deserve to be struck down by divine retribution. I lost track of time, and with the rhythmic clattering of the tracks, I finally fell into a deep slumber. A night devoid of dreams, oh so sweet. On the morning of the first day of the new year, precisely at 9:37 a.m., the train arrived punctually in the capital. Upon exiting the station, Tang Dinao Dai and Old Gouda were like Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden, gazing in awe at the towering buildings in front of the station, their eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Such lack of ambition, I silently cursed. What does Snow City lack? The square in front of the station. Is there a shortage of tall buildings? I went to the ticket counter to buy a sleeper ticket to Xi'an. Upon my return, I found Tang Dinao Dai had disappeared. I asked Old Gouda, who said he thought he spotted someone he knew and told me to wait. Shortly after, he returned, panting heavily. Bro, I think I just saw Zhang Xiang, he exclaimed. I frowned. Nonsense, how could she possibly come here during the new year? He scratched his head. It really looked like her, I swear. Did you see her face? I inquired. No, he shook his head, only her silhouette, that slim waist and ample backside. Get lost already. Train 41 Wun T depart until 7:50 p.m., arriving in Xi'an the next day at 12:24 p.m. Nearly 17 hours later, there was still plenty of time. Many businesses were closed for the new year. I led the two of them across the overpass, and after a 20-minute walk, we entered a narrow alley. The alley was lined with numerous video halls, each adorned with colorful posters for films like Titanic, The Fifth Element, Air Force One, Jurassic Park 2 of the Lost World, and many Hong Kong films, including Stephen Chow's The King of Comedy and 97's Happy Together, Ekin Cheng's Young and Dangerous 4, Jet Li's Once Upon a Time in China and America, and Jackie Chan's A Good Man. Tang Dinao Dai patted his stomach, saying, Bro, I'm hungry. I pointed to one of the video halls. They have all sorts of food in there. In truth, there were only instant noodles and hot dogs. I was used to it. The food was incredibly delicious. Old Gouda had this one good trait. He wasn't too picky. His downside was that he could eat a lot. He polished off 4 boxes of Kong Shifu braised beef noodles all by himself. The chubby owner of the video hall was overjoyed and even gave him a bag of pickled vegetables as a special treat. After finishing, he patted his stomach, declaring, not bad, just half full. The video hall was filled with a haze of smoke, and despite it being the new year, many people were still there. I wondered why these kids weren't returning home around 2 in the afternoon. I dozed off, and after an indeterminate amount of time, I was startled awake by Tang Dinao Dai's loud voice. Boss, switch to one with color. The chubby owner grumbled, what's the rush? Wait for the late night show. We're getting on the train tonight, no one will check on New Year's. After he finished speaking, a group of kids echoed the sentiment, among them Old Gouda who shouted the loudest. The chubby owner, overwhelmed, relented, saying he could only play a third-rate film, charging each person an extra 2 yuan. Everyone agreed. When it came to me, I asked if I could just sleep instead of watching. He said no. After collecting the money, he locked the door and put on the latest, The Romance of the West Chamber. The story was riveting. To summarize, there were 6 key points. Forget it, is the plot really important? In any case, I thought the 2 yuan was well worth it, truly worth it, until we boarded the train. These two were still debating the plot, and I, being a respectable person, tried to keep my distance from them. We were in carriage 2 after finding our bunks. These two wanted to scout around, but I stopped them. It wasn't for any other reason. I still vividly remembered what happened on K18, where Tang Dinao Dai had tried to get too close to Wan's backside. Having just watched a film that made one blush, I couldn't imagine what would happen next. Better to keep a low profile. Half an hour after the train departed, they kept nagging, and only when it became unbearable did I let them go. The sleeper carriage wasn't crowded, and after a while, a woman in her 50s approached, apparently a latecomer to the sleeper, and settled into the upper bunk above me. She had short hair, a plump figure, and dressed reasonably well, exuding an air of education. Noticing that the middle bunk opposite Old Gouda was vacant, she asked me if this bunk was taken. I replied that it was free. She placed her handbag on the bunk, organized her ticket, and then took out a thermos cup from inside. I said, Auntie, how about we swap? It'll save us the trouble of climbing up and down. She smiled in gratitude, saying her health was fine, and the middle bunk was quite comfortable. I didn't press further. She had no other luggage, turned around, and sat on a folding stool by the aisle of first. She meticulously wiped the table before placing the thermos on it, tilting her head to gaze into the pitch-black night outside. I took out the book The Bronze Age. My eyes scanned the pages, yet not a single word registered. Just moments ago, when she placed her bag on the middle bunk, I had noticed she concealed a substantial amount of cash. Chapter 65. Another plump sheep. This woman possesses a rather conspicuous bulge. She laid cash flat across her abdomen, and due to the sheer volume, it formed 4 stacks side by side, layered 2 deep. 80,000 yuan, no wonder she appears so affluent. This is not a matter of having any supernatural vision, it is purely a conclusion drawn from experience. I cast a sidelong glance at her, contemplating the profession she might be engaged in. A few minutes later, I reached a conclusion. There is an 80% probability that she is a doctor. The reasoning is twofold. First, there is a faint scent of hydrogen peroxide, a disinfectant, about her, so subtle that an ordinary person would overlook it. Second, upon settling onto a folding stool, her first action was to wipe the small tabletop with an alcohol-infused disinfectant cloth. Such a thing is not commonly utilized by those who do not possess a germophobic disposition. Yet, she exhibits no signs of such an obsession. If she did, she would have taken out her own bed linens to lay down before placing her bag. Furthermore, there is an air of restlessness about her, as if she is troubled by something.
The answer is becoming increasingly evident. Her child, who works in Xi'an, is ill. The reason I assert that her child is employed rather than still in school is due to her being over 50. Her child should have graduated long ago. The inference that the ailment pertains to her child rather than a new home purchase arises from the slight anxiety reflected in her expression. Marriage and home buying are joyous occasions. Even if one harbors dissatisfaction towards their partner, it typically incites anger rather than worry. Of course, it is also possible that her husband or parents are unwell. However, my intuition leans toward her child. There is no need for verification, as I possess unwavering confidence in my own observational skills. Nevertheless, it is rather peculiar that she would carry such a substantial amount of cash on her person. As an educated woman, she ought to be aware that depositing money into a postal savings account would suffice, allowing her to withdraw it in another location, albeit with a modest fee. In these times, traveling has become increasingly inconvenient. Aside from postal savings, other banks only permit withdrawals through transfers or remittances. Thus, most individuals conducting business or errands are compelled to carry cash. This, of course, is advantageous for our line of work. Otherwise, how would we survive? At that moment, Tang Dineo and his companion returned, both appearing quite exhilarated. He cast a glance at the woman. Brother, shall we step out for a smoke? I nodded and got up to put on my shoes. I noticed the old rascal stealing glances at her. The three of us made our way to the junction between the carriages, where I produced cigarettes to share with the two. Just as Tang Dineo was about to speak, the old rascal chuckled. Another plump sheep. What are you talking about? Tang Dineo seemed puzzled. I wasn't surprised. Perhaps he could discern the wealth of the family just by a cursory glance at their windows from a building. Yet, the sharpness of his gaze was far from trivial. I exhaled a puff of smoke. Do elaborate. The old rascal rubbed his chin. That woman is hiding quite a sum in her lower abdomen. While I cannot articulate it precisely from her seated posture, I would wager it is no less than 50,000. I inquired how he deduced this. He replied, her posture, it is too unnatural, she clearly does not feel comfortable. Moreover, she seems to be wearing thin fleece pants, and there is a right angle where a stack of cash is pressing against the edge. I further probed, what do you think her profession might be? Someone who works in an office? He fell into contemplation. Tang Dineo remained silent. I chose not to interrupt him. To discern such details in such a short span is already commendable. I could ascertain at least 80,000, as the woman, when she raised her arm to place her bag, afforded me a clear view. In contrast, the old rascal observed her while she was seated, significantly increasing the difficulty of his assessment. He muttered, I detected an alcohol scent, perhaps from a distillery. No, that doesn't seem right. After a moment, he slowly shook his head, a hint of embarrassment creeping in. I raised my thumb in admiration, sincerely praising, old rascal, your observational skills are truly impressive. He rubbed his hands together. Brother, what do you think she does? Most likely a doctor. A doctor? His eyes brightened. I pressed on, can you discern what she intends to do with that money? He was momentarily taken aback, the cigarette between his fingers extinguished before he shook his head. Brother Xiao Wu, my experience is far too limited to make such an assessment. I responded, it is not a matter of experience, but of time constraints. Brother, let's focus on her, he insisted. I turned to Tang Dineo. Dineo, have you briefed the old rascal on our protocols? He nodded. I regarded the old rascal. You should return and carefully observe this individual, then report back to me regarding the purpose of her funds, and then we shall discuss whether we can proceed. Understood. He did not hesitate, tossing the cigarette butt into the ashtray before turning back. I extinguished my cigarette and asked Tang Dineo, so, what have you gathered? In the fourth sleeper carriage, there is a stout fellow. The old rascal claims he is certainly a government official and that the leather bag he carries likely contains gold. I was taken aback. Gold? Indeed. When we passed by, this individual came from the fifth carriage, presumably in a hurry to catch this train, and purchased a sleeper ticket upon boarding. As we crossed paths, the old rascal suddenly propped the leather bag with his hand. He remarked that it was quite heavy, at least 11 to 12 Gene. I leaned my body into the carriage to take a look, only to find the old rascal seated directly opposite the woman, engaged in conversation. I confirmed the position and instructed him to wait for me. The sleeper cars for this train were located at the rear, totaling 6 compartments, numbered from 1 to 6. Beyond the 6th was the dining car, and traversing through the dining car led to the hard seat carriage. I made my way forward, passing through the third carriage, and upon entering the fourth, I encountered a white-bearded old man wearing a director's cap and a black leather jacket, approaching me. He walked at a leisurely pace, and I noticed a pair of restless eyes. This man was an experienced watcher, and despite his apparent age, he did not seem that old. I maintained a nonchalant demeanor as I advanced. In the fleeting moment of our crossing, I detected a scent reminiscent of youth. Indeed, he was not an elderly man. Some may find it difficult to comprehend how the essence of youth differs from that of age. It is true, they are indeed distinct. The scent of the elderly is challenging to articulate, but instinctively, it conveys a sense of decay, akin to the odor of grease. The primary reason lies in the gradual degradation of various senses as one ages, particularly taste. Among the 5 basic flavors, the elderly exhibit the greatest decline in sensitivity to salty tastes, while being most attuned to sour. This chain reaction results in a change in the secretion of skin oils, compounded by infrequent bathing, leading to a unique aroma. Young people, however, exude vitality, even when drenched in sweat. I can assert with certainty that I have never encountered this individual. His eyes were unfamiliar to me, and when he directed his gaze toward me, it bore no emotion.
The 41st train has long been the dedicated line of Gao Qian under the command of the old military figure from Taiyuan, having operated for 4 to 5 years. The old military figure, known by his full name Yang Mingjun, nicknamed Old Jun, is a prominent figure in the Taiyuan circles. Gao Qian has been his subordinate for many years, and this line is well trodden. Could this person be a subordinate of Gao Qian? Yet I had never seen him before. I heard the sound of doors closing behind me. This individual had already moved on to the next carriage. There was no time for further reflection, as I spotted the plump sheep in the lower bunk of the 7th compartment. This individual appeared to be in his early 40s, with a square face and chubby cheeks. He had not removed his shoes and was half reclining in the lower bunk, leaning against a quilt, covered by a coat. In his hand, he held a copy of the reference news, yet his mind was clearly elsewhere. This man exhibited an air of apprehension. Yes, apprehension. Sweat glistened on his nose, his hair was somewhat disheveled, and his small, shrewd eyes darted toward me. I merely cast a fleeting glance before moving on. I did not see the leather bag that Tang Dineo had mentioned. It was likely hidden beneath the quilt or pillow, indicating that the so-called old man who had just passed did not detect the bulge. This is fortuitous. Having a rival could complicate matters. I fear no one, yet it is prudent to avoid unnecessary trouble. If he is indeed a person associated with Gao Qian, I cannot vie for his job, as such behavior would constitute a breach of protocol, stepping over into a territory that does not belong to one S group. In our line of work, such situations frequently arise. Those who understand the rules will invariably greet one another upon boarding and will willingly share a portion after unloading. I have a history with Gao Qian. He knows my character, so there is no need for such formalities. However, if our paths were to cross, I must adhere to the rules. Crossing paths refers to being on the same train. I am confident that Gao Qian and his associates never operate solo, so this individual is likely in the same boat as me, both of us transgressing the line. I shall not dwell on him for now. What I must focus on is deducing the identity of the plump sheep and assessing whether it is viable to make a move. Chapter 66. The confrontation. I arrived at the junction between car 4 and car 5, not in a hurry to return. One thing was abundantly clear: this plump sheep was certainly suspect. The watch on his wrist was an Omega Speedmaster, released in 1986, and on his feet were a pair of luxurious leather shoes. The woolen trousers bore no visible label, yet they were undoubtedly not of inferior quality. Draped over him was an exquisite overcoat made of pure cashmere. By the craftsmanship alone, it was worth several thousand, if not tens of thousands. Too ostentatious, such flamboyance could not possibly belong to a bureaucrat. He was most likely a leader from a state-owned enterprise. How could he not be spending the new year at home, yet exhibit such palpable anxiety? The answer was becoming all too evident. At that moment, 2 conductors and a train attendant approached from car 5, beginning their ticket checks. I lit a cigarette. When they reached me, the somewhat scruffy conductor took my ticket, raising an eyebrow as he inquired, "Car 2? What are you doing over here?" "Oh, just visiting a friend," I replied. "Make it quick and head back. They'll be switching tickets soon." I acknowledged him, and he said nothing further, returning my ticket. The 3 of them entered the compartment, and I stood at the doorway, observing inside. I only ventured in when they reached berth 7. The attendant handed the berth card to the middle-aged rotund man, inserting the paper ticket into the clip. At a glance, I clearly saw that the destination on that ticket was Xi'an. I hurried back. Upon returning, Tang Dineo was still waiting for me, eagerly asking what I had discovered. I said, "Tomorrow morning, you 2 go take a good look at that bag, then find one exactly like it. Before we reach the final station, I will make my move." I intended to pull off a clever switcheroo. Tang Dineo became excited, muttering about striking it rich. The old fellow returned, his expression fluctuating between gloom and clarity. "Xiao Wu, just now, someone passed by." He refrained from mentioning the woman. I tilted my head, peering down the long corridor, spotting the elderly man in a director's hat, slowly making his way back from car 1 to car 2. He had begun his inspection from the very front hard seat and was now retracing his steps to the last sleeper compartment. Did he discern that the woman was carrying cash? "Speak up, he hasn't approached yet," I urged the old fellow. "Just now, an old man in a leather jacket passed by. Something about him feels off. He is likely one of our kind." And Tang Dineo began to curse. "Spit it out, stop dragging your feet." And he must have realized that the woman had something valuable. Indeed. I turned my gaze back into the compartment, my brow furrowing. The woman was holding a space cup, her eyes fixed on the window. The old man sauntered past her, moving leisurely as he adjusted his leather jacket. Simultaneously, his index finger subtly flicked. That this was bad. He had drugged the woman. She remained oblivious, still gazing outside. The old man continued his slow advance, and he noticed me. His eyes, sharp as an eagle's, pierced through the window. I turned back and said, "He is coming to confront us. You 2 don't intervene, just watch." As I spoke, the man pushed open the compartment door. The train was moving swiftly, the clattering of the tracks a monotonous, dull sound. Upon seeing us, he instantly straightened his posture. No one uttered a word. Since both the old fellow and I recognized him, he surely harbored suspicions about us. If he lacked this level of discernment, he shouldn't be in this line of work. I observed his hands. They were slender and delicate, with his index and middle fingers nearly the same length. I slipped one hand into my down jacket pocket, and his eyes narrowed slightly, his entire body tensing. I produced a pack of Hongmei cigarettes, gently flicking the bottom of the box. 2 cigarettes popped halfway out, one higher, one lower. I extended my hand forward. He pinched the higher one with his 2 fingers and extracted it. I chuckled softly, taking the shorter one and placing it in my mouth. This was a display of dominance. He had chosen the longer one, implying, "Here, I'm in charge." I gave him face. Normally, I could have refrained from smoking the remaining short one, but at this moment, I was still uncertain of his identity. There was a possibility that during the New Year festivities, Gao Qian's crew was absent, and this fellow had come out to make some extra cash.
If he truly belonged to Yang Mingjun's faction in Taiyuan, I had to give him this courtesy. He retrieved a box of matches, extracting 2 and striking them lightly with a sharp crack. The match ignited. He didn't offer to light my cigarette first. Instead, he ignited his own, which began to irk me. With half the match still intact, he extended it towards me. I didn't lean in, holding my cigarette while observing the 2 matches. He remained still, and I did not budge, watching as the flame inched closer to his fingers. That it had already ignited, yet I remained unmoving. I had already given him face, and since he was so audacious, I would not indulge his arrogance any longer. Until the matches extinguished, his fingers remained unyielding, which was also a display of his prowess. Just as he withdrew his hand, I swiftly reached out and snatched the matchbox from him. In the fleeting moment of his surprise, I pinched the sides of the matchbox with my thumb and ring finger, giving a gentle push with my middle finger, causing half of the inner box to spring out. Then, my middle finger rolled along the inner box, extracting a match from the wall of the box. With another pinch from my thumb and ring finger, I secured the matchbox between them. Thus, the matchbox danced between my fingers, and with my index and middle fingers, I struck the match against the phosphor strip, igniting it. This maneuver showcased the dexterity of my fingers. As I lit my cigarette, I extended my hand, the match resting in my palm. He reached out with his right hand, covering mine, lightly tapping 3 times with his index and middle fingers on my palm before retracting his hand, simultaneously reclaiming the match. This gesture bore a hint of concession. The 3 taps signified admiration. The use of 2 fingers indicated he was accustomed to making a living with his hands. He took a deep drag of his cigarette, exhaling a perfect circle, then punctured the circle with another plume of smoke, all while fixing his gaze on me. "And how long have you been in this trade?" he asked, ostensibly inquiring about my smoking habits, but the subtext was clear. How long had I been in this line of work? I smiled, just temporarily borrowing a springboard. I didn't divulge the number of years, merely implying I was passing through, not intending to operate in this domain. His eyes reflected a hint of confusion, and he followed up, "Are you from the Rome faction?" I chuckled, just a passerby, no need to flatter me. His expression remained neutral as he nodded, understood. He was asking if I was one of their own. My reply indicated that I had been seen through, and I felt a bit embarrassed. He concluded, "We are all kindred spirits." The atmosphere turned somewhat chilly. He took a couple of strong puffs from his cigarette and added, "Are you interested in joining us? There are many ways to make money." He was essentially asking if I wanted to join forces, suggesting that there were plenty of opportunities for profit. I shook my head, responding, "I've come here to lie low. There's no need to rely on connections." What I meant was that my fellow brothers were merely wandering from place to place, just scattered troops, and there was no need for alliances. His expression soured. He removed the half-smoked cigarette from his lips, flicking the ashen remnants onto the floor. I refused to mimic his actions and instead discarded my cigarette but into the ashtray. He tilted his head, glancing into the compartment, whispering, "That plump sheep is my target. You might want to step aside." Before I could respond, Tang Dineo erupted, "Damn you." The man shot a cold glare in his direction. "Watch your mouth." Tang Dineo, emboldened, retorted fiercely, "Don't think you're tough just because you can speak a few words of street slang. Even if you play with fire and flick your cigarette butts, you're just a tough skin. Tang, have tougher skin, hand over your plump sheep, or else." He chose not to engage in a verbal spat with Tang Dineo but turned back to me, "I don't quite understand. Are you here just to borrow a springboard, or are you attempting to seize my territory?" He was essentially asking, "Brother, didn't you say you were just passing through? Why do you want to encroach on my turf?" I refrained from answering his question, countering with, "As far as I know, this line belongs to Old Gao of Taiyuan. Are you familiar with it?" He paused, his eyes sharpening instantaneously. My implication was unmistakable. Before questioning me, "Who are you? What were you doing?" Seeing that glint in his eyes, I understood, if he wasn't encroaching on Gao Chen's territory, he was likely crossing the line to make a quick profit. We were at an impasse, his gaze locked on my hands while I maintained an air of casualness, even nonchalance. Suddenly, his right hand moved, darting towards my face with a swift, silent strike. His attack was vicious. I saw clearly, a tiny glimmer of cold light flashed between his fingers. It was a brand new scalpel. Chapter 67 of My Name is Hu Ping, and the blade sliced through the air. I took a small step back, effortlessly evading the strike. His move was not particularly seasoned. He swiftly turned his hand and aimed for my chest again. This individual possessed some skill, yet his strikes lacked the necessary ferocity. Had he been a desperate outlaw, he would have aimed directly for my throat. It was hardly surprising, though. Those who dwell in the underworld are often blinded by greed, and the truly audacious are few and far between. The space was too confined. It appeared I had nowhere left to retreat. Suddenly, Tang, with his large head, could no longer contain himself and delivered a powerful kick, accompanied by a loud shout, "You bastard!" I had instructed him not to engage, yet he opted to use his foot. The man swayed slightly and dodged the kick, gliding to the right. He surely did not anticipate that 2 of my fingers awaited him. Before he could execute a third move, my fingers clamped down on his palm, and with a firm twist, the scalpel fell into my hands. Swish, swish, swish. Within 5 seconds, I had unleashed 21 strikes. He stood there, stunned, as the fake beard on his face fluttered away, revealing a young and handsome visage. Judging by his appearance, he could not be more than 2 or 3 years my senior. Just then, as he remained dazed, Tang's second kick landed squarely on his hip bone. Thud, he crashed heavily against the opposite door. In quick succession, his black leather jacket began to peel away, fluttering to the ground. Soon, the beige sweater and autumn shirt he wore followed suit. Mere moments later, he stood shirtless, looking utterly bewildered. Tang let out a hearty laugh. "Wow, this guy's quite fair-skinned." The old man seemed dumbfounded, even forgetting to make a joke. "Why you, who are you?" he stammered, clutching his bare shoulders. I flicked my wrist, whoosh, the scalpel shot through the air like an arrow, embedding itself in his director's cap. I replied nonchalantly, who I am is of little consequence, this line is a high-stakes one. If you cross it, today will serve as a lesson. If you steal from him, return what you have taken. Why? He inquired. Because he adheres to rules better than you do. That lady over there looks distressed. I cannot believe you cannot discern that she is a patient in urgent need of funds, yet you still chose to act. Therefore, you must leave. Do you understand? His eyes no longer met mine, darting around wildly. The old man chimed in, brother, you are right, she is indeed a doctor, visiting her son in Xi'an. She mentioned her son is quite ill, and if it worsens, they must return to the capital. Before he could finish, I heard a voice announcing ticket checks and turned to him, saying, next stop, Baoding, I do not wish to see you again. With that, I pulled open the door to carriage number 2. Just as I was about to step inside, I heard him bitterly declare, my name is Hu Ping'an, I will remember you. I chuckled lightly and stepped forward. Behind me, Tang's voice rang out, I see these sleeves might still be useful. It's quite chilly, better put them on. By the way, I am Tang Yi, and I will remember you. The old man added, I am Yang Yi, and I will remember you. The two erupted into boisterous laughter. I quickened my pace, ignoring them. Oh no, in that brief moment, the woman had settled onto my bunk and was already fast asleep. I picked up the thermos on the table, it still contained a third of the tea. I sniffed it, but could discern nothing. Leaning down for a closer look, I saw she was sleeping soundly, showing no signs of distress. Only then did I breathe a sigh of relief. Otherwise, I would have had to rush back to find Hu Ping'an. Tang returned. Brother, what happened to that old lady? I crouched down, helped her out of her low-cut leather boots, and covered her with a blanket. After neatly placing her shoes, I stood and whispered that Hu Ping'an must have drugged her. It's likely a sedative, so she is not in any danger. From the direction of the door, I heard a reprimanding voice. It seemed the train police were discussing Hu Ping'an. I had no interest in how he would explain himself. That was not my concern. Not if he was clever, he would not dig into my affairs. Of course, if he did say something, I had my methods of dealing with it. The old man then stumbled back, grinning. This guy said his new clothes were of poor quality. They froze while he was having a smoke. I laughed. Such nonsense was hardly believable, even to a fool. The conductor lent him a coat. Before he could finish, he noticed the sleeping woman on the bunk and exclaimed in surprise, what happened here? Is she dead? I scolded him lightly and had the two sit on the bunk, lowering their voices to recount the events. The old man grinned widely. This guy is quite shady. I replied, actually, this is the most effective approach. After all, the sum is substantial and all on him, and one misstep could lead to exposure. Tang complained, that old lady is something else, why carry so much money, and it's so obvious, her belly looks like she is pregnant. I had already analyzed the situation and said, if my guess is correct, this money was likely returned to her by relatives or friends just a day before she left. With it being New Year's Eve, banks were closed, so she opted to carry it for convenience upon arrival. The old man scratched his unkempt hair. Well, I can't very well ask her why she brought so much money. Meanwhile, the conductor and 2 train officers entered the carriage. Hu Ping'an was nowhere to be seen. I said, Tang, you and the old man should lie down. As they settled in, the 3 officers approached. Young comrade, please show us your ticket. I set down my book, and the officer paused. It's you? This train officer sported a scruffy beard and had previously checked my ticket at the carriage connection. I smiled, hello, and then produced my ticket for him. He glanced at it and handed it to the conductor, who exchanged it for a hard plastic sleeper card and handed it to me. What is this? Another officer inquired. Oh, I straightened up and put on my shoes. It's my aunt. She didn't sleep well last night and fell asleep as soon as she lay down. Could you please find her ticket for us? Of course. I replied, rising to look at Tang. Liangzi, hand me my aunt's bag. He was quick to respond, retrieving a bag from beneath his pillow. I had seen clearly that the aunt had placed her ticket in the outer pocket of her bag. I unzipped it, and there it was. The 2 officers and the conductor continued their search until they moved to carriage number 1, after which Tang and the old man began to stir again. The old man nudged toward the sleeping woman. Brother, are you sure? His implication was clearer. With so much money, would we not take it? My expression hardened. Old man, if you wish to continue playing this game with me, you must adhere to our rules. Do you understand? He chuckled. It dawned on me that he was testing me. However, I was not angered. It indicated he still had a line he would not cross. Initially, he had merely claimed that when he was with those gangs, he couldn't bring himself to take anyone's money. But that was just his word, and its credibility was questionable. And now, seeing such a sum of money while the plump target lay sleeping, this was indeed a test of character. Tang sighed, to be honest, this is really frustrating. I laughed, if you're frustrated, go scratch the wall. The old man chimed in, yeah, I feel the same frustration. I retorted, you two can scratch each other, and the 2 foolish boys chuckled. Xiao Wu, how is it going over there? The old man inquired. I quietly recounted what I had observed, then instructed them on what to do next before sending them up. In carriage number 1, the 3 officers were returning. The train had stopped at Baoding. I wiped the fog from the window, leaving my hand damp. Looking outside, I saw a sparse crowd. Hu Ping'an, clad in a railway cotton coat, had his sleeves rolled up as he walked with his head down. Chapter 68 of the performance. As I gazed at the figures disappearing into the crowd, a sigh escaped my lips. This young man appeared quite spirited, with pronounced brows and striking eyes. How had I never encountered him before? Perhaps, like myself, he preferred to wander alone but was simply too desperate in his pursuits. In truth, it seems that in these times, there are fewer and fewer peers with any moral compass. Only a handful of seasoned veterans still cling to the old codes of conduct. There are those who, for decades, have remained steadfast, regardless of who the other party may be. They take only a single piece, leaving the rest untouched. Whether that singular piece amounts to $1 or 5, 10, or even 100, well, that depends on fate. Hu Pingyan wields his single-edged knife skillfully, yet he hesitates to deliver a fatal blow, and his martial arts prowess is lacking. But no martial arts, a sudden thought struck me. With such limited skills, how could he possibly deter Gao Qian and his crew? Setting aside Yang Mingjuan's reputation in Taiyuan, Gao Qian had at least 5 capable individuals with him on the 41st train. Would they allow an outsider to usurp their position? Impossible. The only conclusion is that this fellow was merely taking advantage of the new year to seize a quick opportunity before departing. It was previously rumored that he knew Gao Qian, which likely prompted his drawn blade, indicating that this lad must be a local from Taiyuan. Lost in thought, I was unaware of when I had started driving. Soon, the lights in the cabin dimmed, and I succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening the next morning, I found that the lady across from me was watching me intently. "You're awake," I remarked. She appeared somewhat embarrassed. "I didn't mean to stare, I was just so tired that I fell asleep here." "This must be your friend's bunk, right?" I sat up and nodded. "It's nothing, he is robust and can sleep anywhere." "Are you feeling all right?" "I'm fine, perhaps I've just been resting poorly these past few days." "Do I have a slight headache?" she inquired. "Did you cover me with a blanket?" "Apologies, I merely wanted to ensure you didn't catch a chill." "That's very kind of you." "Thank you." I noticed she had already put on her shoes and, seeing no significant change in her condition, I decided to shift the topic. "Have you taken any medicine?" "I'm fine, I'll feel better soon." After exchanging a few more words, the old man in the upper bunk awoke and began to jostle Tang Danao. The woman felt quite awkward, as she was unaware of whose bunk she had occupied, and she had to apologize profusely to both of them. The two men, clearly lacking in manners, dismissed her concerns with casual indifference. Tang Danao exclaimed, "Bro, we've been holding it in all night, let us go relieve ourselves and stretch our legs." His boisterousness was quite crude, while I usually overlooked it. In this moment it struck me as particularly unrefined. I told them to go ahead and return soon. After about 40 minutes, the woman went to the restroom, and the two men came back, with Danao carrying a black leather bag. The bag appeared quite full and heavy. He placed it on the middle bunk and covered it with his own pillow and blanket. The old man peeked toward the bathroom, muttering, "I've been waiting forever." I understood his implication. When they had left, their hands were empty, and returning with a bag would surely raise suspicions of us. They waited until the woman vacated the restroom before returning to the cabin. I must admit, despite their rough demeanor, these two were quite meticulous in their actions. Tang Danao plopped down on the opposite bunk and whispered, "The bag's the same, but the brand is different. The weight disparity is even more pronounced." The old man replied, "I'm out of options. I found a broken iron plate in the restroom, twisted off 2 valve switches, and even collected 7 water bottles filled with water, which has helped somewhat." He took a seat on a folding stool by the aisle, explaining that he had nearly come to blows with 2 beggars over a few plastic bottles. I motioned for him to come closer, lowering my voice as I outlined our next steps. The three of us rehearsed our plan repeatedly, considering all possible contingencies and finalizing our responses. The woman returned, and we proceeded to the dining car. As we passed the 4th carriage, I stole a glance at bunk 7. The hefty man was still fast asleep, his black leather bag beside his pillow. However, he was cautious, gripping the bag tightly with one hand. 2 identical bags, that would suffice. We continued on to the dining car. Tang Danao remarked, "Why do I feel like that old woman was giving us a look that wasn't very welcoming?" I retorted, "Let us not group us together. It's you two who appear suspicious, not me." The old man chimed in, "Really, I thought I dressed decently." I halted, turning to face him. "Brother, who gave you the audacity? Have you ever looked in a mirror?" He feigned innocence. "What is wrong with me?" "Go take a look at yourself in the mirror. See that bird's nest atop your head, search for any eggs inside. If they hatch, you'll surely be mistaken for their mother." Tang Danao burst into laughter while the old man scratched his head in frustration. I sighed, "We must find time to get you a buzz cut." "Absolutely not," he protested, covering his head with both hands. "I've sported this explosive hairstyle for years, it's my trademark." I chuckled, "That explosive look? You must have set off firecrackers to achieve it." Tang Danao turned and, retreating, asked, "What trademark?" "I hair salon S sign." "Get lost." Before long, noon arrived. In another 20 minutes, we would reach our destination. The attendant knocked on the restroom door. "Is anyone in there?" I tucked away my cards, and the three of us rose to don our coats. Tang Danao pulled the leather bag from beneath his pillow, smiling at the woman. "Auntie, we're heading forward." "Goodbye." She hurriedly returned the book The Bronze Age to me. I noticed she had barely read it, her mind preoccupied. "Goodbye," she smiled politely as she bid farewell. I lingered behind, overhearing her say, "Young man, thank you." After a moment's contemplation, I turned back and cautioned, "Auntie, be wary of pickpockets when disembarking and exiting the station. If you carry valuables, please take care." She appeared momentarily taken aback. I nodded, then turned to leave. We arrived at carriage 4, with the old man entering first. The carriage was chaotic, with many passengers donning their outer garments and others straining to retrieve luggage from the overhead racks. The old man, with a half-full bottle of Gatorade, ambled about leisurely, even taking the time to assist a girl in retrieving her suitcase from above before sitting on a folding stool in the aisle near bunk 7. Moments later, Tang Danao handed me the bag and stepped further inside. I stood at the door, watching. He pretended to make a phone call with a big phone. "Ah, Lou boss, don't worry.
The funds will arrive shortly, just be patient. As he passed by the old man, the hem of his down jacket brushed against the table, knocking over the bottle of Gatorade. The orange liquid spilled across the table and began to cascade onto the floor. Tang Dineo maintained his phone call, glancing at the mess, but continued forward, while the old man seized his arm. "Are you blind?" he scolded. Tang Dineo, still smiling into the phone, replied, "My dear Lou boss, it's merely 2 million, why the rush?" As he spoke, he casually pulled a crumpled $5 bill from his pocket and tossed it onto the table, or it promptly soaked in the beverage. "What the hell are you pretending to be a big shot for?" the old man retorted, refusing to take the money or let go. Tang Dineo lowered the phone and, glancing sideways, said, "Are you sick? Let go." "I won tea." "I said let go." "I just won tea." The old man held his ground. "Say you're sorry." "Sorry to you?" The two began to bicker. A woman in her 40s from the middle bunk of number 7 interjected, "You should apologize for spilling on someone." Her words bore a Jinzhou accent, tinged with disbelief. Tang Dineo barked, "What do you care? Mind your own business." From my vantage point, I couldn't see the state of the hefty man. The argument escalated. As the train had entered the city, the only doors were at the front, forcing passengers to navigate past this commotion while fearing they might be caught in the fray. Soon, the attendant approached. However, she was a woman in her 30s, and her shouts were ineffective. I squeezed closer, casting a sidelong glance. I spotted the middle-aged man seated on his bunk, clearly anxious, clutching the leather bag tightly against his chest. Goodness, this was going to be tricky. Chapter 69 Dalatry Village. The task has become quite challenging. If we were to switch to another group of individuals and the hefty sheep continues to clutch his bag so tightly, it would be exceedingly difficult to swap it out. At this moment, there are merely two options. First, knock him out. Such an action would not rely on skill but rather resemble an act of robbery, akin to the deeds of the underworld. Second, take advantage of the chaos to pickpocket. However, if the old rascal is astute enough to sense this, once the bag is cut open, the heavy gold would spill forth, and whoever attempts this would find themselves in dire straits. Having traversed the world of intrigue for many years, I always compile a list of all potential outcomes before devising corresponding solutions. If one lacks these two skills, would that not be a wasted effort? I exchanged a glance, signaling the initiation of the second plan. The female attendant shouted, "Stop fighting, the police are coming." Yet, Tang's large head paid her no heed, gripping the old rascal's coat collar as if he were holding a chick. "Damn it, why are you so despicable?" The old rascal's hair became even more disheveled, and he defiantly retorted, "How dare you? Don't think your size intimidates me." The two continued their verbal sparring as they tumbled toward the center of the berth. Observing the aisle clear, the passengers hastily grabbed their belongings and squeezed past. With the crowd thick and the space narrow, pandemonium ensued. The train was nearing its stop, and seeing the two unable to be separated, the attendant joined the fray, likely with the naive intention of dragging them apart. I found myself shoved down onto the lower bunk of compartment number 7, right beside the rotund sheep. The woman who had previously spoken out for justice had just descended from the middle berth and stumbled directly onto my lap. I exchanged a knowing wink with Tang, indicating my readiness. With a sudden push, the old rascal was thrust onto the bunk, his head colliding heavily with the sheep's chin. Not a startled "Oh my!" escaped the sheep's lips as he instinctively covered his plump chin with both hands. The old rascal, in his struggle, inadvertently pushed the bag from the sheep's lap to the side, right between myself and the hefty sheep. Pain, confusion, and the sudden weight of a body pressing down would momentarily cause one to forget everything, including the bag that had been clutched so closely. The old rascal fumbled to rise, propping himself up on the bunk as he fought to get up, while Tang relentlessly pounded his back, all the while hurling insults. The sheep, still shielding his chin, found his lower body pinned down and his upper body leaning away toward the window, desperate to avoid further blows. In this position, the old rascal effectively shielded the bag beneath him, concealing it from everyone's view. Meanwhile, I pushed against the woman's back and shouted, "Sister, please get up. You're crushing me." With my other hand, I deftly swapped the two bags beneath the old rascal. The woman struggled to rise, and I hoisted the bag, pushing her with all my might. The scene was utter chaos. In less than 10 seconds, the sheep recalled his bag, reached for the handle, and began to push the old rascal, exclaiming, "Get up, you're squashing me." Observing my movement, Tang seized the old rascal by the back, lifting him as if he were a toy, and the two were once again locked in combat. The old rascal's wild hair was grasped, and he retaliated by clawing at Tang's face. Once I stood, I realized the predicament. The bag in my hand weighed at least 12 or 13 pounds, nearly 4 pounds heavier than the one I had swapped it for. What to do? At this point, there was no viable solution. If the sheep noticed, it would likely be when he attempted to leave with it. The train came to a halt. Ignoring the two, I hurriedly pushed forward with the throng of passengers. The two behind me continued their verbal onslaught, exchanging insults that were increasingly creative and contemptuous. A woman ahead turned back to apologize. "I'm sorry about earlier." I smiled and reassured her it was nothing. It took at least 5 minutes to pass through the doors of the two train cars before I finally disembarked. Clutching the bag, I swiftly exited the station with the flow of people. I recalled a sunken plaza not far ahead, filled with stalls selling travel goods. Unsure if it still existed. Upon inspection, little had changed. I bought a gaudy woven bag and sat on the steps, placing the handbag inside and making a few subtle adjustments. Throwing it over my shoulder, I ascended the steps. At the exit, I leaned against the wall, lit a cigarette, and quietly observed the hurried travelers. Compared to Snow City, the temperature in Xi'an was at least 10 degrees warmer. This sheltered spot was blissfully warm under the midday sun, reminiscent of a cozy embrace. The last time I had departed from here was in the spring of 1990, and now, nearly 8 years had swiftly passed.
I wondered how the old matriarch was faring. Strangely, a wave of nostalgia washed over me, and my heart began to race. Sheathed station was indeed bustling, even on the second day of the new year. So many travelers. In that brief moment, I spotted at least 7 or 8 fellow travelers, alongside numerous beggars, including 5 disabled children, 4 elderly women, and 3 old men. They all appeared ragged and pitiable, with the children targeting solitary women, tugging at their clothing and refusing to let go. Most of my fellow travelers wielded single-edged knives, with a few using tweezers. Their techniques were remarkably swift, transferring their goods almost instantly. Not far off, 2 policemen were chatting, seemingly oblivious to the chaos around them. It was just as disorderly as it had been in the past. A woman concealing a hard item emerged, her cashmere coat buttoned tightly, her handbag strategically placed in front of her. I silently nodded in approval, relieved that my efforts were not in vain. I could only hope for her child's safety. Suddenly, I sensed someone watching me and quickly turned around. The crowd rushed past, all backs to me. How peculiar. Doubts crept in. Though it was merely a feeling, my instincts had always proven accurate, and this sensation of being scrutinized was unsettlingly palpable, causing the hairs on the back of my neck to stand on end. Looking back toward the exit, I spotted a large head in the crowd, casually munching on a bright red apple. Not far behind was the old rascal, sporting a disheveled hairstyle and striding confidently. Those 2 had keen eyes, as they immediately recognized me but chose not to approach directly, opting instead to head toward the bus station. At that moment, the middle-aged hefty sheep emerged as well, collar turned up, head slightly bowed, walking briskly while clutching the bag I had swapped. It seemed he remained unaware of the switch, likely due to the heightened tension. As I watched him recede into the distance, I glanced back at the 2 policemen, hesitating. After much contemplation, I decided against it. The risk was too great. I would simply carry the woven bag and depart. I remained vigilant throughout my journey, yet that initial feeling of unease did not return. Or upon reuniting with the 2, we did not seek a place to inspect the contents of the bag. Such was the code of our trade. One must not divide the spoils along the way. As the old saying goes, all things remember their original owner, and one must devise ways to reclaim what was lost, to sever its ties. In the square before the station, Tang pointed at the station building and asked, "Old rascal, what do those 2 characters remind you of?" The old rascal gazed at the blue-topped, white-walled structure and replied, "Noodle skins." Both men burst into laughter, thoroughly enjoying the moment. I chided them playfully, "Stop rambling." After traversing the expansive square and walking for quite some time, we finally flagged down a taxi. "Driver, to Dallow Tree Village." I instructed. The driver replied, "It's not close, 300. "Shall we go?" Behind me, Tang began to curse, "Damn it, use the meter, are you trying to cheat us?" The driver glanced at the rearview mirror, likely noting our northeast accents and the 3 young men in the back, and chose not to argue further. The ancient city walls loomed majestically, and upon seeing this familiar sight, I couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. The 2 rascals in the back ceased their bickering, their heads bobbing left and right, quietly gazing out the window, a rare moment of compliance. As we exited the city and merged onto the national road, the taxi drove along the Weishui River, heading southwest. After more than an hour, we arrived at the village entrance. The meter read 168 yuan. After paying, I grabbed the woven bag and stepped out, the 3 of us meandering into the village. My steps became involuntarily lighter as I greedily inhaled the air, which was rich with the scent of earth and the lingering aroma of firecrackers. This fragrance transported me back to the second day of the new year in 1990. On that day, Sun Jun, Sun Wei, and brother Sun Xiang had come to pay their respects to the old matriarch. I remained in my bedroom, not venturing out initially. The atmosphere outside was joyous and harmonious. However, after about half an hour, I began to hear raised voices. Occasionally, snippets of their conversation reached my ears. It seems Sun Xiang wanted something, and the old matriarch was scolding someone. Later, I heard mentions of Lin Zexu and the Opium War, leaving me utterly confused. I contemplated stepping outside but recalled the old man's admonition, deciding against it. Another 20 minutes passed, and the 3 of them left without having eaten. When I emerged, the old man's expression was somewhat displeased. I refrained from asking questions, and he did not bring it up again. Tang's large head scanned left and right. "Brother, do you think the old matriarch lives around here? It looks quite similar to the previous 3 families." I remained silent, quickening my pace. 2 elderly men approached, and I raised my hand, calling out, "Grandpa Song, Grandpa Wang." Both men froze momentarily, then, as if they had seen a ghost, turned and fled. Chapter 70 of the ruins. I stood there, utterly bewildered. What was happening? Tang Dana shouted, "Hey, old man, why are you running?" The old curmudgeon scratched his wild hair, muttering, "What is going on?" At this age, still acting like a fool, a wave of inexplicable irritation washed over me as I dropped the woven bag in my hand and sprinted towards the old Buddha's residence. 2 minutes later, I found myself standing before a scene of desolation. The sight before me was one of utter ruin. The dilapidated courtyard was riddled with deep craters, the foundation of the house lay strewn with withered grass, and the scattered, broken wooden beams bore the unmistakable marks of a fierce fire. What had transpired here? I stood there, as if in a stupor. Behind me, I could hear heavy breathing. It was Tang Dana and the old curmudgeon who had caught up with me. They muttered, "Damn, what happened here?" I ventured into the courtyard, my heart growing increasingly uneasy. The once sturdy fence had long since fallen into disrepair, and the blue stone slabs were scattered haphazardly. The earthen beds on either side of the garden lay choked with yellowing weeds. This was not a recent event, it appeared to have occurred some time ago. Standing amidst the debris, I observed closely. The fire had been substantial, all the furniture had been reduced to ashes, and even the bricks and tiles were charred black. Strangely, it was evident that everything had been disturbed. Many areas had clearly been excavated and then filled back in, with some spots having been dug up repeatedly. For instance, the old Buddha's bedroom. Thought someone had been searching for something. What could it possibly be? I stood motionless among the ruins, my mind racing yet simultaneously blank, unable to comprehend anything. Brother! Brother? It was Dana calling my name, his voice both distant and immediate. Someone was shaking my shoulder. I felt as if I had awoken from a dream. What is wrong? Look, I turned around to see a dark crowd gathered in the courtyard, all villagers from Deyulio village, each wielding farming tools, either hoes or shovels. Uncle Zhang? I called out to a stout man, the very same from whom I had stolen 2 chickens years ago. The old Buddha, being stingy, had only compensated him 20 yuan. He raised his hoe, pointing it at me, and shouted, "Woo, you little brat, tell me, was this your doing?" I was struck as if by lightning, utterly confused. What did he mean? Were they suspecting me of arson? The crowd surged closer. Tang Dana and the old curmudgeon hurried to intervene. Only then did I notice the woven bag in the old curmudgeon's hand. Dana stretched out his arm and shouted, "Hey, hey, hey, let us talk this out. What is going on here?" Gradually, my senses returned, and I quickly said, "Dana, curmudgeon, step aside." I strode forward confidently. Uncle Zhang, Grandpa Song, Grandpa Wang, I greeted each one in turn. Their faces were cold and unyielding. Someone shouted, "The village head is coming." Village head Yang parted the crowd and approached me, his sharp gaze scrutinizing me from head to toe. He barked, "Wu, you coward, how dare you show your face here?" "Grandpa Yang, why do you say that?" I asked him. He gestured towards the ruins. "Tell me, was this your doing?" "How could that possibly be?" I exclaimed. "I left this place 8 years ago and have not returned. How could it be me?" "Is it really not you?" He fixed his intense gaze on me. "It truly wasn't me. What happened to the Buddha, old Qing, and Shang Sa?" A voice from the crowd shouted, "How dare you ask? They were all burned to death because of you, you little brat." I stood there once more, struck dumb. Dead, all 3 of them. How could this be? I refused to believe it. I could not accept that the old curmudgeon was dead. How could he possibly have died? I grasped the village head's shoulder tightly. "Grandpa Yan, please tell me, what transpired?" The crowd became chaotic. Some shouted for me to let go, while others thrust their farming tools towards me. Dana and the old curmudgeon also started reaching out, trying to prevent a few individuals from attacking me, and chaos ensued. "Seize him, take him to the police station." I couldn't tell who shouted, but the 3 of us were already surrounded. The crowd only grew larger. Watching as Dana and the old curmudgeon were struck by several hoes, I realized this situation could not continue. I shouted, "Stop, stop, I will go to the police station with you." The tumultuous crowd gradually quieted. I said, "Village head, I merely came to visit the Buddha. I had no knowledge of what had occurred. Since you suspect me, I cannot clarify anything further. I will go to the police station with you." Brother, Dana was anxious. I winked at him and snapped, "Get lost, this has nothing to do with you too, scram." Then I turned back to the village head. "They are my friends who accompanied me, let them go." The village head nodded. "All right, then let us head to the police station." Half an hour later, I found myself seated in the interrogation room of the town police station. It had been years since I had entered such a place. The iron chair was still as hard, making my backside cold. 2 police officers sat opposite me, the older one holding my identification card, his eyelids lifted as he asked, "Wu Aigua, on the night of April 2nd, 1990, where were you?" I was on train 81 heading to Guangzhou, for a total of 28 hours and 14 minutes. After disembarking, I had some misunderstandings with people and was detained in the 3rd detention center of Baiyun district for 11 months and 3 days. You can verify all of this. This was the reason I dared to come here. If the incident involving the old Buddha occurred within 11 months of my departure, I had ample alibi. Even without this, I could not resort to violence against the villagers. "Good, you can take a break for now. I will investigate and return," the officer said, taking my identification card and leaving. The remaining officer, holding a pen, glanced at me. "Officer, could you tell me what exactly happened?" He ignored me. I had no choice but to sit there quietly, my mind racing as I meticulously analyzed the situation. Regardless of whether the old Buddha was truly in danger or not, the house had burned down, and it was undoubtedly the work of an enemy. Who could it be? I had never heard him mention anyone with such deep-seated enmity. Upon reflection, the only suspects were the Sun brothers from the city. The relationship between the old Buddha and them was enigmatic, resembling that of a teacher or benefactor, but certainly not that of friends. Furthermore, what had they argued about on the 2nd day of the new year, and why would the villagers suspect me? They say there is no smoke without fire. It couldn't be that they pointed fingers at me without reason. Could it be that the Sun brothers targeted the old Buddha, and conveniently, I had just left, thus pinning the blame on me? The thought sent a chill down my spine. If that were the case, the Sun brothers would certainly have someone in the police station. Upon learning of my appearance, would they not attempt to frame me? As the idea took root, I began to feel uneasy, casting another glance at the officer who was reading a newspaper. For now, all I could do was pray, hoping that by the time the investigation was conducted, all parties involved would have let their guard down. Or perhaps their connections at the upper echelons of the city police would be less aware, coupled with the frequent personnel changes in recent years, leading them to overlook this matter. After approximately 40 minutes, the earlier officer returned. Seeing him alone, I sighed in relief. He tossed my identification card onto the iron table. "Keep it safe, you can leave now." "Officer," I tucked my ID away and asked, "the old Buddha once had kindness towards me. Could you tell me what happened?" His gaze was far from friendly. I understood. After such an uproar, my past indiscretions had been dragged into the light. I took out a cigarette, offering him one politely and respectfully.
After taking a couple of puffs, he finally spoke. On the night of April 2, 1990, at 11:10 p.m., a fire broke out at the home of Jean Yusin in Deyuliu village. He paused, likely noticing the confusion on my face, and asked, "You don't know who he is?" I was taken aback. Is that the Buddha's name? The fleeting smirk at the corner of his mouth indicated his disdain. I grasped his implication. I spoke of gratitude, yet didn't he even know the man's name? But such is the nature of this world. For instance, I still didn't know whether Tang Dana's full name was Tang Liang or something else entirely. I hadn't asked, nor had he volunteered the information. I was perplexed. Jean Yusin, a surname of Jean, and a man from the capital, could he possibly be connected to the Aizen clan? Chapter 71:3 kilograms of gold. The police officer continued. When the villagers arrived, the flames were already too fierce to salvage anything. It wasn't until dawn that the fire was extinguished, and the 3 individuals had been reduced to charred remains. Upon further analysis, it seems they were likely caught off guard. Having gone to bed late, they succumbed to the smoke once the fire broke out. I inquired, why am I being suspected? No one knows how the rumor originated. They say that a teenager from the Jean family left the morning of that catastrophic fire, leading everyone to suspect your involvement. Rumor? I was taken aback. Where did such a rumor come from? I asked again, has the case been closed? Was it arson or an accidental fire? He shook his head and offered no further explanation. All right, you may leave now. With that, he returned to his desk, beginning to tidy up the items atop it. I exchanged a few polite words, not wishing to linger any longer. I collected my mobile phone, bank card, keys, and some change from the duty room before departing the police station. At 6 in the evening, I arrived at a dumpling restaurant in the city. During the festive season, there were few restaurants open. I in a private room. The 2 had already been waiting for me for quite some time, and the proprietress brought in a fresh pot of hot tea. She was exceedingly cordial, explaining that with the holiday, the dishes would be served slowly, and asked for our understanding. After exchanging a few pleasantries, I recounted the events to them as soon as she left, which left them both quite astonished. Tang, with a heavy heart, lamented, "So they died just like that." I still wanted to inquire about that deceased master of mine. The old curmudgeon remarked, "This is truly tragic. Who could have done such a thing? The situation could not possibly be so straightforward." I could scarcely believe that the old gentleman had perished. I reached for the woven bag, unzipped it, and took out the wallet inside. A mere glance confirmed that neither of them had tampered with it. The zipper of the wallet had a dark fiber from the woven bag wedged in it. Unless one scrutinized it closely, it would be entirely undetectable. It was not that I was suspicious of their integrity, nor did I wish to test them repeatedly. In the world we navigate, one must remain vigilant, particularly with the old curmudgeon, who had only recently been in my company. For the sake of wealth, men may meet their demise, and birds may perish for food. If there truly were gold within, any unforeseen events would not be surprising. For instance, he could have discarded Tang and fled alone with the woven bag. Or perhaps the 2 of them left Daliasha village, opened the wallet without my knowledge, and abandoned me in their escape. Even if one were to kill the other en route, I would find it unsurprising, only filled with sorrow for my ill fortune and companions. Wealth has the power to incite violent confrontations between long-loving spouses, sever ties between blood brothers, and can lead an individual to lose all sense of reason. Now that both individuals were present and the wallet remained untouched, I found their character worthy of trust. I felt a surge of reassurance and secret delight, indicating that my judgment was not at fault. I unzipped the wallet. Atop it lay a red sweater. Upon removing it, I found an old set of autumn clothing and 2 rolls of toilet paper. After extracting all the items, even with my extensive experience, I was momentarily taken aback. Tang and the old curmudgeon leaned closer, both astonished with mouths agape. Inside were tightly packed stacks of blue banknotes, all bound with rubber bands. I began to pull them out, fearing the waitress might walk in, so I tossed them into the woven bag. The sound of money being thrown was truly delightful. There were a full 30 stacks, amounting to precisely 300,000. Once the money was removed, a layer of gold bars was revealed beneath, shaped somewhat like a small plastic lighter, albeit considerably smaller, each piece gleaming with a resplendent golden hue. I extracted a bar marked with a steel stamp 50G, and beneath it, 99. 9. After handing it to Tang, I began my calculations. There were a total of 60 bars, and my poor mathematical skills left me calculating for quite some time. 3 kilograms? How much cash would 100,000 yuan weigh? All along, I had relied on experience and intuition, remaining somewhat oblivious to numbers. I desperately recalled having seen in a magazine that 100,000 yuan weighs approximately 1,150 grams, which would make 300,000 yuan weigh 3,450 grams. Altogether, that amounts to over 6 kilograms. No wonder the old man said this package must weigh around 11 or 12 pounds. Those 2 were gnashing their teeth on the gold bars while I pondered my next steps. If memory serves correctly, the gold price should hover around 95 to 109 yuan per gram. Even if we assume 100 yuan per gram, 3 kilograms would equate to 3,000 grams, amounting to 300,000 yuan. Adding that to the previous 300,000 yuan, we would have a total of 600,000 yuan. Fearing my calculations might be erroneous, I asked the old man for a piece of paper and a pen, scribbling for quite some time, producing hieroglyphs of sorts. Indeed, it was such a substantial sum. I confess, this was the first time I had ever laid eyes on such an amount of money. Brother, Tang's large face leaned in. I want a big gold chain. You look like a big gold chain. I snatched the gold bar from his hands, rubbed it against him in jest, and pocketed it. The old man reluctantly handed over his gold bar to me as well. The waiter began to serve our dishes, and I tucked my handbag into a woven bag, kicking it under the table.
The steamed buns were steaming in the bamboo steamer as soon. The stir-fried mixed soup, crispy tripe, and lamb and water basin arrived. The three of us dined and conversed. Those two had voracious appetites, clearly still in a state of excitement. I doused their enthusiasm with cold water. Don't celebrate too soon, these yellow fish need to be offloaded quickly, and the price won't be too high. Both of them widened their eyes in surprise. I continued, I can't leave, I must stay to investigate this matter while you two make a trip to Guangzhou. Tang, his mouth full of steamed buns, asked, why go so far? Do you think I want to? I shot him a glare. 3 kilograms of yellow fish is not something just anyone can handle, and I don't have suitable contacts here. Therefore, you both must make the trip. Additionally, with the current gold price at around 100 yuan per gram, we could possibly sell it for 60 yuan per gram. Once sold, deposit the money immediately. Once you handle things smoothly there, we can stay in touch by phone to coordinate our next steps, understood? Brother, Tang mumbled, his voice barely audible, could you get me a gold chain, even if it's hollow? Look at those big shots, with shaved heads, adorned with gold chains, clutching little handbags and flamboyant cell phones. Oh, they're so impressive. As he spoke, he nearly drooled. Stop dreaming. That's frivolous and ostentatious. What else can you do with that? I scolded him with irritation. The old man smacked his lips, clearly yearning for a chain but too timid to voice it. I took a bite of the crispy tripe. It was quite delightful. The seasoning was rich, and the tripe was tender. Tomorrow morning, I'll deposit the 300,000 yuan. If we can sell it for 60 yuan per gram, you'll each take home 180,000 yuan, but you must be exceedingly cautious. I had too many warnings to dispense, and my patience wore thin. This was an unavoidable necessity. I couldn't carry such a substantial amount of gold while having them accompany me. A common man is innocent, yet possessing wealth can be a crime. With so many yellow fish, it was imperative to sell them swiftly. I pulled out my mobile phone and made a call. Uncle Jia, hello, it's Xiao Wu. Wu Zai, the voice on the other end laughed heartily. Are you in Guangzhou? My linguistic skills were commendable, and I spoke fluent Cantonese. I relayed the situation without disclosing the specifics of what we intended to sell, merely indicating that someone should reach out to him in the coming days. After hanging up, I added, the person I just called is Uncle Jia, a well-known figure in Guangzhou. Though his connections may be somewhat wild, he is cunning. You two must be shrewd. We continued to eat and chat, not having a single drop of alcohol. Before leaving, I stowed the money back in the handbag and neatly folded the woven bag, placing it inside. It was 9 o'clock in the evening. We arrived at the Xi'an Hotel, located at 58 North Chang'an Road. It was their first time staying in such an upscale hotel, and they walked with an air of excitement. While checking in, a woman passed through the lobby, and their eyes were glued to her, their mouths agape. It wasn't just the thrill of newfound wealth. Staying in such an expensive hotel was primarily for security. With so much cash and gold, a modest inn would hardly provide a good night's sleep, and I still had to head out shortly after arranging for them. I returned to my room, lifted the thick mattress, and placed the handbag in the empty bedbox before leisurely exiting the hotel. I simply could not believe that the old empress would perish. 20 minutes later, I stood across the street from the Noble nightclub. Fortunately, they remained open during the new year, or I would have found it impossible to locate the trio, as I had no idea where they were staying. Years ago, I had been coerced at gunpoint by Sun Xiang and Sun Laosan, riding in their van. Arriving at this very place, it was also here that I first encountered that stubborn old man. With my home in Daliashu village lost, the vast city of Xi'an was now my only link to them. The nightclub was ablaze with neon lights, and luxury cars lined the entrance. I lit a cigarette, leaning against a tree, observing in silence. Half an hour passed, yet I had not spotted any of the Sun brothers. I did not recklessly barge in, for Tang and his companion had yet to depart, and with so much cash and gold unprocessed, I needed to be free of any entanglements before taking further action. Otherwise, a single misstep could lead to a cascade of errors. I noticed a dilapidated white Jetta parked at the roadside, its engine off, with at least 2 individuals inside. The vehicle had been stationary for quite some time, and its occupants were evidently observing something. Who could they be? Chapter 72 of the nightclub of affluence. At 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning, after the white Jetta had driven away, I made my way back. Along the way, I slipped into a hardware store. I must admit, it is rather embarrassing. Among the 3 trades of wrongman, I have learned high buying, diligently practiced picking locks, yet I truly lack skill in breaking and entering. After fumbling for quite some time, I was unable to unlock the iron general. In desperation, I picked up a hammer from the corner and smashed it open. 10 minutes later, I emerged with 2 canvas bags emblazoned with mechanical equipment. Inside were several bearings, 2 boxes of faucets, door handles, locks, switches, various tools, and several bundles of white labor protection gloves. Just before leaving, I tossed 200 yuan on the counter. I was unsure if it was sufficient, but I presumed it was close enough. Such behavior today was undoubtedly crossing a line. However, with no businesses open during the festive season, I had no other recourse. Upon returning to the hotel, I retrieved a leather bag from under the bed and carefully placed gold bars into the labor protection gloves. I lined the bottoms of the 2 canvas bags with some gloves, then set the gloves containing the gold bars atop them. One bag held 30 bars. I layered a few more bundles of gloves on top and added a copy of the Bronze Age into one of the bags, suspecting I would have no time to read it in the coming days. I intentionally left the zippers of the bags slightly open, allowing anyone to glimpse inside at a glance, ensuring no one would take an interest. After all this fuss, it was already past 2 o'clock, and I hurried off to bed. The next day, after breakfast, we exited the hotel. As I had scoped out the area upon leaving the previous night, I knew of a nearby salon that was open. The sound of firecrackers filled the air, and as we approached within 20 meters, the old man reacted, turning to flee. I swiftly grabbed his hair. Where do you think you're going?
Brother Xiaowu, you're my real brother, I truly can't get a haircut, I really can't, it's my signature look, my trademark signature my foot. You look like a chicken coop, get inside now. Thus, he was subdued in a chair by me in Tang Dineo. The salon was small, with 4 chairs and only one barber. The young man had slender eyes and wore a simple ponytail, twisting his supple waist as he smiled and asked, "So early, do you want a perm?" I waved my hand dismissively, "Just a buzz cut." He looked momentarily bewildered, and realizing he didn't understand, I quickly corrected myself, "A crew cut." Before long, a neat and handsome young man appeared in the large mirror. Both Tang Dineo and I were taken aback, simultaneously exclaiming, "How splendid, this is so clean." No exaggeration, the old man had a fine appearance, and with some makeup, he could easily pass for a young lady. After another wash and a blow-dry, he nearly cried. Clutching his head, the barber escorted us to the door, leaning against the frame and calling out in a sing-song voice, "My name is Tony, welcome to visit again." I couldn't shake the feeling that during the haircut, his gaze kept drifting towards me, which made me hurry away. The old man behind me lamented, "Slow down, it's freezing cold." Tang Dineo and I burst into laughter upon returning to the hotel. I picked up one of the bags, and Tang Dineo grinned, "This is way too heavy." Having concealed the 300,000, I slipped 1,000 yuan into the old man's pocket. The 3 of us descended the stairs, checked out of their rooms, and sent them off in a taxi. I informed the driver about the 9:53 train, urging him to hurry or else they would miss it. After they departed, I searched for a bank nearby to deposit the 300,000, but none were open. I then wandered through a nearby mall, purchasing a pair of Senda leather shoes, a white shirt from Jinli, and a set of deep gray plaid woolen suits. Finally, I begrudgingly bought a Benny leather coat. The total expenditure amounted to over 10,000 yuan, a level of extravagance I had never experienced before, leaving me with a tinge of guilt. Back at the hotel, I took a shower and pondered how to manage the 300,000. After much reflection, I realized I couldn't carry it with me. I retrieved the leather bag from under the bed and headed to the bathroom. Climbing onto the sink, I pried open the maintenance hatch in the ceiling. Upon inspection, there were no signs of previous leaks, thus, I stuffed the bag inside. If there had been repairs, this would not be a secure spot. Water leaks are the most troublesome. Once it starts, it can become an endless cycle. As long as there were no issues in the near future, I could return to retrieve it later. After sealing the maintenance hatch, I hopped down from the sink and erased any traces of my actions. After washing my hands, I collapsed into bed, falling into a deep slumber. Half asleep, I received a phone call of those 2 fools had finally boarded the train, and everything was proceeding smoothly. I was jolted awake by the cacophony of firecrackers outside, drenched in sweat. Staring out into the pitch blackness, it took me a while to remember where I was. After freshening up, I changed into new clothes both inside and out, stuffing the old ones into the previously mentioned woven bag. I wrapped the charger for my mobile phone and tucked it into the pocket of my leather coat. After breakfast, I checked out. I discarded the empty leather bag from the fatty in a passing garbage truck and tossed the woven bag into a trash bin. It was a pity about my new down jacket, but such is the nature of this profession, it is best to act swiftly and lightly, for no one will spare a thought for these things. At 9 o'clock in the evening, I returned to the nightclub of affluence. Upon exiting the taxi, I noticed that the white Jetta from the previous night had reappeared by the roadside. They say a man is judged by his attire, and a horse by its saddle. Even dogs prance joyfully with bells, clad in my ensemble worth over 10,000. As soon as I walked through the club's entrance, a young server immediately rushed over, bowing and calling me boss. Standing on either side were rows of stunning women, their cheongsams slit to reveal long, fair thighs that dazzled the eye, all bowing in unison. "Boss, good evening, welcome to the nightclub of affluence." "Boss, will you be alone?" or the server led the way. Swish, 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 the gazes of the beautiful women all converged on me. I must admit, this feeling was intoxicating. "Just one," I declared. "Would you prefer a private room or the main hall?" "Very well, this way please." The hall was awash in dim, seductive lighting, exuding an atmosphere thick with allure. I settled into a small booth diagonally across from the stage. A male singer was passionately belting out 2 hongdongs, "Farewell My Concubine," while the band played energetically, the drummer bare-chested and the guitarist with flowing locks. A fruit platter and a dozen beers had just been served when the madam entered, accompanied by over 10 girls. "Good evening, boss," the girls chimed. Adorned in vibrant attire, the madam, heavily made up, wiggled her ample backside and plopped down beside me. "Such a handsome young man, all alone, huh?" Hee. Her laughter resembled a hen laying eggs, and I couldn't pinpoint the cheap perfume she wore, but the overwhelming scent of low-quality cosmetics filled the air. To be honest, I was quite innocent. This was my first time in such a setting. I feigned calmness, but internally, I felt a flutter of nerves. "Hey there, handsome, take a look at these sisters, why not keep a couple to accompany you?" The kaleidoscopic lights obscured their features, but they all appeared quite attractive. I casually pointed to one girl. "I'll take her. Kiki, come here quickly." The girl named Kiki sauntered over, her slim waist swaying, and gently leaned against my shoulder. "Have fun, handsome, if you're not satisfied, just call for me." With that, she led the other girls away. The male singer exited the stage, and the venue grew significantly quieter. "Brother," Kiki softly inquired, "what's your surname?" Her accent was so neutral that I couldn't discern her origins. "My surname is Tang," I replied. "Tangu," she quickly adjusted, then asked, "Are you just drinking beer?" I tilted my head and looked at her. "Don't you like it?" At that moment, I realized this girl bore a striking resemblance to Zhang Xiang. For reasons unknown, I had randomly pointed her out. "If Brother Tang likes it, then I like it too," she declared, taking a bottle and handing it to me, then grabbing another. "Cheers." I was somewhat taken aback.
I had previously heard that the girls in such places would demand expensive foreign liquor in various styles. The female singer took the stage, and the music started. She leaned in close and asked, "Shall we dance?" I caught a delightful scent, sweet and enticing. I declined, stating I preferred her company for now. The dance floor was bustling with people, likely those who brought their wives, each one round-bellied, cradling their colorful companions. I asked Kiki, "What are those guys over there up to?" She glanced over. "The ones you mean, the one in the leather suit is surnamed Han, we call him Han Wu, or fifth brother," she trailed off. I turned back to her, noticing a hint of wariness in her large eyes, lined with blue eyeshadow. I chuckled, changing the subject. "This nightclub has been around for quite some time, hasn't it?" She replied, "Yeah, it seems to have been around for 8 or 9 years. "And how long have you been here?" "Half a year." I raised my beer bottle, clinking it against hers, and we drank the contents down. The atmosphere between us grew increasingly intimate. I caressed her smooth thigh, sharing a few light-hearted jokes, which soon had her giggling uncontrollably. A woman went to a masquerade ball wearing black socks and black gloves, stepping out of a car without any clothes. The doorman wouldn't let her in, saying it was a masquerade, and asked what she was dressed as. She spread her legs and raised her hands, exclaiming, "Can't you see? I am the 5 of spades." She playfully pounded her small fists against my chest, pouting, "Brother, you're so naughty." The band finished their set, and the sound engineer played a gentle tune, dimming the lights one by one. "Come on, let us dance," she urged, standing up and taking my hand. The dance floor was crowded, but movement was restricted to the area around our booth. As the last light extinguished, Kiki wrapped her arms around my waist, her body pressed tightly against mine, her bosom warm and inviting. I stroked her back, my thoughts wandering elsewhere. After a while, her voice, soft and dreamy, floated into my ear. "Brother, you're so tall and handsome, I must admit, everyone loves to hear flattering words." The song lingered on, and my legs began to feel a little numb. As the music softened, the dim lights gradually brightened. I noticed many hands slipping beneath their partner's clothing. The atmosphere between the two of us continued to grow more congenial. "Brother, let us get a small room. I can show you some good stuff." The bait was set. "What stuff?" I feigned ignorance. "Come on," she laughed, pulling me along. She requested a small room. I was all too familiar with this corridor, unchanged since the old days. Before long, the server brought over the fruit platter and beer, along with several small dishes filled with sunflower seeds, pistachios, and chewing gum. Once the server left, she produced 2 pink pills from her pocket. "Just take one, and within half an hour, you'll be floating on cloud 9, chapter 73. A single misstep can lead to a lifetime of regret. Gazing at the pink pill nestled in her palm, I realized my suspicions had been validated. My purpose for being here was to uncover the connection between the venerable old man and the Sun brothers. As a rootless outsider in the city of Xi'an, investigating these 3 individuals posed an extraordinary challenge. Although only the youngest, Sun Xiang, had seen me before, I could not approach them through employment or any other means, for encountering Sun Xiang would inevitably expose my intentions. I had contemplated alternative strategies, such as making a direct appearance to observe their reactions. However, that would fully disclose my identity. It was far wiser to remain concealed until the opportune moment to reveal myself. I even considered the audacious notion of kidnapping one of the trio and coercing them into divulging the truth, yet, I was merely a thief, not a member of the underworld, and certainly not a ruthless criminal. This business was entirely unfamiliar to me, and certainly not my forte. I recalled the quarrel from the second day of the new year when the venerable old man mentioned Lin Zexu and the opium destruction at Human. Thus, an audacious hypothesis began to take shape. Could it be that the elder was at odds with them due to Sun Air's involvement in the trafficking of such substances? My understanding of this matter was limited, as I had not conducted any research. It was 1990. Did such things even exist then, or was it some other variant? These uncertainties compelled me to disguise myself as a patron, seeking an opportunity for a breakthrough. 180 for a pill, brother, interested? She leaned closer, her sparkling eyes glistening like dew. "Once you take it, you'll feel invincible." Though I had never experienced it, I understood her intent. In the private room, it was just the two of us. If we were to indulge together, I would need to purchase 2 pills, costing a total of 360 yuan. Selling such items was certainly lucrative, and she, too, would benefit from it. Coupled with the service charge, her earnings for the night would be substantial. "All right," I replied, reaching for the pills. However, she withdrew her hand. "Brother, you need to pay in cash. I have to hand it over shortly." I extracted 100 yuan notes from my shirt pocket, declaring, "The rest is yours." She gleefully accepted, flashing a sweet smile. "Thank you, brother." I took the pink pill she offered, finding nothing remarkable about it. She tossed the remaining pill into her mouth and washed it down with a bottle of beer, then tilted her head to gaze at me. I opened my mouth and tossed the pill in, where it promptly slipped beneath my tongue. I reached for the beer bottle. I could conceal anything, even a blade, within my mouth without a trace. After a few swigs, I had consumed half the bottle. She lunged at me, like a playful little wolf, her hands swiftly unbuckling my belt. At that moment, the pill beneath my tongue had been discreetly expelled into my hand, and while caressing her long hair with one hand, I stealthily pocketed the pill with the other. Regardless of her fervent activity, I could discreetly dispose of the pill even amidst a crowd of onlookers. I firmly grasped her small hand and urged, "Go sing a song for me." She playfully pinched my nose, laughing. "Brother, you are quite amusing. Still shy? All right, let us sing First to Rising." She shed her light pink sweater and began selecting songs from the list. The private room was illuminated by 2 violet light tubes, making her pearly white teeth almost blinding. I hastily secured my belt. Soon, the accompaniment for Tears of the Dancer began to play. The projection displayed a woman in a swimsuit, posing enticingly. She took the microphone and began to sway. One misstep can lead to a lifetime of regret, dancing in the sea for a living. Dancers are human too, who can they share their pain with? Her voice was pleasant, far more melodious than Zhang Xiyang's, and she sang beautifully. As I listened, a flash of white light caught my attention, and something hurtled toward my face. I pinched it between my fingers, soft and fragrant. It was the only piece of fabric she wore on her upper body, dancing and swaying, hugging and embracing. One's character long submerged in liquor, she sang and swayed, causing me to feel dizzy. I forced myself to focus, contemplating my next move. Once the effects of the drug took hold of her, I would feign nausea and excuse myself to the restroom, using that moment to search for Sun Air's office and see if I could uncover anything. Ordinarily, a standard ball lock could be picked with a bank card. Bang! The door to the private room was kicked open. The music continued to play, but Coco stood frozen with the microphone in hand. A lean, middle-aged man in plain clothes strode in, declaring loudly, "Police, turn off the music and put on your clothes." This move was something I had anticipated with considerable accuracy. The white Jetta parked outside, if not occupied by police, must belong to Sun Air's enemies. Yet, when this maneuver would unfold, I had no idea. A man in his early 30s entered, also dressed in plain clothes, his demeanor serious. Whether it was the effects of the drug or sheer surprise, Coco suddenly let out a shriek and lunged toward me. I assumed she sought an embrace and opened my arms, only to realize she was merely reaching for her clothes. In mere moments, she had donned her sweater with astonishing speed. "Everyone up, let's go." The man who had entered strode toward me, reaching out to pull me. I did not resist, rising to my feet in compliance. This was fortuitous. Soon, Sun Air would surely appear. Even if he wasn't at the nightclub, he would undoubtedly return upon hearing of the incident. The overhead lights in the hall flared to life, revealing the extravagant spectacle beneath the stage lights. It was no surprise, given the passage of so many years. While it couldn't be described as dilapidated, it certainly bore signs of age. At least 50 to 60 young women were huddled on one side of the dance floor, many scantily clad and exuding an alluring fragrance. The patrons were corralled on the other side. Whispers of conversation filled the air, accompanied by curses and the ringing of phones as people sought help. The earlier bouncers were now crouching in a corner, heads cradled in their arms. Only the man known as Han Wu stood out, flanked by two individuals in plain clothes. His dark complexion and average build, dressed in a black leather suit, gave him an imposing presence at around 30 years of age. Beneath his neatly cropped hair, his face exuded a rebellious spirit. Witnessing such confidence in this moment compelled me to regard him with newfound respect. Without needing anyone to utter a word, as soon as we entered the hall, Coco dashed over to crouch down, clearly accustomed to this routine, her movements even swifter than when she put on her sweater. I stepped into the throng of patrons, observing in silence. After a while, several plainclothed young men approached the lean middle-aged man, reporting something. Their expression suggested they had found nothing. The middle-aged man's countenance darkened further. Two patrons were led away, clearly identified as special agents. Special agents is a euphemism for individuals who, under certain circumstances, may provide tips or expose criminal activities. In essence, they are informants. However, in the enforcement system, this term is exceedingly sensitive. Everyone knows of their existence, yet the words are never officially acknowledged. Han Wu raised a hand, pointing his phone at the two individuals, unleashing a torrent of curses. "Zhao De, Chen Lao Guai, you two scoundrels." The two men recoiled, fear etched across their faces. It was evident they wished to remain inconspicuous, but now they had fallen victim to the police's unexpected approach. This was undoubtedly a case of killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. Even in a state of urgency, such action was uncalled for. One of the plainclothed enforcers shoved Han Wu, admonishing, "Han Lao Wu, be more discreet." He fell silent, casting a sidelong glance at the two men. I leaned in closer to observe. Both men produced several small pills, one of which was green rather than pink. The middle-aged man gestured, and a female officer collected them, placing them into two small plastic bags. The group huddled together, whispering. I discerned their predicament. They genuinely had not uncovered anything substantial. The meager offerings from these 2-inch special agents were of little consequence. I reached into my pocket, retrieving the pill, and with a gentle pinch, it crumbled into powder. I stepped on it with my shoe, leaving no trace behind. Since this item was of no use to them, I resolved to dispose of it. I had never frequented such places nor had I engaged with such substances, but I had witnessed the pitiful state of those ensnared by them. Reports from television and newspapers have stated that repeated use leads to addiction, potentially triggering latent mental illnesses and physical harm. After the fleeting exhilaration, the aftermath could be life-threatening diseases. I recalled a news story about someone who had once broken their neck. While I could not ascertain the truth, I was certain that Tang Da's head must never come into contact with such substances. As I continued to ponder, a resounding burst of laughter erupted from the entrance of the hall. "Captain Liu, welcome to the Grand Nightclub." Chapter 74. The little girl who picks mushrooms. It is Sun Wei, the second of the Sun brothers. I recognized his voice instantly. Even after an 8-year hiatus, everyone in the hall turned to look. Sun Wei, in his early 40s, had a square face and slicked back hair, a thick cigar clamped between his fingers. He donned a tailored white suit, draped with a black leather coat. Upon closer inspection, I was taken aback. His coat was remarkably identical to mine. Behind him stood at least 17 or 18 young men, all clad in short black leather jackets. Although they bore no visible weapons, their presence was undeniably imposing. A guest beside me murmured, "Well, it seems old second son has arrived." Sun Wei strode confidently towards the gaunt middle-aged man. "Liu, what seems to be the trouble?" "Liu Wei, we suspect that your opulent nightclub is hosting lewd gatherings and engaging in drug trafficking." Before he could finish, Sun Wei erupted into laughter. "Such an outrageous accusation. Where's your evidence?"
A female officer beside him produced a box of physical evidence, raising it for him to see. Ha ha ha, he guffawed arrogantly, what is this? Oh, pain relief pills. Lou, maintaining a stern demeanor, replied, you know exactly what it is. Exhaling a plume of smoke, he retorted, Lou, you insolent fool, do you think you can pin me down with such trivial evidence? Laughter erupted from the guests. Some whispered their admiration for his audacity, while others expressed their delight at the spectacle unfolding before them. I couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Indeed, this old second son was exceedingly brazen. Was Lou perhaps being a tad too reckless? Initially, I had contemplated the possibility of collaboration, but that thought was swiftly extinguished. A young man approached, holding a large mobile phone, which he handed to Lou. No one knew who was on the other end, nor what was being said. In less than a minute, Lou snapped the phone shut, his face a stormy shade of blue, and bellowed, fall back. Sunway chuckled, Captain Lou, are you leaving just like that? Aren't you going to investigate who sold those little items? I will cooperate fully, arrest whoever you must. No one replied to him. Many began to exit, their expressions a mixture of indignation and helplessness. Sunway paid them no mind, clapping his hands twice. Ladies and gentlemen, let us continue singing and dancing. Someone in the crowd began to applaud, and soon, everyone joined in. The applause felt like a farewell to the departing police, as well as a celebration of Sunway's triumph. Before long, the lights returned to normal. Coco scanned the room, her expression evidently dazed, the effects of the substance taking hold. I slipped into the corridor behind the crowd, making my way to the restroom. I ducked into a stall and lit a cigarette, witnessing old second son's brazen display. I could only lament my own lack of roots in this city. Though, to be fair, I had no real foundation in any city, and hardly knew a handful of reputable individuals. What about Snow City? The only person I could think of was Officer Zhang, but his capabilities were rather limited, and Zhang Xiong, her image flashed in my mind, her lips bitten seductively. My relationship with her was peculiar, teetering between enmity and camaraderie, yet, I felt deep down that if I were to encounter a significant dilemma, she would undoubtedly be able to assist me. But why did she persist in pursuing me? I hoped it was because of my irresistible charm, but was that truly plausible? I took a couple of deep drags from my cigarette, a wave of inexplicable frustration washing over me. The situation with the old Buddha was utterly perplexing. I had come seeking clues, even entertained thoughts of collaboration with the narcotics officers, but reality proved otherwise. I had underestimated the influence of the Sun brothers in this realm. This marked the first time in my 25 years that I had encountered such a scenario, far more challenging than attempting to seize the coveted hard lump from a fat sheep. I flicked the cigarette butt into the toilet. With a sizzle, it extinguished. I resolved to take the initiative, whether the Sun brothers divulged the truth, attempted to deceive me, or plotted my demise. Regardless, they would surely react. At that point, I would respond accordingly. Only by engaging with them could I uncover what lay beneath the surface. Otherwise, I risked remaining ensnared in this stalemate. Emerging from the restroom, a server passed by with a fruit platter. I called out to him, I wish to see your boss. Is he present? Who are you? Before he could finish, a girl emerged from one of the private rooms. Her hair was untamed, and she wore nothing but a pair of white shorts, her delicate feet dancing on the polished marble floor. She bounced with joy, as if strolling down a country path. A bald man rushed out, wrapping his arms around her waist, chuckling, don't be silly, return quickly. It was Coco. I recognized her instantly. To be honest, I hadn't seen her face clearly due to her disheveled hair, but I was familiar with those snow-white legs. As she was embraced by the bald man, her head began to sway, her long hair cascading, revealing her face. Indeed, it was Coco. Her cheeks flushed. She pouted, stop it, I'm picking mushrooms. The server was speaking into his walkie-talkie. Brother Wu, are you there? A guest is looking for the boss. I'm at the entrance of the Rose Room. Could you come take a look? Coco stumbled, still chanting about picking mushrooms. We were not far apart, and she clearly saw me, yet she acted as if she didn't know me, her pretty face radiating fervor and excitement, her large eyes clouded with confusion. I stood there, bewildered. Picking mushrooms? What mushrooms? In my moment of distraction, she was whisked back into the room with the server, seemingly unfazed, smiled at me. Sir, I just notified our manager Han, he will be here shortly. All right, thank you. You may continue your work. His eyelids drooped as he scrutinized my hands. After a pause of about 5 seconds, he let out a dry chuckle before departing with the platter. Watching his retreating figure, I found myself perplexed. What did that mean? I raised my hands and examined them, only to realize he was waiting for a tip. I couldn't help but chuckle at my own foolishness. He was probably cursing me in his mind. I decided to wait right there. After all, given our past connections, I wanted to witness old second son's reaction upon seeing me. Regrettably, old third son was absent. He was the one I was most familiar with, as I had never encountered the other two before. As for Coco, I had no intention of meddling. After all, it was her job, and truth be told, I was the one who had purchased the substance, so the patrons in that room were essentially taking advantage of me. Nevertheless, come the time of my departure, I would have to settle the bill. The old Buddha had once said that 2 types of debts should never be incurred. One is gambling debts. The other is debts of pleasure. To owe gambling debts means to lose one's character. To owe debts of pleasure means to lose one's virtue. In the past, there were discussions of the 3 teachings and 9 streams and the 8 great rivers and lakes, with the latter stemming from the 8 major sects of the rivers and lakes. There are 2 interpretations of the 8 gates. One divides them into the bright 8 gates and the dark 8 gates. The other divides them into the inner 8 gates and the outer 8 gates. The inner 8 gates have traditionally been further divided into the upper 4 gates and the lower 4 gates. The upper 4 gates refer to the door of surprise, the door of fatigue, the door of wind, and the door of fire. The lower 4 gates are the door of drift, the door of records, the door of nobility, and the door of necessity. Among them, the Door of Drift emphasizes the path of wandering and seeking knowledge. The founder of the Door of Drift is Confucius, which may come as a surprise to many. In more recent times, street performers, entertainers, and even fireworks and courtesans fall under the category of the Door of Drift. Another interpretation suggests that beyond the 8 great gates, there exists a saying about the 8 external professions. These are divided into golden points, begging, sound bandits, thieves, flipping pits, mountain walkers, fire leaders, and water gatherers, collectively known as the 8 unconventional professions. These 8 professions are also referred to as the 5 elements and 3 families. Among them, water gathering refers to official courtesans. Water gathering encompasses the Orchid Gate, also known as the Red Flower Gate, the Phoenix Gate, and the Brothel Gate. Tracing their origins, whether drifting or water gathering, they all belong to the lower echelons of society. Existing within the same underworld, the music in the corridor was quite loud, a mixture of sounds from the hall and the noise from the private rooms. This cacophony inevitably muddled my thoughts. I had to admire these people. As soon as the police left, they immediately resumed their revelry, the beats of the disco thumping so hard that the doors trembled. This clearly indicated the prowess of the Sun brothers. The earlier call that had prompted Lou to withdraw must have come from a superior authority. Old Second Son truly had his hand in every pie. At that moment, the door to the Rose Room swung open once more. Coco emerged, her long hair cascading down her bare body, bouncing with joy. Indeed, she was bouncing, her steps light and carefree. I was momentarily taken aback. She sang loudly, the little girl who picks mushrooms, her left arm bent at her side as if carrying something. She sang while playfully bending at the waist. With a gentle motion, she plucked something from the marble floor and returned it to her left hand. The mushrooms she picks are the biggest, big enough to fill a basket. It dawned on me that she was lost in a fantasy of mushroom picking. I felt both amused and saddened. As she approached me, standing upright and tilting her head with utmost seriousness, those beautiful, large eyes seemed to veil a layer of confusion. I was about to ask if she was cold when she exclaimed, "Brother, are you here to pick mushrooms too?" Chapter 75. Hanwoo. To my astonishment, Coco asked me if I had come to pick mushrooms as well. I was at a loss for words and could only respond with a vague She jumped up joyfully, her 2 large white rabbits bouncing along with her. "Brother," her charming little face turned bewildered, "didn't Mom tell you to go up the mountain to chop wood? You must hurry, or else the stepfather will beat you. Go on, go on." At that moment, she spoke with a hint of a Shandong accent, tugging at me insistently. From her fragmented words, I deduced bits of her background. Her family resided in a remote mountain village in Shandong. Her mother had remarried, and she had an older brother, living a life of hardship. Stepfather must be how she referred to her new dad. This man had a rather foul temper and often resorted to violence. My gaze softened as I looked at her. Just as I was about to take off my leather coat to drape it over her, 2 individuals burst forth from the private room. The first was the bald man I had seen earlier, followed by a short youth. The 2 seemed oblivious to the cold, clad only in shorts. A head peeked out from the doorway, an elegantly made-up girl with short hair, her bare shoulders and collarbone exposed, clearly lacking proper attire. She looked outside with a giggle, her disheveled hair bobbing as her large, vacant eyes resembled those of a zombie. I sighed, pondering what kind of life they were leading. "Who the hell are you?" The bald man charged at me aggressively, pointing and cursing without discernment. I suppressed my frustration, adhering to the principle that it was better to avoid trouble, and attempted to speak calmly. "Big brother, she has been sitting with me all night." "Shut up, you bastard," he continued to curse, his finger poised threateningly in my face. His audacity ignited my temper, and I retorted, "Don't you dare." The moment those words left my lips, I grasped the offending finger and gently bent it downward, pointing at me. As the word "me" escaped my mouth, there was a sharp crack. The finger snapped, a piercing howl erupted as he collapsed to the ground. I had always prided myself on being civilized. I either refrained from violence or acted decisively. The short youth behind him began to curse. "Hey, you bastard, what the hell are you doing?" He raised his foot to kick at me, but I released the bald man's finger and deftly lifted the youth's heel. Thud, he landed squarely on his backside. The girl at the doorway clapped her hands, laughing and exclaiming, "How fun, it's a fight, a fight." Coco, her face filled with panic, leaped into my arms. "Brother, you must leave quickly, bad people are coming." Suddenly, 5 young men rushed out from the private room, all dressed in shorts, baring their teeth as they lunged toward us. Just then, a booming voice rang out, "Stop." Everyone turned to look. A sturdy man entered the corridor, clad in a black leather suit, holding a large mobile phone. "Brother Wu. Brother Wu is here." The brash demeanor of the group vanished in an instant. The bald man and the short youth scrambled to their feet, bowing and scraping as they greeted Brother Wu. I recognized him, Han Wu. The same manager the waiter had mentioned earlier. I recalled the scene when he had berated those 2 earlier. They were likely in for a rough time. I had not seen him before coming here, indicating he must have arrived after my departure from ZN 8 years ago. "What happened?" he asked, his brow furrowed. 4 other young men followed closely behind him, their physiques not particularly imposing, yet exuding an air of menace. Brother Wu, the bald man, clutching his injured hand and sweating profusely, gritted his teeth. "This bastard has been taking advantage of women." As he spoke, his eyes darted anxiously toward me. I held Coco close and smiled at the bald man. "Excuse me, is she someone you ordered?" The bald man, his neck craned defiantly, shouted, "Yes, indeed." "How dare you?" I maintained my smile, but my patience was wearing thin, and I responded in Shanxi dialect, "You motherfucker. Ask a server if Coco has been sitting with me all night." Hanwoo gestured with his hand point. One of the young men approached, leaning in to listen to his directives before taking a walkie-talkie and moving aside. I continued, earlier, when Lazy came to sweep the place, I went to the restroom, and this girl, in a daze, was dragged into the room by your fool, right? The bald man's face was slick with sweat, whether from fear or pain, he hesitated to defend himself, unsure of what to say. I spat on the ground and switched to Mandarin, enjoying yourself, the stuff she took was bought with my money, and now you have the audacity to act innocent? The young man with the walkie-talkie returned, whispering in Han Wu's ear. Coco clung to me, mumbling incoherently. I wrapped an arm around her waist, lighting a cigarette and exhaling smoke, choosing to say no more. Han Wu's expression turned serious. Zhuanzi, apologize to this young brother. Brother Wu, the youth's eyes reddened, about to protest again when Han Wu leaped up, swinging the Motorola 8900 in his hand. Smack, the phone struck the bald man with a heavy thud, sending it clattering to the floor, the battery and flip cover scattering. Everyone gasped in shock. I watched with a smile, remaining composed. Han Wu seized the bald man's chin. Did you not hear me ask for an apology? Blood trickled down the bald man's face, running from the corner of his eye to his mouth. He clutched his broken finger, trembling as he approached me. Brother, I was wrong, I'm sorry. Wrong in what way? I asked, elongating my tone. His eyes burned with fury, and he gritted his teeth. I should not have taken advantage, nor should I have laid hands on you. I was wrong. What if you see me again? I'll take a detour. You may leave. He wore a face of indignation, casting a fierce glance back at me as he turned to leave. This was not my usual demeanor. I typically believed in leaving room for reconciliation in future encounters. However, one must differentiate between people and matters. Not every situation requires politeness. At this point, I had already offended him, and even if I graciously accepted his apology, it would not mend the rift. Such rogues tended to bully the weak and fear the strong. I had no personal ties with him. To earn his respect, my fists had to speak. Taking a finger was a generous act in itself. The bald man, too terrified to wipe the blood from his face, turned to Han Wu. Brother Wu, is this acceptable? Is your finger all right? It's fine. Then go have fun. Understood. The group of shorts-clad young men slinked back into the private room, dejected. I almost felt sorry for them. In such a state, how could they still be in the mood to party? Han Wu approached me, clasping his hands in greeting. Does the young brother wish to meet our boss? I nodded. Could you kindly inform him that Xiao Wu has arrived? His expression remained calm, but I noticed a flicker of recognition in his eyes, suggesting he had heard my name before. Is that all? He inquired. Strangely, he pretended not to know me. I nodded. Yes, thank you. All right, please wait for me. One moment. I stopped him, patting Coco, who still clung to me. Could you find someone to help her get dressed and arrange a place for her to rest? He regarded me with a scrutinizing gaze. Perhaps in his view, these women were mere playthings, yet, I could not condone such treatment. They were people too, with families, friends, siblings, and parents who missed them. Xiao Tao, he beckoned to a young man, go fetch Sister Lan to arrange a place for this girl. After issuing the order, he walked deeper into the corridor, disappearing around the corner. Coco's body radiated heat, even through my leather coat. It felt as though I were engulfed in flames this time. I clearly heard what she was saying. Don't go, brother, I miss Dad. My heart ached a little, and I gently patted her back, murmuring, I'm here. Brother won't leave. The four young men watched me like hawks. I held her tightly, indifferent to their gazes. Before long, the motherly figure with a curvy waist and hips approached. Oh dear, what has happened? She hurried over to assist, repeatedly apologizing and saying the girl was unaware, urging me not to be upset, and so forth. I said nothing as Coco hung onto her, their steps unsteady as they stumbled together. I opened my mouth to speak about the new leather coat but swallowed my words. It was inappropriate to say. After all, I couldn't let her walk around naked, could I? At that moment, a cheerful voice rang out from the end of the corridor. Xiao Wu, is that really you? Chapter 76, The Sun Brothers. I turned around to glance back. Sunwei, Sun Lao Air. He no longer wore that matching leather coat. Instead, he was impeccably dressed in a crisp white suit, striding towards me with great purpose, extending his hand from a distance. A smile adorned my face as I took a few steps forward to shake his hand. Happy New Year, second brother. I greeted him politely. There was a reason for this address. Although I was not officially a disciple of the old Buddha, it was common knowledge that I had resided in their household for over half a year. The three brothers all referred to the old Buddha as Gonde, which naturally placed me in the same generation as them. His hand was warm and firm, and he shook mine vigorously, exclaiming, Good, good, good. Happy New Year. In the past, I often heard Xiangzi and Gonde speak of you. Now that I see you in person, I realize their words were indeed true. Little Wu is truly a remarkable talent. A truly remarkable talent. He laughed heartily, his politeness tinged with an air of insincerity. Had I not previously witnessed his arrogant demeanor, I might have mistaken him for a genial businessman, a kind elder brother. Come, let us return indoors to enjoy tea and reminisce. He kept grasping my hand, which made me quite uncomfortable, yet I felt it inappropriate to pull away. Han Wu led the way ahead of us. At the end of the corridor, we turned left, and after about 7 or 8 meters, we arrived at a large oil painting. The artwork depicted a nude Western beauty, voluptuous and pouring water from a ceramic jar over herself. Upon reaching the painting, Han Wu halted and turned to look at Sunwei. Old Wu. Can't you see this is your own brother? I caught a glimpse out of the corner of my eye and noticed that Sunwei's expression darkened as he spoke those words and affectation. The more he acted this way, the more cautious I became. He could regard me as a mere naive youth, but I could not afford to genuinely perceive him as a benevolent elder brother. Indeed. Han Wu replied, retracting his gaze as he reached for a wall sconce. The painting shifted silently to the left, revealing a doorway slightly smaller than the frame inside. Ample light streamed forth, revealing 8 ancient and exquisite folding screens. Little Wu, please, step inside. He finally released my hand, gesturing courteously. As I stepped through, I was greeted by a surprising sight. This was a suite first an office, spacious and grand, furnished entirely with mahogany. There was another door leading to what appeared to be a bedroom. I examined my surroundings closely and sincerely praised, second brother, this is truly extravagant. Sunwei laughed heartily, directing us to take a seat while Han Wu prepared the tea. He opened a box of imported cigars from the tea table, offering one to me, but I waved it off and instead produced my own Hongmei cigar. The Chinese-style chairs looked appealing, yet they were far less comfortable than a sofa. He placed the cigar back, picked up another, and began to trim and toast it. While busying himself, he continued to chat. When did you arrive? Yesterday. Did you visit the village? Yes. He set down his tools, his expression turning somber as he sighed heavily, waving his hand dismissively. Old Wu, you may go. By the way, call old San back and tell him little Wu has arrived. As soon as Han Wu exited, Sunwei's eyes grew red. Soon, he was choked with emotion. It has been 8 years. Every time I think of this, my heart aches uncontrollably. I cast a glance at the cigar he had returned to the box. That fire raged for an entire night. By the time we rushed over, Gonda. Alas. He struck his thigh heavily, tears streaming down his face. I felt my own eyes welling up, tears brimming as I observed every detail of his sorrow. Second brother, what exactly happened? I inquired once he regained some composure. I don't know. No one knows. He grabbed a piece of paper to wipe his nose in tears. We searched in the city, county, town, and village. He shook his head sadly, but not a single clue was found. The fire started inexplicably, and all 3 perished. Alas, no more, no more. Second brother, the villagers in Daliashu township suspect that I set the fire and even took me to the town police station. He paused for a moment, then looked at me with astonishment. Suspect you? How could that be? I shook my head. Rumors abound. He lit the cigar, gesturing dismissively. Do not concern yourself with such matters. One who walks upright need not fear shadows. Tomorrow, I, along with old San, will take you to burn some joss paper for Gonde. I lifted the teacup, about to drink, but then set it down again. I was just about to suggest this matter as well. Thank you, second brother. He waved his hand. We are all brothers. No need for such formalities. Let us drink tea. This is tea guanyin I brought back from Anchi last autumn. I nodded in response, but did not lift the teacup again. Oh, by the way, he chuckled, I still do not know where little Wu hails from. Northeast. That much is certain, but the Northeast is vast. My hometown is Shenyang, but I have been residing in the South for many years. Ah. He nodded, not pursuing the matter further. In truth, these were all trivialities. I did not speak the truth. How could I reveal my origins before discerning whether these brothers were friend or foe? He understood that I was withholding the truth, yet he had no choice but to accept my words as fact. He then asked where I was staying, and I replied that I had simply found a small hotel. He mentioned that the elder brothers group owned a hotel and insisted that I should not stay out at night, to which I gratefully responded that it would not cost much and I did not want to trouble him. We exchanged pleasantries when suddenly there was a commotion behind the screens. Sun Lao-san, Sun Xiang, strode in with great confidence. Little Wu? His voice was still as grating as ever, reminiscent of a rooster being choked or a knife scraping against glass. I stood to greet him, intending to shake his hand, but to my surprise, he opened his arms wide. Reluctantly, I embraced him briefly, which left me feeling quite uncomfortable. An old saying goes, the friendship of gentlemen is as insipid as water. I preferred gestures devoid of physical contact, such as clasping fists or bowing, which conveyed subtlety while maintaining distance. Moreover, I had little rapport with him, and our initial encounter had even involved firearms. Despite my connection to the old Buddha, these 2 brothers were overly enthusiastic. He had gained a bit of weight since I last saw him, and wrinkles had formed at the corners of his eyes. Before I could sit down, Han Wu stepped forward, handing him the leather coat draped over his arm. Wu, your coat. I thanked him and inquired about Keek's well-being. He replied she was asleep and assured me not to worry. Sun Xiang laughed. I've heard all about it. I never imagined little Wu would be so tender-hearted. Today, I take it upon myself to gift you this girl named Kiki. Go ahead and cuddle her in bed. I repeatedly shook my head, while Sunwei laughed heartily, applauding the suggestion. As expected, after Han Wu left, Sun Xiang began with a series of inquiries about my well-being, and soon tears began to flow from his eyes as well. I wished to share in his sorrow, yet found myself unable to shed any tears. Earlier, when Sun Laoer cried, my nose had felt sore, but for reasons unknown, as Sun Xiang recounted his memories, I felt awkward, my toes digging into the insoles of my shoes. Sun Laoer discarded my cold tea and poured me a new cup. After a lengthy conversation, my tea had cooled once more. Let us go. Sun Xiang stood up. We shall throw a welcoming banquet for little Wu and enjoy some drinks. I hurriedly protested, no need, it's too late. During the New Year festivities, the night is just beginning. What's late about it? Come on, let us go. He reached to pull me along, and I had no choice but to stand up. After putting on my coat, the 3 of us made our way out. Sun Xiang remarked, little Wu, your arrival is truly fortuitous. It has been years since we last met, and you have grown into a fine young man. I smiled and replied, third brother, you have become increasingly charming. 8 years ago, I addressed him as Uncle Xiang.
Now it felt natural to call him by a more familiar title. He laughed heartily, while Sun Laoer chimed in, "Look at little Wu, he knows how to flatter." I joined in the laughter, the atmosphere warm and congenial. Sun Xiang continued, "Tomorrow, after we rise, I will take my younger brother to the cemetery to visit Gandhi." As the door opened, we were met with a dark throng filling the corridor, all eyes fixed intently upon us. Han Wu stood at the forefront, his gaze piercing, resembling a ravenous wolf eyeing a docile lamb. I slowly turned around. After 8 years, I once again beheld the dark muzzle of Sun Xiang's gun. I inquired coolly, "Third brother, is there no waiting until tomorrow?" Chapter 77. The Calamity of the Right Eye. The corridor was crammed with at least 20 to 30 people, and a pistol was pressed threateningly against my back. At this moment, I found myself trapped with no path to advance and no way to retreat. Sun Xiang remained silent, his countenance dark and brooding, as if it might rain. Behind him, Sun Laoer hissed ominously, "Xiao Wu, do not blame your brothers for resorting to such desperate measures. You have shown us too little trust. Had you merely taken a puff from a cigar or sipped some tea, we would not find ourselves in this predicament." I chuckled dryly. Indeed, if they were to carry me out, it would have been much simpler. Sun Xiang commanded, "Old Five, put the cuffs on him." Han Wu produced a pair of steel handcuffs, the typical cylindrical kind, their source a mystery to me. I offered no resistance and extended my hands in compliance. I turned to ask, "Third brother, I just want to hear the truth, is the old man truly dead?" Sun Xiang's face remained inscrutable, yet I could perceive the twitching of his right eyelid, an involuntary spasm that betrayed his agitation. Sensing an opportunity, I deliberately provoked him. "They say the left eye twitches for fortune, while the right eye heralds disaster. Third brother should be wary. Take that son of a bitch away, and bury him deeper." Sun Xiang barked furiously. Han Wu seized my arm, urging, "Move." I stood my ground, fixing my gaze on Sun Xiang. "If I am to die, can you not at least speak the truth?" "I cannot." "Sun Lao San," I retorted vehemently, "you coward, unable even to utter a single honest word." He refrained from engaging in a verbal spar, relinquishing his gun to Han Wu, gritting his teeth as he enunciated, "Alive." "Bury." "Understood." A blue cotton coat was draped over my hands, concealing the handcuffs. Han Wu gripped my arm with one hand, while the other pressed the gun against my lower back. "Move." Before stepping forward, I cast one last glance at the two brothers. They stood there, resembling each other to a degree, their square faces stripped of any pretense of politeness. A throng of individuals surged past us, the waitstaff and patrons hastily pressed against the walls, eager to avoid any misfortune. I felt no surprise. Prior to revealing myself to them, I had contemplated various scenarios, including the present situation. These three intended to kill me. This, I deemed, was a fortuitous turn of events. After 8 long years, their immediate intent to eliminate me indicated that the old stubborn man was surely alive. If he had perished in an unfortunate fire, what reason would they have to eliminate me? The motives for my assassination could only stem from two possibilities. Either they feared I would uncover the truth or they dreaded my rescue efforts. In truth, the moment Sun Laoer produced that cigar, he unwittingly revealed his hand. When I declined to smoke, he returned the cigar to its box, only to retrieve another. I remained untouched. What was the need for a replacement? When I mentioned being taken to the town police station, I noted his eyes narrow momentarily, a subconscious micro-expression, starkly contrasting with the astonished reaction that followed. This indicated one crucial point: they had undoubtedly instructed the local police station and precinct to alert them immediately upon my arrival. This aligned with my previous analysis at the town police station. Perhaps due to the passage of time and frequent personnel changes, few recalled the events from 8 years ago. It was improbable that these three would continuously remind others. Such factors had led to their oversight. The town police station had neither detained me nor informed them, leaving them astonished and regretful. This imparted a lesson to me. In such circumstances, I ought to have fled with those two, rather than attempting to exonerate myself. Being labeled a murderer was merely a rumor. I was not a fugitive. I had been too naive. Had I encountered a police officer well acquainted with these brothers, I would have been whisked away from the station, likely to be buried alive in the woods. Moreover, prior to Sunway's arrival to greet me, it was evident he had already contacted his brother. It was well known that my initial meeting with Sun Lao San had been far from pleasant. If he harbored no guilt, why then would he greet such an insignificant figure with such fervent warmth? Their performances were anything but awkward, yet I felt utterly mortified. Sun Lao San, who had witnessed my skills, had devised a primary plan involving drugging me through tea and cigars. However, upon discovering I neither drank tea nor smoked cigars, he resorted to a secondary strategy. They were acutely aware that my subjugation would require either sheer numbers or firearms. After all, no matter how swift my fists or flying knives, they were no match for a bullet. Thus, they sought to force me to drink. Their actions spoke volumes about their involvement in the old master's affairs. But why would they go to such lengths? Where had they taken the master? Earlier, when Sun Laoer inquired about my hometown, I understood their intentions. Perhaps these three had long desired to eliminate me, yet lacked the knowledge of where to find me, or even my true name. Contemplating this, a heavy weight settled in my heart. "Old master, where are you?" Soon, we arrived at the nightclub's grand hall. I paused, declaring, "Wait a moment." Han Wu jabbed me sharply with his gun. "What now?" "The stage fee has yet to be settled." "I'll cover it for you." "Not necessary." With that, I extended my hand, signaling that I meant no harm. Subsequently, I lifted my handcuffed wrist, concealed beneath the coat, and deftly drew 500 yuan notes from my suit pocket using 2 fingers. "Would you be so kind as to settle this for me, Brother Wu?" His expression was a tempest of uncertainty, yet he ultimately released my arm, accepting the money and turning to a subordinate, "Xiangjiang Xiaobao, settle the bill." After relaying his instructions, he forcefully shoved me forward. "Move."
Two of his underlings rushed ahead to open the door. I inquired, Brother Wu, have you ever met the master? He remained silent. A convoy of two red Santana cars approached, followed by a white VA, and it was already past midnight, and in the distance, fireworks erupted, painting the sky in vibrant hues. I halted, gazing upward, exclaiming, what a beautiful sight. Before the last syllable escaped my lips, my body spun like a top, my foot raised high, and I found myself behind Han Wu. A razor-sharp blade rested against his throat. Do not move. The momentary astonishment of the young men, who had just been entranced by the fireworks, froze them in place. Though I lacked the speed of a firearm, sometimes, all I required was a fleeting instant. The very moment they lifted their gazes, that was all it took. The blade was taken from the Xi'an Hotel. Although I had not wielded a knife in ages, how could I venture into the lion's den unprepared? I also possessed a large pin, which I had tucked alongside the stack of money in my shirt pocket. According to the old master, my debts were indeed settled. It was equally true that I had retrieved those two items. The cylindrical handcuffs required a triangular key to unlock, inserted between the cuff rings. When one's hands were cuffed behind their back, even possessing the key made it exceedingly difficult to unlock. Yet, I was cuffed in front. Even if I were to turn my hands behind my back, it would merely take a blink of an eye for me. Furthermore, the coat served to conceal my actions. While I was unskilled with other locks, I had practiced with handcuffs repeatedly since I was 15. With a simple large pin, or even a toothpick or strand of hair, I could unlock them effortlessly. In the brief moment of hesitation, chaos erupted among the 20 to 30 individuals. As they scrambled in confusion, Han Wu shouted, "You sons of bitches, don't move if you want to live?" Everyone remained frozen, as if paralyzed by a master of martial arts. I reached forward, the gun, give it to me. To my surprise, he tossed it away, and a young man clumsily caught it. I was momentarily taken aback. I had let my guard down. Chapter 78. The Great Escape. In this life and death moment, I could scarcely believe he still dared to act so recklessly. Failing to obtain the gun had caused a deviation in my plan, compelling me to force him down the stairs, where we arrived at the front of a Santana. "Get out of the car!" I shouted emphatically. The driver's side door swung open, and a young man dashed out. I pressed my back against the vehicle as others encircled us, forming a semicircle, while the one who had acquired the gun raised it. Fortunately, it was already midnight. The road was devoid of life. Not even a stray dog could be seen. Only the sporadic sound of firecrackers could be heard. I leaned in closer to Han Wu's ear and whispered, "Tell me, where is Master Buddha?" "I don't know." I exerted a bit more pressure, and blood began to trickle down, sticky and warm on my hand. "Do not question me. With the slightest motion, I could slice open your windpipe and carotid artery, and your crimson blood would spurt forth like an arrow. You won't even have time to wait for an ambulance before you bleed out." He chuckled. "There's no need to intimidate me, for I truly do not know. Even killing me would be futile." I tightened my grip further, and more blood flowed remarkably. This fellow was quite the man. Even in this moment, he could still laugh. "Brother, do you wish for me to lie to you? Very well." I sheathed the blade and turned to the gathered crowd. "Go fetch Sun Lao Er and Sun Lao San." Someone hastened up the stairs and quickly returned. Han Wu remarked, "You think to use me to coerce my second brother. Little brother, you are overestimating yourself. If he does not even care for your life, what worth is your existence?" I countered. He fell silent. Before long, Sun Wei and Sun Xiang emerged. The atmosphere grew tense, and all eyes were upon me. Sun Xiang gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Xiao Wu, are you truly intent on severing all ties?" I burst into laughter. "Sun Lao San, you must be out of your mind. I am on the verge of being buried alive, and I should care about severing ties?" He glared at me, and I returned his gaze. If looks could kill, we would have exchanged blows 100 times over. "Leave Lao Wu. You can go." He waved dismissively. "Do not let me see you again in Xi'an." The young man with the gun approached and handed it to him. I cursed under my breath and hid behind Han Wu. "I have no intention of leaving just yet. You must tell me where the old man is." "I told you, he is dead." He brandished the gun ominously. "If you don't believe me, tomorrow I shall take you to the grave. A grave is of no consequence. Who knows whose remains lie within? That won't do either. What do you truly want?" As he spoke, he aimed the gun at me. Perhaps our encounters had become adversarial, as each meeting had led to him pointing his weapon at me for the third time. However, this time I had Han Wu as a shield. "Simple," I declared loudly. "I will count to 3, and if you do not reveal the whereabouts of Master Buddha, I shall kill him. 1. Bang!" In the distance, fireworks erupted, a resounding crack marking their explosion, showering the sky with vibrant colors. Many were startled, believing Sun Lao San had fired a shot. I instinctively hunched down, gripping the back of Han Wu's leather suit tightly. He was a head shorter than I, his knees bent. In truth, at this distance, even if I exposed myself, Sun Lao San would struggle to hit me. Most overestimate the accuracy of handguns. In reality, their effective range only spans between 5 to 20 meters. Even for those trained professionally, accuracy diminishes beyond 30 meters. At night, it would be even more challenging for him to strike my head. I shouted, too. "Xiao Wu." Sun Lao Er on the stairs was growing frantic. "Master Buddha is dead, that is the truth." Bang, 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 a series of fireworks burst in the sky, casting flickering shadows on every face. "Is this your boss?" I laughed quietly into Han Wu's ear. "Second brother?" Han Wu's voice trembled with indignation. This utterance of the second brother only solidified my suspicions. Sun Lao Er took a step forward, nearly stumbling down the stairs, only to be steadied by Sun Xiang's grip on his arm. The word 3 lingered on my lips but remained unuttered. On the stairs, Sun Xiang stood with his back to me, speaking to Sun Laoer. I sensed Han Wu's body trembling slightly. Sun Xiang turned, positioning himself in front of Sun Laoer, gun pointed in my direction, and declared loudly, "Lao Wu, you may go." Bang. A gunshot rang out, likely striking the car door. Damn it, I cursed inwardly, sheathing the blade. I forcefully yanked Han Wu, shouting, "Get in the car, let us go." I could not drive, so I had to take him with me. Whether they were acting or not, I could discern no flaw in their performance. Logically, having been handcuffed and threatened with a gun, few could escape in such a scenario. Han Wu was a bouncer at a high-end nightclub and also a brother to Sun Laoer, which explains Sun Laoer's uncharacteristic behavior. Sun Xiang, fearing his brother might relent and reveal the truth, thus obstructed him. Everything seemed so reasonable, yet, I still harbored a sliver of doubt in this situation. Even if I knew it might be a trap, I had to leap into the unknown. Escaping was paramount. Before they could charge at us, we had already maneuvered around the front of the car. Han Wu acted swiftly, flinging open the door to the driver's seat. I crouched down, preparing to pull open the rear door when 5 individuals rushed toward the rear. Swoosh, 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 5 playing cards flew out, each striking their faces. Cries of pain erupted. The individuals rushing from the front were taken aback. I pivoted and hurled 2 more flying cards into the fray. Amidst the wails, 2 individuals clutched their faces, howling. The engine roared to life as I flung open the rear door and leapt inside. A sharp sound pierced the air as the Santana shot forward, and those in its path scrambled to evade. In an instant, chaos ensued, with bodies and horses tumbling in disarray simultaneously. Bang, bang. 2 more gunshots rang out. I had no idea where they landed, but the car did not halt. In the distance, more fireworks ascended into the night sky. The timing was perfect. Even if a machine gun were fired, one would assume it to be part of the celebration. The Santana sped away like an arrow, exiting the parking lot. I turned to glance back through the rear windshield. Sun Xiang was in hot pursuit, gun in hand, and I ducked as a flash of gunfire erupted, followed by a deafening crack. I immediately lowered my head. This time, I heard a sharp sound from the trunk. Damn, they were indeed firing. Had they shot 4 times already? Others were also in pursuit. Someone had driven another Santana alongside Sun Xiang. Before I could see if he got in, our vehicle veered onto the road, disappearing from sight. Worried they might catch up, I urged, "Quick, step on it." Life is not a melodrama, nor a gunfight movie. This was my first encounter with such a scene. In the world of thieves, while perilous situations arise, encounters involving gunfire are exceedingly rare. Even seasoned criminals may have never touched a firearm in their lives. I cautiously peered back again, the late hour rendering the road desolate. Sun Xiang and his crew had not caught up. His failure to pursue only deepened my suspicions. My mind drifted to that pot of tea. It was Han Wu who had brewed it. I could not help but be wary. It was due to this cautiousness that I had managed to survive until now. Since we had escaped, there were only 2 possibilities. First, Han Wu was a pawn, and the Sun brothers had intentionally let me take him, thus he had gotten into the car first without abandoning me. Second, Han Wu, feeling dejected after Sun Laoer's abandonment, had chosen to flee with me. Yet upon reflection, the first possibility seemed more plausible. Otherwise, he could have simply driven off after getting in the car, so why would he wait for me? Chapter 79, The Wealth of the Floods reversal. After a little more than 20 minutes, I instructed him to find a place to stop. The vehicle was now traversing the midsection of Happiness Road, turning into a narrow alleyway. The engine fell silent. I retrieved a few paper napkins from my pocket, which I had taken from the hotel during breakfast. "Wipe your face," I said. In the rearview mirror, I could faintly discern tears streaming down his face. Although the blood on his neck had ceased flowing, his shirt and leather jacket were soaked with it. This was precisely why I had him stop. I feared his impaired vision might lead him to crash into a utility pole. He took the napkins and silently began to wipe his face. I lowered the car window slightly, lit a cigarette, and earnestly hoped that he was not merely putting on a performance. He too rolled down his window, discarded the used napkin outside, and then closed it again, leaving a gap of about 2 fingers wide, before lighting a cigarette of his own. In the pitch-black vehicle, the 2 of us sat in silence, smoking without uttering a word. I refrained from asking any questions, eager to hear what he had to say. If he truly was a pawn of the Sun family, I would not hesitate to cripple him to extract the whereabouts of the old master. I do not consider myself a gentleman, nor do I deny being a scoundrel. In this world, ruthlessness is the key to survival, otherwise, one is merely a sheep in a pack of wolves. No matter how gentle and amiable, one will inevitably be devoured. As I finished my cigarette, he opened his mouth, his tone flat, as though recounting someone else's tale. When I was 18, I served 5 years in a labor camp for my second brother. During those 5 years, my parents passed away one after the other, and it was he who arranged their funerals. When I was released 7 years ago, it was a grand affair. My second brother came to pick me up with a convoy. He paused, resting his head against the seat, reminiscing about those days. His Mandarin was quite good, with only the occasional hint of a local accent. After a lengthy silence, he murmured, "Who would have thought that the life and death of an old man could be disregarded so easily? Sunway, oh Sunway, have you become so ruthless?" He had changed how he addressed his brother, no longer calling him second brother. I leaned against the right door, only able to make out half of his face, which now bore a somewhat grotesque expression. I softly inquired, "Do you know what transpired between them and the old Buddha?" He took a deep drag from his cigarette, flicking the ash out through the window gap. "Sun Laoer is 10 years my senior. When I started mingling in this world, they had already gained some notoriety. However, at that time, it was merely a cycle of violence, often leaving our pockets emptier than our faces. Third brother Xiangzi rarely associated with his 2 older brothers. He preferred to roam with some petty thieves, and oftentimes, the eldest and second brothers hoped he would share some of his earnings. The term petty thieves refers to those in Xi'an known for their thievery. In the winter of 1983, when I was only 16, Sun Lao-san brought back an old man, the one you refer to as the old Buddha. When he first arrived, only Sun Lao-san showed him respect? The eldest, Sun Jun, even cursed him and demanded he leave, yet the following day, when we returned, the three brothers greeted him with grandpa in unison, their attitudes completely transformed. We were all left bewildered. However, from that point onward, Sun Jun and Sun Wei quickly acquired a brick factory. In 2 years, the pair amassed considerable wealth. When I turned 18, I joined them in robbing the Wu family sandpit. Sun Wei accidentally crippled someone, and I took the blame. By the time I was released, Sun Lauda had established a construction firm, and Sun Wei had opened several karaoke bars in this nightclub. As for third brother Shangzi, he became a well-known figure in our area, commanding a crew of over 200 petty thieves. I understood now. Third brother Sun Xiang encountered the old Buddha while out seeking work. The old stubborn man returned home with him, later aiding the eldest and second in amassing wealth, and subsequently helping the third to become a prominent figure in Xi'an. The winter of 1983, that was during the severe crackdown that began in the autumn of that year. Was he here not for the lamb soup and buying noodles, but to evade the crackdown? Could it be, I asked, fifth brother, where is the old Buddha? I fixed my gaze on his profile. I know where he is, but even if we rush there now, it would be too late. We can only wait until we find a new place and then figure out how to discover his whereabouts to rescue him. Though I had already surmised as much, hearing him say it eased the weight in my heart by half. As long as he was alive, I inquired again, what about Uncle Chang and Aunt Ching? He shook his head, I don't know. You don't know? Yes, it was all handled by Sun Lao-san. At that time, I was still serving my sentence. I only saw the old man a few times after I got out. The two people you mentioned, I haven't seen since. I fell into a daze, remembering Aunt Ching's oil-splashed noodles and the scene of the couple sending me off at the village entrance. A heaviness settled in my chest. Is he well? Sun Lao-san welded a large iron cage, with no locks, all welded shut. The old man is all right, but he has lost a lot of weight. I clenched my fists tightly, gritting my teeth as I asked, why? Why? He chuckled softly. I looked at his profile, puzzled by what he found amusing. I've heard a story, shall I tell you? He said. Let us find a place to settle down. You should wash up too. All right. He agreed, starting the car and backing out of the alley. At this moment, I still couldn't fully ascertain whether Hanwu was a man or a ghost. If this scene was orchestrated, it would imply that I still held some value. What was my worth? What tale did he intend to share? 40 minutes later, we parked at a distance and entered a dilapidated little inn. The proprietor was a greasy, middle-aged man who leaned in closely and whispered, "We have pretty girls here. Are you two interested?" I declined, earning a disdainful glare. I held a porcelain basin containing 2 pairs of indistinguishable flip-flops, while Han Wu carried a metal thermos. After some time, the sleazy owner staggeringly unlocked the room. In a moment of disorientation, I felt as if I had returned to the 1980s. It was painfully crude, especially after staying at the Xi'an Hotel. The contrast was stark, illustrating the difficulty of transitioning from luxury to frugality. The proprietor stumbled away. I declined his recommendation of pretty girls, finding them quite unappealing. I instructed Han Wu to rest while I took the basin to fetch some cold water from the toilet at the end of the hallway, returning to mix it with hot water. The wound left by the blade was somewhat deep, but it had long ceased to bleed. This injury was trivial, and he seemed utterly unconcerned. After washing up, we sat facing one another on the single iron frame beds, and he asked, "Have you heard the phrase the wealth of the flood's reversal, gold and silver like the sea?" I was taken aback, not grasping the meaning behind his words, and shook my head. He proceeded to narrate the following tale. The saying the wealth of the flood's reversal, gold and silver like the sea refers to the sacred treasury of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom. Beginning with the Qintian uprising in 1851, the Taiping army surged northward, extending their influence over 18 provinces. Throughout these years, they implemented the sacred treasury system. The so-called sacred treasury mandated that within their controlled territories, no one could privately conceal any wealth, whether it be personal property or spoils of war. Everything had to be surrendered to the sacred treasury. This system persisted from the establishment of the God Worshipper Society by Hong Xiuquan until the fall of the Heavenly Kingdom. In 1853, the Taiping army occupied Nanjing, renaming it Tianjing. At this time, the sacred treasury contained 18 million taels of silver, with other government assets exceeding 20 million taels. It is said that the pure gold crown worn by Hong Xiuquan weighed 8 pounds, and his dragon robe was entirely woven with gold thread. In July 1864, the Xiang army breached Tianjing. The first order of business for Zhang Guofan upon entering the city was to head straight for the fabled sacred treasury. Historical records indicate that by this time, the treasury was completely bare, with not even a single copper coin left. Zhang Guofan was perplexed. How could such a large city, besieged for over a year, have managed to transport so much gold and silver away? In a fit of rage, he had Hong Xiuquan's corpse exhumed and burned to ashes. Still unsatisfied, he ordered the ashes to be mixed into clay balls and fired from cannons into the Yangtze River. Zhang Guofan remained relentless, commanding the Xiang army to pillage the city for 3 days. The sounds of burning and slaughter echoed day and night, with countless looters sweeping through, stripping every household of their valuables. 3 days of carnage left the Qinhuai River choked with corpses, a horror beyond words. In prosperity, the common people suffer. In ruin, the common people suffer. This is a city steeped in suffering. Chapter 80. Anything is possible. Even so, the sacred treasure remained elusive. Zhang Guofan had also attempted to persuade the rebel general Li Xiuqing, resorting to threats and seductions repeatedly, yet to no avail. Subsequently, Li Xiucheng was executed by slow slicing, and the treasure vanished without a trace, leaving no historical records behind for a century. The whereabouts of this treasure have inspired a myriad of folk legends. Some claim that after the city fell, the riches fell into the hands of the Qing army, with suspicions naturally directed towards their commander, Zhang Guofan. There is another narrative suggesting that prior to the fall of Tianjin, the Taiping army hired a donkey cart brigade to secretly transport the treasure out of the city. The leader of this brigade was known as Jiang Luzi, with his deputy Wang Doufu, who concealed the sacred treasure. After the demise of the Taiping army, these two men suddenly became wealthy. Others contend that the duo merely acquired a substantial amount of real estate from the Taiping army at a low price during the turmoil, subsequently selling it for a profit once the chaos subsided. In modern times, several theories have emerged. One posits that Hong Xiuquan divided the treasure into multiple portions, which, due to the war, ended up in the hands of the populace after the fall of Tianjin. Another suggests that Li Xiucheng took some of it with him during his escape. A third theory claims that Hong Xiuquan's son, the young king Hong Tianguifeng, absconded with the treasure and managed to break through to Huzhou. Yet another narrative states that in 1857, the Wing King Shidakai led his troops away from Tianjin with a large cache of grain, weapons, and the sacred treasure, aiming for a future resurgence. However, due to relentless Qing military pursuits, Shidakai found himself overwhelmed and ultimately annihilated at the Dadu River in Sichuan, and the fate of the treasure he carried remains unknown. In summary, this treasure is shrouded in mystery, its true whereabouts a matter of speculation. Having concluded his tale, I grasped the implications and inquired, "Are you suggesting that the Empress Dowager is aware of the treasure's location?" He nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed. There's a rumor in the underworld that this old gentleman has even ventured inside." I burst into laughter, gasping for breath. When I finally raised my head, I found him still staring at me. "Do you believe it?" I asked. He nodded again, "Yes, because many say so." "Many?" I was somewhat perplexed. "Yes, I heard from Sun Laosan that many people in the circles claim the old gentleman possesses the map and key to the treasure." I shook my head. After years of wandering through these circles, I have never heard such tales. "But if it weren't true, those three wouldn't have imprisoned him," he countered. I fell silent, quietly lighting a cigarette. Han Wu lay back on the pillow, mumbling, "If it's true, that's an immense fortune." It is universally acknowledged that wealth can be a potent temptation, so his thoughts were not without merit. Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that this matter was somewhat implausible. The sacred treasure, it seemed too legendary. If the old gentleman truly knew its whereabouts, why had he not retrieved it to enjoy? Furthermore, the so-called rumors in the underworld are notoriously unreliable. At least, I do not believe them. These individuals have likely indulged too much in tales of the extraordinary. I glanced at my digital watch. It was already 2 o'clock in the early morning. I slipped on my military boots and threw on my leather coat, saying, "Let's sleep, we can talk more tomorrow. I'll just sit here for a while." A roll of toilet paper was conveniently placed on the rickety nightstand. I tore off a piece, crumpling it before stepping out. Squatting in the dimly lit restroom, I attempted to call Tang Dineo again, calculating that they should have met Uncle Jia by the afternoon. Why had there been no call? Was his phone off? I tried again, only to receive the same notification of a powered-off device. A chill crept down my back, perhaps due to the restroom's frigid temperature. Ever since acquiring my mobile phone, this fellow had become so attached to it that he never turned it off. Could it be out of battery? I tried once more, but still, it indicated it was off. Damn it, the more critical the moment, the more trouble this pair seemed to cause me. I hoped nothing had happened to them. 5 minutes later, I stood at the door to my room, hesitating to enter, quietly waiting. At this hour, sporadic firecrackers could still be heard. A mouse scurried across the ceiling, while the iron bed across the way creaked incessantly. I shifted my weight slightly. Suddenly, the rhythmic sound of snoring filled the room. It was steady and prolonged. Ha, he must be sleeping soundly. I turned and left without hesitation. I couldn't disturb him. If something had indeed gone awry in Guangzhou, I would address it only after resolving matters there. To act now would only complicate things. At the service desk, the portly proprietor lifted his head, bleary-eyed. I inquired softly, "Is there a place nearby that sells cigarettes?" He shook his head, looking at me as if I were a fool, too disinterested to respond, and resumed resting on the counter. I pretended to walk towards the front door but turned back halfway, stealthily making my way to the rear entrance, gently pushing it open. There seemed to be no ambush here, but I couldn't be sure about the front. Even so, I didn't exit through the courtyard gate. With a running start, I climbed over the wall, landing, and swiftly darting along the wall's edge into another alleyway. The temperature had dropped even lower in the early morning hours. This area was filled with old-style residences, and I weaved through the alleys for about 20 minutes. Finally, I spotted a bicycle. While pondering how to unlock it, I discovered it wasn't locked at all. I hopped on and pedaled away. Earlier, in front of the hotel room, I had deliberately made some noise, causing Han Wu to fall asleep immediately. It was evident he was merely a pawn, a trap set by the Sun brothers. Why do they say that as the underworld ages, courage diminishes? Because, over time, you realize that no one is foolish. Don't think that after years of maneuvering, you can manipulate anyone at will. The Sun brothers, having thrived in Xi'an, could hardly be simpletons. The Empress Dowager had been imprisoned for 8 years, and I had brazenly infiltrated their ranks. Now, they were conjuring up tales of the sacred treasure. The situation had become increasingly convoluted. As I pedaled through the streets, I contemplated numerous possibilities. Sun Xiang had mentioned sending a certain Miss Kiki to me. Had I agreed at the time, I might have opened the door to find those people waiting outside. Perhaps Kiki knew something and would take me to rescue the Empress Dowager. That, however, Kiki was a spontaneous choice of mine, and convincing her to act as a spy during the limited time I had with Sun Lar would be somewhat challenging.
It was also conceivable that while they were attempting to bury me alive, they had arranged for someone to save me, gaining my trust before rescuing the Empress Dowager. This person could be a so-called righteous enforcer or even Hanwoo himself. There were other possibilities as well. It could be that I coerced Hanwoo, but they would rather abandon him than reveal the Empress Dowager's fate. After we escaped, a heartbroken Hanwoo might assist me in rescuing the Empress Dowager. All these possibilities aimed to exploit me to extract the Empress Dowager's secrets. There were additional scenarios of perhaps after drinking that cup of tea, I would truly be buried alive, thus alleviating their concerns. Alternatively, if any step faltered, they might directly kidnap me and torture me in front of the Empress Dowager, forcing her to reveal the truth. Anything is possible. Each development might have been meticulously calculated by the two brothers. It could be a matter of making one move and then the next. From this perspective, the fire set by the Sun brothers 8 years ago must have been ignited in impatience, compelling the Empress Dowager to disclose some secret. Could there genuinely be a sacred treasure? Why do I find it so hard to believe? The Empress Dowager had no children, and the 3 were her godsons. If there were indeed a treasure, would she not share it with them rather than take it to her grave? The streets were eerily deserted, as if I were the sole inhabitant of this world. I pedaled quickly. A burst of fireworks exploded overhead, the cold wind sliced against my face like tiny daggers, and the bones in my hands ached. I recalled the content of their earlier argument, discussing Lin Zexa's opium destruction at Human. Could it be that the Empress Dowager had forbidden Sun Lar from dealing with such matters, threatening to report him if he did? Perhaps that was why the 3 had resolved to take such drastic measures. As for the treasure, it might merely serve as a pretext to the outside world, but why not kill him? Instead, they imprisoned him, which seemed illogical. Or perhaps the Empress Dowager possessed something else. I recalled the large pits in the old courtyard and the remnants of debris that had been rummaged through. What were they searching for? I cared little for any treasure. I merely wished to locate that old stubborn head. If he truly was born in 1904, he would be 94 years old this year. Such advanced age could hardly withstand turmoil. After his disappearance, the Sun brothers would surely be on high alert. As for Hanwoo, I had effectively vanished without a trace. Whether to pick up this thread or let it go would remain a matter for future discussion. I needed to confirm whether anything had transpired in Guangzhou before proceeding. 40 minutes later, I arrived at the train station, where small inns were plentiful. Even if they began searching for me, they would find nothing. No registration was required, and I quickly settled into a room. I plugged in my mobile phone to charge, disregarding any concerns over cleanliness, kicked off my shoes, and soon drifted into slumber. The following morning at 8 o'clock, I opened my eyes and attempted to call Tang Dineo again. Still, it was off. This instantly jolted me awake. Distracted, I checked out and searched for a while before locating a noodle shop that had just opened, ordering a bowl of mutton palma. The establishment lacked heating, and the bench felt icy beneath me, yet my appetite was warm and the flavor delightful. Just as I set down my chopsticks, my phone rang. I initially thought it was Tang Dineo and quickly answered, "Hello? Are you Xiao Wu?" Chapter 81. Train number 81. On the other end of the line was a man, his voice gravelly and unfamiliar, clearly marked by a Cantonese accent. "Who is this?" I inquired. He replied, "You don't need to know who I am. Your 2 friends are in our custody. If you wish for their lives, bring money." After a brief pause, he asked, "Do you understand?" I responded in Cantonese, "No problem, let me speak with my friends." The sound of footsteps echoed through the receiver, followed by the creaking of a door, and then I heard Tang Dineo's voice shouting, "Brother, don't come." It was indeed his voice. The outcry subsided, and the man instructed, "When you arrive tomorrow, call this number for your friend." Beep of the line went dead. I hurriedly dialed Tang Dineo's brother's phone, but it rang without answer. After several beeps, a womanish gentle voice replied, "Sorry, the number you have dialed is turned off. Sorry, it's a bit messy." The phone was off. They were indeed using Dineo's phone. No wonder I couldn't reach him last night. Something had indeed happened to him in Lao Gu. I then called Uncle Caosho in Guangzhou. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is turned off. Damn it. Just when I thought things couldn't get worse, now there's trouble in Guangzhou on top of everything else." "Boss, how much?" "150. After settling the payment, I grabbed my phone and left. As I passed by the spot where I had discarded my bicycle last night, I noticed it had vanished without a trace. In this day and age, bicycles seem to disappear almost instantly. I hastened to the main road, intending to take a taxi to the airport. It was indeed wise to leave Hanwoo untouched last night. There are priorities in emergencies. The old man has already been detained for 8 years, so a few extra days won't matter. However, Tang Dineo and his companion are in a precarious situation. Even a day's delay could lead to dire consequences, though the kidnappers mentioned they would call tomorrow. If I could arrive sooner, I could make better preparations. In that hotel room in Xi'an, there still lay 300,000 yuan. It seems I must leave it there for now. The bank isn't open, and I can't just run to Guangzhou with such a large sum in cash. I hailed a taxi, and as I opened the back door, a shiver ran down my spine. This is bad. Someone is tailing me. The sensation was reminiscent of that midday at the train station on the second day of the new year. I glanced around. The street was bustling with traffic, making it difficult to discern who was following me. One thing was certain, I was being pursued, but by whom? Could it be the Sun brothers? Or perhaps Hanwoo? The driver, growing impatient, asked, "Are we going or not?" "Let us go," I replied, getting into the vehicle. "Where to?" "To the airport." I noted the time. It was 8:40. I had no idea what time flights were departing in that direction. That unsettling feeling lingered as I glanced back. A white Jetta was trailing behind, its driver wearing glasses and with no passenger in the front seat. I couldn't see clearly behind. "Driver, please take a right up ahead." The taxi navigated through the alleyway, and the white Jetta did not follow. However, as we passed 3 alleys, I spotted a red Santana. 15 minutes later, after confirming that no vehicles were following me, I alighted in an alley. Before getting out, I tossed the driver 50 yuan, instructing him not to pick up passengers and to head to Wingjing Road to collect someone. If he were to drive towards Xianyang Airport, he would pass this way. This was also a precaution against him taking my money and fleeing rather than heading to the airport. After disembarking, I darted through a couple of alleys and hailed another taxi. Train number 81 was scheduled to depart at 9:53, and the timing was just right. Over an hour later, I found myself reclining on the middle bunk of carriage 5, a copy of Reader in hand. Regardless of who was monitoring me, they would not succeed. I would feign my departure by taking the train. This journey was anything but tranquil. Arriving in the capital on the first day of the new year, I reached Xi'an by the second day, spent 2 nights, one in a luxury hotel and another in a modest inn, before heading to Guangzhou on the 4th. It would be delightful to savor my master's delectable taro steamed ribs once more. It had been 6 years since I last saw him and his wife. My master in watchmaking, Chen Zhonghua, was a simple and honest man from Shandong, hailing from Weifang, who ventured to Guangzhou as a teenager. His wife, a local, was a capable and diligent woman. The couple had no children and treated me as their own during my apprenticeship. I flipped through a few pages of Reader, but my mind was elsewhere. I couldn't help but wonder how they were doing. Regret washed over me. Had I known this would happen, I would have preferred they stayed safely in the hotel. I had naively assumed that after spending so long together, they would handle a minor issue without a hitch. Yet, Guangzhou is not Xi'an. It has been open for much longer, and the society there is a veritable melting pot. As the saying goes, from all corners of the world, wealth flows to Guangdong. Since the advent of reform and opening up, countless individuals from across the nation have flocked to Guangzhou in search of fortune, making the Guangzhou station the first line of defense against the tide. The city is rife with all manner of people, a veritable tapestry of society, with every conceivable scam on display, whether it's cheating at chess, lottery scams, swindling, theft, robbery, fraud, staged accidents, extortion, selling counterfeit tickets, or human trafficking. The list goes on, replaying countless times each day. I can only hope that those two fools are safe. At this moment, anxiety was fruitless. I had energy but nowhere to expend it. The 2 individuals in the lower bunk were chattering incessantly, grating on my nerves. A short-haired woman sat across from me in the lower bunk. She appeared to be in her late 30s, with slender phoenix eyes and slightly full red lips. Her looks could be deemed ordinary, yet her figure was quite appealing. From behind, one might easily mistake her for a youthful maiden. When she arrived, a middle-aged, stout man in the lower bunk offered to assist her with her suitcase on the luggage rack. Before long, the two were engaged in lively conversation. The stout man, likely in his 40s, had a tanned face and hands, a clear indication of years spent exposed to the elements. However, his attire suggested he was well off, particularly with 2 large gold rings adorning his fingers, one inscribed with the character, prosperity, and the other with, wealth. This was true extravagance, a far cry from Tang Daneo's wealthy but unrefined persona. "Brother, your wife must be quite beautiful, right?" the short-haired woman purred, her accent subtly tinged with a hint of Suzhou or Hangzhou. "Beautiful? She is a clumsy oaf who behaves like a bear, only knowing how to fish and work, utterly oblivious to personal grooming." The stout man clearly struggled to express himself in Mandarin. Despite his efforts, his accent remained pronounced. "Brother, you clearly have a substantial fortune. What business do you run?" Upon hearing this, I cast a sidelong glance downward, primarily to scrutinize the woman's hands. She was not one of my kind. Firstly, her hands did not align with the profession. Secondly, if she were from the circles I knew, she wouldn't be so brazenly initiating conversation. Those with ulterior motives would observe discreetly. The less attention they drew, the better. After all, the more one speaks, the greater the risk of revealing their identity. This wasn't to say that one couldn't strike up a conversation. For instance, the group from Taiyuan, known for assisting travelers with their luggage, always appeared neat and professional, resembling civil servants or successful entrepreneurs. Yet, the luggage they helped place was often found slashed open, with valuable items mysteriously vanished. After a few carriages, they would disembark at the next station. The travelers who had repeatedly expressed their gratitude would discover their belongings had been compromised, only to find the culprits had vanished without a trace, leaving the train police helpless, merely advising future travelers to exercise caution. "I've set up a brick kiln in the village," the stout man boasted. I nearly kicked him. Such discussions were the bane of traveling. It wouldn't be long before they stripped each other bare of secrets. The two continued their banter, growing increasingly animated. As anticipated, it wasn't long before the stout man divulged details about his children, boys and girls, their academic performance, and how he purchased a Jetta last year. "Young lady, where are you headed?" the stout man inquired. "Just out to clear my mind," she replied with a sigh, her eyes reddening. "It's my husband. He didn't come home on New Year's Eve." The upper bunk across from me was empty, unsold. The 2 individuals in the upper bunk were seated on foldable chairs by the aisle. Both were in their 30s, one tall and the other short, speaking standard Mandarin without revealing their origins. The tall one, wearing glasses, appeared cultured. He stood up and climbed the ladder to the upper bunk, prompting the shorter one to ask what he was doing. He replied, "It's noisy, I'm going to sleep for a bit." He was referring to the man and woman below. The stout man exclaimed, "What is going on? Is there someone there?" The woman burst into tears, her voice choked. "Yes, after returning home on New Year's Eve, he hit me." Just look. As she spoke, she rolled up her sweater, revealing her pale arms. I could see clearly that several red marks marred her skin. The stout man surely couldn't discern this, but those were unmistakably scratches she had just inflicted upon herself. Chapter 82. The spring of 18. The bespectacled man above me remarked, "Could you two keep it down?" It was evident that he was quite displeased with the chatter of the pair below. I found it somewhat surprising. He appeared rather refined, yet his temperament was unexpectedly irritable. I had anticipated that the plump man would rise to berate them, but I was mistaken, their voices indeed lowered. After a while, the woman unexpectedly moved closer, positioning herself beneath my bunk, thus obscuring my view of her performance. As she stood, her delicate phoenix eyes cast a fleeting glance my way, and she gently bit her luscious red lips. I covered my face with the magazine reader. Among the 8 major sects of the underworld, the Dark 8 gates are classified into frowny-face bee, hemp, swallow, sparrow, flower, orchid, ginger, and honor. This woman was clearly one of the swallows. The term swallow, also known as yen, refers to beauty, derived from the 12th poem of the 19 ancient poems, which features the phrase beauty like jade. Those from the swallow gate are notorious for using their beauty to deceive. In ancient times, swindlers were often young and attractive women, typically working alone. Occasionally, they would enlist accomplices, sometimes masquerading as sisters or even mother and daughter. There was a saying back then, to become intimate is not to deceive. Once the target of deception engaged with the con artist, the entire act ceased to be considered a swindle, and officials generally would not take action. In modern times, swallow encompasses not only beautiful women but also handsome men. The deceptions could involve women deceiving men deceiving women, men deceiving men, and women deceiving women, with myriad variations except, of course, for deceiving small animals. Once desire ignites, one is bound to fall prey, and some have even lost their entire fortunes. However, such affairs are mutual, much like the rotund man below. Being deceived does not evoke sympathy. Before long, it was lunchtime, and the 2 individuals on the lower bunk went off to eat, finally bringing silence. The bespectacled man above turned over, muttering a curse under his breath. The short man, who had been reading by the aisle, chuckled. "You always have such a cynical view of the world. What others do is none of our concern." I hesitated to join them for a meal, feeling lethargic and not particularly hungry. The bespectacled man climbed down and sat opposite the short man, and they began to converse quietly. It appeared they were business partners, likely having invested in something in ZN, and since they weren't part of the underworld, I ceased to listen. An hour later, the plump man and the short-haired woman returned. To my astonishment, they were holding hands. The bespectacled man removed his glasses and vigorously wiped them. Frankly, at that moment, even I, a notorious libertine, found it hard to watch. The rapidity of their dalliance was astonishing. As the saying goes, when a woman pursues a man, a thin veil separates them. The 2 nestled back into the lower bunk, whispering sweet nothings, the woman occasionally breaking into a soft giggle. I was oblivious to the passage of time and drifted into a drowsy slumber, only to awaken, ravenous, to find that the outside world had plunged into darkness. I descended from my bunk, only to find the pair of infatuated fools barefoot, snuggled closely together, reminiscent of a young couple in their first bloom of love. The plump man's hand was beneath the woman's clothing, and he appeared slightly embarrassed upon noticing my descent. No wonder their conversation had ceased. It turned out they were engaged in more intimate pursuits. The woman shot me a glance, her eyes playful yet scrutinizing. I couldn't be bothered with them. This rotund man, with his meager wealth, seemed utterly oblivious to how he flaunted it. When asked if his wife was beautiful, he even disparaged her. Such a person deserves to be deceived. After donning my shoes, I made my way to the dining car for a boxed meal. Compared to the culinary skills of the renowned Tang, it was truly unpalatable. I realized that ever since becoming acquainted with him, my taste had grown increasingly discerning. On my way back, I visited the restroom and then paused between 2 train cars to light a cigarette. I had no intention of engaging in any mischief on this journey, for the reasons were simple. Firstly, I was not in want of money. Secondly, I lacked the inclination. The reason I refrained from proceeding further was due to the presence of beggars in the next car. Both ends of that car were blocked. Here, a legless man sat, and there, an elderly man leaned on a single crutch. Just as I was about to step inside, the legless man struck the floor with a red brick, creating a resounding bang. This was no mere begging. It resembled outright robbery. In the second categorization of the 8 major sects, beggars fall under the inner 8 gates. Demand gate, the last of the lower 4 gates, the demand gate, emphasizes the plight of the destitute. When a person faces misfortune, how should they navigate their difficulties? Some say the founder of the demand gate was Zhu Yuanzhang, though I believe this is merely an embellishment. Others attribute it to Lu Xiang, but the truth remains uncertain. The demand gate encompasses a wide array of individuals, from those begging with the lotus flower to those exploiting the wealthy, even impersonating monks to deceive. The 2 beggars in the train car were the kind I despised the most. Martial beggars, even if they replaced the brick with a guitar, even if their singing were utterly terrible, I would still toss them a few coins. Moreover, there was another reason. On April 2, 1990, I departed from Xi'an for Guangzhou on this very train. It was also because I had offended 2 members of the Yi Guandi Hall that I found myself incarcerated. The so-called Guandi Hall is the Beggars Guild of Guangzhou. That time, they caused me to languish in detention for a full 11 months and 3 days. The man in the car continued to pound the red brick, while outside, darkness enveloped the world. The train felt like a steel beast, tearing through the shadows in time. In a moment of reverie, I was transported back to the spring of my 18th year. April had turned warm, especially in the hard-seat carriage around 2 in the afternoon, when fatigue weighed most heavily upon passengers. The clamor in the car had subsided. I had my eye on a particularly plump target, whose head bobbed slightly. He was in his 40s, sporting a slick-back hairstyle and a beer belly, his skin pale and soft. He wore a white shirt with 2 pens tucked into the pocket, sharply pressed blue wool trousers, and gleaming black leather shoes, puffing on a soft pack of Hongta Mountain cigarettes. He boarded the train alone but was now entangled with a woman. The woman, in her 30s, had long hair cascading down her shoulders, her figure alluring. It was their secretive demeanor that initially caught my attention. I had thought I might have stumbled upon fellow practitioners of the underworld upon closer inspection, however, it became evident that I had overestimated the situation, they were merely engaging in an illicit affair. This was easily discernible at first, their ages were mismatched, second, they were holding hands, a rarity in these times, and third, the man was deferential to the woman, exuding a tender and gentle demeanor, while his gaze flitted about as if he were a thief. All these signs pointed to a newly formed liaison. The man was likely a public servant with some authority. Taking the woman on a trip to Guangzhou, shortly after boarding, the pair went to purchase sleeper tickets, but only one remained, prompting him to suggest that the woman rest. Before they parted, they lingered in the train car connection for quite some time. The man clutched a black leather handbag, its strap looped around his wrist, resting it on his thigh, with one hand pressing down upon it. Inside, there must have been at least 2,000 yuan. I was ready to act. Just as I was about to make my move, I heard the door behind me swing open. Turning around, I saw a burly man with crutches enter. His eyes were large and bulging, and he appeared somewhat dazed. He was clad in a tattered old green military uniform and carried a canvas military satchel. The door to the opposite car opened as well, and a scruffy man hunched over, entering with a bamboo stick. He was blind. A limping man and a blind man, demandgate, individuals. Chapter 83. How infuriating. Due to their disheveled appearance, I could not discern the actual ages of those two individuals, though they appeared to be around 30. I leaned against the restroom door, remaining motionless. The man propped against a bamboo stick rolled his eyes, revealing mostly the whites of his eyes. His face was exceedingly filthy, so much so that his original features were nearly unrecognizable. He stood there nonchalantly, slowly retrieving a pair of bamboo clappers from his pocket. With a resounding crack, he began to perform. Many passengers in the carriage were startled awake, rubbing their eyes and rising to see what was happening. Upon realizing it was a beggar, numerous voices began to murmur discontentedly. After a lengthy performance filled with rhythmic verses, accompanied by the clattering of the bamboo clappers, the blind man opened his mouth when the bamboo clappers sounded joyful chime. May you prosper and enjoy good health. Today the blind man comes to seek alms, hoping for the generosity of the esteemed host. With the clappers striking, let us converse. Dear gentlemen, lend me your ears. If it were not for the kindness of the noble, I would have long since perished from hunger. This segment went on for quite a while, and some travelers knelt on their seats, leaning over the backs of chairs, seemingly entertained. A few young boys also stirred awake and began to run amok throughout the carriage. However, once he concluded his performance, the atmosphere shifted, and no one could muster joy any longer. After collecting the clappers, the blind man reached behind him and produced a dented enamel basin, proceeding to solicit money from each passenger. Upon closer inspection, I noticed a hook on the basin, indicating that it was typically hung from his belt. When faced with those unwilling to part with their money, he first put on a pitiable act, lamenting about his blindness and his inability to survive, uttering pleas for mercy. If his audience remained unyielding, his demeanor quickly transformed. Did you not just hear my performance? He would demand, and upon receiving an affirmative nod, he would retort, then you listen for free? Hand over your money. Should they refuse, he would stuff the coins from the basin into his pocket and then raise the basin to strike the individual. The sound of clanging echoed throughout the carriage. From a pitiful disabled man to a fearsome thug, the transformation was seamless. Some attempted to evade him, but there was no escaping his grasp. If one tried to navigate around him, the robust man behind me, leaning on his crutches, would intervene, thrusting his wooden crutch against the wall and glaring fiercely, demanding, "Where do you think you're going? I'll annihilate your entire family." These two disabled men had effectively intimidated an entire carriage of passengers. In truth, such individuals tend to prey on the weak. Had they encountered someone formidable, they would not have dared to be so brazen. Unfortunately, not a single traveler in this carriage possessed any backbone. For me, this scene was nothing new. I encountered similar situations several times a year. The further north one travels, the more frequent such encounters become. To put it plainly, whether in Rongmen, Landau, or Yamen, those north of the Yellow River are inclined to resort to violence, while those to the south prefer to employ their wits. Perhaps it is a matter of environment or inherent temperament. There exists a significant disparity between the north and the south. What struck me as peculiar was that these two were indeed an anomaly. Their accents clearly indicated they hailed from Guangdong province, yet their behavior was as brazen as that of northerners. I watched as the blind man approached my unsuspecting companion. I observed coolly. The middle-aged man, hands on hips, exuded an air of defiance, declaring, "No work, no reward." Utter nonsense, I curse you. The blind man wasted no time, raising his enamel basin to strike, swiftly subduing the man. I could not help but marvel. No wonder the basin was so battered. It must have dealt blows to countless individuals. The middle-aged man produced a single yuan, but to my astonishment, the blind man snatched the handbag dangling from his hand. I was taken aback. How foolish of me to underestimate him. He was not blind at all. As the blind man reached for the money inside the handbag, the middle-aged man grappled with him. The robust man behind me also stepped forward, brandishing a half-foot-long watermelon knife against the middle-aged man's throat. Gasps of shock rippled through the surrounding passengers as they scrambled to evade the scene. The robust man bared his teeth. "Hand it over, old man, let us split it 50-50. Trembling, the middle-aged man reluctantly opened the handbag, but before he could retrieve anything, it was seized forcefully. The hefty bundles of currency were swiftly extracted, and any thoughts of splitting it evilly vanished as the robust man stuffed the entirety into his military satchel. I observed clearly, it was a staggering sum of over 2,000 yuan. By Jove, I had not anticipated being robbed by two beggars, and without any finesse, this was outright theft. I refrained from moving closer as the robust man tossed the handbag back to the middle-aged man and resumed his casual solicitation for money. At last, they approached me. "Young man," the blind man rolled his eyes, "do spare a little something, one to you?" I hesitated, trembling as I produced a single yuan, my voice quivering. I'm a student, I don't have much money. Will a yuan suffice? Perfect, the robust man snatched it away, not a penny less, not 1,000 more. Strangely, when they refrained from cursing, their Mandarin was quite articulate. After they departed, I stealthily followed them, seeking an opportunity to reclaim my money. That was mine. Half an hour later, the chance arose. In carriage number 12, a scene unfolded that mirrored the previous one. Several young men were present, yet none dared to raise their voices. Unexpectedly, a silver-haired, frail old man erupted in a furious tirade. The robust man brandished his knife once more. To my surprise, the old man tore open his shirt, revealing a gaunt chest marred by numerous scars. I was taken aback. Despite the distance, the scars were unmistakable. He pounded his chest and bellowed, "Come, stab me right here." The two men were clearly taken aback. The old man advanced a step, gripping the robust man's tattered military uniform. "How dare you wear that uniform?" The robust man's face flushed crimson. In the winter of 50, the old man continued, still grasping his collar, "When I liberated the Wengjin Peninsula, you two were still in your mother's womb. How has this country produced such worthless scoundrels like you? Get lost, all of you." Upon witnessing the evident retreat of the two men, many passengers sprang to their feet. The blind man hurriedly retreated. As the old man released his grip, the robust man sheathed his knife. In an instant, the carriage buzzed with activity as many rushed forward to push and shove. I too squeezed my way through. This was a prime opportunity. The blind man was a fraud, but the robust man truly had a disability. He stumbled amid the crowd, saliva flying across his face. Someone shouted that the train police were coming, and in the ensuing chaos, my hand slipped from his satchel, the 2 bundles of currency finding their way into my pocket. I left the other money untouched. In hindsight, I realized I had been careless. I was not a passenger in that carriage, and both of them had seen me. Once they discovered the money was missing, how could they let it slide? The train police arrived, scolding the 2 beggars and soothing the passengers. No one was apprehended, and they departed. I understood clearly, there were connections at play. With their heads hung low, the 2 men left in disgrace, and I noticed they did not cast a glance my way. Thus, I too departed. As I had failed to secure a ticket, I was without a seat. As usual, I spent 5 yuan to acquire a deluxe seat. The so-called deluxe seat was merely a table in the dining car. The advantage was a spacious table, fewer people, and far more comfortable for resting than the hard seats. However, there were downsides. At mealtime, one had to vacate the space unless one was willing to dine in the dining car. Sitting in the dining car, I pulled out the magazine I had purchased before boarding and engrossed myself in it. I did not see those 2 men return to their antics, likely having disembarked. The night grew cooler, and I dozed off, resting my head on the table, sensing someone had taken a seat beside me. When I opened my eyes, however, there was no one there. I inhaled sharply, detecting a lingering scent of soap in the air. I stood up to survey the surroundings. All the passengers in the dining car were slumped over their tables in slumber, leaving no one else in sight. I assumed I had merely been dreaming. The following evening, clutching the 2,000 yuan, I exited the Guangzhou station with a grin. Chapter 84 Stay and Take Revenge. The square in front of the station was bustling with activity. A little girl was pushing a wooden cart selling soda, and despite my reluctance, she persistently begged me to buy one. "Big brother, please buy one, I beg you." Big brother, with no other choice, I reluctantly pulled out 50 cents to purchase a bottle. It was orange-flavored and surprisingly refreshing. I intended to finish it quickly to return the bottle to her, but to my surprise, the little girl had already moved on. Assuming that they did not recycle bottles here, I paid it no mind. I disliked staying at the inn near the station due to its chaos and had planned to cross the square to the bus station. As I walked, I began to feel slightly dizzy and my legs grew weak. It was only then that I realized, glancing at the nearly empty bottle of orange soda in my hand, that darkness enveloped me and I collapsed on the ground. When I regained consciousness, the first thing that struck me was the putrid stench of decay. The thick dust on the ground was suffocating, and several light bulbs overhead made it difficult to open my eyes. Gradually acclimating to my surroundings, I discovered I was lying in an abandoned warehouse. Struggling against my restraints, I found my hands and feet bound tightly. "Pork sausage, do you still remember me?" A pale, gaunt face appeared before me. It belonged to a man in his 30s, possessing well-defined features that conveyed an air of refinement. "Don't recognize me?" he asked again. It dawned on me that the voice was familiar, and I widened my eyes in realization. It was him, the blind man from the train. No wonder I hadn't recognized him at first. He had been so filthy. Now, his face was clean, even transformed in appearance. He wore a long-sleeved teal shirt, light blue jeans, and sneakers, a far cry from his previous disheveled self. I caught a whiff of a faint soap scent, and suddenly everything clicked into place. It was indeed him who had appeared in the latter part of the night. Clack clack clack, a burly man on crutches approached, his gaze seething with fury. "What do you want?" "Kidnapping? I have no money," I exclaimed. The fake blind man chuckled derisively. "You know exactly what we want." I fell silent, pondering how to escape. It was careless of me to have casually consumed someone else's drink. Yet, upon further reflection, it seemed overly cautious to avoid even a bottle of soda. Could one truly live in such fear? The fake blind man continued. "We turned the entire train upside down, and you are the most suspicious one." I guessed correctly. "I don't understand what you mean," I retorted. He laughed heartily, producing 2 stacks of cash, slapping them forcefully into his other hand. He taunted, "Does this look familiar?" "Familiar my ass," I cursed, instinctively arching my bound feet and delivering a powerful kick to his stomach. Thud, he staggered back several steps and fell to the ground. I rolled across the dusty floor and, using my knee to push off, stood up. However, I remained frozen in place, for in front of me stood at least 17 or 18 young men wielding wooden clubs. I had acted impulsively, failing to notice them before, and now, with my hands and feet tightly bound by wire, my situation had turned dire. Before the fake blind man could rise, the burly man raised a crutch, growling, "Get him! Kill him!" Initially, I managed to leap around like a rabbit, even kicking one of them down, but after being struck by a barrage of blows, I quickly succumbed to the ground. The wooden clubs rained down upon me like a tempest, and I gritted my teeth in silence. After a long while, the fake blind man shouted for them to stop, but the assailants ceased their onslaught, panting heavily, while I felt as if every bone in my body had shattered. He placed his foot on my face and said, "Kid, if you join me, we can let bygones be bygones." I spat at him, glaring hatefully without uttering a word. He raised his hand, "Keep hitting him." A few minutes later, both my nose and mouth were gushing blood, and I lay on the ground like a dead dog. He squatted beside me, forcefully slapping my face. "So, will you join me?" In defiance, I spat blood all over him. The man on crutches approached, muttering curses under his breath. One crutch steadied his balance while he raised the other to strike me, sending me rolling across the floor. I lost consciousness twice, yet stubbornly remained silent. In my hazy state, I thought I saw three figures in police uniforms conversing. The fake blind man falsely accused me of stealing the $355 in my pocket, and soon after, I was taken away. I spent over 6 hours in the police station. No one attended to my injuries, much less interrogated me. In the early hours of the following day, I developed a high fever and was groggily loaded onto a vehicle, transported to the 3rd Detention Center in Bayonne District. During the medical examination, a female doctor informed me that I had no serious injuries and no fractures. She applied some ointment and gave me a few pills. 11 months and 3 days later, perhaps a leader recalled my case, considering it unreasonable to keep me imprisoned without cause, and I was released. It was during this time that I learned mixed martial arts while incarcerated. If the welfare institution in Shuecheng had estimated correctly, I had entered at 18 and emerged at 19. I was young and impetuous, and the experience had left me feeling incredibly frustrated. Hence, upon my release, I harbored a singular thought: stay and take revenge. None of these individuals would escape unscathed. I refused to live like those old thieves, stealing for a lifetime. Thus, I took Shin Zhonghua as my master, learning watch repair by day and investing in lessons for kickboxing and boxing by night. In early January 1992, I finally unraveled the workings of this gang and their patterns of movement. They were affiliated with the Guandi Hall in Guangzhou, known as the Doorway People or the Beggar Gang. The fake blind man's true name was Hu Pingfan, renowned for his expertise in disguise, and he was nicknamed Chameleon in the underworld. He had gained quite a reputation in Yueshio district, attracting many followers. The burly man with crutches was named Song Liqiang, known as Lame Chang. In the local dialect, lame is pronounced as bi, akin to breaking strong. It is said that he was once a soldier but had become a hardened man in society. After offending a formidable figure, he suffered a debilitating injury when his Achilles tendons were severed and could not receive timely medical attention, resulting in a lifelong disability. Later, facing hardship, he joined the Guandi Hall and became Hu Pingfan's subordinate. These individuals were not solely engaged in doorway dealings, they resorted to deception and thievery, employing unscrupulous methods for quick profits. Looking back, I realize I was far too youthful then. My methods of revenge were extreme, even gruesome, yet I must admit, they were exhilarating. My first target was Lame Chang. That night, he returned to the home of a mistress in Dongshan district. I was seated on the living room sofa, observing as he entered. At that moment, his mistress was bound in a bedsheet, her mouth stuffed with her own underwear. I had done nothing to her. When he walked in, she had just emerged from the shower, and her scream was piercing enough to rupture an eardrum. I had no choice but to knock her unconscious with a punch and wrap her in the bedsheet. Fearing she would wake and cry out, I hastily grabbed her discarded underwear from the sofa, crumpled it up, and stuffed it into her mouth. Lame Chang, displaying some semblance of masculinity, did not scream. He maneuvered his crutches to the front of the sofa and asked what I intended to do. I replied that I never bullied the disabled and requested he set down his crutches, then swiftly kicked him, sending him flying. I pounced on him, unleashing a torrent of blows. He and Hu Pingfan had nearly beaten me to death and caused me to languish in a grim prison for nearly a year. How could I possibly show mercy? I would repay him for every strike they had dealt me, doubly so. Before long, he had lost consciousness. I needed to leave him with a lasting memory. Taking out a pair of pliers, I systematically extracted every single one of his teeth, leaving none behind. During this process, he fainted several times. When I departed, he remained unconscious, while the woman wrapped in the bedsheet trembled like a leaf. An hour and a half later, I awaited Hu Pingfan in the backyard of a small gambling den, having just stepped out to relieve himself. Chapter 85 of The road is wide open in the darkness. I struck Hu Pingfan with a single palm, rendering him unconscious. I carried him to a refuse dump in the back alley. An eye for an eye, I bound his hands and feet with iron wire, then slapped him several times to rouse him from his stupor. "Boss, do you recognize me?" I inquired, crouching before him. That night, the sky was devoid of clouds, a half-moon and starlight shining brightly, allowing him to clearly see and recognize me, as it had been less than 2 years since our last encounter. Wu Aigua, he stammered. Precisely, I had never uttered my name, and his ability to call it out indicated that the 3 policemen who had come that day were indeed summoned by him. Although no one had interrogated me, my identification had been confiscated. The police station had learned my name, and those individuals would undoubtedly inform him. I said, "If you call me Wu Yi, I shall spare your life." At that time, I felt that being addressed as Yi was the pinnacle of honor. "Yi, Wu Yi." He was no fool, and his response was decidedly brisk. I laughed, filled with self-satisfaction, and retrieved the iron pliers, still stained with the blood of the limping Chun. One by one, I extracted his teeth with laborious effort, striking again and again. "Wu Yi, spare me, Fook of Uncle Lai," he incessantly called out Yi, but without teeth, his words became a garbled mess, ultimately indistinguishable.
He fainted, only to be jolted awake by pain. I showed no mercy. After removing his teeth, I discovered a dagger tucked into his lower back. With a swift motion, I severed the tendons in both of his feet. When I was finished, I meticulously cleaned the dagger, shook him awake, and remarked, "My apologies, boss, it's my first time doing this, so my technique may be a bit rough." I feigned regret, indicating that my craftsmanship was lacking on my inaugural attempt. He grunted like a pig, spitting on the ground. I scoffed, "The gang of Guandi Hall is nothing but this." With that, I swaggered away, pliers in hand. After my act of vengeance, I returned to my master's watch repair shop, turning a deaf ear to the world outside and diligently attending to my work. On the morning of February 3, 1992, I boarded the train back to Shuecheng, with my master and mistress accompanying me to the station. From that day forth, akin to my departure from the old Buddha, I never returned to Guangzhou. It was not that I did not wish to see them, rather, I sought to find my own parents, fearing that upon returning to their side, I would no longer be able to move forward. I had no knowledge of how those two were faring. Had Hu Pingfan taken to using crutches? Did Chang enjoy his meals with false teeth? As I finished a cigarette, the train carriage door opened. The sound of tap 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 echoed as a burly man emerged, propped up by two bricks. He was not pretending. From below his knees, his legs were entirely absent. To cushion himself, he had thick rubber from car tires strapped from his thighs down to his backside. Behind him was an elderly man leaning on a wooden crutch. Both were filthy, their unkempt hair and beards intertwined, their tattered clothing gleamed with grease, and even before they approached, the odor invaded my nostrils. "Hey, young man, spare some change." The brick-wielding man lifted his gaze to me, his voice emerging hoarsely from his throat. I felt somewhat vexed. I had intended to wait until these two finished their tasks before approaching, yet it seemed that fate had thrust them upon me. The two men stared intently at me, their eyes fixed, as if ready to pounce if I failed to produce money. Since that incident, I had avoided anyone from the begging community. It was not out of fear, but rather a distaste for entanglements, especially in the case of these two. Begging felt akin to outright robbery. Moreover, this route had previously belonged to Hu Pingfan, and their style of soliciting was strikingly similar to his, suggesting they were also members of the gang of Guandi Hall. But at that moment, I was no longer the reckless youth of yore. Chaos reigned in Xi'an, and those two had been apprehended. A multitude of matters remained unresolved, and I had no desire to invite further complications. Thus, despite their unpleasant demeanor, I fished out a 5 yuan note from my pocket and handed it to the brick-wielding man. He refused to take it. My eyes narrowed slightly. Was it insufficient? He chuckled. "Young man, with your fine attire, is this how you dismiss a beggar?" I found his audacity amusing. "And who do you think you are?" The expressions of both men darkened. The elderly man with the crutch took a couple of steps forward, blocking my path. The train swayed gently, the tracks clattering rhythmically. I had no interest in further banter with them and declared, "What you think is what you get. If you want milk, your mother will come, and if you long for your family, your uncle will arrive." Their faces changed instantly. I had spoken in the dialect of the Northeast, a nod to the man's evident accent. The implication was straightforward. I had encountered fellow travelers. The man let go of the bricks, sitting firmly on the ground, and gestured towards me. "Since we've met as brothers in arms, let us exchange names." He was implying that since we were both from the same world, we should share our identities. I replied with a smile, "A flower of the Northwest. The Hangdalan Rong is one family. I am of the Rongman, while you two belong to the Hangman, and food thieves. We're all kin. Let South be close." Though this sounded courteous, I had neither revealed my name nor had I truly offered respect, but rather insulted them. The Hung in Hangdalan Rong referred to highwaymen, while eating food was a euphemism for bandits. These two were clearly from the begging community, yet I audaciously claimed they were of the Hangman, an affront that slapped them in the face. They quickly caught on, their faces flushed with embarrassment. With a resounding crash, the man flung the brick down. "Are you asking for a fight?" I shook my head, not interested. "The road is wide open, let us part ways." My meaning was clear. We were of different paths and should not entangle ourselves any further. Without a word, he swung the brick towards my knee. What a temper! I did not flinch. My fingers, like lightning, firmly pinched the brick. If anyone had witnessed this scene, they would have found it bizarre. A scruffy beggar poised to strike my knee with a brick, yet I bent forward, clutching the brick with my fingers. The train was in motion, but our tableau remained frozen in time. The man began to exert pressure. Soon, the veins in his neck bulged. The elderly man beside him lifted his crutch, ready to intervene. I didn't spare him a glance. With a flick of my left hand, a paper note lodged itself firmly onto his crutch. "You," the man holding the brick trembled. "Who are you?" I applied slight pressure with my fingers. With a crack, half the brick fell to the ground. I brushed off my hands, my expression unreadable, and stated, "You are not worthy to know." With that, I turned and strode away. It was not arrogance. I genuinely looked down on them. In Northeast parlance, they were beneath my notice. I had no desire to engage further. If I sought to make a name for myself, it was unnecessary to bully them. Returning to the carriage, the two individuals in the upper bunk had settled in. The couple in the lower bunk continued their intimate exchanges. I removed my shoes, arranged them neatly, and climbed into the middle bunk to resume my reading. At 10 p.m., the lights went out. I, too, grew weary, shedding my leather coat, pulling up the covers, and listening to the monotonous rhythm of the train as I closed my eyes. In the dead of night, strange sounds emanated from the lower bunk, akin to a plunger rhythmically working a toilet. I turned over, feeling utterly shameless. At 3 a.m, I awoke, stifled by the need to relieve myself. As I threw back the covers and climbed down, I noticed that the woman in the lower bunk had returned to her own space, while the hefty man across from me snored loudly. I settled into a folding chair by the aisle, donning my shoes, scrutinizing the woman under the dim wall light. Although she was covered by the blanket, she feigned sleep. It appeared she had indulged thoroughly, having both satisfied her cravings and earned a tidy sum.
I calculated the time. We had about 10 minutes until we reached Yang, and the stop would last 4 minutes. There was a high probability she would disembark. After donning my shoes, I made my way to the restroom. Once I finished, I lit a cigarette to clear my head. Since I had encountered her, I faced several options. First, ignore her. Second, apprehend her and hand her over to the train police. Third, let her go and take her belongings. After much contemplation, I ultimately chose the third option. It was fitting to teach that lecherous hefty man a profound lesson. Donating her ill-gotten gains to a welfare institution would also be an act of virtue. The train was about to pull into the station. Chapter 86, the mad dog having exited the restroom, I made my way back. As anticipated, a figure dragging a suitcase approached me head-on. The dim light in the train carriage made it difficult to see clearly, yet I was utterly convinced it was that woman. As our paths crossed in the aisle, I did not hesitate, my mind calculating the time. Just as we brushed past each other, the carriage jolted violently, causing her to stumble. The train was entering a station. The brakes applied rather abruptly. Such occurrences were not uncommon. At times, they could jolt a person right off their bunk. I wagered that this stop would be no exception. My bet proved correct. Of course, even without such a sudden halt, I would have tripped over something and fallen into the woman's embrace. Seeing her on the verge of falling, I could not help but kindly offer my support. By a stroke of fate, in the midst of the panic, I found one hand around her waist. She instinctively gasped, and in that moment, we were entwined. The train continued to glide along, then abruptly halted once more, leaving us both unsteady. My hands began to roam over her form, without a hint of reservation. As the carriage shuddered again before gradually coming to a stop, she found herself draped over me, biting her lower lip as she whispered in my ear, "You little rascal, I knew you always wanted to take advantage of me." My mission had been accomplished, and I genuinely feared she might cling to me indefinitely, so I softly suggested. "Then don't leave." She stiffened momentarily, hastily righted herself, adjusted her clothing, and grabbed her suitcase to depart. After taking a couple of steps, she paused once more. I remained unhurried, observing her, though her features were obscured, leaving only a silhouette before me. The dark figure blew me a kiss and turned to exit the train. At that moment, my coat pocket contained 2 gold rings, 2 gold necklaces, a pair of earrings, a hefty Motorola phone, and at least 18 to 19,000 yuan in cash. Under ordinary circumstances, I would never resort to such dubious tactics. Creating this ambiguous situation, however, I had not seen where this woman had placed her valuables, compounded by the dim light in the carriage and the layers of clothing typical for this season. Without a clear indication of where to search, attempting to thoroughly examine her in the fleeting instant the train stopped would be impossible unless time stood still. Had I known in advance that she had stashed the rings, necklaces, and phone in her left pocket, with cash in the right outer pocket of her coat, I could have avoided that suggestive encounter entirely. The ambiguity of the situation left me feeling somewhat nauseated, especially upon uttering the phrase "don't leave." Moreover, I was confident that even with such suggestive undertones, she would not slap me. The reason was simple. She was a vixen. It is often said that at 30, one is like a wolf, and at 40, like a tiger. This woman was both wolfish and fierce. During the day, she had cast more than a few glances my way, her eyes brimming with unmasked desire. She was from Yenmen, clearly possessing the means to avoid entangling herself with that rotund man. After ensnaring him in a web of confusion, she could have easily taken action while he slept in the wee hours or once they reached their destination and checked into a hotel. There were numerous possibilities. Yet, she could not restrain herself. Thus, the earlier accident unfolded. My hands roamed freely, catching her off guard, making her believe her allure was so potent that I, a mere young man, could not resist. As the ancient proverb states, wine is a poison that courses through the veins, lust is a knife that cuts to the bone, wealth is a tiger descending from the mountain, and anger is the root of calamity. The ancients did not deceive me. I did not return to my bunk but instead made another trip to the restroom. After the train had traveled for 5 minutes, I staggered back to my compartment unhurriedly. I removed my shoes, arranged them neatly, and climbed back to sleep, undisturbed by dreams. The following morning, I was awakened by a cacophony of shouts. The portly man in the lower bunk was wailing as if mourning his deceased parents, his cries interspersed with curses. "Damn it! Thief, scammer, someone call the police, police!" The carriage erupted in commotion, with people crowding on both sides. The bespectacled man in the upper bunk muttered that he got what he deserved. The rotund man lamented, expressing his sorrow over the theft of 2 large gold rings, a 50-gram gold chain around his neck, and 20,000 yuan in cash. The train attendant and 2 conductors parted the crowd and approached the bunk. He recounted the incident, while the middle-aged conductor inquired, and the younger one took notes. I remained atop my bunk, eavesdropping. Even at this juncture, the rotund man remained unrepentant, merely stating that he had been conversing amiably with the woman, unaware that upon opening his eyes, he had been robbed blind. Though the onlookers remained silent, they were not foolish. It was clear to many that the two had been holding hands and sitting closely together, engaging in intimate behavior that had not gone unnoticed. The middle-aged conductor turned to me and asked, "Young man, what do you have to say?" I was engrossed in reading and sleeping, so I didn't pay attention to them. I had no desire to get involved. He insisted, "Come down." The bespectacled man interjected, "Officer, this fat man is lying." I looked up. The friend across from him was hastily signaling him to be quiet, yet he disregarded it and continued, "These two have been flirting since boarding the train, even in the middle of the night." The surrounding passengers gasped in shock, murmuring amongst themselves. Some expressed disdain, while others looked on enviously. A few hurriedly took their children away, shielding them from the conversation. The rotund man's face turned as purple as an eggplant as he shouted, "You idiot, what nonsense are you spouting?" The conductor furrowed his brow and said, "You two should come down as well." Reluctantly, we climbed down from our bunks. The young conductor worked to restore order, urging the onlookers to return to their seats. Once the 3 of us were down, we gathered at the woman's bunk and recounted everything we knew. I reiterated my earlier claim of knowing nothing. The bespectacled man, forthright in nature, laid bare the rotund man's behavior. The rotund man, growing increasingly agitated, pointed at him and shouted, "You're talking nonsense." I didn't do anything, we merely sat together and talked. The two conductors remained impassive. I was well aware that for them, such incidents were far from uncommon, with dozens occurring each year. As for the truth of the matter, it was impossible to deceive them. The rotund man and the bespectacled man began arguing, saliva flying, as if unleashing all their pent-up fury upon one another. As it appeared they were on the verge of physical confrontation, a short man forcefully grabbed the bespectacled man's arm. "Shameless, you shouldn't even be allowed to keep your pants," the bespectacled man retorted. The short man replied, "Just keep your mouth shut." The rotund man, red-faced and furious, pointed at us and shouted, "I suspect they're all in cahoots, they are the ones who stole my belongings, and I demand a search of their luggage." It was definitely them. They were the culprits. I found myself looking down on him with disdain, unwilling to even glance at his dark, rotund face. The train attendant, maintaining a stern demeanor, stated, "Don't blame everyone indiscriminately. That woman was supposed to disembark at the final stop, she didn't even change her ticket and got off early in Yang. Can you guarantee she is innocent?" The rotund man glared with his beady eyes, froth gathering at the corners of his mouth. "That woman is guilty, and these three are guilty too." "Can you guarantee they're not accomplices? I want to search them." The onlookers murmured disapproval. "Shameless. What a mad dog." The middle-aged conductor, with a cold expression, said, "You need to calm down. What evidence do you have to accuse them of being accomplices? Just because you say so doesn't mean you can search them." The rotund man fell silent, his small eyes fixed menacingly on the bespectacled man. The bespectacled man declared, "Search us if you wish. I have nothing to hide." The short man was displeased. "On what grounds?" The two conductors remained silent. I shrugged, "Then let us proceed with the search." "Since that's the case, may I request the three of you to cooperate?" the middle-aged conductor inquired politely. I replied, "Just a moment." Chapter 87 The friendship of gentlemen is as pure as water. Upon hearing me say "wait a moment," all eyes turned towards me. Initially, I had intended to cooperate fully, but the overweight man was simply insufferable. I remarked, "Searching is acceptable, but what if nothing is found?" "You cowardly wretch, are you feeling guilty?" The hefty man began to hurl insults, jabbing his finger at me repeatedly. The middle-aged railway officer's expression darkened. "What is wrong with you? If the individual has nothing to hide, they would willingly assist us in our duties. If you continue to prattle on like this, we shall cease our search and take you to the police station for a statement." He lowered his hand and fell silent. "Young colleague," the middle-aged officer said with a friendly demeanor, "the owner is anxious as well. We must empathize with each other during these trying times. Shall we cooperate?" I reiterated, "As I have stated, we have no issue with the search and are willing to assist, but what happens if nothing is found?" The young officer, perhaps perceiving my insistence as obstinacy, furrowed his brow and queried, "Then what do you propose we do?" "Let him," I gestured towards the hefty man, "apologize to the three of us." Indeed, the bespectacled man nearly leapt from his seat. "He should apologize. It was your own misconduct that led to the theft, which has nothing to do with us." The shorter individual echoed, "Yes, apologize." The middle-aged officer turned to the hefty man, "Comrade, do you agree?" He hesitated. I needn't analyze his psyche. He was undoubtedly aware that it was that woman who robbed him, yet due to the bespectacled man's revelations, he harbored resentment towards us all. Having lost such a significant sum, he was suffocating in frustration, and rummaging through our belongings was merely an outlet for his anger. If he sought to vent, he could easily do so by scratching walls or banging his head against doors. Why take it out on us? "Fine," he begrudgingly acquiesced. I remained seated, and the bespectacled man along with his companion ceased further protests, rising to retrieve their bags, opening them for the young officer to inspect, and emptying their pockets. Naturally, they possessed nothing of consequence. The hefty man glared at me in indignation. I felt no need to utter further words. Having consented to a search, I would allow them to proceed without reservation. I extracted my bank cards and cash from the pockets of my suit jacket, as well as my house key, half a box of cigarettes, a lighter, and my mobile phone from my trousers. After examining my belongings, the young officer hesitated to reach out. I chuckled, "We have nothing to hide, please, feel free to check." He glanced at the middle-aged officer, who nodded, prompting him to pat down other areas of my body. Subsequently, I removed my leather coat from the bunk, emptying its pockets to reveal only a charger for my mobile phone, a spare battery, and half a deck of playing cards. I gestured towards my bunk. "You may check our sleeping area to see if anything is concealed beneath the pillows or blankets." The young officer and the train attendant climbed up to inspect. By now, the other passengers were unable to contain their curiosity and several leaned in to observe. The two descended, shaking their heads. The middle-aged officer, clearly attempting to mediate, tugged at the hefty man's arm and said, "Come on, let us return to the station to file a report." In hopes of resolving this matter swiftly, I interjected, "Officer, pardon me, but he has yet to apologize." The bespectacled man chimed in, "Yes, why should we take him away?" A young man from the adjacent bunk stretched his neck and shouted, "Yes, make him apologize." A few others joined in the chorus. Silence. The middle-aged officer's brow furrowed as he looked at the hefty man, yet he remained silent. The hefty man hung his head, also silent. I proclaimed, "Individuals like you are hardly deserving of sympathy. Apologize to us." The bespectacled man and his companion echoed, "Apologize." More onlookers gathered, joining in to chant, "Apologize. Make him apologize." Sweat beaded on the hefty man's forehead as he meekly uttered, "Yes, I'm sorry.
I cupped my hand to my ear, calling out, "Is that a mosquito buzzing?" "Speak louder." Laughter erupted among the crowd, even the two officers and the train attendant struggled to stifle their mirth. "I'm sorry," the hefty man shouted, tears welling in his eyes. "I said I'm sorry." The spectators erupted in laughter and began to murmur amongst themselves. "Take your belongings," the middle-aged officer instructed, "and come with me." Applause broke out among the crowd. An elderly gentleman gave me a thumbs up. "Young man, well done." A woman remarked, "That hefty man is clearly no good, and that woman too, one look at her and you can tell she's no decent person." The bespectacled man patted my shoulder, grinning, "Little brother, thank you. Come, let us have a smoke." 40 minutes later, the hefty man returned, looking disheveled. No one paid him any mind as he lay back on his bunk, sighing heavily. I had grown familiar with my bunkmates. The bespectacled man was named Li Xiaodong and the shorter one was Lu Xian. They both conducted business in Guangzhou, claiming to be involved in pharmaceuticals. However, they did not elaborate further, and I refrained from prying. They say that the friendship of gentlemen is as pure as water, especially since we were mere strangers crossing paths on a journey. A brief encounter sufficed. I found Li Xiaodong's personality quite likable. He appeared refined yet had a fiery temperament. Lu Xian, on the other hand, was more inscrutable, calm in the face of adversity. We sat together on the bunk of that woman, playing cards and enjoying one another's company. At noon, I climbed up for a quick nap. The sounds of the previous night's chaos had been quite tormenting, disrupting my rest. At 2 in the afternoon, I arose and made my way to the restroom. After relieving myself, I unscrewed 2 bolts from the maintenance hatch above, removing the iron cover, which concealed items that had fallen from that woman. I could foresee the hefty man's awakening, yet I did not anticipate his decision to have the police search us. Even without the search, I would never keep stolen goods on my person. I had long operated independently, without any handovers or transfers, thus the train's restroom had become my frequent hiding spot for illicit items. In the past, I had a key, allowing me to access it even if the train attendant locked it. Eventually, I learned how to pick such locks without needing a key. I found a bundle of cash, loose and totaling less than 20,000, which I tucked into the inner pocket of my leather coat. I had already discarded the battery from the hefty man's mobile phone, slipping it into my trouser pocket. It could fetch a price of 1 to 2,000 in the second-hand market. I also acquired 2 ostentatious rings and a hollow thick chain, belonging to the hefty man. Additionally, I retrieved a pair of gold earrings and a delicate gold necklace from the woman. Weighing them in my hand, they amounted to over 100 grams. Having just seen 3 kilograms of gold, I found this hardly burdensome. I secured them close to my person. I decided to gift the necklace to the big-headed man, who had long coveted it. The remaining 2 rings, the woman's necklace, the earrings, and the pager would go to the old grump. A new necklace could easily be crafted from them. As for the cash, I planned to transfer half to Dean Shen, hoping to resolve the heating issue this year. Keeping half for myself and donating the other half seemed quite reasonable. Turning to gaze outside, I saw that the train had entered the city of Guangzhou. I exchanged greetings with my bunkmates, while the hefty man lay on his bunk, facing inward, pretending to sleep. "Younger brother," Li Xiaodong called, "should fade allow, I will treat you to drink someday." I waved my hand with a smile, "Only if we drink to excess." "Splendid." The temperature in Guangzhou was notably warmer than in Xi'an. I draped my leather coat over my arm and descended with the flow of passengers, breathing in greedily. I was enveloped by familiar scents. In a fleeting moment, I was transported back to the morning's mist, the gentle spring rain, and the vibrant red cotton flowers. This city held a peculiar charm. In spring, one could witness the whimsical sight of yellow leaves swirling through the air. In the spring of 1991, upon my release from the 3rd Detention Center, I was astonished by the scene before me, initially believing I had been released into autumn. It was only later that I learned of the extraordinary phenomenon known as autumn return, which could create the illusion of having stepped into fall. I did not exit the station right away. A few minutes later, I scaled a wall from the freight yard and slipped outside. I could not ascertain whether those who had kidnapped Tang Dana and his companions would be waiting for me at the station exit. Caution is the mother of safety. I needed to locate Uncle Jia first. He held the key to this matter. Chapter 88. The Rascals. I entered a small establishment and ordered a serving of shay noodles. After only a couple of bites, my mobile phone rang. Without hesitation, I pressed the answer button. Indeed, it was the same man again. He inquired, "Have you arrived?" "No, I am on the 266 train, and it will not reach the station until 9 o'clock. I replied. He pondered for about 5 seconds before instructing, "Before 10, you must hurry to Tongfu West Road on Hongdae East Road. Once you arrive, call me." I acknowledged his request. In truth, I knew he did not trust me, but I had no choice but to say so. After all, no one had seen me disembark. Since his primary interest lay in monetary gain, he would surely exhibit ample patience. After ending the call, I calculated the time. Tongfu West Road was not far from the train station, and I still had time. I swiftly devoured a plate of noodles. 20 minutes later, I arrived at Shuaini Hong Road by taxi. Having switched vehicles along the way, however, the sensation of being followed, reminiscent of my time in Xi'an, did not return. This was an old street, narrow and lined with alleys, flanked by antiquated buildings. Wiping hands, Uncle Jaya's hideout was located here. He did not belong to any particular gang, yet he catered to many, becoming a favored conduit for disposing of stolen goods in Guangzhou. To put it plainly, he was the principal channel for many illicit transactions. Having been in this line of work for numerous years, he had established a notorious reputation. Wearing a cap I had casually grabbed, I paused by the roadside to savor a bowl of double-skim milk, leaning against an awning while keeping my gaze fixed on Uncle Jia's front door. The double-skim milk, crafted from water buffalo milk, egg whites, and sugar, was steamed to perfection, boasting 2 layers of milk skin. The upper layer was fragrant and sweet, while the lower layer was smooth and creamy, melting effortlessly in the mouth.
Suddenly, a wild orange cat approached from the opposite building. Under the warm sun, the feline moved with an elegant gait, its fur seemingly translucent. As it traversed the blue iron tiles of Uncle Jez's roof, it let out a startled meow, its fur bristling before it swiftly vanished after a few leaps. Having finished my meal, I returned the bowl, adjusted my cap, and turned to leave. Uncle Jez was in trouble. His home was likely under surveillance. Wild cats have their habitual territories. Although they are typically skittish, they often remain calm around familiar faces. The earlier display indicated the presence of strangers in the yard, possibly even aggressive towards it. Only two types of individuals would treat a stray cat in such a manner: mischievous children, which was unlikely due to the absence of raucous laughter, and bored adults, who, after a prolonged wait, might find amusement in teasing a passing cat. And the person they were waiting for was undoubtedly me. Navigating the underworld, emotional intelligence and ruthlessness are undoubtedly crucial, yet boldness and meticulousness are equally vital. Sometimes, a mere glance, a fallen leaf, or even an off-kilter breeze can warrant heightened vigilance. No one was tailing me as I headed north, swiftly turning onto Shuayin Road. Had Uncle Jez been raided by the authorities, or had he succumbed to greed, colluding with others to take down the big shots? I was uncertain, but the likelihood of the latter seemed greater. I had little rapport with Uncle Jez. I had sought his assistance twice in the past, and though he operated in the shadows, he was prompt in returning my money. Having been in this circle for years, he would not easily engage in a black eats black scenario, for such actions would ruin his reputation. It was precisely for this reason that I had sent the big shots to seek him out. It appeared this connection had been severed. I refrained from hailing another taxi and, after 20 minutes of walking, entered a marketplace. Upon exiting, I donned a pair of oversized sunglasses, exchanged my attire for a cheap gray jacket, jeans, and sneakers. With my hands tucked into my pockets, I ambled along, appearing no different from a local ruffian. In this region, rascal connotes a petty hoodlum or scoundrel. There are also terms like handsome lad, fool, dimwit, simpleton, kidney, flyboy, youngster, scavenger, sharp-witted, talented, troublemaker, silly boy, wasteful lad, down and out, lewd fellow, and so on. Among these, only handsome lad and sharp-witted carry positive connotations, the former complimenting looks, and the latter intelligence. I sold my leather coat and suit for less than a fifth of their original price. In our line of work, many would rather sacrifice their lives than relinquish their wealth, often preferring to spend 10 days or half a month in confinement rather than divulging a single penny. I, however, felt no remorse. In the face of freedom and life, all else was extraneous, as money, too, was a mere nuisance. I arrived at Tongfu West Road, with 6 hours remaining until our agreed meeting. The two-lane Tongfu West Road bustled with traffic, lined by towering trees, flanked by gray, antiquated buildings, the tallest no more than 4 stories. One hand clutched a cigarette while the other gripped my mobile phone, striding confidently. After reaching Tongfu Middle Road, I turned back and entered a small soup shop, ordering a dish of gastrodia and pig brain with turtle and coconut steamed chicken. To be frank, I was not hungry, but the portions were small. I sat by the window, slowly enjoying my meal while quietly observing the world outside. Tongfu West Road was not particularly lengthy, and this soup shop was conveniently located in the middle, right behind the number 33 middle school. The street curved slightly, allowing me to observe pedestrians on both sides. An hour later, just as I felt I could drink one more sip of soup without it spilling from my nostrils, a white van parked diagonally across the street. I tilted my head, peering over the top of my sunglasses for a closer look. 3 men emerged from the vehicle, locked it, and entered through a wrought iron gate situated between 2 small buildings to the north. A sense of foreboding washed over me. They must be affiliated with him. After settling my bill and exiting the soup shop, I stood at the entrance, lighting a cigarette. To the left of the iron gate was a building supply and decoration store, surprisingly open on the 5th day of the new year. I strolled inside, cigarette in mouth. "Boss, how much is a bag of red mud?" I inquired about the price of cement. The owner, a lean middle-aged man, responded cheerfully. I began to survey the shop, asking about this and that. With my fluent local accent and attire, no one suspected my true identity. After leaving the store, I continued westward. The previous shop had no back entrance leading to a courtyard, indicating I was not part of their group. As I passed the small building, I discovered a 2-meter-wide alleyway between it and the next. I pulled up my jeans and hurriedly turned in. The walls were red brick, approximately 2 meters high, with no one in sight. Pressed against the wall, I unfastened my pants and relieved myself. Voices emerged from within the walls. I strained to listen. Damn, those two are truly heartless, they can eat a lot. I chuckled, this was the place. The individuals inside were also laughing, cursing animatedly. I fastened my pants and proceeded forward, reaching the end of the alley to confirm it was a dead end. Leaning against the wall and smoking, I surveyed my surroundings, deep in thought. Report the incident? Impossible. How could I explain the gold? Furthermore, these individuals were locals. Whether they had kidnapped Uncle Jez or if he was involved, even as a mastermind, reporting it would be futile. He had been in this business for nearly 20 years without ever getting caught, which spoke volumes. The adage, a strong dragon does not overpower a local snake, rings true, especially for someone like me, a transient in the underworld. A misstep could jeopardize the lives of the big shots. They say, all men are equal before the law. Is that truly the case? I believe the last 4 words should be replaced with hierarchy exists, which may be more accurate and fitting. I admit my views may be extreme. After all, I differ from the vast majority of ordinary people, having wandered too long and witnessed the fickle nature of human relationships. We all wish to believe in equality. Yet the truth is harsh. We are not equal, never have been, are not now, and will not be in the future. Chapter 89 of The Crimson Earth. I observed that the walls on either side were strewn with shards of glass, yet this posed no challenge for me. The truth was abundantly clear. It was those pieces of gold that had stirred up this trouble. However, one thought unsettled me. Could it be that the big-headed duo had revealed I still possessed some wealth?
Otherwise, after acquiring such a bounty of gold, why would they continue to hold them captive and insist that I come to their rescue? In the realm of thieves, the concept of righteousness is notoriously flimsy. Thus, it was no surprise that Tang, the big-headed 1S master, an esteemed traditional doctor, would opine righteousness is merely the distracting thoughts within your hearts. Were it someone else, they might well turn a blind eye. After all, infiltrating the lair of a tiger is not something a mere thief undertakes lightly, yet, that is not my nature. Even if they had indeed betrayed me, committing an unforgivable act, I must confront them directly to seek clarity. For I had regarded them as friends. The word friend carries great weight for me, so much so that I have rarely dared to approach it lightly over the years. After much contemplation, only two feasible courses of action emerged. First, to reveal myself at the appointed time. The loss of money would matter little, provided I could rescue the two individuals. Second, to stealthily infiltrate under cover of darkness to effect their rescue. Since we had agreed to meet at 10 o'clock at night, I would take the initiative. The groundwork had already been laid. Though I do not engage in flying work, this task was well within my capabilities. I loosened my trousers and secured my belt before exiting the alley. I turned into a shop and purchased a pack of cigarettes. I walked westward along Honda Road for quite some time before discovering a closed local produce shop. Given that it was only the 5th day of the new year, few establishments were open for business. After locating the back door, I slipped inside a few minutes later. Upon emerging, I carried 2 large plastic bags filled with various items. After another 10-minute stroll, I found a closed pharmacy. With no other options, I resorted to my previous tactic. As I exited, I tossed 100 yuan onto the counter, an acknowledgement, if nothing else, for their lack of service. With my bags in tow, I strolled leisurely back, reflecting that I must learn the art of lockpicking from Tang the big-headed one. Although I specialize in other trades, having spent years traversing the railways and engaging in traversing work, which does not necessitate lockpicking, it is rather embarrassing for a thief not to possess this skill. Everything was in place, save for a pivotal element. Opposite the iron gate stood a small inn, still operational. Though I secured a room on the 3rd floor facing north. Peering out from the windowsill, I could see only a fraction of the courtyard below. The courtyard was modest in size, with a grey 2-story building at the back. I brewed a cup of tea and moved a wicker chair closer, first retrieving a box of surgical blades and a roll of medical tape from the plastic bags. At precisely 7 o'clock, as the lights began to shine, the sounds of firecrackers had been relentless since 4 in the afternoon. I silenced my phone and stealthily entered the narrow alleyway. The darkness enveloped the alley, and the stench of urine lingered near the walls. Pressing my ear against the wall, I listened intently. The courtyard was devoid of anyone. I pulled open my jacket, retrieving a neatly folded bedsheet from my armpit, which I spread across the wall's edge. With both hands gripping the wall, I pushed off with my right foot. Whoosh! I sprang up, finding my footing securely atop. A mere 2 meters high. Too easy. No one was in the courtyard. I did not leap down. Instead, I grasped the bedsheet and proceeded northward along the wall. In the distance, fireworks erupted, their thunderous explosions illuminating the night sky. The southern New Year differs significantly from the northern. It lacks the biting winds and the mournful notes of the 2-person opera, as well as the savory aroma of stewed meats, the smoke of firecrackers, and the incense and candles offered to ancestors. A multitude of scents melded together, creating a uniquely profound essence. Perhaps that is the very essence of home. No matter how far one wanders, the heart remains tethered to that cherished, dark soil. The glass shards beneath my feet crunched softly as I arrived at the western side of the 2-story building. The southern window revealed a small terrace, adorned with a pot of withered asparagus fern. I folded the bedsheet and placed it near the wall. Perhaps it would prove useful, though the entire building was dark, with this room being the only one without lights. It had only just turned dark. It was unlikely anyone would be asleep this early, so I was confident the room was unoccupied. Nonetheless, I hesitated to act immediately, choosing instead to remain on the wall for a moment longer, listening intently. From the 1st floor, faint sounds of revelry echoed, while the 2nd floor room remained silent. Only then did I step onto the terrace and gently pull open the wooden window. The interior was pitch black. I floated in like a feather, soundlessly slipping inside. Upon closer inspection, I found myself in a bedroom, spacious. Indeed, against the wall stood an old wooden double bed, the bedding a chaotic mess. A combination cabinet leaned against the wall, devoid of any superfluous decor. Standing before the door, I strained to hear the sounds from the corridor. No one was present. The noise emanated from downstairs. With a gentle tug, I opened the door, and the clamor from below grew louder. Some were drinking. The corridor remained unlit, with the faint glow originating from the windows at either end and the staircase. Generally, hostages are either confined to basements or upper floors. I resolved to search the 2nd floor first. Exiting the room, I pressed against the corridor wall, scrutinizing my surroundings. The staircase was centrally located, flanked by 2 rooms on either side. The small building was modest, with only 4 doors in total, excluding the bedroom I had just entered. It meant that the big-headed Tang and the old rogue were likely confined in one of the remaining 3 rooms. Arriving at the door across the hall, I pressed my ear against it. Not a single sound emerged. I refrained from pushing the door open, for I was certain they were not inside. If they were awake, their chatter would be incessant. If they were asleep, Tang's snoring would be thunderous unless they had succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet, such a coincidence seemed improbable. How could they possibly remain in a stupor for so long? Moreover, earlier that afternoon, those individuals in the courtyard had remarked on how voracious these two were. Thus, the likelihood of them being held here was quite substantial. Advancing forward, I found the staircase brightly lit, and from the sounds, at least 7 or 8 people were engaged in drinking. The sneakers on my feet were not merely a fashion choice to complement my jeans. As I focused my energy, I moved almost silently. Had I been wearing military boots, no amount of caution would have ensured complete quietude. I stood before the northern door, listening intently. Whoosh whoosh, there was someone inside. Tang the big-headed one, you truly are heartless, sleeping so soundly at a time like this. I continued to listen. There was a faint snore from another individual, likely the old rogue. After a moment of silence, no further sounds emerged. I did not attempt to open the door. Instead, I moved to the end of the corridor. Here, 2 wooden windows awaited. I gently opened one, stepped onto the cement windowsill, bent over, and peeked outside. I stood like a statue, motionless for at least 2 minutes before beginning to unravel the items secured around my waist. These were the firecrackers I had procured from the local produce shop earlier, 5,000 loud dotty home firecrackers. Once untangled, I zipped my jacket back up, striking a match. I ignited the firecrackers and hurled them forcefully into the corridor. Before the explosion, I balanced on the windowsill, my body dangling outside, my eyes peering in. Crackling and popping, amidst the thunderous noise, I managed to shut the window behind me. Through the haze of smoke, the door to the big-headed 1S room swung open, and a figure poked their head out before swiftly retreating, shutting the door once more. Indeed, an ambush lay in wait, yet, their faces remained obscured. The door across the hall opened briefly, then closed again, with no one emerging. In the aftermath of the smoke, it appeared that those drinking below had rushed upstairs. There were still quite a few. The 5,000 loud dotty home firecrackers burned for approximately 30 seconds. The sudden commotion compelled those lurking in the shadows to reveal themselves. In truth, I could not ascertain whether this was a trap, yet even so, I would not easily open that door. History proved I was correct. As the firecrackers ceased, the corridor filled with smoke. Someone flicked the light switch in the hallway. Voices erupted. Who did that? Wei Zai, hurry and open the window. A figure dashed through the smoke, and with a swift kick, I flung the window open, my left hand gripping the upper frame as I leapt into the corridor. As I jumped in, my right hand swung out. Ah! The first runner let out a terrified scream, followed by a chorus of horrified cries. Damn it! Oh no! Upon landing, I instinctively crouched, my hand slipping to my waist, drawing forth 10 surgical blades. These blades had been affixed to my belt with tape, though I had not wielded a knife in at least 6 years. Once in hand, they possessed far greater lethality than a mere deck of cards. However, I had no intention of taking a life. Each blade was aimed at their thighs. Chaos ensued. 2 individuals collapsed nearby, clutching their legs and wailing. Although the lights were on, the smoke was too dense. I crouched within it, unable to discern friend from foe. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. I launched 5 more blades, and once again, a cacophony of screams erupted. I needed no discernment, for apart from myself, all were enemies. This is bad. I rolled to my right just as a loud bang echoed. Someone fired a gun. The scream behind me indicated it had struck one of their injured companions. I caught sight of the shooter. Whoosh, a blade flew forth. Amidst the cries of anguish, I rolled before the assailant, catching the fallen 5-shot gun before he could collapse to the ground. Rising, I stood tall, aiming the weapon. Chapter 90. After many years apart. Stop right there. I bellowed, commanding them to freeze, yet, my words fell on deaf ears as several figures surged forward, brandishing machetes. With a thunderous bang, the foremost assailant collapsed to the ground. My shot had shattered his leg. I roared again, don't move. This time, fear gripped them, and they stood still. Smoke billowed from the window behind me, and the hazy forms before me gradually sharpened. I had already hurled 11 scalpels, and with another shot, 12 individuals lay wounded. Before me stood 6 more, each approximately 1.7 meters tall, with slightly darkened complexions, broad foreheads, high cheekbones, and deeply set eyes. I ceased speaking in Cantonese and barked sharply, release my 2 friends. The 6 remained silent, their gazes fierce as wolves. The corridor was strewn with fallen bodies, groaning and moaning. To my right, the door to Tang's room creaked open, and a voice rang out, Xiao Wu? I was momentarily taken aback. The voice was hauntingly familiar. In the spring of 1990, he had posed as a blind beggar on the train from Xi'an to Guangzhou, subsequently concocting a scheme to render me unconscious and imprison me in a detention center. 2 years later, I had severed his tendons and shattered his teeth. It was Hu Pingfan. I focused intently, and a bruised and battered face emerged first. It was Tang. Following closely behind was the old rascal, looking equally worse for wear, his lips resembling sausages. They raised their hands in surrender, their expressions mirroring those of defeated soldiers on a battlefield. Hu Pingfan brandished a sawn-off double-barrel shotgun, aimed squarely at the old rascal's back. He had aged. By my reckoning, he must be around 43 or 44 now. He remained gaunt, his face chiseled as if sculpted, with wrinkles forming at the corners of his eyes. At that moment, my gun was trained on the 6 men, while his was pointed at the old rascal's back. Xiao Wu, he chuckled, a sinister edge to his voice, we meet again. I could hardly believe my eyes. The kidnapper turned out to be him. Truly, fate can be a cruel twist. Normally, I had only 2 enemies in Guangzhou, him and the lame Chang. How could I not have anticipated their involvement? The reason being that Uncle Jie and Hu Pingfan had a tumultuous relationship, having clashed over a botched shipment that nearly landed Uncle Jie in dire straits. Uncle Jie had always been reluctant to accept stolen goods from intermediaries, as some individuals possess even fewer scruples than the underworld, resorting to all manner of deceit and trickery, thus inviting trouble. This was also why I had sought him out for disposing of stolen goods, compelling Tang and his companion to approach him as well. Regardless of how I analyzed the situation, even if I suspected Uncle Jie of engaging in nefarious dealings for personal gain, I never imagined they would conspire together. Now, the pressing question was how Tang and his companion had crossed paths with Hu Pingfan, and how he had come to know of our connection. Had Uncle Jie divulged anything? What role did he play in all this? There was no time to ponder these questions. Once I rescued them, all would be revealed. Do you still recognize me? A voice emerged from the adjacent room. The sound of a cane echoed. It was Lame Chang. Of course, I recognized him. His voice was etched in my memory. 2 more sets of footsteps accompanied him as he emerged. Lame Chang hobbled in with crutches, his right hand gripping a Type 54 pistol, its dark muzzle aimed directly at me, his eyes ablaze with fury. Xiao Wu, did you ever think this would happen? He taunted, and as he spoke, his dentures clattered and threatened to fall. Under different circumstances, I would have laughed. Well, if it isn't Brother Chang, Happy New Year. I replied, suppressing my amusement. And me, another familiar voice chimed in, and I immediately recognized It.Hu Pingon. Could it truly be him? A youthful man, around my age, strode confidently from the room that he donned a deep blue suit, his hair neatly parted, standing tall and handsome. Indeed, it was Hu Pingon. The very same man who, on the second day of the Lunar New Year, had disguised himself as an old man with a white beard on the train to Xi'an, only to be stripped of his clothing by me with a knife? Pingon, Pingfan, I gasped, realizing I should have pieced this together sooner. Were they brothers? Impossible, there was at least a 16 or 17-year age gap between them, they could not be blood relatives. We meet again, he echoed, mirroring Hu Pingfan's words. His gaze locked onto mine, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, both alluring and mocking. I finally comprehended that it was likely this Hu Pingon who had orchestrated the kidnapping of Tang and his companion. I was unaware of the trials they had endured, but it seemed the situation was far more complex than I had imagined. Before I could respond, Uncle Jie's voice resonated from inside. Xiao Wu, it has been many years. He remained unchanged, his head shiny, his figure rotund, resembling a wise old turtle. He toyed with a Yixing purple clay teapot, its patina thick with a Ge. Further contemplation was necessary. His ability to emerge unscathed indicated collusion. You clever Qinjie, employing such tactics against me. It was rather amusing to reflect upon. In this underworld, there are no eternal enemies, only stark interests. I simmered with indignation internally while maintaining a facade of cordiality, clasping my hands and saying, it has been over 6 years since we last met. How is your health, Uncle Jie? He chuckled heartily. Thanks for your concern. I eat, drink, and sleep well. Afterward, he raised the teapot and took a hearty sip. Though his Mandarin was somewhat coarse, it was intelligible. Hu Pingon approached with a frosty demeanor, placing a hand on my gun, fixing his gaze on me. He declared, I told you, my name is Hu Pingon, and I remember you. His arrogance was hardly unfounded. I was armed with only one gun, while they possessed two, one aimed at the old rascal and the other at me. The odds were decidedly stacked against me, yet, I maintained my smile, praising, your memory serves you well. I'll make you pay, he spat, seizing my 5-shot revolver, his spittle splattering my face. I offered no resistance. It was futile to struggle against superior firepower. One gun was inconsequential. Let him have it. In an instant, that very revolver was pressed against my forehead, its coldness chilling. Brother, today I must kill him. I want him dead. Hu Pingon shouted, the veins in his neck bulging. No rush, take your time. Hu Pingfan interjected, then shouted, whereas the pliers, where are the pliers? In Cantonese, the word pliers is pronounced without the final syllable. A young thug extracted a pair of iron pliers from his waist and handed them to him. It appeared they intended to extract my teeth before killing me, bury me alive, or execute me? I caught a glimpse of despair in Tang's eyes, while the old rascal's sausage-like lips quivered, his eyes reddening. Several individuals began to rise, limping and clutching their legs, those whose limbs I had incapacitated. The most severely injured was dragged into the room by two others. Hu Pingon erupted in triumphant laughter, his handsome face contorting with rage as he exerted more pressure, viciously declaring, call me Hu Yi. Today I decide your fate, and I'll leave you with a complete corpse. I remained silent, my expression impassive, merely observing him. I'll shout, is that all right? Tang cried out. A resounding slap echoed as the thug who had handed Hu Pingfan the pliers struck him, cursing, you bastard, do you think I'll let you off easy? I recognized him as the one who had called me. It seemed Hu Pingfan feared I would recognize his voice, thus instructing his subordinate to call me. Tang was utterly bewildered and hastily added, don't lose your temper, it's just a matter of shouting a few titles. I'll shout whatever you want, just don't harm my brother. Another slap followed. Tang clutched his face, cursing vehemently. Hu Pingfan passed the gun to the one who had struck Tang, then approached me, wielding the pliers. I noticed with alarm that he limped, his right leg injured. It seemed his treatment years ago was inadequate, given the remoteness of that garbage dump. It was hardly surprising. Xiao Wu, he said, his eyes unwavering, his lips trembling as he spoke, for 6 years and 1 month, I have thought of you day and night, you know? How considerate of you. Shut up, he erupted, his grip on the pliers shaking with fury. Lame Chang, still clutching his gun and leaning on his crutch, inched closer. Kid, did you miss me? I could no longer contain myself and asked, Brother Chang, doesn't that seem a tad ill-fitting? He paused, perplexed. What? Your teeth, they seem to be falling out. He began to tremble uncontrollably, as if stricken by a seizure. You little brat, were you born to eat filth? IV told you, you're a dead idiot, speak properly. Pingon. Hu Pingfan ground his teeth. First, we'll break his legs, the knees, no need to worry about leaving him intact. Hu Pingon grinned maliciously as the gun's muzzle slowly descended. I swiftly unzipped my jacket, exposing my chest. Everyone stood frozen in shock. Chapter 91 of the whole family of scoundrels. I unzipped my jacket, exposing my chest, and smiled as I said, fire away. Then, I raised my right hand, revealing a black object resembling a doorbell before everyone. My thumb rested on a red button connected by 2 wires, one red and one white, that snaked their way up my jacket sleeve. Before me lay rows of brown paper rolls entwined with an intricate web of wires. The arrogant Hu Pingon, still holding the 5-shot gun, froze in place, the barrel aimed at the explosives, paralyzed with fear. Uncle Jie wore a look of sheer terror and stumbled back a step, nearly dropping the exquisite teapot in his hands. Lame Chang shouted hoarsely, it's a fake, I don't believe you can obtain such a device. I chuckled softly, why don't you give it a try? He involuntarily shivered at my words with my left hand. I gently pushed aside Hu Pingyan's gun, gripping the switch as I stepped closer to Hu Pingfan, whispering, "Does Boss Hu not believe either? Why not you press it?" I feigned handing the button to him, urging, come on, you do it." Clang, the iron rod he held clattered to the ground, sweat beading on his forehead as he gritted his teeth and uttered, "Xiao Wu, you're incredible." I had placed my bet wisely. If they were ruthless gangsters, this tactic might have faltered. However, they were mere beggars, none daring to wager their lives. I erupted into laughter and turned, calling out, "Big head, old scoundrel, why are you still standing there in a daze?" The two men, finally snapping back to reality, reacted. Old scoundrel snatched the double-barreled shotgun from behind him and swung it down hard onto the young man's chin. "Damn," he cried as he crouched on the ground, clutching his face. Big head seized the black star from Lame Chang and, without hesitation, slapped him across the face, exclaiming, "Damn you, you worthless cripple. You're the one who hits hardest." Lame Chang staggered, nearly losing his dentures, while Big Head sheathed the black star at his waist and snatched Hu Pingyan's 5-shot gun, bringing it crashing down upon his head. "You little pretty boy, I'll curse your ancestors for generations." Hu Pingyan cowered, shielding his head with both arms, crouching low. I didn't wish to prolong the confrontation. I glanced at Lame Chang and then at Hu Pingfan, proclaiming loudly, "Gentlemen, what has transpired is now in the past. Years ago, you both nearly beat me to death and caused me to suffer in a miserable prison for 11 months and 3 days. Now that I've smashed all your teeth, we are even. Yet, I never anticipated that you would continue to meddle and have my brother kidnapped." Hu Pingfan visibly bristled but remained motionless. "If looks could kill, I would have been devoured whole by then." I pressed on, "Where is our gold?" Silence reigned. I inquired again, yet still, no response. I cast a glance at Big Head, gesturing with my chin towards Uncle Jie. This old rogue needed a lesson, and I was curious to see if Big Head had the guts. He did not disappoint. Without a moment's hesitation, he fired a shot into his thigh. Bang! Ah! Uncle Jie screamed, collapsing to the floor. Thud, the exquisitely crafted teapot shattered as it fell. I couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for the teapot. He rolled on the ground, clutching his thigh, writhing like a ball. Outside, firecrackers erupted in a cacophony. The new year was festive indeed, allowing gunfire to go unheeded. "I shall ask one final time, where is our gold?" I coldly surveyed the crowd. Still, no one spoke. My gaze fixed on Hu Pingyan. "Big Head, I'll speak. Hu Pingyan raised his hands high, slowly rising to his feet, his eyes darting towards Hu Pingfan. Hu Pingfan sighed, making no move to intervene. "It's all downstairs in the rooms." "Good." I nodded in satisfaction. Pingyan is a clever fellow. "I am quite pleased." He wore a sorrowful expression, remaining silent. I continued, "Since I have come all this way, I cannot leave empty-handed. My 2 brothers have suffered greatly. You all ought to compensate them." "How much?" Hu Pingfan gritted his teeth, questioning. 100,000 each. He gasped in shock. "Impossible. We don't have that much money." "How much do you have?" I pressed. I then glanced at Big Head, whose gun began to slowly shift, causing those pointed at to hastily avert their gaze. "Xiao Wu." Lame Chang bellowed, "Don't push it too far." Am I being excessive? I stepped closer, locking eyes with him. "Without this explosives, our gold, all our money, and our lives would be yours. Who is truly overstepping? Tell me." He could no longer meet my gaze, his eyes wandering. I bellowed, "Big Head." Bang! The lad who had earlier slapped him now lay sprawled on the ground, clutching his thigh and howling in agony. In the corridor, out of the total of 22 men, 14 had fallen, all injured in the thighs. 11 bore knife wounds, 3 were gunshot victims, and the cement floor was slick with blood. "There is 50,000 cash here. Take it." Hu Pingfan declared. I turned to old scoundrel, "Do you think that is sufficient?" He blinked. Is it enough or not?" I longed to kick him, responding irritably, "Can the 3 of us split 50,000? He clearly had yet to adjust to the life of a rogue, scratching his head as he aimed the double-barreled shotgun at the remaining 5 standing men. "You," he pointed at one long-haired fellow, "why is your hair so long?" The young man looked utterly bewildered. What do you mean?" Bang! The gun in old scoundrel's hands discharged. The long-haired boy stood frozen, panic-stricken as he glanced down at his leg, noticing the color of his jeans darkening ominously. He had soiled himself. At that moment, the man beside him collapsed, wailing. Big Head covered his eyes. I couldn't help but laugh. This poor fool was likely firing a gun for the first time. He had the guts, but his aim was atrocious. Old scoundrel's face flushed crimson, stammering, "Brother, perhaps I should take a smaller share?" I burst into laughter. With only 4 hapless souls remaining, I knew I couldn't afford to waste any more time. I asked, "Who among you can drive?" The 4 exchanged glances. The long-haired lad, still trembling from his accident, swallowed hard and shakily raised his hand. I can. I shot a glance at the 2 dolts. "Keep him. Let us go." The 2 men, guns in hand, herded Hu Pingyan, and the uninjured 4 towards the staircase. I turned to find Uncle Jie, seemingly unconscious. No wonder, a man in his 50s had likely not endured such torment in many years. As Lame Chang began to move, I said, "What are you doing here? You shouldn't be in such a ruckus with your leg." His face turned beet red. I moved ahead, glancing back to say, "Don't be stingy. Get some good teeth." He leaned on his crutches, a robust figure among the crowd of men clutching their legs, appearing somewhat lonely and desolate. By the way, I forgot to mention last time, that little sister-in-law of yours has quite the figure, fair skin, a round backside, sure to bear sons. Are you two still together? I queried. He trembled with anger, cursing, woo, Igwa, you scoundrel. I laughed heartily, turning to descend the stairs. The four lads led the way, followed by Hu Pingfan and his brother in the middle, with Big Head and Old Scoundrel bringing up the rear, guns drawn. Upon reaching the ground floor, we found a grand round table laden with fine wine and dishes. I ordered them to escort Hu Pingfan to retrieve the gold and cash, then took a seat at the table. Since my right hand was occupied, I had to use my left to eat. I grabbed a piece of rice noodle roll. It was quite delicious. Pingan, care to join me for a meal? I asked Hu Pingan. Chapter 92. Sin Hu Pingan hung his head in silence, while the other four individuals stood behind him, also bowing their heads. I observed keenly, noting that Hu Pingan's eyes darted about, as if concocting some scheme. This man harbors a narrow mind and harbors grudges. It is imperative that he receives a lesson. What is your relationship with old Zhang? I inquired, munching on my food. He is my cousin. I responded with an O, grabbing a shrimp dumpling and tossing it into my mouth, savoring the old flavors of Wufeng Township, albeit regrettably lukewarm. Grabbing another, I asked, why is there such a significant age difference between you two? He replied, his father is the eldest, and mine is the youngest. I elongated my response while indulging in a piece of water chestnut cake. Just then, the three others returned, with Tang Dineo leading the way, carrying a black synthetic leather bag. Nodding in my direction, I rose and beckoned Hu Pingan with a finger. He glanced around nervously, dared not utter a word, and shuffled 2 steps forward. I wiped my hand on his suit jacket a few times when Tang Dineo approached me, saying, brother, there's no shortage of gold. He has 54,000 yuan in cash right here, all packed. I nodded. Well, even a grasshopper, though not plump, is still meat. As I spoke, I reached for the 54-style Dahe star at Tang Dineo's waist, grasping it firmly. Bang, a shot rang out, striking Hu Pingan's right knee. The suddenness of it left everyone dumbfounded. I mimicked the pose of a secret agent from a film, blowing lightly at the muzzle, a sensation I cannot quite articulate. Holding this iron object felt distinctly different. At that moment, it seemed as though I could trample the entire world beneath my feet. Pingan? Hu Pingfan exclaimed in shock, about to rush over when an old man behind him fired a shot that struck him at the back of his head. He staggered 2 steps before collapsing to the ground. Hu Pingan, belatedly aware of the chaos, exclaimed, oh my, as he leaned against the table for support. The large round table toppled over, crashing down, dishes and bowls scattered everywhere. He fell amidst the wreckage, clutching his thigh and began to wail in agony. With my right hand holding the button and my left gripping the Dahe star, I squatted before him and declared, last time, you crossed the line, and you even wanted another sum for your child's medical expenses. I had no choice but to teach you a lesson. You hold grudges too deeply. I merely tore your clothes. Is that worth it? This time, not only do you want to swallow our gold, but you also seek our lives, which is utterly unforgivable. This shot serves as a keepsake for you. If you wish to seek revenge, feel free to find me anytime. I will prepare a pair of crutches for you. His face contorted in pain, and then he rolled his eyes, fainting. I tapped his cheek with the Dahe star. Wake up, hey, wake up, won't you see us off? It seemed he had truly lost consciousness. I chuckled softly and turned my gaze towards Hu Pingfan. He had just managed to rise, one hand rubbing the back of his head, trembling uncontrollably. Perhaps he never anticipated that, 6 years and 1 month later, I would still be this ruthless. Indeed, even I was unaware. I thought I had grown quite serene. After all, I would soon be 26, and while I wouldn't proclaim myself a gentleman as pure as jade or a man as gentle as chrysanthemums, I considered myself at least cultured and refined. Yet, upon hearing that my life was at stake, I found myself dripping with bloodlust. What a sin, however, in this moment, it was a matter of either your death or mine. What else could I do? Hu Pingfan lowered his hand, seemingly unscathed. The old man lacked skill, but his heart was fierce and his hand steady. The old fellow, however, was significantly weaker, not only unsteady but also inaccurate. I circled around him and suddenly posed an off-topic question. You can feign blindness, and your younger brother can impersonate an old man. Is that what they call disguise? He looked up in confusion, instinctively murmuring an mm. My curiosity piqued. Do you share the same master? A hint of pride flickered in his eyes as he raised his chin. It's a family tradition. Oh. I nodded, then inquired, is there a family secret manual? He paused, rendered speechless. I had merely asked casually, but upon seeing his reaction, I couldn't help but chuckle. You didn't bring it with you? He remained silent. Can you drive? He responded with an mm. Then take us away. Me, he lifted his head in disbelief. I smiled, yes, go home and fetch the book. What? Let me have a look. Impossible. I wasted no time, pointing the gun at his other good leg, laughing. Impossible? He trembled again, hastily saying, possible, possible. I felt a surge of joy. This was indeed an unexpected delight. I had previously heard in the detention center that some members of the dark underbelly could disguise themselves for deceit. It was said that those with exceptional skills could even fool their own fathers after a disguise. While makeup and petty theft or swindling were not new to me, there was indeed a fundamental difference between that and real disguise. In simple terms, makeup is merely a rudimentary form of disguise. True disguise should involve profound transformations in form, voice, demeanor, and appearance, rendering one unrecognizable. I turned around with a grin, addressing the long-haired individual. Thanks, we won't need you anymore. The lad was overjoyed, his efforts to contain himself laughably futile. I asked again, where are the keys to that van outside? I have them right here. Longhaired quickly produced a set of keys from his pocket. The old man took them and asked him, "Why is your hair so long?" Longhaired trembled again. Regrettably, his nerves got the better of him. Perhaps fearing the old man might shoot again, the two young men nearby hurriedly stepped back, while Longhaired remained frozen in place. "I'm asking you, why is your hair so long?" The old man was growing impatient. Longhaired was on the verge of tears. "Tomorrow, I'll get it cut short, I promise." "Really? Really?" It dawned on me what the old man meant. No wonder he kept asking about Longhaired's hair. It was nothing short of naked jealousy. He used to sport a wild mane, which I and Tang Daneo had unceremoniously trimmed away. Seeing someone with long hair now made him uncomfortable and restless. "Let us go, enough of this nonsense." With that, I took a step forward, and Tang Daneo followed closely behind, carrying the bag. Upon exiting the small building, we heard firecrackers going off nearby, the smoke wafting over and stinging our noses, and none of us could drive, and initially, we had intended to use Longhaired. Since Hu Pingfan could drive, he was no longer needed. Of the 22 individuals in the entire building, 15 upstairs were injured, with one still leaning on crutches. After descending, one more collapsed. I took Hu Pingfan with me, leaving only Longhaired and 3 others. I genuinely worried about having insufficient manpower. What if someone bled excessively and died? Throughout my life, I had never taken a life, nor did I wish to. Old Buddha once imparted a poignant lesson: in the world of Jianghu, ruthlessness is a necessity, but you must remember, sometimes raising the gun a notch is not about saving others, but about saving yourself. Half an hour later, the car came to a stop on Xinjia Temple Road. Hu Pingfan pointed to a beige 5-story building nearby. "My home is on the 3rd floor. Who will accompany me upstairs?" "I will go. It's the new year, and I should pay my respects to my sister-in-law." He hesitated for a moment but ultimately opened the door and exited the vehicle. I had the Dahe star tucked at my lower back, my right hand gripping the button, and I calmly followed behind him. The building was quite old. He ascended the stairs slowly due to a disability in one leg. Upon reaching the 2nd floor landing, he paused and turned to look at me. In the dim light, I could not discern his expression. Suppressing his voice and trembling slightly, he implored, "Xiao Wu, I beg you, do not harm my family." I replied coldly, "Move." We arrived at the 3rd floor. He stood before the door, neither knocking nor retrieving his keys. I still had a few steps to ascend, and upon seeing him hesitate, I asked, "What is the matter?" "Xiao Wu, my son is only in 5th grade. I beg you, please do not harm them, I implore you." As he spoke, he slowly knelt before me, choking back tears. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I should not have harbored such intentions, nor should I have listened to my brother. If you seek revenge, come at me. Please, I beg you, come at me." He began to bow repeatedly, tears streaming down his face, rendered speechless in his anguish. Chapter 93. With Buddha in heart and knife in hand observing Hu Pingfan in his current state, I couldn't help but sigh, for the heart of every parent is filled with compassion. "Get up, wipe your face." He remained unmoved. I scolded him. "I merely wished to borrow a book for a glance. I harbor no grievances against your wife or children, so why the absurd worry?" "Really?" "Of course, open the door." After wiping his face clean and steadying his nerves, he finally produced the key. Though he inserted it into the lock, he hesitated to turn it. I inquired, "Are you capable of doing this? Is it amusing to dawdle? If I truly intended harm to your family, I could easily burst in right now." It seemed he grasped the gravity of my words, and with that, he unlocked the door. As soon as it creaked open, a small boy's voice echoed, "Dad, why are you back so late?" Hu Pingfan bent down to fetch his slippers, explaining that he had been dining with friends and had returned to collect some items. A robust little boy dashed toward us. I greeted him with a smile. "Happy New Year, little friend." He responded in Mandarin, "Happy New Year, uncle." After which, he bowed to me. I was taken aback. I had not expected such etiquette from a man like Hu Pingfan, truly a rarity. Without donning his slippers, Hu Pingfan grasped his son's arm, exclaiming, "Go watch television." Understanding his desire to keep his child away from me, I held no resentment, merely watching with an amused expression. He turned back, asking, "Will you wait for me a moment?" I nodded in agreement. He walked inside, still in his socks, and I surveyed the surroundings. Although the house was old, it had been well renovated. The wooden floors were spotless, and all manner of furniture and appliances adorned the space. At that moment, a woman clad in a white cotton nightgown approached. "Old Hu, what are you rummaging for upon your return? Why haven't you invited the guest inside?" Her Mandarin was impeccable, and her demeanor was dignified, a quintessential model of a virtuous wife and mother. I bowed slightly. "Sister-in-law, Happy New Year." Good, she replied with a smile, "Come in." I waved my hand. "No, I merely came to borrow a book from Brother Hu. I shall be leaving shortly." Hu Pingfan hurried back, clutching a yellowed booklet, and I noticed his wife momentarily freeze upon seeing it. It was evident she recognized the book and was somewhat taken aback, perhaps surprised that Hu Pingfan would part with it. "I need to have a word with Brother Xiao Wu," Hu Pingfan stated. She nodded and offered me a brief smile. "Sister-in-law, farewell." I called. "Farewell, do visit often." As Hu Pingfan slipped on his shoes, I noticed beads of sweat forming on his forehead and the sides of his nose. It was no wonder. I was laden with explosives. With a large firearm tucked at my waist, anyone would be on edge in such a situation. We stepped outside, and he promptly shut the door behind him. It was as if that barrier ensured his family would remain untouched, even amidst chaos. I asked, "Your sister-in-law is from the north, I presume?" "Yes, from Xingtai, Hebei." "Oh," I nodded, "no wonder her Mandarin is so proficient." He handed me the booklet, but it was too dark for me to discern the writing. "Xiao Wu, thank you," he said. I understood his gratitude, reaching out to accept it, but he did not release his grip. I refrained from pulling harder, fearing damage to the aged tome. Hu Pingfan's voice was a bit hoarse as he continued, "This book is a family heirloom." I listened intently. Years ago, my great-grandfather was known as the transforming fox in the underworld. He was a member of the Dark Eight Gates under the B Gate. This manual was hand-drawn by him. I was inwardly astonished. The B Gate referred to an organized gang of con artists, with the old master as their leader. The entire group was systematically organized around him, targeting affluent households and official families. Such operations required months, even years, of meticulous planning, yielding substantial sums enough for years of comfortable living. After 49, he continued, my father hid this book away. When he passed in 78, it was entrusted to me. Regrettably, our generation is restless, we cannot settle down to study, skimming only the surface before venturing into society, and no one wishes to touch it anymore. Pinyin is fortunate, having encountered opportunities and apprenticed under someone from the Honor Gate, at least learning some genuine skills. I left early and joined the Guandi Hall, but lacked a true mentor. Back then, we were impoverished, willing to undertake any task: robbery, pickpocketing, begging, scamming, as long as we could acquire money. He sighed deeply, finally loosening his grip. Ah, such is fate. I never intended for my son to tread the same path. To entrust it to you is also a matter of fate. Please preserve it well, thank you. I tucked the book into my coat, assuring him, rest assured, I shall not use it for nefarious deeds. He fell silent. After a moment's hesitation, I added, Brother Hu, with a virtuous wife and filial son, why not reconsider your ways? The address of Brother Hu seemed to take him by surprise. I turned to descend the stairs. As I reached the landing, I paused and turned back to say, I hope you can persuade Hu Pinyin to refrain from troubling me in the future, otherwise, next time it won't just be a leg. He remained silent, continuing to linger in the shadows. Out of respect for the book, I offered a few more words before turning to leave. Today, over half of their group lay sprawled on the ground, even Uncle Jie and Hu Pinyin had each received a bullet, yet he and the limping Chang had emerged relatively unscathed. Was this an act of mercy on my part? I, Xiao Wu, harboring Buddha in my heart and wielding a knife in my hand, have never been a benevolent soul, yet, the muzzle directed at the two of them was raised just a notch higher. This was the final inch I allowed them, for them to savor slowly. The reasoning was simple. Firstly, to heed the old Buddha's words, raising the muzzle was also a form of redemption for myself. Secondly, the current underworld is no longer what it once was. 10 steps to kill a man, leaving no trace for miles. Once the deed is done, one departs quietly, concealing one's merits and name. Such words stir the blood. Yet the reality remains that vendettas in the underworld are punishable by death. Even if the person you slay is irredeemably wicked, you too shall lose your head. I have no desire to die, nor to engage in a life-for-life exchange. My life is not so valueless. After descending, I approached the car and tapped on the window. The old man opened the door. Get out, let's go. Our inability to drive was a significant drawback. Instead of taking Liwan Road, I led the two men a few steps eastward before turning left into a small alley by the west wall of the Chun family ancestral hall. This route was devoid of light, shrouded in darkness, with piles of trash lining the walls, exuding a pungent odor. The three of us unzipped our trousers and relieved ourselves with gusto. After fastening our pants, I began to disentangle the explosives from my body. The old man jumped back in fright, tanged ahead, trembling with fear, said, Bro, what are you doing? Take it easy. Take it easy, my foot. You two fools didn't think it was real, did you? I chuckled as I continued to unwrap. Of course, it wasn't genuine. I had procured this cowhide paper, along with wires and an electronic doorbell, from that local goods store. Earlier, in the hotel, I had affixed a scalpel to my belt. Subsequently, I rolled the paper, stuffing it with plenty of tissue to prevent deflation. Using 21 rolls of paper took me quite some time, and I connected them with electrical wires. I had never seen real explosives, only in films and television, so I followed the example to create a rough facsimile, and neither Hu Pingfan nor his companions had ever encountered such things, hence their terrified state. I never gamble with money, I gamble with lives. A bunch of beggars, thinking that abducting two individuals made them formidable bandits. I wagered that even if they had 100% doubt about the explosives being fake, none would dare to test it. I trusted they would value their lives, cherishing their existence. The reality is, I won my gamble. This was the best plan I could conceive. A means of self-preservation. Infiltrating the lair of the kidnappers alone was perilous. One misstep could lead to capture. I was acutely aware of the danger of this venture, and I feared death. I had yet to locate my parents, still ignorant of their appearance. Yet I had to proceed. I could disregard the gold, even the old man, for our acquaintance had been brief, and our bond was not deeper, but Din now regarded me as a brother. I could not abandon him. True courage is not the absence of fear, but the resolve to move forward despite it. Chapter 94. A hope lies in survival. As I was about to discard it, Tang's large head quickly intervened, exclaiming, I must examine this. It is exceedingly useful. The two of them scrutinized the object for quite some time. However, the darkness obscured their vision, rendering them unable to discern its details. After some futile attempts, they carelessly tossed it into a nearby heap of refuse. The old lump asked me, Brother, what should we do with the gun? Keep it, we'll need it when we return to Xi'an. Both of them promptly inquired about the situation, and I replied that I would explain once we found a place to rest. They secured the gun into their belts, relieved that the barrels had been shortened and were concealed beneath their outer garments. After disposing of the fake explosives, I led them out of the alleyway. There was no need to venture further in, as it was a dead end. In my quest for vengeance years ago, I had traversed much of Guangzhou. Heading south, there was a road that directly led to Zhongshan 7th Road, and after a lengthy walk, we finally managed to hail a taxi.
To my surprise, upon hearing our destination of Qingyuan, the driver remained silent and simply drove off. I feared he was hesitant, speaking in the local dialect, yet he refused to stop. Thus, the three of us continued on foot. Tang and his companion were unaware of the distance to Qingyuan, so I felt compelled to explain. Although Hu Pingfan and Biao Chang might no longer pursue me, Uncle Jia was a seasoned player in this game. Having suffered such a significant loss, how could he refrain from seeking revenge? Therefore, we could not linger here. We must avoid trains and planes as well. I resolved to stay in Qingyuan for one night and return to Xi'an the following day. Even if it proved troublesome, we could not afford to be careless. After I concluded my explanation, the two understood the gravity of the situation and expressed no objections. Half an hour later, a taxi finally agreed to take us, albeit insisting on a flat fare of 600 yuan. The journey to Qingyuan would traverse over 90 kilometers of national highway, and the meter would have likely registered around 300. This was a full doubling of the fare, yet, it was understandable, given the festive season. Despite my local accent, we were still three strapping young men. Particularly, Tang's appearance was so unkempt that any driver brave enough to take us would be no ordinary fool. Moreover, if he returned empty-handed, what would become of him? Without further ado, I climbed into the vehicle. Sitting in the passenger seat, I could sense the driver's anxiety. I engaged him in conversation, and it was only when Tang's snores resonated from the back that the driver seemed to relax. Gazing out at the night sky, I sighed. The haste of our journey left me with no time to visit Master Chen Zhonghua and his wife. I would have to await another opportunity. After nearly 3 hours, the taxi finally reached Qingyuan City, and it was already past midnight. We spent a considerable time searching for an operational state-run hotel before securing a business room with 3 beds. At last, we could sit down and enjoy a cup of tea. Tang and the old lump exchanged stories about the events that had transpired after disembarking. They first sought a small inn near the station, and later indulged in 4 servings of stir-fried beef rice noodles at a roadside stall. They arrived at Shuiyin Hashi Road in the afternoon, where Uncle Jia assessed the goods and quoted a price of 60 yuan per gram. I had previously mentioned this price in Xi'an as my bottom line. Tang wished for a higher price and thus began negotiating with Uncle Jia. "Uncle, you are my dear uncle, look at this quality, it is undoubtedly pure to the utmost, purer than a maiden. I fear that if it were any purer, it would melt in my hands, transforming into liquid gold. Uncle, do be generous. Let us see if it yields any moisture." Uncle Jia laughed heartily, perhaps due to their similar physiques. He found Tang's large head increasingly endearing, speaking in his halting Mandarin. "Stay here, let us drink." The food and drink were splendid, and the old fellow knew how to savor life. The two, oblivious to the concept of politeness, devoured their meal with gusto, especially the old lump, who left not a single crystal shrimp dumpling behind. Uncle Jia observed in astonishment, wondering where all that food went in such a small frame. Noticing Uncle J's reluctance to commit, the old lump wiped his mouth and joined the persuasive effort. "Uncle, rest assured about this batch of gold, it is impeccably clean, cleaner than a maiden untouched." Uncle Jia blinked, increasingly intrigued by the two. The old lump continued his banter. "Do you know whose gold this is?" "Whose?" Uncle Jia inquired. With a resounding slap to his thigh, the old lump declared, "From the Ulaga gold mine." "What?" The old man was momentarily bewildered. "What mine?" The old lump chuckled, explaining, "Ulaga, that is where our Long province produces gold, and each year a large quantity flows out." Uncle Jia responded with an "Oh. This gold is from the largest mine owner in Ulaga. Did he supply it?" Uncle Jia questioned, puzzled. "Of course not," the old lump shook his head. "Our little Wu Go is remarkably astute. Once upon a time, armed with twin pistols, he single-handedly saved this mine owner. Wait, that's not right, he saved the mine owner with dual pistols. Years ago, for Wu Ji's birthday, this man brought a bag full of gold to celebrate." Uncle Jia's eyes widened. "Are you saying it was a gift for Wu Go?" "Absolutely." "How much in total?" The old lump, brimming with pride, extended 3 fingers, 3 kilograms. Uncle Jia gasped in shock. "Goodness, so much?" The two of them had only brought 2 small goldfish this time, and while he knew it was not everything, he had not anticipated such a bounty. The old lump continued nonchalantly, "This is just a small portion. Before coming here, Wu Gu even had a golden statue repaired for a temple in the capital." Uncle Jia stroked his bald head and chuckled, clearly amused by the absurdity. Raising his glass, he proclaimed, "Let us drink." However, seeing that Uncle Jia remained non-committal, both Tang and the old lump felt disheartened. Just as they set down their glasses to allow someone else to continue the persuasion, visitors arrived. As fate would have it, it was Chang Mao, one of Hu Pingfan's subordinates, accompanied by Hu Ping'an, come to dispose of stolen goods. Hu Ping'an was the son of Hu Pingfan's uncle, and the two fathers were brothers. His uncle had gone to Taiyuan years ago and never returned. Hu Ping'an had pilfered 5 mobile phones, several pagers, and some cash. Chang Mao, well aware of the strained relationship between his boss and Uncle Jia, initially intended to seek out another contact. However, that individual had been drunkenly incapacitated since noon, and upon arrival, was unresponsive despite all attempts to rouse him. In a bind, Hu Ping'an had no choice but to bring him here. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, tensions run high. Back on the train, Tang had kicked Hu Ping'an, striking his groin. Hu Ping'an's distinctive appearance made him easily recognizable. Upon seeing Chang Mao, Uncle Jia's expression soured. Tang and his companion were equally stunned, having not anticipated encountering Hu Ping'an here. Damn it! With a swift motion, Tang decided to take the initiative, cursing as he hurled a plate. Hu Ping'an deftly dodged it. In a flurry, the old lump overturned the table and charged forward with a chair. The 4 of them clashed in a chaotic melee. Uncle Jia stood bewildered, unable to comprehend how these 4 had erupted into violence without uttering a single word.
Could it be that the gold belonged to Hu Pingfan? Had they come to reclaim it, he retreated to a corner, repeatedly calling for them to cease, but his pleas fell on deaf ears. Normally, he was surrounded by numerous aides, but with the holiday, only he and his chef remained at home, leaving him powerless to intervene. It must be noted that Tang and his companion's fighting skills were rather lacking. Before long, they found themselves pinned to the ground. Hu Pingfan received a call from Chang Mao, and upon learning that it was Wu's men, he hurriedly brought Biao Chang and others along. After arriving, they first unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks before dragging Uncle Jia outside. Uncle Jia, infuriated, had never enjoyed dealing with the Guandi Hall folks, especially given their previous conflicts. He pointed an accusatory finger at Hu Pingfan. Xiao, are you taking things too far? Hu Pingfan had little time for pleasantries. Uncle Jia, do me a favor, whatever goods they bring, I'll give you half. Really? Uncle Jia exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. If what these two were saying held any truth, it would amount to 3 kilograms of gold, half of which would be 1.5 kilograms, and should he take action, he could easily pocket at least 150,000 yuan. Bo Chang interjected, Uncle Jia, although we have wronged you in the past, in this business, we are men of our word. After a brief moment of hesitation, he extended his hand. In the presence of gold, all past grievances and grudges evaporated in an instant. With a resounding clap, the three joined hands in agreement. Gentlemen, they intend to deliver 3 kilograms of gold, the old man chuckled. How much? Hu Pingfan and Bo Chang exclaimed in astonishment. 3 kilograms. And the gold? They only brought 2 bars of 100 grams. What followed was a grim fate for the two on the ground, subjected to a brutal beating. Tang Dineo was relatively unscathed, as he could withstand the blows, but the old man was in dire straits, groaning on the ground with over a dozen wooden clothespins clamped to his lips. Observing their stubbornness, Bo Chang instructed Uncle Jia to retrieve an iron hammer, intending to strike the old man's teeth. Will you talk? He brandished the hammer. I'll spill everything, the old man cursed, his words barely coherent, yet he remained defiant. Tang Dineo, realizing further resistance was futile, after all, survival was the only hope, shouted, I'll talk, I'll talk. He disclosed that the remaining gold was hidden within the mattress of a hotel near the station. Little did he anticipate that these men sought not only gold but also his very life. Chapter 95 of the Shapeshifting Fox. After Tang Dalin and Old Gua finished their conversation, I recounted the grievances I once had with them, and only then did they grasp the situation. Brother, Dalin murmured, why not just eliminate the two of them? I chuckled and replied, to keep a secret, one must not act in secrecy. If one truly commits murder, sooner or later, one must pay the price. The two fell silent, and I refrained from further explanation. They were not foolish, after all, this is a society governed by law, where one cannot act recklessly out of rage. A mere theft might result in a fine or detention, but once blood is shed, one's life will never find peace. Old Gua's sausage-like lips had lost some of their puffiness, and I suggested he visit a clinic the following day. He declined, claiming it was merely an external injury that would heal in a few days. I urged him and Dalin to take a shower, but they remained uninterested and inquired about the situation in Xi'an. I recounted the events, leaving them utterly bewildered. The three of us analyzed the matter for quite a while, yet we reached no conclusion. I felt frustrated, but regardless, I had to return to Xi'an to rescue the old Buddha. As for their conflicts, I would understand them once I encountered the old gentleman. I tossed the gold chain from the stout man on the train to Dalin. Put it on, so you 1T keep thinking about it. Wow, this is quite thick, he exclaimed, weighing it in his hand. It's hollow, but it must weigh around 50 or 60 grams. After saying this, he placed it around his neck, twisting his waist and softly saying, Brother is good to me. I feigned disgust. Wear it underneath. If it shows, I'll take it back. Old Gua looked on enviously. How could I show favoritism? I pulled out those 2 gaudy rings, a delicate necklace, a pair of earrings, and a pager, tossing them all to him. If you don't like them, you can melt them down tomorrow and make a chain that is finer than this one. I said. His face lit up with glee as he slid the rings onto his fingers. However, they barely fit. His hands were as delicate as a young girl's. In a playful manner, he placed one on each thumb and proudly proclaimed, Bro, I'm also a big shot now. After sharing a few laughs, the two of them finally crawled into bed, and soon enough, the sound of their snoring filled the air. I took out the booklet I had in my arms. 4 large characters written in cursive caught my eye, and after some effort, I discerned they should read The Shapeshifting Fox. It was not difficult to understand, as this was a book written by Hu Pingfan's ancestor, and the character for Fox resonated well with his surname. Though I lacked knowledge of calligraphy and my own handwriting was unsightly, I still possessed an appreciation for aesthetics. The strokes of these characters were robust and vigorous. Below them were the small characters. Hu Han, it appeared this was indeed the legendary Shapeshifting Fox, though regrettably, the era was too distant for me to have ever heard of him. The booklet was bound with thread and was slightly thicker than a primary school textbook. The paper was coarse and thick, mottled in yellow. As I opened the cover, I found vertical text written from top to bottom and right to left. Although it was in a meticulous script, the use of traditional characters and the absence of punctuation made it somewhat challenging to read. Fortunately, the author had a habit of leaving half a character's space when breaking sentences. The opening line read, The art of transformation is to change one's appearance, thus it is called the art of disguise. As I continued reading, I learned that the pioneer of this art was Zhuo Xi, who lived during the late Eastern Han Dynasty. At a banquet hosted by Chao Mingde, he transformed a fish, which incited jealousy. When soldiers came to apprehend him, Zhuo Xi changed his appearance to that of a wall, merging seamlessly and vanishing in an instant.
Some claim to have seen him outside the city, and upon reporting to the authorities, soldiers arrived to capture him. He immediately transformed into a sheep, disappearing among a large flock. At this point, I couldn't help but chuckle. This was hardly an art of disguise, it was more akin to magic. As I read further, it recounted how the Yin King Zhu Di invaded Nanjing. The Jiangwan Emperor, intent on taking his own life, suddenly recalled a mysterious box left by his father. This box, known as the Dustless Box, was specifically for storing human skin masks. Upon finding the box and opening it, he discovered 4 lines of poetry inscribed on the lid, with a child's urine, use armor water, stored in winter and summer as dust, combined with the fat of cattle and sheep, 1,000 faces without the need to consume bones. The Jiangwan Emperor shaved his head, donned a human skin mask from within, and disguised himself as a monk to escape the palace. From then on, he vanished without a trace. At first, I found it somewhat absurd, but the more I read, the more engrossed I became. After 3 pages of text, the formal instruction began. The first section was about makeup techniques, utilizing natural materials, even flour, water, and dust could be employed. The second section detailed the creation of fish glue for adhering beards and hair. The third focused on altering body shapes and postures, such as disguising oneself as a blind person or a disabled individual. The fourth was about crafting voice-changing pills. The fifth discussed the making of human skin masks. Reading these passages in the middle of the night sent a chill down my spine. I initially thought it detailed the process of tanning human skin, but further down, I discovered it involved using raw gypsum and wax. Upon thorough examination, I found it rather scientific. The text meticulously described a complete set of methods, including the production of molds, pouring techniques, and corrections. The molds were not made from human skin but rather from glue derived from pig skin. This glue required the addition of a secret medicinal powder, resulting in a film as thin as a cicada's wing yet incredibly resilient. It was on this layer of pigskin glue that human faces were painted. The sixth section covered various facial shapes, wigs, and beard creations. The seventh was about oral techniques. The eighth, before I knew it, dawn was breaking. Closing the book, The Shapeshifting Fox, I found myself in deep admiration for Huan. Initially, the book seemed nonsensical, but each technique presented later was remarkably scientific and practical, with illustrations executed with such finesse that they were nothing short of extraordinary. A shape-shifting fox? I could only imagine that in its time, it must have been an immensely mysterious master. I wondered how this figure eventually became the old gentleman of the Bee-Gate, perhaps a consequence of aging. Upon reflection, I realized that some of the techniques detailed within no longer required learning. For instance, the tanning of pigskin could easily be replaced by silicone, and various glues were readily available now. I carefully stored the book away, vowing to find time to study it diligently. The concept of disguise was intriguing. If mastered, it could serve numerous purposes and even save one's life. I climbed into bed, utterly exhausted, and fell asleep. On the afternoon of the 7th day of the new year, we returned to the city of Xi'an. The first order of business after disembarking the train was to head to the Xi'an Hotel. Fortunately, during the early days of the new year, there were hardly any tourists, and the hotel was nearly empty. We smoothly retrieved the 300,000 yuan and deposited it in the bank. The next task was to rent a house. I could not predict how long I would stay here, and to locate the old Buddha, I would need ample patience. The three of us had distinct appearances, and prolonged stays in a hotel would undoubtedly attract police attention, especially since we all had criminal records, a troublesome affair. 2 days later, we found a house in Guanyin Temple Village. It was a bungalow with a small courtyard, featuring 2 bedrooms. The kitchen was cramped, and upon entering, there was a small dining area that could barely accommodate 3 people. Though dilapidated, it was quiet. I hid the gold within the ceiling of the west room. The third task was to learn to drive. It was imperative, otherwise, it would be too troublesome. We enrolled at Zhenghua driving school, with each person paying 2,380 yuan. Now, money was not a concern. I had 325,000 in my account and had also received 54,000 from Wu Pingfan, allowing me to live comfortably for several years without needing to do anything. In the days that followed, we had only 3 tasks. First, to diligently learn to drive, second, to locate Han Wu, and third, to track Sun Xiang, also known as Old Sunday. After numerous days of investigation and a week of following Sun Laoer, Han Wu seemed to have vanished without a trace. Task failure. Thus, I redirected my focus to tracking Sun Xiang. Although Han Wu had previously followed Sun Laoer, due to my involvement, he would undoubtedly encounter Sun Xiang or Old Sun again. We did not follow him together. Instead, we implemented a shift system, 1 person for each day. While one tracked him, the other 2 practiced driving at the driving school, maintaining clear roles and orderly operations. Having spent years floating about, I was accustomed to settling down anywhere without concern. Initially, I worried about the 2 of them. However, after a period of observation, I realized my worries were unfounded. The 2 of them were not delicate flowers. Aside from not having traveled far, they were much like me. Returning to Xi'an, they thrived, their smiles stretching from ear to ear. After attending driving school, they were even more elated, chatting jovially with the young women learning to drive, completely absorbed in their newfound enjoyment. I made a copy of The Shape-Shifting Fox while keeping the original along with the gold safe. The copy was carried with me daily, and whenever I had a moment, I would take it out to read. The sensation of being watched had vanished, which brought me a modicum of comfort. Chapter 96. Fond of you. Time passes swiftly, and before one realizes, spring has arrived in full bloom. On this day, old Geta was on duty while I practiced driving with Tang Danao. That I hardly needed further practice, as starting, stopping, changing lanes, making U-turns, and parking were all second nature to me. I was merely awaiting the practical examination. At that moment, I was seated on a small stool beneath a large tree, engrossed in a book. In the training area, Tang Danao was honing his driving skills. The instructor, holding a large teacup fashioned from a peach can, sat with his eyes closed in the passenger seat. In the back of a pickup truck, covered with a gray tarp, several students were seated. I refrained from enrolling in a Santana due to its significantly higher cost. Truthfully, I was rather frugal. However, I justified my choice by saying we shouldn't be too pampered. The pickup was ideal for building driving skills. The primary advantage was that mastering this vehicle would enable one to drive any car with ease, a belief wholeheartedly embraced by the two of them. After passing the theoretical test, having only been behind the wheel for a week, these two soon began to lament at home, suggesting that learning in a Santana would have been preferable, especially given the abundance of attractive women in that vicinity. A fragrant breeze wafted by, prompting me to close The Art of the Fox. My classmate, the cheerful Ludi, approached me with a smile, hands clasped behind her back. "What are you so absorbed in?" she inquired. Ludi was a generous and outgoing girl, around 24 or 25 years old, a local and a quintessential corporate white-collar worker. She possessed an appearance that was commonplace, yet her figure was exceptionally appealing. Her demeanor was equally commendable, tall, with a slender waist and curvaceous hips, her bosom ample. At times, I found myself hesitant to gaze upon her, fearing that one misstep could cause a button on her blouse to burst open. That button was quite remarkable, perpetually taut yet steadfastly refusing to yield, sewn with remarkable sturdiness. I chuckled softly, just indulging in some idle curiosity. She pulled a small stool over and sat beside me. "Last time, you were rather evasive. You still haven't told me what you do. Have I not?" I feigned ignorance. "I believe I mentioned being unemployed, still searching for work." "Oh," she nodded. "Which school did you graduate from? Why not try your luck at our company? We're hiring." I waved my hand dismissively, my gaze fixed on the training ground. "I'm afraid I'm not qualified. I lack the necessary education and can only manage menial tasks." She laughed heartily. "I don't believe you. You're simply deceiving me." I sighed inwardly, wondering why my honesty was met with skepticism. Not wishing to provoke her further, I lit a cigarette. We both fell into silence, observing the students in the training area. "I'm hungry," she finally voiced after a long pause. "Yes, I'm quite hungry too. How about we grab a bite after we finish? My treat." I understood her implication. Truth be told, she was indeed quite alluring, particularly her figure, yet I had no desire to engage. There exists a type of debt in this world that is the hardest to repay: emotional debt. If the other party were a fellow traveler in the realm of casual encounters, it would be clear that it was merely a fleeting dalliance, a brief encounter that would fade into oblivion. In such cases, I would be indifferent, carrying no psychological burden. However, if the other party developed genuine feelings, I would prefer to keep my distance, as far away as possible. Marriage is never solely a matter between two individuals. No family would ever accept someone like me. I am but a wandering rogue, unable to provide a stable life for another. Given this reality, it is best not to engage at all. I'm truly sorry. I have an appointment with friends tonight. I once again declined her invitation. She fell silent, turning her face away. In the distance, Tang Dineo exited the vehicle, and I raised my hand to call out, "Isn't it time to go? Shall we?" As he approached, he began to jog. "Hey, what is going on?" He crouched in front of Ludi. "Come on, let me see who has upset our dear Didi." "Oh, how my heart aches." "Go away, it's nothing." She stood and walked towards the training area without glancing back at me. Watching her swaying waist and the way her jeans hugged her curves, Tang Dineo clicked his tongue appreciatively. "Ah, splendid, truly splendid. Brother?" I remained silent, and as he leaned over, I knew he was about to make some crude remark. "Let us discuss something." This fellow's gaze had not strayed from Ludi's figure. "Brother, if you're not interested, just let me have her. I am on the verge of bursting from pent-up desire." "Don't be ridiculous," I snapped. "Just the other night, you didn't come home, and the next day you were flirting with that big Malva. Do you think we're blind?" Big Malva, her real name had escaped my attention, but that is what everyone called her. She was around 30, not unattractive, with an alluring figure and fashionable attire, exuding an air of sophistication. Tang Dineo was sweet-talking her like a lovesick child, and eventually, he managed to win her over. Tang Dineo grimaced. "Don't remind me, I nearly fell in." I burst into laughter, causing Ludi, who was about to board the vehicle, to glance over at us. School was dismissed. We all boarded the driving school bus heading towards the city, and to my surprise, Ludi sat beside me. After Tang Dineo climbed aboard, he took a seat behind her and sweetly asked, "Ludi, how about dinner tonight?" "My treat?" Ludi seemed to have forgotten my earlier rejection, responding with a bright smile. "Sure, let us go together, I'm truly hungry." Just as I was about to reiterate my prior engagement, Tang Dineo whipped out his mobile phone and dialed, "Old Geta, we're heading back. I'll treat you to a drink." In his drunken stupor, I found it challenging to refuse further. Perhaps it was for the best. The girl had persistently insisted on treating me to dinner, and it would be rather impolite of me to continue declining. With Tang Dineo accompanying us, she wouldn't be able to voice any objections to. I hoped to keep it within these bounds, not wanting her to express anything further. When the moment came for me to refuse again, it would only lead to disappointment, which was unnecessary. We chose a Sichuan hotpot restaurant and reserved a private room. Just as we began to eat, old Geta arrived. Judging by his demeanor, he had once again come up empty-handed. Since learning to drive, we had also bought him a mobile phone for convenience. Over the past month, we had accompanied him on numerous occasions to meet with Sun Lauda, Sun Jun, but he was preoccupied with business matters, and there were some venues we were unable to enter. Tang Dineo was evidently intent on inebriating Ludi, but little did he expect that a woman with a strong constitution could truly hold her liquor. The four of us drank until past 10 in the evening, and by then, Tang Dineo had succumbed to slumber, his head resting on the table.
Old Geta fared even worse. After 2 trips to the restroom, he returned to combine 2 chairs, curling up atop them like a docile cat. My tolerance for alcohol was decent, yet my head was buzzing, and my stomach was churning. Ludi and I had consumed approximately 8 liang of liquor, accompanied by 7 or 8 bottles of beer. My eyelids grew heavy, and I propped my chin up, declaring, "It's getting rather late. Let us call it a night. I'll treat you another time." Before I could finish, I noticed Ludi rising unsteadily. I could barely discern her through the haze. She grasped my hand resting on the table and, parting her legs, sat on my lap. "Wu, brother Wu, am I not good enough?" she asked. I replied with enthusiasm, "You're wonderful, truly wonderful, in every regard." She unfastened the stubborn button of her blouse, pushing my hand inward. Harder, grip it harder. Though I had encountered such fervor before, this was my first experience in a restaurant, especially with 2 comrades fast asleep nearby. This woman, once intoxicated, was terrifying. "Ludi, please, calm down," I urged frantically. "I want to calm down. I like you, I truly like you." As she spoke, her rosy lips drew near. To my utter shock, at that critical moment, I vomited. The contents of my stomach splattered across her neck and chest. Both of us were taken aback. I quickly pulled my hand away. She sprang up as if shocked by electricity, standing there like a drenched chicken, utterly bewildered. I vigorously shook my hand, grabbing a handful of napkins from the table, intending to clean her up. Just as I began, I could no longer contain myself and bolted outside, heaving as I ran. Behind me, she shouted, "Wuaigua, am I really that repulsive?" When I returned, she had already departed, leaving the room in disarray while the 2 men continued their thunderous snoring. I approached and shook them awake. The 3 of us stumbled out of the private room, and upon inquiring at the front desk, we discovered the bill had already been settled. As we exited the restaurant, old Geta dashed towards a large tree, clutching it as he began to vomit again. Tang Dineo scratched his head and asked, "Brother, why did she leave?" I scolded, "If you can't hold your liquor, then don't drink." How embarrassing. I wasn't sure whether I was chastising them or myself, my reproach lacking conviction. May the Bodhisattva Guanyin, the Holy Mother Mary, and the Buddha protect us. I hope these 2 weren't merely pretending to be asleep, or else I would be in deep trouble. Why did I have to vomit? The worst part was that I had vomited all over her. It was truly disgraceful. I approached old Geta to pat his back. That sent, with a gust of wind. I too found myself retching once more, and Tang Dineo leaned in as well. Chapter 97. Eavesdropping. On my way back, my head throbbed as if it had been blasted apart. My throat felt particularly uncomfortable, as though something had lodged itself there, making it difficult to breathe. Damn it, it was my uvula. It had indeed been a while since I had indulged so recklessly, coupled with the fact that I had been drinking with a girl. Any additional sips now felt as insipid as plain water. "I won't be going tomorrow," I said. "You both tell Coach Zhang, and I'll come by after the exam." The 2 of them lounged half reclined in the back of the taxi, drowsily agreeing. How embarrassing. I felt utterly ashamed to face them. In the days that followed, this insignificant wretch, simply hid away. Coach Zhang had even remarked that I need not practice anymore, lamenting that if all his students were like me, he would have far fewer worries. Half a month flew by in a blink. The weather grew warmer, though the temperature difference between morning and evening remained considerable. The streets bustled with people eagerly donning short sleeves, and more girls appeared in skirts. Today, everyone in our class passed the exam, but we would have to wait a few days for our licenses. Sister Lu, the most resourceful among us, organized everyone to chip in for a meal to treat Coach Zhang back in the city. Everyone was delighted and unanimously agreed. At the table, Ludi's large eyes continually drifted in my direction, yet I chose to ignore her. I had no understanding of what sort of person she was, but I was acutely aware of who I was. I was a wayward soul. No matter how splendid Xian might be, I did not belong here. I was grateful for that night of sickness. Had anything transpired, it would surely have been a troublesome affair. In the absence of any feelings, it was best to abruptly halt, sparing everyone from heartache. Our life trajectories resembled 2 parallel lines, destined never to intersect again. As we drank, Tang Dineo and Demeli excused themselves, returning after more than half an hour. Judging by Demeli's flushed cheeks, she seemed quite satisfied. After leaving the restaurant in the dead of night, everyone exchanged pleasantries and went their separate ways. I deliberately refrained from glancing at Ludi, quietly instructing Lao Gua to call a taxi for her. When the car arrived, she rushed over and embraced me tightly beneath the streetlight. Tears streamed down her face, causing my heart to twinge. I smiled softly and said, "Goodbye, Ludi." At last, she released her grip, opened the car door, and turned to shout, "Wuaigua, you coward." As the car drove away, those 2 imbeciles approached me. Tang Dineo wore a mysterious expression. "Bro, why did she scold you? Did you do something to her? A fleeting glory, fleeting climax? No wonder Zhang Yaoying only looks at your hands." I kicked him squarely in the groin. Thud, he would have remained standing, but Lao Gua inadvertently tripped him. Plop, he landed heavily on the curb. With a pained expression, he nearly burst into tears. "What the hell? If I didn't do anything, why kick me?" "I didn't even mention your vomiting." "Goodness gracious." I lunged at him, delivering a flurry of blows. Lao Gua joined in, pleading for me to stop while also throwing punches. Dineo scrambled to his feet, too intimidated to insult me, merely pointing a finger. "Lao Gua, I curse your ancestors." In the night, the 2 of us chased each other down the street like children. I lit a cigarette, feeling considerably lighter in spirit. I glanced up at the brilliant moon above. "Old stubborn head, where are you?" Time had flown to early made out. I had been in Xi'an for 3 months now. That evening, a van arrived at a tea house on Suihua Road. This establishment belonged to Sun Lao San, who frequently met people here years ago. He was not working here. Back then, his brother's nightclub had just opened, and he spent every day there. In recent years, his wealth had burgeoned, enabling him to establish numerous businesses throughout the city. This tea house was the least remarkable of them all. The van door swung open, and 4 young men emerged, the last of whom made my heart skip a beat. Han Wu, he had finally shown himself. It had been over 3 months since I had discreetly departed from the inn that night. During this time, I had even begun to wonder if I had misjudged him. Yet, the inevitable had arrived. He looked the same as ever, with a neat buzz cut, tan skin, and a pair of rebellious eyes. Dressed in a white tank top and blue jeans, he carried a large mobile phone. The 5 of them didn't linger and entered the tea house. Throughout the day, Sun Lao-san had seen many visitors. At least 15 or 16 gang leaders had come by, each carrying a bulging leather bag upon arrival. When they left, those bags were noticeably heavier. My anxious heart finally eased a bit. After 3 months, Han Wu's appearance signified that they had lowered their guard, believing I had vacated Xi'an. Adjusting my baseball cap, I clutched my black handbag and the large mobile phone. Crossing the street, just as I stepped off the sidewalk, I suddenly halted. Someone was watching me. Turning around, I noticed the bustling traffic, with pedestrians scattered across the sidewalk. A young couple shared a large pink cotton candy, taking turns savoring its sweetness, exuding an air of affection. Everything appeared ordinary, nothing out of the ordinary, and no vehicles were parked nearby. I chose not to enter the tea house but instead turned and walked into a nearby alley. After taking a long detour, I boldly pulled open the tea house door several minutes later. That feeling of being observed had dissipated. Otherwise, I would not have returned. I could not determine whether someone had intentionally scrutinized me or if I was genuinely being followed, but this sensation was not new and left me quite uneasy. However, since Han Wu had made his appearance, I could not afford to miss this opportunity and had to come back. The glass door reflected my current appearance. I slouched slightly, with drooping eyelids, a sallow complexion, and a prominent dark mole on my face. This was the first lesson from The Art of Disguise. I had no time or energy to delve into the creation of human masks, so for a considerable period, I focused solely on mastering this makeup technique. In comparison, it was the simplest and quickest avenue to enter the world of disguise. To this end, I purchased an array of cosmetics and related products. Many nights, while the 2 pigs next door snored away, I sat before the mirror, tirelessly applying and refining my makeup. My most successful attempt transformed me into an ugly yet alluring middle-aged woman, allowing me to sneak into the rooms of those 2 fools. Lao Gua was taken aback, screaming in terror. Yet, Danao, far from being frightened, nearly tore my pants off. The taste was too strong. Thinking back, it still makes me feel queasy. The tea house was tastefully decorated, exuding an ancient charm. After mastering the basics of makeup, I had visited several times since various speakers were mounted in the corners, playing soft gushing melodies, barely audible. "Sir, welcome," a female server greeted me with a smile. I nodded in acknowledgement, opting for silence. After all, my time was short, and all my energy had been devoted to studying makeup techniques. I had no knowledge of voice modulation or the creation of voice-changing pills. Thus, I attempted to speak as little as possible, fearing that Sun Lao-san might overhear me. Even though I had learned to disguise myself, I could not afford to frequent this place excessively, as prolonged visits could easily lead to exposure. Despite having come here a few times, Sun Lao-san had never once mentioned the old matriarch. After leaving, he would either head to his brother's nightclub for leisure or drink with friends, passing the time aimlessly. "Sir, where would you like to sit?" she inquired. The main hall still had 2 tables occupied by patrons, both male and female. Murmuring softly, Han Wu's men stood in the corridor. The Gaoshan hall was exclusively reserved for Sun Lao-san and never entertained guests. I lowered my voice and said, "I'm waiting for a friend, let us go to the Lushui hall instead." The Lushui hall was adjacent to the Gaoshan hall, with a minimum consumption of 120 yuan. The young server led the way. The 4 young men watched me intently. I walked steadily, feigning nonchalance while ostentatiously fiddling with my mobile phone. Once seated in a private room, I ordered a pot of red tea and 2 plates of snacks. The items arrived promptly, and after the server left, I discreetly produced a stethoscope from my waist. Once donned, I pressed the earpieces against the wall, holding my breath to listen intently. Oddly, there was no sound, though this device was quite effective. The thickness of the wall hindered clarity. My patience was abundant, otherwise, I would not have remained in Xi'an for so long. During this period, Big Zhang had called me once, exchanging a few brief remarks. His wife, Li Yulan, called at least once a month, discussing matters related to the restaurant. Director Chen had reached out twice to discuss Xiaoyi and Qingqing's situations. Zhang Xiang, however, had not called even once, seemingly vanished into thin air. Suddenly, I heard voices, yet, the 2 individuals were speaking in hushed tones, rendering their words indistinct. I shifted positions several times, but clarity eluded me. I returned to my seat, poured myself a cup of tea, and downed it in one go, utterly tasteless. After contemplating for a moment, I picked up my mobile phone and dialed, "Danao, bring everything you need, get another car, and meet me at the tea house." A premonition washed over me. Since Han Wu had appeared, it was highly likely that those 2 individuals next door would be meeting the old matriarch tonight. Chapter 98, Surveillance. Setting aside the walkie-talkie, I picked up the stethoscope to listen intently. They were speaking in hushed tones, their words fragmented and indistinct, as if they were deliberately suppressing their voices. This was a stark contrast to previous encounters with my subordinates, where Sun Lao-san would sometimes erupt in fury, leaving my ears ringing from his shouts. After about 40 minutes, the sky had darkened, and I received a call from Tang Danao. "Brother, we've arrived." "Good, keep an eye on Sun Lao-san's big Benz, and also a white van." Understood. Another 20 minutes passed, and I sensed movement in the corridor. I counted out 120 yuan, tucked the stethoscope away, and approached the door of the private room, hearing a group of people exiting. Timing it perfectly, I swung the door open just as Sun Lao-san and his companion stepped out. Upon reaching the front desk, I placed the money on the counter and strode outside. Behind me, a sweet voice from the young waitress called out, "Sir, have a safe journey, we look forward to your next visit." Through the glass door, I caught sight of Sun Lao-san's Benz and Han Wu's white van departing.
I did not rush out but maintained my composure. As I opened the door, the two vehicles had already turned onto the road. The headlights illuminated the scene as a red Santana pulled up in front of the tea house. I stepped outside, descended the 3 stairs leisurely, opened the passenger door, and settled into the car without needing any instructions. Tang Dinao pressed the accelerator, and the car sped away. Damn, I exclaimed, slow down. The novice driver was overly alarming, particularly a rookie as reckless as him, driving like a tank. I inquired, don't you think it's a bit dark ahead? Dark? He replied, what do you think? Old Gu, sitting in the back, chimed in, not dark at all. I shouted, turn on the headlights. Oh, Tang Dinao chuckled, I forgot about the lights. Ahead, I could already see the rear of the van and cautioned him to slow down. Only then did I take a moment to observe this clunky vehicle. Where did you get this? I asked. Tang Dinao replied, as soon as we exited the alley, I saw some fool leaning against the wall relieving himself. The car had no license plate, so I just took off. Old Gu laughed. That fool chased after us with his pants up, yelling like crazy. I chuckled as well. Can I take a turn driving later? Old Gu expressed. You behind the wheel? You'd be so nervous at a red light, you'd look like you were having a seizure. Tang Dinao mocked him. Nonsense, I wasn't nervous. I was just distracted by a beautiful girl. That these two could bicker endlessly, no matter the time or place. Truth be told, I too felt a pang of eagerness. Perhaps it was due to just having learned, but I couldn't resist the allure of the steering wheel. The two vehicles ahead merged onto Provincial Road 107, heading southwest. It seemed my guess was correct. Feeling somewhat uneasy, I asked them, who has got the goods? Old Gu patted his chest confidently. I do. Tang Dinao slapped the steering wheel and excitedly belted out, sister, boldly move ahead, keep moving, don't look back. After a few minutes, the two vehicles came to a halt. Tang Dinao asked, what now? Maintain a steady speed, I instructed. I told Old Gu to lie down while I slouched my head back, pretending to sleep. As the car passed them, Tang Dinao remarked, someone is urinating, and 2 others are peering into our vehicle. I straightened up to glance in the rearview mirror. Their car had not yet moved. Drive normally, I commanded. Indeed, 20 minutes later, those 2 vehicles caught up to us, and we trailed behind at a distance. Tang Dinao asked, have they spotted us? Old Gu replied, impossible. They read just being cautious. I nodded internally. Each had their strengths, and often, Tang Dinao lacked the keen perception of Old Gu. Over an hour later, the road began to grow rugged. I had never traversed this path and was utterly unfamiliar with my surroundings. To my right, the Feng River flowed, flanked by lush green mountains. Brother, they've exited the road, Tang Dinao announced. Stop, I commanded. The car pulled over to the roadside. He anxiously queried, what's wrong? I tilted my head and asked Old Gu, what do you think? He lifted his head to assess. Driving like this on a national road is fine. Even if they have suspicions, they won't dwell on it, but if we follow them off the road, it'll be obvious we're tailing them. Tang Dinao responded with an O, acknowledging, that's true, especially at night with the bright headlights. My eyes brightened as I interrupted him, turn off the headlights, let us tail them. Old Gu slapped his thigh, good idea, that way they won't spot us. As it turned out, we were Navi. The reason was simple, it was too dark. After exiting the national road, despite our cautious pace, we veered off into a ditch after about 3 kilometers. Fortunately, the ditch wasn't too deep, and none of us sustained injuries. After crawling out, Tang Dinao and Old Gu clambered back up, cursing under their breath. I didn't rush to join them but instead climbed into the driver's seat, fumbling around for a moment before emerging again. Reaching the road, the 3 of us scanned our surroundings. Of the mountains loomed ominously, and the path twisted away, the length unknown. Let us go, I said firmly. Old Gu lamented, what a pity, sigh. I understood, he was lamenting the cart. I felt the same pang of regret. Although it was a wreck, it was still a Santana. The gravel road could barely accommodate a single vehicle, and as we ascended, I believed that even if they drove, they wouldn't be much faster than us on foot. The mountains flanking us were shrouded in mystery, and the occasional bird call would surely startle the timid. After about an hour, I finally caught a glimpse of some structures ahead. Straining my eyes to see, Tang Dinao remarked, is that a courtyard, or a temple? Old Gu replied, I can't make it out. I found myself perplexed. A temple? Which one? To my recollection, along Provincial Road 107, there were Jinghye Temple and Guanyin Zen Courtyard, but I hadn't heard of any temple in this vicinity. To imprison someone in such a remote location, the Sun brothers had indeed put in considerable effort. In hindsight, Han Wu had hardly spoken the truth that night. He claimed he would wait for Sun Laosan to relocate the old Buddha before discovering the location to rescue me. It was highly likely they hadn't moved at all and had remained right here. If all was a deception, then what of the holy repository treasure? As I advanced, I discerned the outlines of the 2 vehicles parked before the gate. It was not a temple but rather a traditional Chinese residence. From its appearance, it seemed to have some age, and in such a secluded area, who would choose to dwell here? Tang Dinao halted, declaring, we can't proceed down this path any longer. My mind had been preoccupied with thoughts, and his words jolted me back to reality. Indeed, if someone on the other side had been keeping watch, advancing further would be akin to walking into a trap. We left the road, carefully traversing the meadow, arriving at the foot of the mountain on our left. Suddenly, a shadow darted past, nearly causing Tang Dinao to fall to the ground in fright. I remained still. Old Gu instinctively took a step back. What the hell was that? You nearly scared the life out of me, Tang Dinao muttered, unfastening his pants to relieve himself against a large tree. I grasped the black star tucked at my waist, while Old Gu retrieved his double-barreled shotgun. Regardless of skill, one must always be wary of danger. Armed, our courage surged. Soon, we reached the western corner of the residence. Despite the dimness of night, I could confirm that the vehicles parked at the gate belonged to Sun Laosan and his companions. Moreover, this road led directly to the entrance of the residence, seemingly without any other route. Upon closer inspection, it was a standard 3-entry courtyard. The old Buddha hailed from the capital. Could this be another one of his abodes? Chapter 99 of the Flying Tiger Claw. 3 individuals crouched by the edge of the wall, now faced with 2 choices. either to infiltrate and rescue, inevitably clashing with Sun Lao-san, or to wait until they departed before proceeding. After much deliberation, I concluded that the uncertainties were too great, needless sacrifices were unwarranted. As for the grudges between the Sun brothers and the old Buddha, we could address that after rescuing the person. Tang Dineo remarked, "Brother, let me sneak in and listen, perhaps I might glean some information." A valid point. You two take a breather. I shall go. I declared. He chuckled, "Forget it, neither of you can pick locks or slip through doors." I gestured towards the wall behind us. "You can scale it effortlessly, not only to scout out, but when we return to the city, I shall treat you to a double feature." He silently laughed, his ample flesh quivering. "Are you serious?" "Indeed. I am serious." Suddenly, his chubby hand delved into his trousers, retrieving a flying tiger claw. I examined it closely, my mouth agape in astonishment. This claw was entirely black, its material unknown, and unlike the conventional fixed 3-claw or 5-claw designs, it featured mechanisms characteristic of traditional flying tiger claws. Though steel claws typically possess 5 digits, each claw is segmented into 3 parts, capable of expansion and contraction, with the foremost segment extraordinarily sharp, akin to a falcon's talon. The inner mechanism of this claw allowed for control over each segment's movement, while a long cord attached to the base connected to the mechanism. Had he been concealing this all along? How had I never noticed it? Without further ado, he raised his hand. Whoosh, the flying tiger claw landed atop the wall. In the darkness, the cord was nearly invisible. I watched as he tiptoed against the wall, his hands seemingly grasping at the air. Tap, 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 in the blink of an eye, he ascended several meters high. I was genuinely taken aback, such strength was not commonplace, yet how could he be so clumsy in a fight? As the cord was imperceptible to the naked eye, I curiously reached out to touch it. The rope was not a single strand, it felt like numerous transparent fishing lines twisted together, icy to the touch, the material a mystery. I understood why it was a multi-stranded rope. Firstly, for its resilience. Secondly, it housed the mechanisms controlling the claws. It seemed this was a legacy passed down from the old physician. This lad was indeed adept at concealing his talents. Conceal, deep, he had. What a transgression, impossible, absolutely impossible. Though I often berated him for being carefree, oblivious to his own shortcomings, surely he could not hide a flying tiger claw. Wasn't he that a bit too much? Enough of this nonsense. I lifted my gaze. On the wall, a silhouette emerged. Tang Dineo was bent over, hands against the wall, limbs in motion. He scuttled along the top of the wall, heading north. How to describe it? He resembled a large panda scaling the wall. His movements, though seemingly awkward, were methodical, each step precisely placed. It suddenly dawned on me, and I hastily asked Lao Gua, did he bring a gun? He did. I felt a slight sense of relief. Though this fellow was inept in combat, having a firearm would offer some advantage. If discovered, he might just manage to escape. We leaned against the wall, seated. I took out a tissue soaked in sesame oil, wiping the disguise from my face. Lao Gua, do you enjoy this lifestyle? I inquired. I do. Really? Indeed. To roam the world as a hero, the mere thought ignites a fervor within me. I chuckled. He must have been influenced by those martial arts films. Brother, he continued, Dineo and I have spoken, and I find it rather appealing. What? I asked. This character, who once referred to me as Little Wu, had started calling me brother after associating with Dineo. As outlaws, in the future, we shall form a trio, akin to the Garrison Suicide Squad. No, rather like Zorro. I listened to him with amusement, though my thoughts drifted further afield. Outlaws, is it truly the case that such a path leads to a favorable end? Those on the righteous path look down upon us, while the underworld is even less forgiving. Chivalry and thievery are inherently at odds. Even with the noblest intentions, one may inadvertently cause harm. Should the individuals we assist turn to crime, does that not make us complicit in their misdeeds? Furthermore, how can we ascertain that those we rob are indeed irredeemable? Take, for instance, this batch of gold. The so-called identities of those involved were merely deduced through my experience, but is experience infallible? I must concede, at times, in pursuit of a fat sheep, we easily deceive ourselves. Then I recalled Dineo's words. Someone must take action. It is a simple truth. In this world, matters cannot be strictly black and white. He was right. The more one understands, the more one may feel restrained. As long as one acts with a clear conscience, life is but a fleeting century. Where is it that the earth cannot hold a body? Lao Gua lowered his voice, still rambling. Sometimes, I feel quite ashamed. I lack both fighting skill and craftsmanship, and I truly fear being a burden to you. I discarded the oil-soaked paper, meticulously cleaned my face with a handkerchief, then embraced his shoulder. Silly boy, having eyes and a mind is more than sufficient. Tang Dineo had been inside for 20 minutes, yet there was still no sign of movement. As if summoned by fate, he returned to the wall. Rustled. Soon, he descended along the cord of the flying tiger claw, his voice brimming with excitement. Brother, he's right here, that old man. Is he not short and thin, with hair that is neither long nor short, and skin resembling that of a Shar-Pei? I was taken aback. What was he describing? The old Buddha was stout and bald. How had he transformed into a Shar-Pei in Dineo's account? I seized his arm. Quickly, tell me what you saw. Ouch, 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 he exclaimed. Be gentle. I hastily released my grip, having exerted too much force in my urgency. That Han Wu was not mistaken. The old man is indeed confined within a large iron cage. He recounted the events of his earlier excursion. Tang Dineo had traversed the wall to the third courtyard. He was unsure where the old Buddha was imprisoned, but instinctively felt that the more concealed, the better. The third courtyard was indeed the most suitable for confinement. He was correct. The main house in the back was illuminated. He descended from a jujube tree behind the western side room and quickly arrived at the rear of the main house. A wooden back window was ajar, and he peeked in. At first glance, he spotted a thick iron chain dangling from the beam. Below it hung a large iron cage, each pillar as thick as an infant's arm, within which sat a solitary figure. As the individual faced away, their features remained obscured, clad in tattered garments, their disheveled hair resembled a haystack, what the northeastern dialect refers to as tadianzi, neither long nor short, unkempt. It appeared the person was eating something, smacking their lips, their arms moving incessantly. Through the bars of the cage, he discerned two figures standing opposite. The dim light in the hall made identification difficult, but judging by their appearance, they were likely Sun Laosan and Han Wu.
Why must it be this way? Sun Laosan's raspy voice echoed, indicating that he had been speaking for quite some time. Ganda, how old are you now? What enjoyment can you derive from remaining here? Hand it over, and not only will you gain your freedom, but you'll also be well fed and taken care of by Shangzi. Look at this residence. It was purchased by my elder brother for you. Do you not wish to live well here? Ganda, it has been years, are you truly content to reside in this iron cage? A chicken bone was tossed from within the cage. Sun Laosan and Han Wu visibly startled, instinctively recoiling. Tang Danao couldn't help but chuckle. Was it really that surprising? A creature in a cage, even if it were a northeast tiger, would find itself utterly helpless. He then noticed that beneath the large iron cage was a deep pit, shrouded in darkness and exuding a foul stench. Was it possible that the cage was meant to sink into the abyss below? This old man was indeed suffering. Boy, the old Buddha wiped his mouth with his sleeve. How long have you three kept me imprisoned? I am nearing 100. How many years can I expect to live? If I truly possessed that item, what purpose would it serve? At that moment, Han Wu opened his mouth. Old man, I have some unfortunate news for you. The old Buddha remained silent, continuing to eat. Little Wu has come to Xian. Tang Danao observed clearly as the old man's arms froze mid-bite. He is dead. Han Wu declared ominously. The moment those three words left his lips, Tang Danao's eyes widened in shock, as if someone had yanked at him forcefully, causing him to spring to his feet. Whoosh, like a specter, he floated to the front of the iron cage. Boy, repeat that. Han Wu chuckled. I said he is dead, and I was the one who killed him. Before he could finish, a blood-curdling scream erupted, and his hands flew to his face.